Oh, you changed it. I'm sorry. Okay, Jim Panda. So George Moose. You're sticking with George Mooser?
Why not?
George Mooser. Anyone else?
Looney Tunes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about McToon.
Just because of the computer stuff and like the things.
Okay.
That kind of seems like something he would say.
You know what? Now that you say that, you are correct. Now, yeah, okay, all right. I don't think his sentences are not that these are great. He did pronounce the nucleus nucleus. I had to go back like 6 times and what the hell? All right, any other guesses?
I have a mate who, instead of saying follicle, says follicule.
Oh, dear.
Another one is obfuscation. I think people try to overcommit to it and say obfuscation or upfu. I don't know. I can't even say it. All right. What do we only got 3 people in here? Let me go check and see who else is.
My money is on Kanye West.
It ain't Kanye West.
Yeah. So are you saying this person said he doesn't believe in a nucleus and he said he doesn't believe in the calorie also? What was that?
Oh, I'll read it again just in case you missed it. Okay. Okay, the whole statement. The calorie doesn't exist. It's a description of something that we've given it. I have these problems with everything. The nucleus, the proton, the neutron. They taught people that these things exist. They don't exist. They're conceptions.
Sounds like it could be Brenda, but it seems like it's too much of a sentence for that one.
I like the nucleus. That's really. I like that a lot. By the way,
is it Mr. Kaku?
It's
known to say things. He's known to say things that go fly in the face of globe Earth stuff because he's right. It just doesn't help his cause. I don't know.
Michu Akaku. Michu. I have him on my website. I can't remember how to spell his name.
I could never spell his name either.
And this isn't necessarily coming from mainstream media or anything like that, or mainstream academia or anything like that.
I'm just asking who you think said these statements, dude. Don't try to fish out any more damn information than I already gave you.
It was you.
It's just what I do.
Science cannot prove anything. Oh, it was. You're not saying I said that.
Well, you literally just did, didn't you?
No, oh my God. I'm saying these people said it, not me.
Well, as of now, the only person I've heard say it is you.
You're
going to have to citation for that.
Oh, I got all that. I got it. Don't worry about it. So we got 4. We got Gem Panda, Mooser, McToon, and Michio Kaku.
Why don't you just throw in Rumpus and Brenda's Unholy Love?
No, you can't just. No, you got to have some type of rationale or some type of feeling behind it, dude. You just can't start blurting out names and shit.
Sean G.
All of the above.
You think Sean G can speak those sentences, really? All right. What? Oh, you want me to be quiet? Okay.
How about Professor, what's that guy's name? Professor Dave.
Professor Dave?
Isn't he a Glober? He's a Glober, but...
Yes. Yeah. I didn't say... I said, who do you think said it? And this person is in the... on the circuit. The Baltard Flat Earth Circuit. So, Professor Dave?
On the Baltard side...
I'm sticking with Michio Kaku.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm not fluent enough in retardation to know where to even start.
Me either. So that's why I just threw in the wild card, Professor Dave.
You want me to read them again?
Oh, please no.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we think they're made up too, though. That's
no, they're not made up. These can be cited.
Yeah, come on. You're dealing with Mr. Citation right here.
I got somebody on the YouTube channel saying Dr. Phil Bell.
Phil.
All right.
He said in here too.
And I'll put that from YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Man,
Do you mean Professor Phil?
All right. Ian,
That's probably
I
who they
call him-
mean.
I call him Professor Phil Belland.
someone called Professor Phil in the text chat before then. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the text chat. Sorry about that.
they got dibs on it.
Peter and Pete and Peter. Pete and Pete. All right. That's a good, I'll tell you what, that's Dave. That's a good damn guess. Now that you say that.
What?
It was Dave in chat. Dave Hinkle. He said he meant Pete and Pete. Now that you say that, I can see where that would come from. Yep. I only did this because it was going slow, man. You know, no one's doing anything. All right. Is that it?
Sure, why not?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many people we got in here? 37 people. I got 8 answers. Way to participate. All right. That's good enough. I ain't going to force you to answer. Do we get to use your copyrights if we get it? That's hilarious. Dallas David.
Oh, what?
Not unless you're talking about water gas.
That sounds almost like him.
Water gas. You're not thinking about the water gas.
There has to be a vacuum pump that comes from the top of the dome.
I'll tell you what, Mickey, that's really close, man.
She can't
good.
without a pump.
Too funny. All right, let's wrap it up with that. All right, I don't know. When should I give the answer? I'm not going to give it now, though.
What?
Nah, I'm not going to give it now.
Tune in next week.
Let him wait.
You should reveal it on your next show, QE.
There you go.
Now that you have all the people that cast in their votes.
Huh. I was figuring on doing the next Tuesday show. I was going in another direction. It was what's his guy? You're familiar with him, Meggie. Let me see if I can't give. I'll give you a hint to check out live stream.
D to the V.
Oh.
What if it was Jimbo?
Oh God.
I can't remember his name. I think it was. I know. It was GJ. It was the opposite of JG. What's his name? Remember the pilot?
Yeah.
Levi
JG.
Yeah. I also got the NASA shill one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a while ago.
So one of those two, I haven't made up my mind on which one I'm going to run. So it won't be live, and its new time is 2:00, 2 p.m. Central Time. But it'll be a debate that was held here.
Yeah, Levi is a thigh slapper, dude. If you do run it,
I didn't run the whole long thing that he was way off of his. What was that? What the heck was he talking about? Oh, the North Pole.
Yeah.
Remember, he
was traveling from Smallvar to Alaska, and he crossed over the North Pole doing it.
Yes, he was like 120 degrees off.
Yeah, it was. Nowhere near the North Pole.
That was so fun, man. Wow, that was fun. That was great.
Yeah, that got a little bit long in the tooth, so I had to shorten that a bit and just kept it with the bait.
But if you wanted something a little more nutty, you'd want to get that NASA shill guy on. Paid NASA shill.
Yeah. I don't know. I like that airplane, man. I love that. I love that
Yeah.
gift.
That's great, man. Just a friendly little airplane going to say hi to one of the birds. Yeah.
And if you notice, the Earth is not rotating underneath both the bird or the airplane.
No. But if you believe the globe, though, you might as well believe airplanes do that too. What the hell? Go for the gusto.
Yeah, that's one. That GIF is hilarious, man. I just can't stop watching it.
That's probably because you got a lot of water gas surrounding that plane.
Where's the pump? You guys are avoiding the whole thing about the pump. You can't have gas pressure.
You can't have gas pressure if there's no vacuum that's sucking the pump on top of the dome.
You got a new damn job, Mickey.
How do you suppose you're going to weigh a cloud? If it weighs 1 million pounds, what are you using to weigh that cloud? All this water gas that's everywhere.
All right, that's about enough. Somebody's going to think that's him and come in.
You mean Dallas is attracting more water gas people?
Yeah,
they'll start being attracted to the water gas too.
Sonny, you ain't got nothing on Mr. Meggy, man.
Yeah,
never mind. Go ahead.
I'm bringing the goods, man. That's it.
Yeah, no.
I want to hear like a British guy try to do. Hey, Crypto, you do Dallas, Dave.
I knew this was coming. Fuck's sake. What state's he from? Is he Texan?
Yeah, Dallas.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Fuck. What the kind? To be honest, I don't really listen to a lot of what he says.
Crypto, stop stalling and tell us about the water gas.
Do I just have to say what?
Quit stalling.
You got to have a pump on that water gas, otherwise you don't. you can't measure the 1 million pound cloud without that water gas. Know what I'm saying?
No.
No, it was awful.
You know what was the funniest thing you said? I don't really listen to him.
I was like, because normally with someone I like to actually say something they would actually say, and then it kind of makes it a bit more real. But yeah, I don't know.
Just say anything and then end it with water gas.
I'm always cracking up when he's speaking, so
we'll leave it to the expert, Mickey.
It's funny. He's got Globe Earth rule now.
Does he really?
Yeah.
I didn't give it to him. I took his value away though from him being that way he is. As soon as QE pops in here, yeah, he gets silent real fast.
Yeah, I know he ran away the one time.
No, you guys go ahead. I'm not. I'll just kick back. Like, okay. Yeah, I know you will. QE's in here.
I mean, like back in August, he was talking about evolution and stuff too, and people just kind of like, yeah, about the way cavemen and monkeys walk upright. Something like I can't remember exactly. Is it something the way displays the way women display their goods? I got to do it the way them women display the goods with the up front and the behind.
Oh dear.
You mean their brains? Right? You're talking about their brains.
Yeah.
Too funny, man. Too funny. Oh, wasn't he in here the other day? I heard him. Remember, he was talking about the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same guy.
Then he went on water gas.
So was that an evolutionary twist, or did I just caught the end of it?
Yeah, it had something to do with the way dogs chase raccoons. Was that the same one, right?
Oh shit! You gotta love it, man.
Well, what we need is Ryzen to come in here and talk about his dragons, and then Dallas Dave to interrupt him with water gas.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
It'll be the train wreck of epic proportions of this chat room, man.
We could arrange that.
I think Huey would stand up from his desk chair, man, and be like, "The hell is this, man? I'm out."
That sounds like a modern day debates, Rising Awakens versus Dallas David.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it would be. You think you're seeing dragons on those pictures? It's all that damn water gas that you have in front of your eyeballs.
It's a mirage.
It has something to do with the pump.
It's all that damn water gas.
What did I walk in on?
Oh, where's the
If I were you, I'd do a 360 and walk away.
She couldn't. If she did a 360, she'd end up back where she was.
That's the joke.
Glad I got that.
Hey, Crypto he's on it.
While walking backwards, do a 360.
Michael Jackson mode.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Michael Jackson's the only one that could do it. Too funny, man. So no Globers, huh? What the hell is going on, man? Wait, let me check. I'll tell you the reason. No, I don't know why.
Yeah, go see.
I got to check. You know where I'm checking, right?
Wikipedia.
Yep.
But by heart.
Wiki's still active, so the Globetards are still out there.
So what are they doing out there
I don't know.
in outer space or something?
Oh, you're not going to believe what I heard tonight.
Oh, yes, we will.
The world is spinning faster by a millisecond or something like that.
1 millisecond?
To what?
Yeah, that's like breaking news.
Who said that?
I like Paul Begley. He gets on with the NASA news, but I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to say by it, because there are something falling from the sky. Like in West Virginia today, did you see that? Like it was humongous. There's a huge, I forget what they called it. They didn't even call it a fireball. They called it a fireball in another language or something.
Fireball.
Mm-hmm. It was massive. I'll find a video for you.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be.
In West by God, Virginia?
West
I heard
Virginia?
something about some explosion. Yeah, like there was some, but someone saw like a smoke trail from a missile or some such. I think there was some explosion somewhere today. I didn't even look into it at the time.
That was about Nashville before.
Oh no, this is West
Nashville.
Virginia.
Nashville, West Virginia, same thing. South.
No, it's not.
Same thing.
Okay, here we go. Never seen one this big. Of course, I want to see one in person. I want my heart to fail me for fear.
No, that thing's really burning, isn't it? Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Oh, you sent it? All right, let me check it out.
What the heck is that? What did they say it was, Christy?
A fireball.
Fireball. Okay.
Just a random fireball.
It's the dragon.
It's a dragon.
Oh, don't. Right, where's Ryzen at? He's gonna take this thing and.
That's plasma, water gas.
That you guys, you showing me picture of a fireball. That's all that damn water gas that's all around.
That's pretty wild. That's in West Virginia. Yep, it is.
That's a long time to be singing that.
Is he looping it?
I don't think so. I think it's getting closer and closer. And then right at the end, it's like, well, what happened? Did it hit the ground or the video stopped?
What could be falling from the sky, y'all?
I don't know, man, but that doesn't look natural. That's all I gotta say.
It looks like a whale in a flower pot.
Morning. What's new on our still flat fucking Earth?
I've been making music. The DJ arrived. I'll be setting up. Back. Near the
We got a fireball, water gas.
That's a
all of water.
Water.
That's all that. It's a vacuum that's sucking up all the air and the water gas that's in the air. That's the reason why you got a fireball coming from the sky, because there's no water gas to put it out.
Water gas my ass. So we spray farts.
When you add pressure to a closed system, it comes from the outside, like a tire.
We need.
You can't have pressure in an enclosed system. Where's the vacuum at? Where's the pump at? Got to have the pump.
So we need to do an invite for Ryzen and Dallas Dave so they can come in together.
Oh God, no!
And somewhere in a private room and have them debate.
The thing too, he's not new. I mean, he's been here. Geez, I think that from the beginning almost, right? Like,
yeah, he's been here a while.
Twitter server too. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, unless there's multiple Dallas Daves, I'm getting them cross switched there.
He's got some wanky stuff, man, that he's talking about, though.
Yeah, it's all kind of new, though. I mean, he was just originally at the beginning, like, just shit talk NASA. But I mean, he was really just about like all the government stuff is bullshit. And just recently he got into this one.
Weird.
Yeah, it's really left field, man. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I'm not sure where he came from, because he was actually kind of quiet mostly.
Did want to bring something up quickly, QE. You know when you do the Black Swan thing, and you go, where's the horizon? Is it safe to say 10 miles? And then it's meant to be 1.22 miles away. Mm-hmm. You then follow it up with it's 10 times further than it should be.
Mm-hmm.
What I've noticed is that no one's ever actually corrected that, because 1.22 times 8 is 10 miles. I've noticed that no one's ever actually gone, hold on, it's actually only 8 times further.
Yeah, but 10 miles is just safe to say. Actually, that horizon is like 15 to 20. I say it's 22 miles away, but technically you're correct. By my statement, they should say, wait, it's only 8 times.
Yeah. I just noticed that literally no one has ever said that.
I just rounded up, man.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not a problem. It's just something I noticed.
Here, Lou did this, and I took a screenshot of his screen share. So he's saying it's about 29 miles away.
I wouldn't be shocked at that, but he's saying, but listen, that 29 miles away is past the island, right?
Or right at the very edge of the island.
Yeah, but it doesn't show up in the pic. Only at the beginning when he takes a wide view is the only time you see the island. If you're looking in between those two oil rigs, you can't see that island.
Okay.
It's just impossible to see the island because of your angle.
times you can't see that island off from Santa Barbara beaches.
Yeah, but your observer height has changed, and everything has to be. If it's going to be like what the Black Swan saying, it would have to be at that observer height.
Yeah, you would need to be to a little bit more to the right.
Like I said, you can still see it. Go ahead and pull up the original video. You can see it as he pans, as he starts the pan in. Then you can see, is that Anacapa? It's either Santa Cruz Island. I think it's Santa Cruz and Anacapa. I think the Anacapa is on the other side. So Santa Cruz Island, I think that's the big one.
Anacapa is the tiny little thing to the right. It's just like high rocks. It's a really small part of the island. Yeah, then there's like Santa Cruz, then Santa Barbara. I think it's is that Santa Barbara? Hold on.
Santa Cruz and Santa Barbara. There's not a Santa Barbara Island out there.
Santa Rosa Santa Rosa. And
is it Santa Rosa Island out there too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had to go through all this in the beginning because I wanted to make sure. As soon as I seen it, I said, are they going to say that the island is the horizon out there? So I had to do all that tedious work on trying to figure out all the angles.
Oh, dude, it looks like we need to put a boat right there at that end point. You see right underneath of the two. If we could get somebody right there to go off of that island and kind of sail out whatever 200 feet, so you could see that 30 miles. You know, and then get your.
Well, you don't need a boat. You don't need a boat. You just be able to see the that peninsula sticking out, right? That's all you need to see.
Yeah, that peninsula right there.
You wouldn't need a boat then. You just need somebody at that where the peninsula is or something.
Well, it looks like the water continues. So you could, in theory, if you got eyes on, you could keep going.
Go 30 miles.
You mean the water gas?
34.
Yeah. 30 miles at 1 foot height. That's I don't know, man. That's
asking a lot. I know.
It's a lot of swell. Yeah, you're right. And it's not an oil rig, it's a boat. So that's pretty stupid.
Wait, before you, don't say that it's not going to be, because go on a really cold day. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, ice. That's why we're not allowed in.
Well, kind of like right now is the time, right? Like when it's really cold and crisp.
But according to that, the cold air is denser.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know.
Well, you don't have as much as heat distortion. Like when it's hot out, it won't distort as much.
So what is it? Is it better when it's cold or better when it's hot?
It's better when there's less water gas in the way.
Oh, shit.
No, you didn't.
That's the thing. If you're going to make this observation, you got to make sure there's no water gas in the way. Otherwise, you can't see the peninsula in the background.
We created a monster.
You got to account for that amount of water gas.
You have to pump it out.
Are those oil rig cranes, are they pumping? Or are they bending with a pump?
Can we take a moment to talk about leap seconds?
Leap seconds?
Whoa, who brought that up?
Yeah, that's that sounds like Miggy's territory, straight up.
Yeah.
The Earth rotation is going quicker. If the Earth's rotation gets too far out of sync with the super steady beat of atomic clocks, a positive or negative leap second can be used to bring them back into alignment.
There's so much wrong with that statement. It'd be hard to begin. There's so much wrong with that.
There's more.
Oh, no.
There's more?
Since the system of leap seconds was introduced in 1972, there have been 27 leap seconds, and they've all been positive. In other words, they've all added an extra second to our clocks, enabling the Earth to catch up.
Oh, God.
There's more.
You could see two trains like on the same track just going towards each other in slow motion.
And then kick a soccer ball.
Recently, however, the Earth has been getting quicker, and no leap second has been required since 2016. If the Earth's rotation continues to quicken, we may at some point require a negative leap second. If this happens, our clocks would skip a second in order to keep up with the hurrying Earth.
Wow.
Is this the latest from dolickers.com?
Liquors.
I think that one's just as good as train wreck as any, just by itself, just as is. You don't even have to do nothing to it.
All right,
leave it alone.
There's a test. Does anything? I mean, there's many things wrong with what she said, but what stands out to everyone? What's the elephant that she's in the room that's really batshit insane over what she said?
How did they measure the increase in speed?
Nope.
They presupposed it's moving.
Nope. Well, that's batshit. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, of course.
Oh, well,
I'm saying the elephant from what she was talking about.
Atomic clocks?
Time.
Is that Rocky? What the hell? That's a
time
voice.
Keeps on ticking.
Listen to Mr. Steve Miller. Where you been, you old git?
I ain't never far. When you need the answer, sir, I'll come and call. And what is light again?
Yeah, that's right. So let's stick on there. So you said time. What about time?
It's just a concept.
Time's not a friggin' atomic clock. Time's not a clock. That's
It is,
the
however, a
elephant
dog
in the
bone.
room. Say it's not a dog bone either. Time is not a clock, people.
They're relating time to like motion of the spin, like the spin or something. Nutty.
They're trying to say the atomic clock was started by time. That's impossible.
Atomic clock was started by time. What? No, what the heck? What the heck did Zanuck say? He said, "What?
Who cares what Zanuck said?
I gotta get it right. Well, it's part of my top. I have. Let me see how many I got right now. Hold on.
I'll see if I can beat you to it.
But you could just do a top 20 of just Zanuck only.
I got 43. I got 7 more to get top 50.
Yeah, but why?
Why?
Of
'Cause it's
just
fun?
Zanuck?
I mean,
No.
well, I guess that's
No.
the same reason I'm taking
Okay.
notes on QE. Whatever.
The effect of time is the cause of time.
That's it. The effect of time is the cause of time.
Wait, he did not say that.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
The
Yes, he did.
effect of time is the cause of time. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty
That-
smart, dude, and I don't know why anybody would care about that. Like I said,
Come
you
on,
just
baby.
proved my point. Like, who fucking cares?
Cause of a concept is the effect.
The effect.
Yeah.
Okay, what's stupider? Here's his next comment. Planes can fly motionless if they fly at
Yes.
1,000 miles an hour eastward at the equator.
Fly motion.
That's like a comedian, dude. We gotta.
Oh
all
my
right, yo,
God.
QE. We need to make a TV show, right? And it's not just the comedian. It's not about the comedian, but he is a character, and he's got all of those. Like Zanuck's a character, and he's a comedian, but like at the comedy place. You know what I mean? In the TV show, like a legitimate gets paid.
No, man, he really believes that.
No, I know, but comedian though in the TV show.
Dave had to bring it real. No, man, he wasn't kidding. He actually believes that shit.
I already. The cause of time is what of time? What did he say? What the fuck did he say?
He said,
The effect of time is the cause of time.
That's it. That's it.
The effect of time is the cause of time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Be due to water gas.
The effect of water gas is the cause of water gas.
So
About time.
You guys think you can measure water gas with a barometer? Well, that tool is made by the heliocentric people. You can't measure water gas with that.
Is that Dallas Dave y'all talking about? He's the reason. My name used to be Dave Rakia, and I changed my name because of him.
Serious? No kidding.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Because when I first got on here about 2 years ago, he was hot and heavy, right? And I was like, I can't be associated with him. Like, I don't want my name to be Dave because of him. So I changed my name, and he went away for a while, but then he came back.
Yeah, see, I knew that's the guy I was thinking. Yeah, he's been here like a hot minute. I mean, for real.
I mean, how do you weigh clouds? How do they suppose they do? I've never thought about that. Out of curiosity. No, you mentioned it earlier.
Well,
I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just curious. How is that proposed?
It's probably square inch per cubic fucking vapor molecule.
They try to measure the bigness of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The volume and the density. And then they just take what water is. But I don't know how they get that.
Right?
Like, yeah, I don't know what. Like I guess they take water, evaporate it into PSI, and then convert that into a volume density chart.
Made up entirely of water gas.
And chemtrails.
Water gas measurement.
Yeah, he is huge on chemtrails.
I haven't heard him talk about chemtrails.
Man.
The only thing I hear him say every time I come in here is water gas. Every time.
All right, what's the third one, Huey? We're all fucking anticipating it. Keep
the
them
third
coming.
one, what?
The third Xanax quote.
Third Xanax.
Oh, I don't think I have 3 of them. I think I got. Hold on a second.
I thought there was 47 or something.
I've got 43.
43. You're 7 away from the big 50.
Yep. He said the other one. He said is straight and level is curved.
He has said that time is an independent variable.
Yeah, but that didn't make the cut, man. I got to go for bigger ones than that.
He said level is curved.
Yes.
We expect that from his.
He said he also did say that you can weigh gas without a container. He said that in text. I asked him, "You can weigh gas without a container?" He said, "Yeah." Oh.
I got a couple of people that have said that. Actually,
yeah, I asked for a citation, but he didn't come up with anything good.
It would just be an equation based off of a different experiment.
That also involves a container.
No, I've actually heard them say that you just pour a heavy gas on top of a scale.
Well, no, it would involve a container.
That's what I hear.
First, you would need to, like I said, you would need to transfer it from liquid to gas pressure. And what's the definition for gas pressure? I have a song about that.
Like,
how's that going?
Oh, dude, that blew up. That got me on the charts. Everybody found it from browsing. Just browsing. That's a first for me. You know? My shit usually says flat earth right in the title, chemtrail, this and that. I went for very basic words. Second law violation. Boom. That's all you get. That's all it is. Second law violation. You get a really good song. No fancy rap name, nothing. So it blew up on the charts. I got 200 views in, oh man, like less than 24 hours.
Tell you, thermodynamics brings all the boys to the yard.
Miggy's song got 100 plays as well right away.
Yeah.
So that one got on the boards too, and I'm getting a bunch of comments. And like my channel on Rap Chat says Flat Earth Discord. Like there's a link.
Also, now that you're here, chemtrail, I was just gonna ask really quick that beat that you put on the background of the 3-point destruction that I got. Is that a beat that you made up, or what is that beat like?
So on Rap Chat, there's I could just say 1,500 plus beats that you can choose from producers all across the earth. They just make beats and you can rap over them on this app. And then
D to the V. Yeah, D to the V is asking the same question I am. Royalty free? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. Rap Chat's shit.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, because if that's the case, I'm gonna put that song everywhere.
Yeah, Rap Chat's amazing, man.
Because that particular 3-point takedown was the most magnificent because of the fact that he went through all of it and the penny dropped right afterwards. So when that happened, that aha moment for him, it was after the fact. And he's like, hold on, wait a minute. Like,
see, I love the very...
pulled his whole world apart in like 4 minutes.
And then he just like realized it, and he was wanting to go back and recant all the things he said. He's like, nope, sorry.
I love the very long beat. If I had a 10-minute beat, that clip would have been flawless. If I just had 10 minutes, but I can't find a beat longer than 7.
Yeah, you guys got to hear it, dude.
Just cut it.
It's really
cut
good.
it on the beat and repeat it.
Well, I was going to do that, but I was going to, but then I listened over again, and there was this point where okay, this was the beginning of the song. I was still time stamping it all out, and Miggy said, all right, so if I asked you 3 simple questions, and I snap, and I just cut it right there. Boom.
And I love when that aha moment, if you're just like, I cut that there and it solves all my other problems.
And that was the beginning. Yeah. That was the beginning of the song, and the ending of the song was beautiful, dude. Right on cue. Right
Hell
on
yeah,
fucking cue, dude.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Hard. That's how all my together, dude. I never had to try hard. Voila.
Yeah. If you haven't heard it, I'm going to put it in live stream voice text. You guys got to give it a listen. It's the best 3-point takedown that I have ever done.
I got them both.
Put up that second law of thermodynamics one you had the other day too, because that was good. Because that was perfect. The guy at the very end had the most priceless reaction that you.
The beat that I used on that shit is so funny. Learned what?
It literally just goes through the whole thing. It's great. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just checked in Mo's boys. He seems like he's ready to come in here and have a conversation. He said he'd be respectful.
Sounds good. Sounds good, bro.
All right.
All right. So it looks like we got a new guy that just jumped in here. Moose Boys, welcome to the chat. Moose Boys, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, man. What's going on? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I'm just really curious to chat with folks who, as far as I can tell, honest to God, believe the Earth is flat. It's very fascinating to me.
Right.
Honest to God, thank you.
Yeah. So it seems like a weird fringe topic. I know when you hear it on the onset, but let me ask you a question. Do you know that the Earth is a globe?
No. So just to defer that question for a moment, I totally agree with you guys that if you first, as a first step, distrust all third-party observation, as a second step, only trust first-party observation, it is natural to conclude the Earth is flat. That's
all right. All right. So we're I don't know. We're probably getting off on the wrong foot here. I guess because when I asked you a question, you went straight ahead and diverted away from it and asked your question. So I don't know if that's going to be a good way we can have a convo, right? Let's see if we can try again. Let's see if we can try again. So how do you know that the Earth is a globe, Moose Boys?
I don't know for certain. I'm open to evidence to the contrary. I tend to believe external sources and external observations that reinforce my belief that the Earth is a globe model.
Okay, so it's basically a belief, as what you're stating right now. Is this correct?
I trust external observations, and those are consistent with a model of the universe that is consistent with the globe model.
All right, so I know. I know. Well, 1 second, guys. I know that you're having a little bit of a heartburn with the word believe, but it does go hand in hand with the secondhand knowledge that you think that the Earth is a globe. This correct? So
yes,
you believe?
Yes, it's entirely dependent on external observation. My own first-party observation naturally leads to the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
Correct. So once again, you believe that the Earth is a globe because of what you've been taught, not because of what you know.
Taught and told, correct.
Okay. So just so that we are establishing a foundation for an honest conversation, which is what we're having right now, and that we know that you're on the level, pretty much you're being honest with us and telling us that, yeah, you just believe what they have told you because it sounds like it's legit. I mean, everybody that's told you that the Earth has been measured to have curvature, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, or that the vacuum of space is a reality. Sounds pretty legit, right?
Yes, it is. It is all it is a self-consistent universe, and whether it's film or media or any imaginary universe, I'm all for self-consistency, and the model of the globe is consistent with a self-consistent universe that represents our reality, in my opinion.
Okay, so in what way does the measurement of Earth's curvature have been documented or proven with evidence to you? Is there any way that you can present that to any group and say, hey, I know how we can measure the curvature of the Earth because they claim that the Earth is a globe. Now we can go test it and go see if it is a globe or not, right? Go measure the curvature And that's possible because the Earth is a globe. We can do that, right? I mean, is that possible? Because it's consistent, correct? It's consistent with what they're telling us.
In theory, it is the curvature is such that you need satellites or large scale observations to make that conclusion naturally, and typically that is not available to the layperson.
Hold up, man! I just came right from the bathroom. So
yeah.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
Did I hear?
Go ahead, man.
Did I hear water gas? No. Did I hear a model of the globe?
What?
Did somebody say model of the globe?
Yes, he did say that.
Can we see that in live stream voice text for us? Thank you.
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
You said model of the globe. We want to see that.
The globe model, as in as in the Seattle is closer to Shanghai than it is.
No. The globe model. We want to see. You said it. We want to see it.
I mean, you can go to Google Earth.
Working scientific.
No, not Google Earth. You made the claim. Hold on a second. Wait 1 second. I don't need any help with this.
Okay. Can you clarify what you're asking?
Globe model. You made the claim. Globe model. We've been hearing that claim for about, I don't know, almost 5 years now. I have never fucking seen it. So you claimed it. You posted in here. I want to see the damn thing.
I mean, so en.wikipedia.org.
No. Elephant hurling fallacy. You claimed it. You posted in here.
No.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be rude. There's no need to raise your voice.
I am. You claimed it. Post that fucker in here right now.
All right, stand by. I need to find out how to post text here. Stand by.
All right. No, not text. Not text. A globe model. What is a model?
It's a roll post. You'll need the globe Earth roll.
A model is a summary description of a phenomena that is used to simplify and approximate observations and
citation, please.
That's my belief about what that means.
I don't want to. We don't give a shit about your beliefs. You're just making shit up. Is this a scientific model?
I don't know what your qualifications are for a scientific model.
Is it a runway model? What type of model is it? Runway model, computer model? What type of model?
Well, let's just say a thought model.
A thought model?
The hell?
Okay.
You got to put that on your top 50 right there, man. That one is going in your top 50.
That's amazing.
That goes in your top 50.
Well, he's not wrong.
It's okay. Mental model.
No, he's not, Aaron. You're right.
How about that?
It's all it is a thought model.
It's a mental model. It's a mental model.
It's a not thought model.
It is a mental model that leads to conclusions based on assumptions.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I'm going up to lunch. I don't have time to listen to this intellectual masturbation. Bye, guys.
Goodbye. I'm sorry.
Did you post that in there just yet?
Am I supposed to post something somewhere?
Hell yeah, dude. Live stream voice text.
Working scientific model of the globe.
So being the fact that he sounds like Deuce Fault, but he's not Deuce Fault. So he's got to post the model of the globe Earth in the live stream voice text.
I mean, what degree of approximation do you want? I mean,
what
degree of? I mean, you can approximate a perfect sphere.
No. I don't know. Are we getting the wires crossed here? We're talking about the model that you were speaking of. That's what we want you to post in live stream voice text.
Well, it's okay. It's there's no scientific paper or documentation on the specific model that I personally have.
Okay, so what do you have then? What do you have?
It is dependent on your context, it's a sphere.
My context?
Spheroid. No, my personal context.
Oh,
your
context.
The context that I need. It's a sphere, or it's a flat map that happens to wrap at 360 degrees, or any number of approximations.
Are you talking about a globe that spins on someone's desk?
No. It's
no.
Yeah, I mean, you could map it to such an object. That is true.
Okay, so what are we talking about here specifically? Because it doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking here.
Well, you brought it up, sir. We didn't bring it up. You said you have a globe model. We're trying to figure out what you're talking about because we haven't seen what you're describing. So now I was saying, are you talking about the globe that we see in a classroom on the top of a desk? Is that the model?
Sure.
You said no, not that one.
No, well,
yes.
That
one.
It is that one, and it is the one you see in Google Earth, and the one you see in Wikipedia. So, that is tradition. That is consistent with my personal view of the universe.
So now we just clarified. Before you said no, it's not that model that sits on your desk and I spin around. You say no. Now it is yes. It's that one. So this is.
I don't know the exact details of that. I don't know.
Now you don't know.
But correct. I do not know. But based on my personal observations, it is consistent with my personal beliefs about the behavior of the universe.
Your observations or beliefs?
Observations and beliefs, both.
Observations.
I typically,
and beliefs.
I will adapt my beliefs to fit my observations.
Yeah. Oh, so you just believe shit based on observation. So where did you see this fairy tale globe model at?
I mean, I've taken an international flight from Seattle to Beijing, and the flight duration coincided with the
shit. You should have said that at first. Get Indio in here. We got to close down the server.
All right. I really don't mean any disrespect.
Too. It was flat when I was on an airplane. I don't know where you saw the curve or globe on the plane. I never did.
Yeah, I'm curious now because you're saying.
I'm just curious. Let me clarify. So I've flown.
You haven't yet, but go ahead.
I've flown from Seattle to Beijing or Hong Kong, not Beijing. I've also flown from Seattle to New York. I've flown from New York to what's it called? Fuck.
I got a question. Moose Boys.
Dubai.
I got a real important question.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with all the tea in China?
All the tea in China? I'm not.
Yeah, what is your globe model?
Well, you got to fly to China to pick up the tea. I mean,
or to connect in the airport, but
yeah, no. I mean, like you're talking about flying from one airport to another. We don't care about that. We want to see the globe model, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I flew from England to New Zealand, and it looked flat to me.
Yeah, I mean, at 35,000 feet, it looks pretty flat.
You said,
I agree.
Right, you said no. You said yes. Now you said I don't know. Now we're talking about flights. We are yet to see a globe model. We're kind of spinning our wheels right now. We're not going anywhere. We got to get somewhere. We got to get a globe model.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's distill.
All right, great.
Let's distill what I actually believe. How do I get the text chat?
Live stream text is the text channel right above the voice channel.
Stand by.
Or finish you didn't even make it to question 2, Maggie.
No, well,
sorry. What was question 2?
No. We're just sticking with the globe model for now. We can't derail this.
So I mean,
it was all a belief. He said it was all a belief.
Yeah, but hang on there, Fuzzy Swan. We got to we're on to something right now.
We're standing by.
Yeah, first time ever we're gonna get presented a globe model. So this is
all right. So
right?
let me. Okay, I have to reference my source, which is Wikipedia, which I assume is accurate as a precursor. So
told you we had globetards. Told you.
No. I'll fully admit. If you ask me whether the Earth is spherical-ish or flat, I would say spherical-ish. That is my answer. That's what I believe.
So the globe model is what we're trying to get to then. So
yeah. So hang on
we're
a second.
calling bullshit-ish.
Okay, hang on. Stand by for a second.
Right. Stand by. Okay, we're standing by. Go ahead.
No, I didn't put no ish on the end of my BS. I'm calling straight BS.
Everybody's at the edge of their seats.
I'm excited. Standing by.
Part 1. Our planet Earth is orbiting around the sun. Let me type the next part.
No, that's like words.
Yeah, there's one charge of MSU.
Okay.
No. I think we're not. Are we misunderstanding here? Like,
no, let's all be respectable. Okay,
let's all be respectful.
This here.
What's that have to do with the globe model? I don't see how that is any way relevant to the globe model, Moose Boys. Let's all be respectful.
Okay,
we're trying
I guess
to get to the globe model.
Okay, correct. I will admit I'm explaining more than the quote globe model. Yes. It is a self-consistent solar model.
No, you're reading out of an article that's different than a model. article, model, they're not the same.
Okay, let me close Wikipedia. Let me close Wikipedia here. Let me say what I believe. Let me say what I believe in text. Just stand by 1 second.
Model in text.
Standing by again.
The model.
Stand by.
Did I hear incorrectly, or was it claimed that an image would be sent?
I think you should just tell us we don't understand and just get it all over with.
Just get it over with.
Let's see the model. I want to see the actual model.
You guys are rare form tonight, man. I come in this place with that.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness Wikipedia is up and running, because I mean, this kind of gold conversation wouldn't be taking place.
Yeah, wouldn't a scientific model be best, QE?
All right.
He didn't say scientific model.
I know that's true.
So I think at the end of all this, we're getting at least somewhere in text, right?
Yeah, he's typing in text right now.
All right. What are we getting at here, Moose Boys? What do we got?
In high density materials fuse into stars.
All right. We're getting a bit of a runaway train happening. So just like a cowboy riding his horse, I'm going to jump on this train and pull the lever back, because whoa, pony.
Okay.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
I got the whoa. Okay.
What are we doing here?
Somebody wanted to know my model of the universe.
No, I did not say that.
Okay. Should I can just jump straight into jump straight into the Earth if you want.
Globe, Earth.
Okay,
model.
stand by. All right, I will start there. I will start there. Stand by. Hang on.
Oh, you're gonna start there. Oh, okay. Standing by.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, I'm also standing by. Roger.
You better jump in it.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Because right now he's got multiple counts of MSU.
Okay. Moose Boys.
The mass on which we live is comprised.
No.
He said stand by. I mean, as soon as he jumps back in.
No.
A variety of matter, including water gas.
The mass on which we live.
Mass of water gas.
I feel like this is a monkey house, and they're just flinging poo at the walls and seeing what sticks, right?
He has a dinosaur as his icon.
Okay, you guys, here it comes. He just posted the first thing.
What thing?
He said, this result is a semi-spherical material.
What the fuck, man?
I don't know.
That's a model? Dude.
Well, Moose Boys, I'm very disappointed because I checked you in and you seemed like a sincere guy. I wanted to hear some information, but I guess I was wrong.
I'm still standing by.
I think he's going to shut the server down.
Stand by.
Maybe clear text chat too to let him. Like, there's a lot of stuff being posted.
He's awful typing to be presenting a model.
Tea and Crumpet Squad standing. Are we still standing by?
Yeah, still standing by. It's getting late early, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Don't know about.
Don't bet me.
I think Moose Boy's spiraling already in the text.
Is he gonna actually speak up, or is he gonna keep on texting?
No, I mean I'm getting mixed messages on whether I should talk or type. So
mixed messages.
You're supposed to be presenting.
Oh wait, were we not clear on what we wanted, Moose Boys?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Okay, for the
focus. Model.
Okay.
All right. So for the very last time, we want the globe model that you said you have. You said, I will present you the globe model, and then proceeded to start posting text in the livestream voice text channel.
That's true. Somebody said post there. So
yes, the globe model.
I believe I have posted that. It's
Hey man, it's not that complicated to be in here. Just tell us.
I mean, I don't know what the. Okay, let's just say.
That's right. Say it. I don't know what the globe model is.
Let's just
finish that sentence.
I don't know
Just
what
say
the
it.
globe model is that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Is this
that
it
you're
right
looking
here?
for?
Hey,
What do you mean
Moose
that we're
Boy,
looking for?
That doesn't quite. President-elect Crit is inconsistent with my beliefs about the globe model.
So that's not it?
That does not appear to be it.
Where's the one that? Show me the one that sits on a desk, Crit. That's what he agreed.
Okay.
That's what he agreed to last time. That's what you agreed to last time, right, Moose?
Yeah, the one that I've got one in my storage closet somewhere. Yeah, no, totally.
Go.
Hey,
How about-
Christy King, look at Christy King just put one up.
I got one better.
Is that the globe model?
Yeah.
This one.
there
How
we
about
go.
this one right
Yeah,
here? Moose?
Perfect. It's a great approximation.
No. All right. The one that Christy King put up, that's the globe model that he said he believes in.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what it says at the bottom of that?
I mean, there's some meme characters. I don't know the quite.
No, if you look at the bottom of that globe model, you know the stickers
Not for
on the bottom?
educational use. Yeah. Well, it's fine.
This is not a map. This is not a globe. This is not. It's basically home decor. It's a piece of artwork.
Sure.
Made in India.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you get that?
I don't think you.
No,
get
I know. I totally get it.
Why did you say that it actually is the globe model that which you referred to? Yeah, that's the one. Now it's like, no, it's not.
I mean, I'm not saying that you should
idol
use it for
worship.
educational purposes.
What?
I'm not saying you should use it for educational purposes.
So what are you using it for if it's not for educational purposes, Moose Boys?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't have that specific object on my disk.
It's the globe model, though. That's what you claim.
Well, I mean, if you're claiming that there's two models to the Earth, one is flat and one's globe, my beliefs are more consistent with the globe model.
Do you have the flat Earth model then? Maybe you can. Which one's that?
Climate model, sir.
I mean, I've seen various pictures that are consistent with what I've observed about the
I'm
flat
calling
Earth
this
believers.
one, guys. Time of death.
What's that?
9:09 p.m.
You guys, that is hilarious. I didn't know that was on the bottom of a globe when you buy it.
Yeah, it is.
That's hilarious.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're trying to assert.
Oh, we're just having a chat amongst ourselves, talking about how every single globe that you would buy at a store says that it's not meant for educational purposes. But you seem to have this idea that globe that you buy at the store is meant for educational purposes because it fits the model that you believe.
I'm not talking about that specific globe. I'm talking about globes in general.
Okay. Globes in general. Any globe? Any globe whatsoever?
In general, an object whose largest radius is equal to its smallest radius and is entirely convex. That is the definition. That is consistent with the definition of a globe.
Okay, how about this? What is your radius? Do you have it? Do you know what it is?
I don't know offhand. It's tens of thousands of miles.
Tens of thousands of miles. You're saying that you don't know the radius, but you're asserting that it's tens of thousands of miles.
It's not a detail that I know personally offhand.
Why? It's the globe model in which you believe in, right?
Can you type that?
Well, I believe a lot of things that I. Yeah, sure. Let me type it. 1 second.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Say the radius is tens of thousands of miles.
What's a comedian? So the globe is a religious icon that you have.
That's what's happening right now. Moose Boys is just.
There we go. Thank you, Moose Boy.
Comedy in the evening.
Yeah, it is. It is, Jen. It really is.
All right, and looking it up, I'm over by 1 order of magnitude, but yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it. Huh?
No, I'm
Would you say that was a lot? That was a big mistake then?
I would say it's an order of magnitude mistake when you're talking about astrophysics. That's good enough, I guess.
which is all theoretical.
It's all, yeah, sure. It's all theoretical. I mean, we've only been.
What a waste of time that is.
According to my personal model, I mean, we haven't even been outside our solar system really. So astrophysical models are entirely theoretical.
Astrophysics has no claim about Earth whatsoever. You can look right there. I just posted.
No. I totally agree with you. It is so. There's that, and there's a combination with I forget what the name of the axiom is, but there's a general assumption that in physics, when you model the universe, you assume that things are not wildly divergent from place to place. I forget what it's the universality principle. I forget what the exact name is.
Yeah, you've wasted so much time on that.
That is another count of MS.
It's an axiom. It's an axiom.
Guy just equate an axiom to a supposition.
Yes.
No.
It's an assumption.
Yes,
pardon.
That is exactly what it is. An axiom is an assumption about the state of the. Okay, let me.
Oh dear.
No, it's a self-evident truth.
Yeah, I've got a personal model, by the way, and she doesn't believe in the globe either.
Okay, so I mean, we can talk about different dictionaries, but I mean, according to Google, an axiom is a statement which is regarded as being established.
There, we're looking for a model.
No, it's self-evident.
Yeah, can you
established?
Earth model.
But even within that confused definition, can you establish something based on an assumption?
Can we hit him with Black Swan since he's got the R value now?
No, he doesn't. This guy.
No, I'm saying my R value I posted to text is wrong.
He's so religious.
Yeah,
he won't listen.
I mean, I'm totally open to
I don't think so. I really don't think so, Moose.
Kind of
Why is that?
Because you're a religious zealot.
Well, contrary evidence that assumes you have evidence for the globe.
No, I have no first-party evidence. I will willingly admit that.
Why is it that we flat earthers, us stupid flat earthers, know way more about your so-called globe Earth than you do?
Sorry, I didn't say stupid. You said stupid. I didn't say stupid.
Because
Dave, you guys maybe calm down a little bit. Dave checked him in. And he said that he seemed to be rather respectful and just wanted to know more about flat Earth, and that he you worded it pretty elegant at the very beginning. How on Earth, God's Earth, do people not understand it to be a globe? So you understand it to be flat too, right? If you take out third-party observations.
Yeah, if you completely ignore second and third party observations and you rely entirely on first party observations, it is natural to conclude that the globe is flat. I agree with that.
So you would start as flat Earth is your base axiom then?
I mean, not entirely, because my basis for human interaction is to have some minimal amount of implicit trust, which I implicitly trust second and third party observations based on their self-consistency.
Self-consistency. What self-consistency does the globe have?
Well, I mean, we can get into the weeds there, but I mean,
Well, just pick one thing that the globe is self-consistent with. One thing.
The genesis of the Earth.
Come again?
What?
The idea that the universe is formed from a environment of the idea that the universe is formed from a high density, high energy material that subsequently expands.
That's theoretical.
Sure, it's entirely theoretical. I agree. It's entirely theoretical.
So how is that self-evident? So how is it? You just contradicted yourself. So how is that self-evident?
I didn't say self-evident. I said
yes, you did.
I said self-consistent. Not self-consistent.
Right, self-consistent. Fine. How is it self-consistent?
Honestly, Hogwarts.
How is it self-consistent?
There's completely other universes that I do not believe. Let me speak for a moment, please.
How is it self-consistent?
There's entirely other universes that I believe
How is it self-consistent?
Yeah, answer the question.
How is it self-consistent?
Self-consistent because the model of physics and gravity affecting material to coalesce it around objects, and when
how is that self-consistent?
I mean, there's a handful of equations I could print that naturally lead are consistent to
physically.
You went from physical.
Jin Kabir 1. What's your question? Sorry.
You went from physical to mathematics.
Yeah, physically, not maths.
That's what you did.
Physically.
I mean, I'm not sure how to describe physics without math.
No, we're talking about physical.
Well, then you're not living in the real world. Then there you go. You're in a fantasy world. Stop that. You can't be living in numbers. You need to be living physically to measure and give us the citations to prove what you're saying.
But we're talking about self-consistency. We're not talking about my physical reality. I mean, my physical reality
What the
is...
hell? Well, it's got to relate.
My physical reality is sitting on a chair of plastic around a desk of wood with some monitors around me. I mean, I can't conclude anything from that.
Yeah, it's curved. It's not in motion.
Yeah, exactly. I don't observe any motion. I don't observe any curvature. I don't observe anything outside this room right here. As far as I'm concerned, if you had said, okay, make a conclusion about the state of the universe based on your...
No, sorry. I don't think I'm going to entertain this too much longer. This guy's just really out there.
It's much different in check-in. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
you don't think there's an objective reality much you can do, man.
Can we just get to like
Dave, VC check-in just to see if they can use a microphone and they're going to follow the server rules.
Yeah.
Then get them on the live stream. Yeah, you did a good job.
Feeling that he was actually sincere, and I'm kind of let down. All right.
No, you did the right thing.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
Sincerely confused for sure.
You guys give everybody a hard time their first day.
Oh, you gotta give it.
Well, bro, this hamster's going forwards and backwards and over the Irish Sea all at the same time.
Yeah, he's really over the rainbow, man. Like there's nothing, you know.
He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
He couldn't believe that people actually believed it, you know, and he really wanted to know why people believed it.
Yeah.
So I was hoping he'd at least see like a black swan or something. But anyway,
get through it. So it's global.
You know what's funny though? Even if it was self-consistent, which it can't be, fundamentally, it's self-consistent based on assumptions and presuppositions. So it doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I was like, we can't handle too much more of this. I mean, we got to get to people that are going to have a good conversation in here with us. And
at least give him the black swan. At least show him that the model that he thinks is correct is absolutely wrong by an order of magnitude.
Go ahead, Fuzzy. I'll unmute him. Go ahead, take him to the black swan, man.
I can't really talk right now. I have to more listen.
Oh, okay.
So I can do it.
Why don't?
All right.
I'll do it.
Who's gonna do it?
Go ahead.
I'll crit. Go crit.
You want me to?
Go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, crit.
Got it. Hey, Moose, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so you found out that the radius of your model is 3959, right? Miles.
I mean, that looks. It was less than 10,000. Yes, according to Wikipedia. Yes.
So, are you familiar with Amolus Tolems?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, we'll go over it real quick, right? So, if you look at what I just posted here, it says if P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. Does that make sense
okay.
to you?
That's a logical argument. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's an implication, it's a truth table, basic.
Yep. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of observer height in feet, Q. The geometric curvature of the Earth, where this is a claim where boats go over the horizon and they disappear bottom up. Have you heard that before?
I have heard that, and the conclusion is either that the Earth is not a sphere, which is a refutation of the supposition, or there must be more involved to it, which is another refutation of the supposition.
Yeah, but is the geometric curvature blocking line of sight?
I mean, I trust that yes, it is. It should what is it? Platform habitat that should be not visible, or at least some part of it should not be visible according to the globe model, the traditional globe model of the Earth. I agree with that.
Okay, so this would be a solid debunk of that claim.
Correct. I would agree that is a debunk of the flat, I would agree that it's a debunk of the standard curvature, no optical distortion model of the Earth.
Okay, so you have
finish the argument before you rebut it. Go ahead, Chris.
No, he's good. So I just wanted to look that this is come from a video too. Have you seen the full video?
I've not seen the full video.
Okay, I think I posted the wrong one twice here. Give me 1 second.
I'm going to post the Mark Sargent one in a minute with the accompanying picture right now. So if you just bear with me for a second.
I see the video. I see the video.
Yeah, okay. And there's also a GIF here too. So when you look at this, that the horizon can be closer to you, but it can't be further away if the Earth is a sphere. It can be closer because there could be all kinds of weather effects. There could be refraction and, anything, So for it to be further away, that would mean the horizon, you can see the horizon over the horizon.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that optical distortion can cause the horizon to be observed closer or further from the apparent horizon.
You're out your damn mind. You're talking out your ass, man.
I mean, why is that?
Why is that? Why it is so? There is nothing that will send the horizon 10 times further than it should be. Nothing. Zero.
See, the problem...
Unless you're going to cite source. Just making shit up. You've been doing it the whole time you've been in here.
No, was there a question? I mean, I'm not trying to make shit
there is no question. There is no question.
You've been a little bit rude.
The glow model that you couldn't provide, shut the fuck up. You're the dumbest person in here. The glow model that you didn't provide just got its ass spanked. It's unrecoverable. You can't recover. You live in a fairy tale. Got it? Thanks.
I mean, sure. I'm trying to be respectful here.
Fuck respect.
He's like,
you gotta earn respect.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make this claim that the horizon can be loomed up over the horizon to show you a new horizon.
That's not that he doesn't even know what fucking looming is.
Oh,
and I'll bet you 99% of the people
I agree. I don't know what looming is. In this context.
And 99% of the people in here don't know what it is. Guarantee it.
Moose Boys, were you talking about like atmospheric refraction?
Sure. Yeah, based on humidity, temperature, various other
atmospheric refraction, various other things. That's a begging the question fallacy times 2. Number one, the atmosphere, that's a contradiction in terms because atmo means air. Air is a gas. Gases have no inherent shape. Number two, you're invoking terrestrial refraction, but you don't know it. But that's what you're doing. And in order to do that, you would have to have the radius value, which you don't have. So you're begging the question fallacy times 2. And number 3, there ain't no fucking refraction going to move the horizon 10 times. It's even further than that. Further than it should be. It's over.
What is looming?
They don't know what looming is.
So I'm curious. What is looming?
They don't know what it is. No one knows. No one in here. I'll bet you no one in here can tell me what looming is.
Well,
no, I mean you said looming. I'm curious what it is.
Looming, it's a bunch of bullshit. That's what it is.
I've never heard that word in terms of optics or anything.
Really? Refraction, you should know it. It's one of the effects of it.
I haven't heard that. I mean, I've done introductory optics.
Type it into Google, Moose.
All right, stand by. I will.
Isn't an object is projected upside down? Upside down in the sky?
Nope.
Nope. I thought that's
here we go. Wikipedia, looming and similar refraction phenomena. Is that what you're referring to? No, I've never heard of it or read this article. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Looming as an effect of refraction. However, they got the definition wrong.
Okay, let me look
at it. So you can't even use. Can you just tell us what it is, Quantum?
Looming?
Yeah.
What they say it is, or what it actually is?
What it actually is.
No, that's gonna.
That would be too easy. That shit's copyrighted.
I think I can explain what it is.
So it's a trick question.
Well, shit, I've explained it like over 20 times in each of my Black Swan presentations on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I got it.
Okay. Well, I did watch your video, but...
Yeah, there's a really good... I think of the picture. This is the one where the ship that would be on the horizon actually appears to be above the horizon.
Yeah, upside down, isn't it? Not upside down, inverted.
No.
Oh.
And it's just looming out there, huh?
Oh, Jin.
All this refraction, is that going to account? Is that going to account for the fact that the globe model is off by an order of magnitude?
Due to refraction, appearing larger and taller than it normally
That's
does.
not looming. You're a fucking idiot.
It
Well, that's
probably
stretching.
is.
It's not looming even in their fairy tale. For fuck's sake, man.
Okay.
I mean,
Didn't I tell you that 99% of the people in here...
Come on,
okay, so Wikipedia says, depending on atmospheric conditions, the object can appear elevated, lowered, stretched, or stooped. So basically, any sort of linear transformation can be explained by looming, according to Wikipedia.
Elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. So, stretching, that's not looming. Stooping, that's not looming. Right?
I mean, the article title says looming and similar refraction phenomena.
Well, that means looming and similar refraction phenomena.
Sure,
That doesn't mean
sure.
it's looming. What's looming?
I don't know. You said looming. You were the first person.
Well, you're looking it up. What's the definition right there in Wiki?
Well, I don't know. Oh, hang on.
Well, why don't you
Looming.
fucking
Wait,
look
there
at
is
it?
first section here. Let me read it. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena.
It is a abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see the objects that are located below the horizon under normal conditions.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because I got the definition right here.
Okay,
right?
Well, I didn't know that before.
Well, and then if you go to, we'll get back to that definition in a second. Then if you go to the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, where these numpty dipshits from Wikipedia got it from Andrew Thomas Young, looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Now, if you could just take that definition in, it's talking about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon, but I digress.
Well, it's in relation to the observer. The horizon is based on the observer.
This effect is caused by unusually large, wait a minute, shocking surprise, terrestrial refraction, like I fucking told you. Usually due to a thermal inversion. Looming is the opposite of sinking, la, la, la. The definition's wrong. That's not looming. Even if it is looming, it has nothing to do with the Black Swan argument. And it's not the correct definition anyway.
I'm not familiar with the Black Swan argument.
Yo, Jin, check your DMs, dude.
You just, hold on.
Cheers.
You just went through it.
Okay. Great.
To be fair, Grit didn't get all the way through it. He didn't actually. You don't even know that it's about the horizon, not the oil rigs, do you?
No, he got it. He knew it was about the horizon.
But he didn't hear about why it's a black swan.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Reason why it's a black swan.
Yeah, I think Moose Boy's got it. He understood the argument. His rebuttal was that he tried to think of a rebuttal, and he directly talked about the horizon. So yeah, I feel like Moose Boy didn't try to red herring it. He didn't try to like all the other bull crap that they do.
He went right black swans, white swans. That's the point.
Yeah, he didn't do that either. He said that this observation is a solid debunk of the globe model, except for he tried to give special pleading to to like a super looming, a new classification.
I guess basically. I guess to clarify what I believe based on that observation, assuming that observation is correct and accurate based on a traditional model of a camera, then I believe that observation implies that the globe model, as in the spherical, linear light, no bouncing, no refraction model, is incorrect, and there must be some further explanation for it.
Yeah, it's flat.
The thing is, refraction's being used as an excuse to make the horizon appear anywhere on a ball rather than falsify the curvature of the ball. So we gotta take refraction out of this equation, because refraction can happen on a flat plane just as easily.
It totally can. I agree.
Do you also realize
refraction cannot make the horizon move 10 times further back than it should be? That makes no sense.
So do you understand now that the globe model that you think is accurate or educational is off by an order of magnitude? So do we just throw it out now?
What do you mean order of magnitude?
It's off by 10 miles at least.
That is an order of magnitude.
The one that I said originally is in tens of thousands of miles.
Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I looked it up on Wikipedia, and it is probably an order of magnitude, plus or minus an order of magnitude.
Yeah, so, and the thing,
or maybe approximation.
We're talking about geometry of the globe. That horizon should be 1.22 miles away from the observer, and it's 10 times further. You don't get that. The horizon can't loom over fact or whatever the fuck you want to say.
Yeah,
it should be there, and it's not. I'll shut up. Sorry.
So, do you agree that the heliocentric model should not be taught at any school, at any place on this earth? Yeah?
I mean, I don't believe that. I still think that the observations that I trust
are accurate.
You're off by your observations. Are off by
what observations?
Yeah, you have no evidence.
You're off by an order of magnitude. You were off by an order of magnitude before. Now we showed you the accurate information. It's also off by an order of magnitude. So could you sort of find one that's more accurate, or that has?
I mean, I would say that the observations of the oil platforms suggest a finer approximation is needed to describe those results.
It happens more than once.
I mean, I've only to be honest, I've only ever seen that one picture on this Discord. I would love to see further observations.
I've posted another one.
Here's the thing. It doesn't. You don't need more. That's why it's called the black swan. That's why it's called the black swan. Because if the claim is that all swans are white, and the claim is the Earth is X amount of mileage or radius, then if all horizons must be a certain distance.
I mean, I'm not sure I agree with that conclusion. I mean, you could make the same argument. You could say all humans are either men or women, and then you could show me a transvestite, and you could say, "Oh, you're wrong." You say, "Okay, well, the answer is that 0.01% of humans are neither men nor women." I mean,
okay, try to get on the track again. Okay, this is about the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another one. This is Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. This is another black swan. Chicago should not be seen at all. Or I think someone did the math, like the very tip of one of the towers, the skyscrapers, would be seen, possibly. And there's more of these. The mountain range.
No, I totally agree with that, and I totally agree that there are observations that contradict what I would refer to as the globe model. But there's for every example that contradicts the globe model, there's 1,000 that confirm the globe model.
No, there's not.
How many black swans must be presented to you in order for you to disavow the claim that all swans are white?
More than 50%.
50%.
What are you talking about?
Is that all?
Do you not understand what it is that you've just been shown?
No, I mean
you claimed when they went through the modus tollens with you that you understood the concept, the logical concept.
Sorry. Remind me,
now
what
you're talking
modus
about
tollens is the okay. No, I get it. I mean.
No, but are you sure? You're saying things, but they're not consistent with what you're actually.
No, they're not consistent with coherency to begin with, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Right? Because you just said you need more than 50% of black swans to disprove all swans are white. No, you only need one.
I mean, realistically, it probably wouldn't be 50%. It'd probably be
no, it's just 1
to 10%.
One.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
You already did agree with it, and honestly, it doesn't matter what you say.
I'll tell you what.
One, that's it.
We spent and wasted how long has it been? Where's Miggy at?
It's about an hour. I've been listening.
He's done.
Miggy went for lunch.
No, I was listening. I just wanted to see how long you guys were going to want to let him in here. Because I was generous to mute him, but I think Crit wanted to go over the Black Swan, and I was thinking this is a bad idea, but I just wanted to see how it was going to play out. I knew it was a bad idea.
Yeah. Like in hindsight, it was a bad idea. I should have asked him first, would one black swan disprove all swans are white? If he would have said, no, I would need 50%, I mean, get this guy
yeah, that would be good, but just because of what he was already leading into with the conversation before, I already knew this was hamster territory. So there's no point in us indulging this types of conversations because we're not going to get anywhere. If you could go blue in the face talking about flat Earth proofs, man. You're not going to get anywhere with this kind of guy. There's no.
But I think with the people who are listening, they're getting an education on how people obfuscate or boneheadedness, cognitive dissonance. It's a great display for them to see how these people contradict themselves and try to wriggle out the truth. You know?
Right. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's all good. It's necessary. Definitely necessary.
Yeah, you should record it. It's a great example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody can get the soundbite and play it back because it's been going on for at least an hour. So
Another song with Moose Boy as a star.
Keep going. I bet you could reveal more.
No, that's too much. Yeah, that's way too much.
Miggy, you gotta endure till the end with patience.
Yeah, there's a place. I understand enduring, but like not this level of cognitive dissonance. I mean,
you're not supposed to endure. You're not supposed to endure foolishness. You're supposed to endure for the good fight. Come on,
good. Yeah.
I know something that will work here. Like, what if someone just goes down to him and flatter speculation, and then talk to him? Someone who wants to take up that task. But
I think you guys have high hopes. That's what I think.
I want to talk to him.
All right. So,
there it is.
All right. So take it to Livestream 2. Livestream 2 seems like a great place to go.
Livestream 2? Okay.
Yep. All right.
Go down there, Moose Boy.
I'll send them there for you.
You can just move them and say, hey, this is what we're going to talk about, honey.
Yeah, go for it.
Sounds great.
There. Go for it, guys. Have fun.
Be easy.
Bitch.
Maybe they got the Christmas spirit, right? They just wanted like
the war.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Like, I'll unmute it for them, so I'll take the guesswork out of it.
Funny, nobody asked me for the actual definition of looming. Isn't that funny?
I think it's because Crit was gonna give it to us, and then we never got there.
Dude, that was so long.
Yeah, that's like the object appears higher than it actually is.
Nope. That's not the definition. What is it? Come on.
It appears lower than it actually is?
No.
Come on, man.
Okay.
It's lifted up in the air.
Yeah.
The object is,
higher.
not the horizon. But I mean, I can't give you word for word definition, but I can tell you this, that it can only work on a flat Earth. If you're in one area and you see an object lifted up, if it were a globe, up in point A is a different direction up from point B. So it still wouldn't be straight out in front of you, lifted up in the air. It can only work on a flat Earth. Lumen, if you're in one area, you can only see something loomed in the atmosphere on a flat Earth. It would not work on a globe.
Nope.
So it would work on a globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that whole spill is incorrect.
Well, the only thing, I didn't say the definition. I just said it's lifted up in the air.
Flat Earth. So I'm trying to find a good definition or a good photo before I give you the definition. Where'd you go? Talking to myself. Got to be in here. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Okay, this is a great photo of looming. That's one, President-elect Crick. Yeah, but this is an easier one.
It's magic.
Ready for the
how's
definition?
that not? It's higher than it appears to be.
Ready for the definition?
Yeah.
Hold up, I got to get the link.
But is it not lifted up in the air? I mean, I know I did the definition, but
No.
I mean the object. Of course, the object isn't lifted up in the air. That's not what I mean.
Well, the ships, right?
It
The
appears
ships are
to be
loomed.
lifted up in the air, right?
Is it a ship that's loomed or something else loomed?
But still, yeah, it wouldn't work on a globe.
Oh, wait, hold on.
There you go. There's the definition. There's a definition from that's from Quantum Eraser, Andrew Thomas Young's Huckleberry .html.
That's what it is.
Okay, so the horizon, the sky is below it then?
I just go by the definition and you can't go wrong, right? Yep. It's nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior mirage underneath an object, giving the appearance of said object floating above a false horizon.
All right. So does everyone see where the false horizon is? It's fragmented right in front of the ships, right? The discoloration of the water. See how it's fragmented? That's a false horizon, right? If you look at the boats, do you see the clouds being inferior mirage that is reflected off the water? You see, it's like a collage. You can't make them out all that well, but you can tell where the majority of the white clouds are. Can you see them being reflected underneath the boats?
Yeah.
If you look off center vision, this is a trick I learned in the military. Well, I learned it before the military because I did a lot of night operations. At night, you use off center vision to see things. If you use off center vision, don't look where the horizon should be at the bow of these boats, right? Just look off in the distance a little bit and you can see the horizon.
So would that be the horizon where the boat, the little tiny boat, it looks real tiny on the left?
Yeah, on the side vision. Take the picture, cut it
off center vision. But let me get you another one. Maybe it'll make it a little easier. So you got
the word looming used because the horizon appears to be looming.
You got this down, and then you got this one. This one's color contrasted to the one just above. This is from the Scottish Open in 2014.
I like that one.
So you could see the actual horizon, right? Even in the top photo, you don't even need the color contrast one below. You can see where the actual horizon is, right? You don't even need off-center vision.
Yeah.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Why did they call it lumen? Because that's a misleading name for what's going on.
Exactly. Yep. That's why they do it.
And I guess the definition that follows is kind of clarifies it, right? It's nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky. So
is that similar to what happens on hot day on racetrack kind of thing?
You can sometimes see, it just depends on your angle that you're viewing stuff at and the atmospheric conditions, no doubt about it. But it's not what they say it is. This cut and dry. Here, let me give you Mick West. Mick West will tell you. Hold up. Here we go. Trusty old Mick West in 2017 told you what it was.
It'd be good to kind of copy and paste that definition somewhere with a picture.
That's copyrighted. Mick West in October 1st, 2017, he pulled up that photo. That's a quintessential example. Chris posted it earlier.
Yeah, oops, sorry. I didn't mean to post that. That's a mistake.
Say again?
I accidentally, I didn't mean to post under you. I clicked it. Accidentally.
No, you didn't mean to post it? I don't know which, doesn't matter.
Right below you. I posted under you by mistake. I deleted
it. That's okay. It's the same image. Mick picked up on this because a lot of people were saying that this was a mirage. Well, Mick is correct. It's not a mirage. But here, he shows you where the real horizon is, right? With the arrow. He just color contrasted. That's all he did. See the false horizon? That's the false horizon right there. It's not really a horizon. It depends on the angle that you're viewing this at. He says it's due to fog, but you know he's on fucking crack. Because if it was due to fog, you wouldn't see the boat.
So I'm assuming it's a combination of temperature, angle, and some other stuff.
It's not it's just the sky being reflected underneath the fucking boat.
See, like this one right here, right? Is that the black line would be the real horizon?
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
you can see not your black line, but you could take a look at the color.
Yeah. I kind of eyeballed it, just doing off-center vision.
Yeah, you don't even need off-center vision with that one, dude. You can just look. You can see where the horizon is. The actual horizon. The false horizon is below it because the sky's being reflected. Now, if you would move your position higher, that shit would move. That false horizon, it would move, right? Because the angle of incidence that you're looking at the fucking light coming into your It's from the ocean in this case.
So would that be similar to the effect you see when you're underwater and it looks like a mirror?
I don't know.
When you look to the surface of the water.
I don't know. All I know is their looming definition is wrong. Even inside their incorrect definition of looming, Andrew Thomas Young, that's you dumbass. Even with inside their definition, it still can't explain the black swan, even in their incorrect definition. Now, the correct definition just implodes the whole game. It's over. Over.
She's a peach, she's a doll, she's a pal.
Dead on arrival.
That's right. That's what they say. Here's what they do. They say, turn out the lights. Party's over. There ain't no water gas gonna save your ass. Follow?
Hey, Quantum, have you actually witnessed in your life?
Say again?
Have you ever witnessed looming in your life?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yep. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I said, holy shit.
Over land or over water?
But over water. Never over land. I've never seen looming over land.
Never seen that. That's shocking.
Let me take that back. I might. I'm going to take that back. Now that I'm recollecting, I did see looming over land. Yeah.
Tarmac, hot day?
No, it was.
Oh, would that be with like rain? You know how
it
you
was
see
in the
like
desert.
a wall of rain? And
I was going to say in the desert, military training. That would have been in your military days, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, but I wasn't in training. I was driving along the road to post, and I noticed it. As a matter of fact,
right.
But I knew it was bullshit, right? It was just reflection, right? Because of the sun and in the high desert, it did it. Yep, I've seen it a bunch of times. As a matter of fact, so yep. But the point is that it's not what they claim it is. Mick West just showed you, man.
Yeah.
Although he wasn't discussing the exact topic, he was just trying to set the press straight that it wasn't a mirage. By doing that, he indirectly pummeled friggin' looming. He probably doesn't even know it, dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Mr. Fog. Yeah, there's a fog, Mick.
I'm a dumb fuck.
Yeah, I'm a dumb fuck. The fog's between your ears, Mick.
Fog is Doors wide open, Mick. Why don't you come back, Mick? He's never going to come back.
He ain't coming back here, man.
Well, I don't believe, like when they came up with the name Lumen, I don't believe that they were there. That's been a while ago, and there weren't flat earthers out there proclaiming that there is no curvature and that the earth is flat. So to me, it's like the fact that they have named it something that's so misleading just shows their incompetence. It's not like they're not even trying to hide anything with the name. They're just incompetent, period, because that's
you got it.
Misleading.
I agree. Yep. It's just on the surface. If you dig underneath that Formica deep surface, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, and you
second grader can destroy most of this, man. Couple minutes. Yep.
One black swan.
Hopefully everybody can copy. Go ahead.
Jesus, Jen.
Go ahead, Jen.
Sorry, yeah. 50% black swans, for him to believe. Not one, 50%.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah,
damn, that's incredible. Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right. So what I was going to say is that if you don't know what lumen was, now that you know, copy and paste that definition and get those pictures as well.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you,
it's going to come up.
I mean, that this will come up again.
I pinned the definition in the messages, and I made a meme, and it's just called Lumen. So,
yeah. Well, in this channel,
yeah.
Damn. Should I post my Patreon in here too, man?
Well, all proceeds will go to your.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, right. Yeah. Now, don't just post the definition. Now, go ahead and look at those pictures and then read the definition about 5 times, then look at the pictures again, and then read the definition about 5 times, so you fucking stand it, not just parrot it. Then you're dangerous. Follow? Hope so.
That's all right by me, man. I'm running over a bunch of copyright infringements with you, anyways. So.
Yeah, I don't care about those. That's why I come out here. I wanted people to take my stuff.
I told you I want that hoodie whenever you're gonna get time to.
Oh, I am QE.
Yeah,
I am QE or I am Quantum Eraser.
Quantum Eraser, man. I think that would be. But that logo would probably do. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
That logo would attract a lot of attention. Oh, what's the one with the image inverted upside down? What's that called? Ferragamo? What's it called?
Just think about it. What is it? Inferior or superior mirage?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, inferior and superior mirage. That's it. Yeah.
Let's see which one. I'm trying to get the right one. Hold on a second.
Superior, inferior mirage, refraction. Yeah. Okay.
This one, Miggy, you want that one on there, right? Hold on a second, Jen.
That's the one.
All right.
But the font on the letters on the top would be the same as the ones in the.
I don't know. I don't know about all that shit.
How big can you make that logo?
Pretty big.
Okay.
You want it big?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Did you have to ask that question?
Yeah, that's
Did you
yeah.
have to ask that question. Bloody hell.
By she, do you mean your sister?
Thanks. Yeah, I figured you was lurking in the background and shit.
Someone talk to you, sister.
Did you just call Crypto Jedi?
Speaking of QE, the best one I heard was some guy called him a quantum magic marker.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was Eddie.
Is Eddie still on the server?
I think so. He wasn't kicked.
Amstericus.
Or was
so back with the inferior and superior mirages. The inferior mirage is because the inverted image is below the erect one. This is a family show. Wow. Superior one is the image is above the erect one. Right, superior, inferior, you follow.
Right. That's the one I'm used to.
Then you have mock mirages and Wegner's mirage, then complex mirages with Fata Morganas are part of the complex ones.
That's the one, yeah, the Fata Morgana. What do you call it?
There's a Fata Morgana and a Fata Brumosa.
Yeah, Fata Morgana and Fata Mimosa. Sounds delicious.
That Fata Brumosa does sound good, man. It sounds like it has broccoli in it and shit.
Yeah.
So that's what they classified mirages are. See, no towering or stooping, right? No sinking or looming in mirages. Mirages are a completely separate category.
Yeah. But they're all in the family of optical illusions anyway, at the end of the day.
I don't want to say, I guess you could put them as optical illusion. I have to think about that. Of course, they're not real, right?
Wouldn't they be phenomena first and then the consequences an illusion?
An optical effect.
None of them can make a horizon move 10 times further back than
the exact is that Dallas Dave?
No, this is Dave
Hinkle, man. He's in the house.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
I ain't talking about water gas right now. So.
He could do it.
I think he could do it. I think he could. That's some good competition for Miggy right there, boy.
I don't know if he can match me. I think I'm a bit closer to that water gas that.
But Miggy, where's your pump for your atmosphere and your pressure? Go ahead with your pump.
You guys just don't understand. It's on top of the dome when it's coming. It's you got to have a vacuum pump on top of the dome in order for you to suck up that water gas.
I don't know about that now. Yeah. Oh, you got me. I don't know.
I'm gonna be saying some of this stuff in my sleep, dude. I swear.
Oh man.
Yeah, wife told me I was flat smacking the other night. Like she was like, you were talking about hot air balloons and like I was like, no shit, really. Yeah.
Okay, I know you're not going to leave it up to like, Googling it to find out the conditions because it's obvious that we can't count on, them to educate us properly. So what conditions exactly would you look for or to expect something like that to happen?
What's that? With the looming issue?
Yeah, the lumen. I don't even like using that because it's just such a...
Yeah. What conditions? Shit. I don't know.
Be much hotter, wouldn't it? Like the temperature would be hot.
What would it matter?
Like under special conditions.
It's not looming's not miraging.
No, I'm saying the mirages that take place usually happen during those conditions, though, right? When it's really hot, things that you see in the distance appear to be.
I don't think so. I think it's just your angle of view. I'm sure there's certain condition. It's more what you don't know than what you do. I couldn't say, okay, you'd have to have. There's so many probably conditions to it, but I would say the biggest one is your angle. It has to do with water, how the water, if it's calm or if it's how would you want to say choppy? If it's choppy, you're not going to see that shit, right? Because the angle of incidence hitting the water, the reflection of the sky is going to be diffuse. So that ain't going to happen.
It's like a condition where you would have like a part of the water, not the entire thing, but it would like be as a mirror.
Yeah. Yes,
like
that would be one reflection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So it's not anything like refraction. Sorry, me.
No. Yeah, you're right.
It's not refraction at all.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's just more the angle of reflection from the observer. Yep, you're right. Now that you said that, yes.
That's why these guys could never measure the distance to the horizon. We know that. Like it's that would be an impossible task.
This is all just jokes, man. Once you get down to it, it's just jokes.
Well, I don't know what to say about that except for, well,
Well, this is the argument they come in with, Truth. I mean, they think they have something when they're talking about like refraction and all this. Like when they say that, why do you think Huey's ears get perked up? I'm like, what do you mean? Like there is no argument here.
Nope, never was. Oh, their arguments are illusions. They're refracted. Yep, that's it. Too easy.
well, it still only works on a flat Earth anyway because you can't have a reflective surface like that unless it's flat. So, regardless, anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, Andrew Thomas Young even says that. More, not what you just said, but he says that all of these refraction calculations were done on a flat Earth. I don't know if I still have. Where is that damn thing? Where's 10th at when you need them? I I don't know where I put the damn thing. Hold on.
Yeah, and then once you learn the specular reflection argument, then you're really good to go on that truth.
Or Mr. Sensible, I think it's the one that said it, that the best you've done is you've disproved the R value.
The radius of the Earth. Yep, that's the best we've done.
That's all.
That's all you need to do.
That's all we did. Okay, then.
But remember, guys, a logical fallacy is better than nothing.
Yeah, look, you're taking all my 70 and shit. Oh, you know what? I found it. Damn.
Did he really say that all we did was like took the R value away?
Yeah, the best we did was probably
as if it was nothing. That's crazy.
There you go, Truth. 2 minutes after the hour. There you go.
And if you go to, like, if you bring a Black Swan to, like, McLooney Tune or Fat Shirt, they do the stupid dance. This is what they do. They'll start just dancing and saying the word refraction over and over again. They won't even talk about Black Swan. It's almost like putting a quarter into, like, a machine and just watch it move.
Before it gets lost, Truth, 2 minutes after the hour. Calculating, this is from Andrew Thomas Young. Calculating atmospheric refraction. All the discussion above, the whole thing he discussed, deals with plane surfaces. Good night.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Turn out the light.
That's copyright.
Yeah, from Dandy Don Meredith on Monday Night Football back in the day.
Yeah, Mickey, you do realise that saying that's copyrighted is also copyrighted.
Is it really? Damn it.
Sorry.
I can't catch a break.
Now you got to turn out the light on copyright claims.
Look at these fucking retards, man.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? This is what the Globe offers now.
Sorry, Maggie.
No,
what do you mean now?
Well, I mean, yeah, currently. The current rendition of Globetard logic, if you bring up Black Swan, this is their counter argument. The stupid dance.
Go get McToon. Bring his dumb ass in here. Let's fricassee. We'll do a fricassee.
Yeah, that's the best and broadest of Globetardia right there, isn't it?
And tab water drinking numpty doolick dipshit.
Oh, I found out.
Is that tab you're drinking? He's like, no, it's water inside of it. Like, what the hell? Are you drinking water inside a tab can, dude? What?
What you mean you've never done that?
He needs more aluminum. I'm sorry, aluminium.
That's more like it.
Real quick.
Okay.
Lou, how did the boys do today? They lose?
No. There's at the 2 minute warning in the fourth quarter, but winning. It was 33, but I think they just scored another touchdown. So
shut the hell up, dude. Shut the hell up, man. I got that shit taped. So I don't want to hear it. Now, if you want to talk about any of the early games, like the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers pulled a rabbit out the hat and beat Colts. You talk about the early games, none of the late games. Don't be doing that shit.
Gotcha.
Are you guys talking about hand egg again?
One of the teams is winning and go over the other one, though.
Did you say hand egg?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Talk about the gridiron.
Yeah, Crypto would say, I don't know about all that.
Well, it can't be football because surely you'd have to kick a ball with your foot.
They do kick it, for fuck's sake.
They call it the kick off.
Once in a blue moon.
The start of the
Wouldn't it
game
have
is
to be a
called
ball
the kick.
shape as well.
It's a kick off that starts the game.
It's a ball. It has air in it.
Good point.
It's a pigskin.
You know something? I'd like to give a shout out to somebody, and he's in this chat right now. SE Montreal. I'm listening to these abject retards, right? And they think they're all that in a bag of chips. SE Montreal goes, Have you ever heard of the ultraviolet catastrophe? And they were stepping and fetching. They didn't know what the fuck happened. So shout out to SE Montreal. That's the first time anybody's ever brought that up. I love it.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. I've heard him a lot of times on Nathan Oakley.
SE? He's not solid. SE, wake the fuck up.
Yeah, he used to have like Braveheart as his icon. If I'm thinking of the same guy.
Nah, that's a different guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. So over on Science vs. Pseudoscience, I got a chance to talk to Magnetic West.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but like he's from Minnesota too. So we've got me, him, and Looney Tunes. And Mick West is like right in between both of us. Because it would be like an hour and a half drive for me to get to... Because Looney Tunes said he wanted to have me on the show. I said, sure, but it'll be in person. And it'll be public. And I'll be armed. You know, like...
And I'll be armed.
Yeah, I said, like, this ain't going to be something where I go on your show, start posting all this information, and like he did with Witsit.
I go with the safety off, yeah.
You can only be Crip. You can only be on the show if you do that dance with him.
Yeah, I also told him too. It was going to be cell phones down. It was going to be no Googling, no Wikipedia. Talk like a man. Like we'll meet at the bar, have a drink, and see what happens. So now that I know that Mick West, Magnetic West, lives right in between us, I go, let's meet someplace, all three of us together. Because, I mean, like an hour drive is a lot better than an hour and a half.
Mick West, not Magnetic West, dude. Magnetic West is R.C. Marsty.
That's what I meant. Yeah, I got, R.C. Marsty. That's what I meant to be, who I meant to talk about. I don't know why I started saying Mick West.
Are you claiming those guys as kin?
Yeah, they're Minnesotians.
They're geographical kin.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be claiming that shit if I were you.
He got smashed in here not long ago.
That's all right. West was from the north of England.
No, he's not talking about Mick West, dude. He's talking about Mr. Magnetic West. RC
Magnetic West. Yeah, I missed.
Yeah, I thought you meant that Magnetic West and Mick West were near each other.
No, me, Magnetic West, and Looney Tunes. We're all within like about 2 hours from each other.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Well, like I guess Magnetic West is like right in between us.
I would suggest some serious social distancing guidelines, like fucking 10,000 miles.
Yeah, you stay away from that level of crazy. That's why I said too, because like, I mean, at the time too, there was a lot of violence that was kind of directed towards Flat Earth, about like, you know, rounding them up in cattle cars and, you know, that sort of bull crap that was being posted. So I said, yeah, if I'm going to meet you, I'm going to be prepared to defend myself, because I don't know what type of batshit crazy people you're going to have standing in an alley. I think I'm going to just show up like, you know, like your goodwill.
In that case, you might want to not meet him at all, bro.
Well, yeah, he declined. He's solid. He said, nope, I have to call him on the Skype call, and then I've got to do I had like 8 steps. I go, okay, well, sure, dude, you want to do some sort of like weird phone thing. This is before all Sharona stuff happened too, so there wasn't any you know, all the bars and everything were open. So I was like, yeah, if that's the way you feel, then, you know, I mean, pound sand, because I'm not interested in talking to someone's smartphone. No matter what I say, you're just going to punch it in your smartphone and just tell me the top Wikipedia answer back. I want to see those smartphones down and talk to me what you really know, like mano y mano. Get like a producer, whatever he's got, whistling in his ear. You can see he has somebody talking to him. He's got one of those goofy things in his ear that, you know, someone gives him.
Joe Biden headsets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned rounding us up like cattle. That makes me laugh because for them, it's not that hard. You just go 3 trips to space. They'll all willingly jump in.
Oh yeah, they jump in it.
Yeah, that's the man in the van with the candy. That's their version. 3 trips to space, guys. It's legit, honest.
Yeah, it's like the Denver. I mean, when the Denver convention almost got shut down from multiple bomb threats. You're the guy who posted that he wanted to do a victory royale. They want to go pack some flurfers. That's all the type of stuff that was happening when I was when he was talking about me going on the show. Then he said coward.
Victory royale.
Yeah, at the end he finally said coward, and I'm like, what? I told you I would meet you and I will be armed because I'm expecting some dumb shit to jump off.
All right, I'm gonna head out for tonight. You guys have a good night.
All right, good night, Mickey.
Yeah.
Good one.
See you, man.
Is Victory Royale like a Fortnite term? I never.
Yeah, I had to look it up too. Yeah, apparently it means that you basically kill enough players that you mathematically win the game or something like that. Like no one else can beat you. So you just walk through the map with all your armor off or something. I don't know. It's kind of bizarre, but it's like showboating in a way. Like you've taken down so many people that, hey, you guys can't win anymore.
Pretty sure Victory.
What part of Minnesota do you live in? I'm in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I'm like right in between St. Cloud and Minneapolis.
Victory Royale is
okay. You're in one horse towns.
Yeah, a little bit bigger. I guess I'm saying Princeton.
Never heard of it.
Okay. It's kind of a 2-horse town.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit bigger than some of the other ones that in the area.
How far is it from Moose Lake?
Not really sure.
Oh, okay. That's as far north as I've been.
Yeah, I mean you're really close to I think Bloomingtown, where the Mall of America is. That's where
it's pronounced Bloomington.
Okay. That's where
technically the Mall of America is in Ridgefield, but they call it Bloomington because it's more famous. But Bloomington is about 7 miles away from Ridgefield.
I was there a long time ago. We went to there used to be the Met Center there, in the Thunderbird Hotel. I came down there to see Tom Petty, and then we stayed overnight at the Thunderbird, and then drove back home the next day.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I just looked up Moose Lake. Yeah, that's really far away from me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's like north. Yeah, that's almost to Duluth.
Yo, everybody! I tried turning that conversation into a song. It didn't work out very good. It was pretty much about cognitive dissonance. You know.
Sound like the start of a podcast, Kimtrell. It's pretty good. That's good opener, man.
Well, no, I can try again.
Okay, let's see you do your best opener for a podcast. Go ahead.
What the fuck is a collard green?
That was a great intro. Cut. Yeah, that one's perfect. We don't need to do another take. Just kidding.
That should be a bumper, man.
Collard greens.
Are atoms a hoax? The building block of everything? Are they spherical? Or what?
We need to ask our science advisor for that.
Huey, yeah.
No, I don't know. Like, has anybody ever seen one?
No, even scientists don't even claim they've seen one.
Right.
I think you need to talk to Meadowlark. Is Meadowlark here? He knows a lot about the Aether. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, he was earlier.
Spilled my glass of Aether.
Kind of hoping we could do like an off-topic thing that's not flat Earth or Corona. Maybe like the existence of dinosaurs or the lack of.
Well, dinosaurs could have existed, but it wasn't millions of years ago. It was more like 6,000.
So they could have took like actual fossils of something and then constructed to something that wasn't in its original form. Is that possible? Because they probably took.
Yeah, there was a lot of like really large species of animals around that, they would have had large bones. This whole organizing them into these like lizard-like creatures that they did. Now they're trying to say they're more like birds, and they're basically just little Frankensteins, where they're taking one or two bones that they dig out over here, and then, miles and miles or hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away, they dig up a few more bones. They're like, let's just put these together with these, and
well, if it's not that, they're plastic.
Yeah, they don't get full skeletons of anything.
You're not allowed to see the real bones anyway.
Well, they never have. That's what it is. And what they call a full skeleton is 50% of a bone structure. And if you look at a lot of the dinosaurs, they're highly impractical, like the Brontosaurus. I mean, like that neck is huge and wide and heavy. How can it balance? Why would the T-Rex have such little arms? And they say that they actually put a tail on chickens to be able to figure out how dinosaurs moved around. And they're trying to say that the chicken itself is a de-evolved T-Rex. It was in one of my child's reading books.
That's pretty cool, man.
It's just more stories that they can't really back up with.
It's called contradiction. You get me? Contradictions. It's all the reversal of truth.
Where'd they get the primary source evidence for that claim on history?
Yeah, they need that because they have to create life from a rock to fit.
I bet you the fucking
theory.
T-Rex was 18 feet tall too, or something like that. 18 something. Everything about dinosaurs is probably 18, just like space is, because 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6.
I think it's interesting that dinosaurs were conceptualized just a few years before they were discovered. That's kind of interesting.
Almost every single thing that they have, or any kind of evidence for hominins or hominids, has been found to be a hoax. Like all those, like different types of men, like Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, like some of those are true, but all the other ones, going back further, has all been mostly made up, and some of them have been discovered to be like parts of a goat and all kinds.
Like the Cheddar Man in England, right?
Yeah. Lucy is the same way.
Is there anybody British in the group?
Yeah.
Yes, they're all gone.
Yeah, I heard the name not too long ago. It's like a Divardian or something like that. Or
Trying to say the original English for brown. They have a skeleton called the Cheddar Man.
Evolution has to be the most racist thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, it's horrible. Nothing good has ever come from anything even remotely related to this idea of evolution.
Did you say racist?
Yeah, it's about some people.
Dude, it's racist against human beings, like as an entire fucking species, bro. It's specious.
Well, yeah, think about the claim, though, that they're trying to make, even though they can't define the word. They're trying to say that white people and Western culture is more evolved than other human beings. That's pretty much what it's like
if you hear the
supremacist kind of thing.
And if you hear like the atheists talk, they'll say that they're more evolved, even more so. And like flat earthers are less evolved.
Lucy stands for Lucifer.
Yeah.
What stands for Lucifer? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
We're live on YouTube.
Yeah, they often name things Lucifer or Lucy. It's very common.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, like, even the Statue of Liberty was dedicated to Lucifer. And also, they have the Lucifer Trust, according to the UN Charter.
Vein in the membrane.
On the bright side, I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico.
Did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night too?
I wish I did. I might be able to get some sense across to some of these Globers.
You sound like you could do a really good Geico commercial, man. Not lying.
Well, what that one fellow was talking about, how crazy the Globers are getting. Like I didn't show up on Nathan Oakley's show much at all, and mentioned where I worked at the Oak Ridge Nuclear Facility, and because I was using my real name, like I got fucking called into the office and fired over that shit.
You got fired over Flat Earth at a nuclear plant?
Yeah, well, they tried to act like that's what it was about, but you know what the hell, you going to bring me in there and question me about talking on the internet one day, and then I'm fucking told to leave the next?
Wow.
Yeah, it's happened. I mean, there's a lot of these globalists, especially on the atheist side. They believe in some sort of by any means necessary. Like they're defending science against, and you're the enemy in their world. And because they play, oh, go ahead.
No. I thought you were finished. Go. You finish up.
Okay, I was gonna say, and because they play a lot of video games, they get this idea that they score points by doxing people and getting people, like harassed at work or getting called in to, the boss.
And what I was about to say is that they've tried calling Child Protective Services on people and tried to have their people's kids taken away from them over this shit.
Yeah, that too.
Like it's crazy. I mean, to take it to that extent, it's really. I mean, it's not right. Like you might have a disagreement with someone online, to try to destroy somebody's family or their life is taking it way too far.
Yeah, it really shows you that they don't believe.
They call life ruined.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to rump at someone there.
No, that's cool. I was saying that unfortunately it's called life ruined. Like to totally destroy somebody's life. And there are also people that say like online bullying is wrong. They try to talk in the workplace, for example. They try to have anger management classes and discourage bullying, but that's a bullying tactic among itself.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I was just like looking back on it, I wish I'd have like flipped out and done the whole F you, you're cool, but like, I don't know. It was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever experienced in my life.
What do you think about the whole debate about nuclear weapons being a hoax?
I know that there is something that is really fucking dangerous about those materials. It is really dangerous. Can I explain to you why?
Go ahead.
Like, can I explain to you why it's dangerous? It would take you, I guess, believing to a certain extent. But
I'm all ears, brother.
Dangerous. I mean, it like the facility that we were building was taking old warheads and turning it into fuel for the Navy. But we had certain parts, and it was just weird how it would happen. Like, you'd go out there with a dosimeter on, and you'd come back, and you'd pick up like 2 millirems, and then the next day you go back, and there'd be this yellow and magenta tape up around the place where you were at, and you're like, oh, okay, that's where I got that, and then the next day it'd just be gone. So I can't put it into words, but there's something about it that is really fucking dangerous.
Yeah, well, there's something that heats up that water, right? So there's something powerful that heats it up. That's true, isn't it?
Well, yeah, just standing inside the oculus of a nuclear facility is like I don't know, it's like a different kind of heat, I guess. I don't know. But then again, it could be in your head, huh? Like, I don't know. I've heard some good arguments both ways, like I really think that sometimes we're messing around with a power we just don't understand.
But what about nuclear bombs, though? Like, were Hiroshima and Nagasaki actually hit with A-bombs, or was that just classic TNT, just like really large standard explosives?
When you look at both sides of it, I can understand why, it looks fake as shit. But
maybe the images were faked. Like, for example, like the testing of the bombs and stuff like that. The houses that were blown down were wind tunnels and stuff like that. But maybe the bombs were real.
A lot of those videos that they showed back in the day of the so-called tests, it's pretty clear looking at them today that they were just like train models, basically, that they were showing us for scare.
Totally. Exactly right, like dollhouses and stuff like that. But people at that time, they were, I won't say primitive people, but they were not as well informed about the use of technology, because technology like we got right now doesn't exist. It must have shocked the hell out of them. It must have been like caveman seen a lighter for the first time, watching the films on TV of the nuclear bomb explosions and stuff like that. But it's easily created. You can make that inside of a toy train set itself. I'll have to send you these images of a fake bomb explosion that's as big as like 3 feet tall, but it looks like a mushroom cloud like we saw in black and white on monochrome footage.
How's that lullaby?
My daughter put that right beside me because I stopped paying attention to her. She lined up one of those little toys, the Fisher Price ones. As we're talking about dollhouses and crap.
Yeah, no, they do that. Like, my daughter always does the same thing, or did, especially when she was a little younger. Like, as soon as they sense that your attention is on something else, they're like, pay attention to me, and they'll make sure to find a way.
Daddy, I'm gonna do a car roll. Daddy, I'm gonna do a car roll. Are you looking, Daddy? Daddy.
Yeah.
Did you watch? Did you see it?
To do cartwheel.
Yeah, looking back on those nuclear explosions things.
Yeah, like the South Pacific Bikini Island tests.
Yeah. I haven't looked too much into it, but because I seen the one where the trees shake, and it kind of does look like toy models. Like, I don't know.
Well, what about the one? They've got the camera in that house in one of them, like one of the most famous ones. Like, the walls and the furniture and everything is blown through the windows. It's all gone, but the camera's still there.
Yeah, there's stuff like that bothers me too. Like I said,
I honestly think that the National Socialist of Germany actually made the bombs, and the Manhattan Project was a complete failure, and the bombs they dropped came from the Germans. And the test footage partly was fake because you can't get close to a nuclear bomb to be able to film it, for one. and they might not have had one to test. They probably just stole it. The Germans were kind of afraid to drop the bombs because they were worried about their DNA, and they were worried about what these particular weapons can do.
Yeah, next time somebody tells you that the government couldn't keep a secret that big, just ask them how you make a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, it'd be like a deer in the headlights if you ask them that question.
What was that? Because I seen back in the day, the Americans captured like 40,000 Japanese or something, and kept them in a camp and kept it quiet. And
the Japanese internment, they had them.
Internment, yeah, that was executive order. When people talk about, the president doesn't have that much power, like Eisenhower just issued an executive order and just rounded people up, and
made them build the railroads and shit like that.
Yeah, the police officers complied. Police officers just went, it was like try to pretend that that stuff doesn't happen. It has, and it'll happen again. It's
not in the United States, maybe in Germany, but not in the United States.
Anyway, any authority telling people what to do, people just blindly follow.
Oh, it's Roosevelt. 9066, Executive Order 9066. If you are deemed a threat to national security, boom, internment camp for you. That's all it took.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm convinced that a lot of what we're told about history is actually not only wrong, but like the reverse of the truth. And especially World War II. The British had death camps. No one talks about them. The Americans had death camps after the war. And there seems to be vanishingly little evidence of death camps actually in Germany, even though that's the one everyone thinks actually happened. So I think what happened is that they just flipped the script. They just went, oh, yeah, it was those guys doing it, when actually it was us.
What's even more crazy about Executive Order 9066 is that the checks and balances, the Supreme Court ruled that it was constitutional, that the federal government could do that. There was no violation of civil liberties.
And that's it. Like, no one's double check. I know, it's just people just follow authority and just blindly follow. And it's just crazy.
Because if they're afraid.
Well, this is the world that crucified Jesus. Well, I was just going to say, this is the world that crucified Jesus after all, Like, what do you expect from these people?
Have you seen that test where the authority tells them they're answering questions, and if they get it wrong, they shock them with it's all fake, but it's like a authority guy telling them. So I can't explain it that good, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And then the experiment in Stanford where the students put on police outfits, and then half of them put on prisoner outfits, and it got out of hand in like 4 days or something.
Yeah, it was supposed to go for 5 days. Yeah, but after 2-3 days, they had to call it off because it was getting too crazy.
What I think is also interesting is that there's a big, like in the 2000s, before 9/11, like Saving Private Ryan and all these World War II movies came out. They kept talking about the greatest generation. Hell no.
Yeah, they actually managed to get all of that kind of post-war propaganda into loads of movies that had not very much to do with the war. Like, I was watching Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark the other day, and obviously that's...
Oh, yeah, that shit's... Indiana Jones is loaded with that stuff. Nazis all over the place.
It's like, it's not really much to do with the war, but it's set in 1936, and, like, he has to beat the German guy to the archaeological thing, otherwise, the Nazis will do bad things. I don't know, it's just, like, for me, it just felt like a really unnecessary addition to the storyline. It just felt like propaganda,
It's like that, like the Germans or the Russians, always the enemy.
Yeah, it's the power of a narrative. It's like if you believe that these people are evil, then you'll do whatever you have to them, and then you don't realize that now you're the bad guy because you're doing the bad things to them. And it's it's classic, basic psychology.
Yeah, and bringing it full circle to the globe. That's what these atheists do. These weird shit online. You'll try to shut servers down. You'll call people's work. You'll make fake claims to child protective services because they're afraid. They think somehow flat earthers are holding back a banned space flight. And I'm saying I don't want anything to do with it. Leave me out of it completely.
I was joking around with one of the guys at work, actually, when I was telling him how these Glovers like to try to dox people and call people's jobs. And the one kid I'm training, he's like, could you imagine if one of them called, my boss and I was just laughing, doing a voice, like an impression of my boss. Like, yeah, I know. He doesn't, listen, Mike doesn't even believe in the moon landing. I would just have a good time, like just talking with him. But I could just imagine the Glover being like, oh, so he knows. Like, fuck.
Yeah, my boss was cool as shit. I got a complaint. They tried to pretend like I had mismanaged, or basically like I had said some. I asked the attendant out on a date. Long story short, I was trying to date one of the attendants, and they went. Yeah, and the boss knew it was a lie because I actually had that day off. I wasn't even there that day. So he went on and on about it, and then like an hour later, boom, another call. Do you know that you employ a flat earther? And the boss was like, "Oh, okay, I see what's going on here." Because I had told them that I was saying some stuff online and had they posted my address and where I worked. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a call or two.
Jesus, so you didn't get the chick?
Yeah, it's really pathetic, isn't it? Like, if you say things that we disagree with, then we will try and ruin your life. Okay, like, well done. I mean, I don't even know what they get. What do they get out of that? Nothing.
Satisfaction of a job well done.
Yeah, they think they're winning. Like somehow they scored points against some boss monster or whatever.
It's a holy war for them.
Yeah, almost like a crusade. They really think that they are defending human intellect and human advancement.
But I like to look at the psychology side. Like, why can we look into it and challenge our belief? The long distance and all that, and some people can't. They attack you if you go against their belief. And I know. I like to know the physio. How they think about it and stuff.
Yeah, I remember I had a conversation with a friend when I was a lot younger, just about playing guitar, funnily enough. And he said to me, something, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it came up that he likes to play in standard E tuning. I don't know if he plays guitar, but E is kind of the standard tuning of a guitar. And I said to him, oh yeah, actually I prefer drop D because it's a bit more, this is to play. Because I was quite into metal at the time, and metal was played in the drop D tuning. And he goes to me, well, if E is good enough for Jimi Hendrix, then it's good enough for you. I remember thinking, but I don't want to be Jimi Hendrix. Like, I recognise that he's a legendary guitarist and all the rest, but I mean, Jimi Hendrix is already a thing, so I can't be that. And there's so many thoughts going through my mind, but it's such a weird mindset. Like, you must play in E tuning because Jimi Hendrix did. Why would you even say that?
I've talked to these atheists because they're fringe. I mean, people like to pretend flat Earth is fringe, but really, atheism is about as fringe, batshit as you can get. So they should be over here talking to flat Earth and be like, "You've got a fringe idea, and I have a fringe idea. why don't we talk about making it more acceptable for people to present fringe ideas? But they lack self-awareness, so they don't even see how that would benefit their axiom, their cause.
Well, their first move in any argument is to knock over the chessboard and start crying. So.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what do you expect?
Take their ball and go home.
I just find that there's always an excuse or a counter argument with anything we say, with refraction or this and that. And like there's always a counter argument.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. It's like saying, I believe I'm a banana, and somebody points to you and says, well, you don't look like a banana. And then you're just like, the response to that is, well, I'm a special kind of banana. I was like, well, what the fuck are you doing?
I told this story about a week ago. This happened at work also. Like my boss on the job, we're talking with the homeowner, walking around talking about what we're going to do. And I don't know why my boss does it. He just thinks that he's gonna try to embarrass me or something. And he says to the homeowner, he's like, and Mike's one of those conspiracy theorists. And the homeowner looked at me with a big smile and he's like, good, that's good. I'm like, yeah, fucking gotcha. I like this guy. But I don't know why they got to do it. They got to try to dox you or embarrass you or just people, that don't want to go along or don't want to think for themselves. They just want to go along with the narrative. Like anybody who does do that stuff, they need to be ostracized and pointed at, point them out. I don't know what it is in people that makes them want to do that.
I think it's a compliment.
It's the hive mind.
It's the what?
It's the hive mind.
Yeah, group think that this person's not like us. Like where that Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where he just started screeching at one of the people who wasn't a pod person.
Yeah, I felt that really when I started this Facebook group, which had something to do with the biblical flat earth. All of a sudden, I was being roughed up by the local government. Like, there would be people coming to the apartment because the Facebook group was started by the name of my apartment business. So they would be coming to the apartment, roughing me up, trying to see if I had papers. And in my 15 years of managing this business, I never had that kind of trouble until that day when I started becoming more active about the biblically flat earth. So,
I hope you put it to him.
Here, I got one for you that's like that. They actually, go ahead. Sorry, I've been talking quite a bit.
I was just going to say a lot of that could just be false claims that people are making behind the shield of authority. Just like we've been talking about, overzealous atheists using, the anonymity that the law has given them to, enforce their will upon us.
Well, I'd have to believe that there are gatekeepers in every state, in every country. Perhaps not in every province where I am, but in the country, I'm pretty sure, because all of a sudden, I'm suddenly having hard dealings with everything that is beneficial to me. To give you another example, I've ordered this crystal called shungite. It's supposedly good for to protect you against Wi-Fi signals. And I had ordered so many things from abroad. Suddenly, customs has called me up because they're holding that shipment and they won't deliver it to me until I show them the invoice of who the seller was. So see, something as simple as that make you realize something's watching you. If you want something that's beneficial to you, you're awake, they know. There's a gatekeeper in every country, in every province, in every state.
Yeah.
I would have to agree.
Definitely stuff behind closed doors going on, we'll never know about.
Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to think the rich don't talk to each other and plan together.
I don't know, if I was you, I'd just order it off a different account, different name.
No, they're not after me. They're after the one who's selling it. They want to know who's selling it. See, that's the question. So I talked to the seller and said they want the invoice of everything, and then we both just decided to she would give me a refund rather than reveal who she is. And there has to be something about that crystal, because if it were just bullshit, they would have just allowed it in. There's something there.
I seen a dude, he puts a crystal in some water and the water starts boiling. It's crazy.
Was it meth? I'm kidding.
Probably. He's probably just tripping.
Did he take the crystal out of a beer before he dropped it in there? Oh, that was good.
Wow. No, never heard that before.
Like the only thing about the conspiratorial mindset is once you get set in that mode, you can self-sabotage, you know? Like, you don't want to get stuck thinking like that.
I mean, is that it? I thought maybe he would have a bit more.
No, he's trying to skate out of here without getting caught, but I'm going back to the live stream to find him.
Yeah. I'm just a bit disappointed. I mean, it's like, you know when someone sucker punches you, but it's like a really, really weak jab, they like graze your chin. It's like, you know, if you're going to sucker punch someone, do it properly.
I missed it completely. Did somebody try to do something?
Just said the N word, but whatever. It's just a word.
Well, if it's just a word, then just say it. I don't know why people are scared of words. It's just really weird to me.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel no need to.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to go around just saying words saying words like that all the time. But if all right, very good. But if I want to say a word, I will just say it. I'm not going to like refer to it in another way, because at the end of the day, you've still said it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that reminds me. I had a guy I used to work with who was a Mormon, and he would say "stinkin" all the time. And I go, dude, you're still swearing. You just replaced, effing with stinking.
You're gonna burn in hell.
He had another word for shit. I can't remember what it is right now.
That's Charismus. Charismus? I don't know how to say it.
Oh, Christmas.
Oh,
yeah, I got
you. Big ship.
Yeah, you sounded a lot better than that up in VC checking is.
So
broken mic gang.
Charismas.
Charismas.
Band.
Just wondering why.
Someone's muted them. That's fine. We'll leave them on mute.
Just wondering why. You guys believe flat Earth? Like, is it long distance observations?
Yep. There's no proof of rotation. The Earth is practically used in application as flat and stationary.
Yeah, like the Marcus and Morley and all that.
Say again.
Marcus and Morley, the Sagnat, Aries failure.
Oh yeah, that had to do with looking at the stars.
Yeah, I think. That's all good. The long distance observations on the Earth spinning hasn't been proven, all that. And, the one I've been trying to do lately is the southern rotation of the stars. Because I'm in Australia, so I want to personally time lapse the stars and see if it actually does that.
Does what?
They counterclockwise or something? Or?
Do that in the northern hemisphere if you turn.
Hey, Crypto, so it was this Overlord guy. I just gave him S-band, but that might be a little too harsh. What do you think?
I mean, if you think it's harsh, then undo it. But I'm not going to undo your S-band.
I don't know. If you just give him like 7 days, he'll come back in 7 days and do it again.
Yeah, probably.
But
I trust your judgment.
Give him Give him 420 hours.
No, on the Southern Star Trail thing though, like the only way you can form that any kind of evidence is you're going to have to assume that you're on a sphere to begin with, as proof of being on a sphere. You need a geometric horizon for that, and that just doesn't exist.
True that, and I think perspective plays a part, and we don't know how the stars operate or what's going on up there. So a lot of factors are involved. So yeah.
If you need help with the southern stars, all you gotta do is an about face, and now face north, and everything's going back east to west, whatever, counterclockwise, whatever. The problem is that people in the globe will look south and say, "Wow, the stars are rotating the opposite direction," as if they look north. And I'm like, yeah, so look the same direction both places.
Because that photo there, Truth Prevails, just posted, where so you can see the Polaris is actually making full complete circles while the other side's just grazing the horizon. But I don't know. I want to do it myself, see what happens.
Well, again, like a little over a week ago, I heard Jedi use this picture, and good argument that he made out of it. If these star trails are supposed to be proof of a globe somehow, and that's supposed to be the southern rotation point over there on the right, and that's the one on the left is the north, then they should be 180 degrees apart from each other. Like if Polaris is in your view on that circle on the left, then the southern one should be behind him, and not just behind him, like below the horizon where he can't see it.
Yeah, true.
This picture should be impossible to take if those are on a globe north and south.
Has anybody come in claiming that the Black Swan photograph is proof of relativity yet?
Black Swan. Nah, I just get globers saying refraction.
Black Swan.
Yeah, they're morons. That if they really wanted to take it next level, they'd be like, "See, the Black Swan proves relativity true again." I don't know. It's stupid. Not the Black Swan, but the whole idea that the horizon is geometric.
Not the black swan.
stupid is as stupid does.
They can just write in any amount of refraction. With the rubber rule of refraction, their globe model is unbeatable. They can just move the horizon out 10 times, 20 times, 100 times further than it should be.
Yeah, but doesn't that nullify sextants, theodolites, all the claims that they initially made to, map the stars?
Well, with the philosophy of, heliocentrism as their guiding star, they're just going to keep the philosophy in place and write in any workaround to make it work.
Yeah, is there a job doing that? Because I think I could do better than they're doing right now.
Well, there are a couple, unquestionable pillars of quote unquote science: Darwinism, heliocentrism, materialism. These pillars must remain firmly in place at all costs.
Well, the latest one I get is the El Biruni measuring the horizon drop or something, all that stuff.
Albie.
Because, like they say, the higher you go, the less atmosphere, then less refraction, all that. But I did see because he had out of a plane, and it was like a 3-degree drop the horizon, and that was like 30,000 feet. But then the guy went 120,000 feet, and it was still 3 degrees. The horizon drop. So I don't know.
Yeah, like the drop thing is the issue, because if you're going to use like a Pythagorean construction, right, you're going to have to assume that the horizon is got a radius value, and the point you're standing on will converge at some point, and then that supposed drop will, you can form a right triangle with that and use the tangent to, figure out the radius of your sphere. But the horizon's not geometric.
Yeah, and it's all assuming you're on a sphere, all that good stuff.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things. I went to the beach earlier this summer, and one of my friends brought a P900, and I had my phone, and then we was just looking, and there was a bridge that just went way off into the distance, and we was all three at the same height at the same time looking out, and the horizon was in 3 different places, so I don't think the horizon is refracted geometry of shit, unless you're talking about the refracted geometry of the lenses in your camera.
Right. Their claim basically breaks down to saying the only thing that can block what's beyond is a hump of Earth curve. And with angular resolution at the eye level, with everything crunching and sandwiching down toward the level of the eyes, that might not be the case anymore.
Well, I've seen one fella on here actual demonstrate things disappearing bottom up with no obstruction, on it was a table, I think, so that every argument is so fallacious. I don't know how I bought it for so long.
Well, the main thing now is studying all their, tricks and, all the ways that they try to make it look like it's not working. The table or the distances they have are usually too short, or, they don't quite do the experiment, in the same way that, the conditions, would require for it to be a full reproduction, stuff like that. And, with that airplane dipping 3 degrees down, airplanes nose up by just about that same amount too, don't they? So it's like, why are we even talking about that?
Yeah, that's something I never even really understood when I was a Glober. If the plane's going over the curvature of the Earth, the first thing that should disappear is the nose, right?
Yeah.
Well, it should look like it's crashing, like a space shuttle.
Yeah.
I guess it is kind of amazing the big trick that's being played, but I know everything from evolution to the dinosaurs, people with PhDs, like it's this multi-billion-dollar thing surrounding it. Like it's pretty amazing.
Well, like there's three basic assumptions within the whole fallacious thing, and that's one, that the horizon's geometric. Well, that's out. Two, that we experience Coriolis effect, which they tell us all the time we don't. And then third is that you can calculate the fucking gas pressure down to 10 to the negative 17 torr, and then it just levels out. And whatever. It's like none of them are good.
Yeah, it is. It was weird, thinking of all these things, because no one presented all this new information. You just kind of hear other people saying it. Yeah.
Well, I'd say Coriolis is probably from the substance of space, aka the ether or whatever, swirling over the unmoving Earth. And so it looks like, Flat Earth is opening up so much stuff that they, lied and deceived us about.
Or, the things that they're using to measure with could just be deviating.
Well, I mean, if you've ever seen water in a drain, it'll circle the drain in the center, and then there'll be counter worlds toward the outer part of the drain, toward the edges, or toward what would be the barrier in this, analogy, where the water is analogous to the ether swirling in space, like it's swirling down the drain of the north with counter swirls and counter whirlpool eddies toward the south. Maybe that's what they're calling quote unquote Coriolis.
Now, you're talking about fluid dynamics. Are you talking about air or ether?
The background of the air, the substance that the air is mixed into.
Yeah, I still have a problem with the non-physical physical claims of the ether. I'll never get around that.
I guess I go with that philosophy because if everything's physical, that means kind of that it has a form and a shape, and not all shapes interlock. So that means that there's going to be some empty space between the shapes. If you go with atomism, these atom-like particles, like marbles in a glass, there's space between the marbles in the glass if you're talking about, atoms being like that. And so that becomes what is the thing that fills the space between all these shapes to give a full form. That to me is ether.
Right, but that's just like using what they do with atmospheric. You can't see my fingers doing the quotations. Atmospheric law, where they create conceptual containers and then have them press down upon each other. I ain't talking, about that direction that they take things and then call it a law. What I'm talking about is observation and uncertainty, like that conceptual particle, because that's all you're using the particle for is a description of what's going on. You're not going to pull it out of the wall and show somebody an atom. It's just a description of what's trying to explain the physical.
It's a philosophy of stuff that tends to take form, the stuff that we call quote unquote matter, and the stuff that doesn't really tend to take form. Fields, energy, the aura that surrounds you that reaches way past your physical formed self. These fields that appear to reach out way past us like a force field. The stuff that doesn't tend to take shape. So it's the stuff that takes shape that has formed the matter versus the stuff that tends not to take shape like space or ether, energy, whatever.
Yeah,
that's like I was just studying the electron around the proton. So what you're kind of talking about?
Well, kind of. I was just talking about.
Because I was just thinking, they talk about it, but is there actually any picture from a microscope? Like, there's no actual proof of that.
Some of it is a philosophical declaration. They have a framework where everything breaks down to atoms. So they're saying basically that there has to be something like an electron, a photon. It has to be there, but does it really exist in and of itself beyond, say, a mental declaration? That's a good question.
Yeah, I just thought it was crazy because it was shown in our textbooks, and I'm just like, well, I want to see an actual photo of it, like not just a drawing.
Well, the greats that made our electrical system, like Heaviside, Steinmetz, and others, thought of fields. They didn't think of a pebble or an atomic unit. They just thought of a whole system, a big flowing sea.
Yeah, I know.
Can you take a picture of your? Can you take a picture? Can you take a picture of your mind, of what you have in your mind?
Hold on a second. But see, the guys you're talking about with AC and DC theory, right? That was what, 100 and some years ago. They didn't have computers back then. The particle physics is what, microprocessors are based off of, not ether.
But the electrical grid that they run was made off of an electrical grid of people who thought of it in terms of ether. And what are these computers recording exactly? Are they recording a pebble-like particle with, a full self-contained essence? Or are they just recording, say, a bunch of energy hitting it wave after wave, and when the waves reach a threshold, it registers a value? Or both?
Is it waving up and down, left to right? Or is it waving up and down, left to right, or forwards and backwards?
It could be all of the above. Where the waves crash into each other, you could get a particle. There's another way to look at even that. So we need to look at what, if anything, these computers are recording. Are they recording particles in say, or are they recording, areas of overlapping interference, or all of the above, neither, whatever.
Right. Well, with the wave in water, it undulates, right?
Going out from the source, yeah.
Okay. Now, does that wave have a direction?
Outward from the source.
Right. Okay. So, which way is light waving?
I think they say something like it's transverse waves or something. I have to look.
Yeah. That's the problem. They're both ideas have problems. Big problems.
The one that offers the most ability to think would definitely be the wave behavior of light, whatever it is. It gives you the most knowledge, because once you get stuck with a particle, it's kind of like you're trapped with kind of a limited way of looking at it, looking for this particle.
Hold
or
on.
whatever.
Your television is made up of pixels. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch a movie of an ocean on your TV.
Yeah.
There's your wave.
But the thing is it reality pixelated like that? Do we really see that level of pixelation, and or is it an abstraction that we're imposing on reality?
Well, that's where diffraction comes into play.
Because if you pixelate reality, that's more of an atomistic conception. You're saying that there's this fundamental atomic unit, like the pixels in the TV, that make up everything. So unless it can be presented, that would be a philosophical declaration of atomism. So I'd rather go with something flexible, like a fluid reality, like an ether.
Well, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, within the physical world, and that's the things that, we can experience. The only things we can prove, we have to use the conceptual particles.
Did you see the double slit experiment when they were shooting something through a double slit, and when they weren't observing it, it acted like a wave, and when they were observing it, it acted like a particle.
Yep.
There's so many different ways to interpret even that experiment. Some people
You're
talk
gonna
about
hold on.
the diffraction grating in the experiment or whatever starting to emit light waves itself, and waves of interference being interpreted as particles even from that. I'd probably go with the wave interpretation.
Yeah, trippy.
It also appears that you send out waves from your eyes. There was, if you're talking about an observer actually looking at it with their eyes versus like a computer, you do send out waves. It appears from your eyes because they did an experiment where they put a little piece of metal foil on a string, kind of, blowing in the wind if there was a wind, but they put it in an enclosure where it was separated from the outside world. And people would look at it, and the power of their gaze would cause the foil to move. So it appears that our eyes or whatever are sending out some interaction like a wave or whatever through the enclosure. So I'd say that there's overlapping, interfering waves, even with stuff like that.
So, like in theory, I should be able to shoot lasers out of my eyes.
No, hold on. You should never have diffraction if that's true. You can't have diffraction if you're the one causing it by just looking at it. So there shouldn't be a double slit diffraction pattern because you're looking at it. Your eye waves would be shutting it down. But see, decoherence is not an argument. It's just a hand wave.
I guess the question is it a interfering wave pattern and or a particle? Even India was talking about the elementary wave hypothesis, saying that there's just particles and there's waves. That's it, both of them, as opposed to one or the other. So who knows?
Well, see, I can take a particle and cycle it through time and give it a direction and map that as a wave. But you can't make a wave collapse with knowledge, because that's really the only thing that changes in that experiment. Because if you say it's the observer's looking at it in both experiments. It should collapse in both.
And it gets a bit above my head.
Well, a wave usually implies a medium that's all pervasive everywhere, that's waving like a sea or an ocean. If you want to find a particle within that, sure, maybe. But the wave, phenomena, if you interpret it like a sea, still opens up the possibility for particles. But when you're stuck with a particle, it tends to be separated from the rest of the medium. So it tends to be much more limiting of an approach. So I think that's more flexible, thinking of reality like a continuum ocean.
Right, but reality is physical, right? And the ether is the non-physical, physical, whatever that we just can't experience, but we can, slide it in and say that like, you'll never manipulate the ether, will you?
Directly, no. Indirectly, possibly.
Yeah, see, the best you could ever do would be to equivocate in that scenario.
The best thing to do would be to observe indirectly, see what's being accumulated in the orgon generator. What
That's
framework?
like you're looking at Plato's shadows on the walls then, and you're making up stories. That's all you're doing.
It's a framework that explains why the light appears to slow in the interferometer. I haven't found a satisfactory framework yet to replace it.
The best I can understand it, it's like the medium within which all the energies within our atmosphere exist. It's like the medium that all those energies exist. And with the double split experiment, couldn't it be like the only thing that changes is the consciousness of the people, because they repeated it, didn't they? After they repeated it with people, across, like, through the internet, and it still affected it. So consciousness would kind of be the.
But if you're going to say that, though, then you should never have diffraction, because consciousness was there to observe it when it diffracted. Right?
I don't know. It
Yeah.
could be. If we're talking about consciousness affecting reality, that gets into way too much mysticism for me. But it could be. I have to look into it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, because it's only been in the last 2 years that I'm 40 now. I got friggin' so much time wasting in fucking school. But I'm, in the last 2 years, when I finally put away the whole everything has to be physical, everything, well, basically when I put atheism away completely, because it's like, I'll say it again, it's conceptual particle, because I don't think physical is a good enough explanation for what this world is.
It's been a long time since I've looked at it. I had to revisit it to be more clear. But when it did diffract, I mean, what is it that they're? If I remember correctly, wasn't it that they were consciously thinking about it diffracting, like thinking about it diffracted, and then they were consciously thinking about it, like the changes that it made, it was in accordance with what their consciousness was focused on. I don't know. I think it is. I'll have to revisit it.
The only difference in the delayed choice quantum eraser is that there are 2 ambiguous paths and there are 2 known paths that the light can take. Whether it's a wave or a particle, that's irrelevant. But there's only those 2 paths for each. And then, as a control, they have a 5th path that the light can take. And it's not only is it when the path is known, wave function is collapsing, and when it's not known, you get diffraction. But that's that other light where they split the light beam is showing the exact same behaviors. It's mind-blowing stuff, but it can't be a wave.
So did any of these new people that were checked in, did any of them have any questions about Flat Earth? Did I come to? Okay, yeah. My mic's working.
I will say this about the ether, though. Like, I don't think it should be completely thrown off in the weeds. Like I just don't think that everything, that exists is physical anymore. But I better get to bed, guys. It's been nice talking to you. My kids will probably wake me up in like 4 or 5 hours. It's been good talking to you. And Lemon Bird, I like your attitude. I've always liked you for some reason.
Oh, you've got a fan, Lemon Bird.
there was this guy who came here earlier before I went to lunch. Was it Moose or something? I don't know if I got this correctly, but at first he said he was a flat earther, then suddenly he was a globe earther. Is that the same guy?
I don't think he ever said he was a flat earther.
Ah, okay. I must have heard differently. But
Maybe
he
I missed
came
it then.
in here, and the last I heard before I got off was that you guys were asking him to post his globe model. How did that end, by the way?
I mean, ask Crit if he's here. But not very well, I expect. We didn't get a good model.
So I was gone like more than an hour. After that hour, he still didn't see the light? Nothing?
No, I think he was gone within about 5 minutes. Got yeeted.
Are you talking about Moose Boys? I think he's down in live stream too. If that's who you were talking about.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him.
Oh, so he is.
Yeah, but how did it end in live stream 1? Why is he suddenly in live stream 2?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, because they server muted him, and they weren't going to entertain him anymore. And Christy decided that she wanted to talk to him in another room, and so he went to live stream 2, and then the others just kind of followed over time.
Okay.
Origins up there. Yeah, I think you're hot micing. Sounds like a fan, actually.
Rojas, the J is silent.
Rojas?
Rojas.
Rojas.
The J is silent. But it's not even. It's a name I got from my middle and last name. I just scrambled that up. I do have a Babylonian name. What did I say? I do have a Babylonian name. But that's just my call sign.
So can I call you Haas?
No, Rio is fine.
Rio? Okay, I'll call you Rio.
Are you the one who's from Australia?
No, I'm not from Australia. That would be, as far as the females go, that would be Becky K.
Becky. Yes, I remember Becky when we back. But I've not seen her on for a while. Who did I used to hang with? Bong. Bong was usually on in my time.
Yes, she was coming around more often. I've not seen her in a while, so she'll be back. She'll be back around.
Can you hear any frogs croaking in the background coming from my mic?
No, I don't hear anything now. Just a moment ago, it sounded like a fan was blowing into it, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, thank you. That means I brought the sensitivity level down good enough so nobody can hear it. I just really love being in this channel, you know. Such a great place to hang out. And oftentimes I will get conflicted. Like I'd like to watch a YouTube video, but at the same time I want to listen to the conversation that's going on in here. So I'm often pulled in two directions. I just really love this.
Right. Yeah, you get backed up on your videos that you plan on watching. You get so backed up, you just never really watch them all.
I know. Yeah, but that's the thing about us flat earthers, right? We just like to really know more. That's the only thing holding us. Like we don't have a single model, but we do hold on to the truth, and we're not gonna settle for a lie just because it's the one available.
Yeah,
So
and
we have to
that's what
keep exploring. And
right. That's what I don't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's what I don't get about some of the people who like love space so much because it's interesting and that they don't want to let go of it because of that. Because I think once you realize all of those things, surrounding the heliocentric model, all those things about space, it's like all the claims. They're nothing that we can experience, nothing experience firsthand or observe. But when you realize that the Earth is flat, then all of the interesting mysteries are right here, right? They're right here where we can observe them and we can experience them. And I think that's far more interesting than, the fairy tales.
That's true. For me, it ended with the 8-mile test. Once that failed, I didn't accept anything anymore. I don't care if they want to add cherry or whipped cream or anything to the top of that. You have no cake. That was just it for me. So now that you discovered that it's all just lies piled on top and made attractive, you would be far better off looking for it for yourself and trying to study all the sources that is available to you to see if there's a grain of truth to that. Can you test that? Can you see it in reality? I do have some failings though, like I don't have a lot of patience for the Globers who come here. It's like in a few minutes, I can see what's wrong. I can't seem to stick around long enough to point it out to them. It's like I don't have the time for this, and I just leave. So that's my failing.
You mind me asking, do you have children?
No, I'm single.
I think maybe, I don't know. I think with the women at least, maybe that may be the difference, but pretty well, not really, not across the board. It's like I don't know. I've got a lot of patience, but a lot more than. I don't know, but it is like, escaping me. I've got a lot less now than I did a year ago. That's for sure. I've got a lot less now than I did 6 months ago. So maybe it's just a matter of time and it'll all flee. Who knows?
I hope so. I hope I will have more patience as time passes by, but lately it's like.
Oh, I thought you were saying that you hope so, like that I would lose all of my patience.
No.
I got you.
I'm saying I hope so that I will have a bit of the fraction of the patience that you have now. But me, just basically, I don't have any patience, which is why I can't be trusted to host any sort of flat Earth debate thing.
Or Orion 2991, if you want to jump up into VC check-in, you can go up there to get verified for a speaking role if you'd like.
So what's the latest thing you've been looking at, Truth?
Oh, it's kind of. I kind of have been looking at a lot of different things, and I kind of revisit the same things. I'm more in now. Pretty much the sun, and I don't really like going into a lot of it, in the live stream, but because a lot of it is speculation. But I mean, I guess we could. Hold on just a second. Let me grab this feller and VC check-in.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just going to say when we come back down here, maybe be on alert because there's, another handful of people that are coming in together from another server, and they sound like maybe like older teenagers, could be high school students. I don't know, but
I got a question. Can anyone help me out? Because I think a few months. Oh, okay. Is anyone online? No. Hello.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, but I think a few months ago someone was talking about an article, and it explained that science doesn't take the metaphysical into account. I think he was very explicit on that. I don't know what that article is now, so I'm just trying to ask around, see if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Well, this channel deals with what we can observe. So it seems like a topic that's off the books for us. Next.
What? No, it talks about science.
Right? Science as a tool has certain limitations. This channel deals about what we can observe in reality. And we observe it to be flat and non-rotating. So your topic coming here into the channel is sort of like off the books for us. So.
Well, I'm trying to look for a specific article. So it is out there.
It's all just speculation, right?
No, I'm just trying to get a citation.
What's the topic? I missed it.
I'm trying to look for an article, and I know it's pretty vague, but it talked about where at the end of the very end of the paragraph it says something about science not taking the metaphysical into account. And it was a long time ago. I don't know if anyone remembers.
Well, science deals with the natural world. The metaphysical is not the natural world.
Right, and it said something about don't bring God into science.
Well, you can't. The moment you talk about metaphysical topics, it no longer is technically science because you can't use the scientific method on it. Science was invented to. Okay, so it's like this: metaphysics, what the Greeks used, what the nature reality. So I'll give you an example: the Epicureans. So the idea of space and the infinite void and everything is made of atoms. That idea comes from Epicurus, about I think it's 327 BC. Right? So these ideas, these metaphysical ideas of, say, Aristotle, Plato, etc., they used, science was born of them trying to prove their metaphysics.
Okay.
But they couldn't directly test them, right? So this kind of went back and forth for quite a long time of whether, that's where natural philosophy was born out of, where, not Lord Occam, what was his name? Baron Occam, Occam's razor's fame, and the whole evolution of science and physics from Greek philosophy. So, like, people think of, like, people back then, like, they say Galileo or Copernicus, that, like, they were scientists. They weren't scientists in the sense that we think of science. They didn't have the scientific method. They didn't do any of that stuff. The scientific method is modern.
Okay.
It's Newton didn't use the scientific method. Galileo didn't use the scientific method. It's called the problem of induction, and there's, like, you could go into the philosophers that wrote about it. There's Hume and Descartes and yada yada yada. Called the philosophy of science. That's how they tried to put a foundation. And Hume basically said, "Who cares, right? We can't prove these things." So science actually admits we can't prove anything. We can only say what's likely.
Well,
it uses a type of logic called inductive logic, which can't actually prove anything. Only deductive logic can prove
so they
things.
say they just can't prove nothing?
No, they can't prove anything.
Why not?
Because they use the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent.
Affirming the consequent?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example.
You're talking about this using the scientific method, or just science?
Applying logic. The modern scientific method is inductive logic.
All right, go on.
So I'll give you an example of Earth's a sphere. Therefore, it has a core. There's a core. Therefore, it's a sphere. See what I'm saying? It's like it's a form of circular logic.
Mm-hmm.
So you start with a presupposition that the Earth is a sphere. Then you make an observation, and you fit that observation to your presupposition.
Yeah.
This is done all over the place. I mean, as far as the globe is, it's done all over the place. So, listen, okay, so I can assume the Earth is any shape, pretzel, sphere, flat, whatever. And then I make observations and I say, how can I make a mathematical model that will fit into my presupposed geometry? And that's what you do. You just make it fit. You don't have to do anything. And then you use the fact that you can make a model that fits as proof that it is that initial presupposition. Okay, so I'll use Eratosthenes. If the Earth's a sphere, I'll stick sticks in the ground and the shadows will be different lengths. Shadows are different lengths, therefore the Earth is a sphere.
Yep. But it works on the flat Earth too.
Yeah, I know, but that's the problem. It does not cover. It doesn't cover. It doesn't eliminate anything. Right? It doesn't. It's not truth. It's not proof.
So how do you respond to people who say we knew the Earth was a globe since the Greeks?
Call them clowns. Because even the Greeks didn't agree that it was a globe.
Well, then who was it then?
So I'll give you a perfect example. So Eratosthenes, right, the guy that supposedly gave the first evidence that the Earth's a globe, at the same time that he was alive, and in the same city was a guy named Thales, right? Thales is the person that predicted the very first eclipse. We have lots of written records on Thales. There's Thales' theorem. There's a bunch of stuff. We have records. We have primary sources that he existed. He thought the Earth was flat. He was a flat earther. He thought the Earth was a flat disk floating in water. Eratosthenes lived at the same time. He was supposedly the, what would you call it? The director of the Library of Alexandria, blah, 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 blah. And we don't have any primary sources. We don't even have secondary sources of what he wrote. We have someone that wrote about somebody that wrote about him, three people removed, separated by something like 1,100 years. So the Greeks didn't even, there's so many problems with the existence of Eratosthenes. I won't even get into that, whether this guy actually even existed. But Greeks didn't even agree on that. So simultaneously, that the Greeks, right, used sticks and shadows to demonstrate the Earth as a sphere. In China, right, they were doing the exact same sticks and shadow stuff, proving the Earth was flat. But guess what? Neither one of them were proving anything because of the presupposition. Once you have a presupposition of what you're trying to quote unquote prove, and depending on what your presumptions are in the beginning of your so-called test, that affects your result. And this is known. I mean, this isn't. There's published papers on this. This isn't like my opinion.
Okay.
Well, actually, I can actually post some of them. But on my cell phone, which makes it a pain in the ass. So you're interpreting data, right? You're interpreting the data because everybody's taking the same data, but you're interpreting it within a framework.
So we're just all presupposing.
Well, yeah, exactly. We're not all presupposing because you can, as I can't remember her name. I can't say her name. But as she just said, you don't have to presuppose what you experience, right? That the Earth is flat and motionless. That's not a presupposition. Mm-hmm. That's an axiom. Because it's self-evident.
I don't feel it moving.
And you don't see it curving.
Yep. And then you can just take a drone, have it float in the air in one spot for a couple hours, and you don't see rotation at all, right?
Well, yeah, but they have all sorts of excuses for that shit. Hold on, give me a second so I can post that. Just gotta find it real quick.
Something like, that's not the moon?
That's not the moon? What?
Yeah, I posted Miggy's drone footage. Someone said, that's not a moon. It's not, it shouldn't shine that bright. Crazy, huh?
That's the scene from Star Wars. That's not a moon.
So there's one published paper on it, and I'll find the Chinese one, the one from China. So China had a whole cosmology about flat Earth. They didn't think the Earth was a globe, even though they were making the same astronomical predictions. Same with the Mayans, right? So the Mayans were flat Earthers. They thought they could make astronomical predictions better than the Europeans, which is pretty inconvenient.
Oh.
And the Chinese one.
Super quiet.
Oh.
So crypto.
Sup, India? How you doing, mate?
Pretty good.
You've been following much more on the election.
It's it's supposed to blow up tomorrow, but rumors of this and that.
All right. So nothing's going to happen there.
Well, they're supposed to, from what I heard, 4 cases, whatever.
Right.
There is actually a legal action. It's called quo warranto. So if you take some office, political or otherwise, anyone can challenge your right to hold that office.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's an English writ, man.
I was going to say, is that common law? Or...
Yeah. It's, all the entire system of writs is. Before there's our current legal system, there was something called the writ system. So you would go to a scribe, and because no one could read or write, you would pay them some money, and then they would make the right form, and they would write out your specific writ, and that's how legal actions were done back then. Now it's a little bit different.
So,
you also had more juice back then too. Now they do it so you have to petition for a writ, which is like. You have to beg to give you for your right.
Wow.
You know how it goes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, this sounds like a silly question, but a lot of kind of language questions often are. But is it called a writ because it's written, like literally?
No, I think it's called a writ because it's I think it's like a variation of right. Like Old English, they like chopped it off or changed it, or I don't know where it comes from, because I mean the foundation of English common law is Anglo-Saxon, Charlemagne, that from William the Conqueror, it all came from that. There's a lot of them. There's actually one. There's a book I read. It's written by Fitzhubert. It's a list of all the writs of common law England, but it's old, so it's back from the 1600s. And there's a lot, man. But people haven't used them, so they're like, it's one of those things where even though you have a right to use them, people don't use them because current political system has made a simulacra of it, a simulation of that, right, under statute law. So people, when they go to court, they use that legal action instead of like a fundamental right.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example of that, right? So you can have what's called a writ of habeas corpus, where you're supposed to, they have to prove why you're locked in jail. What people will do is they'll go and, file a complaint at the police department or something. You see what I'm saying? Instead of going, like, striking the root of the problem, they'll use some statutorily, passed by Parliament remedy, in which your rights are limited, right? Because you can only do it within their framework instead of, using. I hate to use the word human rights because I didn't think of it like that, but basic human right to walk around free.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Instead of like, you guys promised me that I'd be free. It's like the difference between liberty and freedom, those two words. So liberty is like, when the captain of the boat lets you go on land, you're at liberty and you can go and drink and bang horse. That's not the same thing as freedom.
Freedom means you don't have to ask anyone. You can just do it yourself.
Yes, freedom is free dominion, right? So you can do whatever you want. You're not at liberty to do like a certain amount of things, and that's kind of what they do. They say, you have liberty. And everybody's like, yay, I have liberty.
Yeah, which implies that you have someone who can tell you whether you can or can't do stuff. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, all of these little kind of things are kind of shoehorned into the language and the legal system and all the rest. But yeah, I mean, what's that phrase? Liberty, something else, and the pursuit of happiness. What's that phrase?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Or it should just be life, freedom, and happiness, right?
Yeah, there you go.
What does the pursuit of happiness mean? What does that even, I've never understood that. That sounds to me like someone wants to kind of make you work to earn your happiness, which, I don't know, that sounds very, evil is the wrong word. It sounds a bit nefarious. Like, you can't be happy unless, I say so, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's sort of like to cover themselves, isn't it? Because if they say you have the right to happiness, then if you're not happy, then you can have some redress. But if you have the right to pursue happiness, then it sort of covers them in the sense that if you aren't happy, maybe it's because you didn't pursue it. Or, like you said, pursue means that they are free to put impediments in that in some way, in some nefarious way.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the carrot in front of the donkey's face with the stick. You can pursue the carrot, but you can never have it.
It's like, hold on, if you weren't like literally walking away from me with the carrot, I could just have the carrot. I mean, that is government for you.
Yeah.
Just don't walk away with the carrot, and then I'll be happy. Oh dear. I think about all these things like, I remember once I got a speeding ticket. I went like 32 miles an hour in a 30 zone on camera. And I remember it was like 1 a.m. There was no cars on the road. It was dry. And I just remember thinking, like, this is complete nonsense. I've now got to pay them, like, whatever I had to pay them. Because why? Like, I haven't done anything dangerous. No one's been harmed. In fact, no one would have even known that I was doing that if there wasn't a camera there. So, who does that benefit?
Apparently, you put the camera at risk. That's the only thing I can think of, right? Because,
Yeah, I mean, why give out a driver's license if you don't trust people to drive once they have the license? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's a con that they even demand you have a driver's license in the first place.
I mean, the thing is,
something
you
else.
gotta draw the line somewhere, right?
No.
And you just happen to barely cross where they thought the line should be.
No, you don't. Why would you have to draw the line anywhere? I think people.
I assume you don't want people driving 110 miles an hour everywhere on every road.
I don't think people are going to drive 110 miles an hour down a 30 road. Because
yeah, but there are some people that will. Like, regardless, just getting a license doesn't mean you're a good driver.
Do people like dying?
Accidents happen all the time because of shitty drivers. So
there's some there's some countries that have almost zero traffic laws. Who is it? Mumbai or something? They don't have lights. They don't have crosswalks. They don't have anything, and they don't have as many accidents as the United States.
Well, what countries? They probably have less cars.
Have you ever seen a traffic jam in Mumbai?
Oh, are
you
you talking? Yeah, they also like don't move quickly. So
Well, they do when they're not in a traffic jam. Listen, there's no evidence that traffic laws, regulations save lives or anything else.
Well, I would actually make the argument of the contrary. I think that a lot of traffic laws are actually a massive wind-up, and having to constantly kind of cuck to all of these stupid laws actually puts you in a bad mood while driving, which makes you actually drive more irritably and therefore more dangerously.
How about this? How about this, man? How about this? You're constantly looking for signs, crosswalks, little yellow lines, and all these other things, instead of looking out for people, cars. It's almost like distracted driving, because you're worried about the regulations. You're thinking about the regulations instead of the actual act of driving.
Yep. I think if you don't trust people to drive, you shouldn't give them driver's licenses in the first place.
Yeah, don't even build roads. Why even bother? I'm not going to get into it, man, but I know the entire history of the driver's license going back to like from when the automobile was invented and all the crap they used to say. And I seen a pretty cool study on when in New York City, they first required chauffeurs to have registering cars. It wasn't driver's license. You had to register your car in case there was an accident. And their excuse was they're dangerous and et cetera, et cetera. This is when people still had horses, right? Horses were more dangerous than cars back then. They actually kept the statistics from like 1908. There was something like 100 times more accidents with horses than with cars. But they regulated cars, not the horses. Horses are freaking dangerous, man.
Well, they probably knew that they were going to phase horses out soon anyway, so why bother? Control everyone with cars. After all, having a horse with a number plate isn't really going to work.
Well, the rationale behind the registering the car was so someone, if they got hit by a car, so you could supposedly, this was the theory, you read the plate, and then you can hold the person liable for the injury. That was their rationale. The ability to find the driver of the car and hold them liable for any damage they did.
Yeah, I think in a more meta sense, I think people don't. I know people will say, "Oh, there's all these arseholes out here, and you've got to protect yourself against arseholes," which is basically the argument with most regulation. There are arseholes, protect against them.
Exactly.
But
of
course,
I just wanted to say, you always mention this, is that they're always the outliers, right? People come in here, like, remember that abortion? Well, what about the people that are raped? We're always making laws for the outliers, man. I never really noticed that till you brought it up.
Yeah. It's always the case. Because fundamentally, most laws are emotional, not sensible. But with regards to this, with regards to this kind of like protecting against arseholes thing, which is completely impossible anyway. No one ever considers that maybe they actually create arseholes every time they add regulation.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. I'd say it's actually likely.
Well, I mean, when I got that speeding fine, I was just like, do you think I felt warm and fuzzy about the government when I got the speeding fine? Obviously not. It didn't make me want to drive better, but what it certainly did make me want to do is find a way to make that money back by hook or by crook, out of principle. Yeah. So, what am I going to do to get that money back? Am I going to maybe underestimate my tax return? Maybe I'm going to skip a bunch of train fares, or do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that I did any of that stuff, but that's the kind of thing that you do. You create a society where you're forever stealing from your population. You create a society that's always looking to steal that money back some way, and now the entire population are assholes by necessity, because they have to be to pay for all your fines.
Well, and if you look at it from the moral standpoint, if your moral authority is a criminal, then you're going to be a criminal too, because you think it's okay. Like, oh, this is how the rules are. I'm going to play by these rules too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, leading by example. But I mean, if you create a society in which people have to make, say, on average, 30 grand a year, and the average wage is 25 grand a year, guess what? The average person is going to steal 5 grand a year to make up the difference. That's going to happen. So, and then you blame them for doing it when they do it, inevitably. I mean, it blows my mind. Actually. I'm not even justifying crime or anything like that. I'm just saying, if the system is fundamentally corrupt, you can't blame people for being corrupted by that system.
You know, I'm actually surprised people are not as corrupt as they should be more corrupt because the system is so corrupt. It's actually not proportionate.
I agree.
Yeah, good point.
I really do. You're forced almost to be corrupt. If we're talking money, yeah. And anybody who kind of gets rich, for the most part, kind of deals in like a gray area.
Does anyone here think that Jeff Bezos pays enough tax? And the guy's worth $200 billion. Does anyone think that he pays enough tax?
If he was like a legitimate real person, a real human that I knew that was like a private individual that earned his way up, I'd have a different idea about him. I don't know who he is.
Question, does he pay tax?
Doubt it.
He doesn't pay any tax.
I mean, tax is absolutely paid by, I would say, mainly the middle class, to be honest. Because poor people generally don't earn enough money to actually pay that much tax, and rich people can just pay accountants to make sure they don't pay any tax. So it's really just the middle class that actually pays tax.
So many tax write-offs out there. So many loopholes.
Yeah, of course. And because the system's set up by those same people who are billionaires, they can influence government to write laws in their favor. So it kind of perpetuates itself.
Yeah.
They do, and there's a scientific study that proves that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was one in 2010. I actually just saw it. I was going through some of my stuff the other day, and I actually saw it. I'll dig it up. I'll send it to you, man. There was a 2010 study so they took a bunch of, public issues, and, they did survey, like, how much of the population supports this result versus what the actual result is. It was something like 1% of the... Yeah, you've seen it, right? So only 1% of the time... Only 1% of the time does the policy that the public supports actually get implemented. That is a ridiculous number. I'm laughing because I want to cry.
There were 4 sections, weren't there? I'm trying to... There was like... what was it? I think that... Hold on. If it's the same study that I saw a while back, there were 3 sections cut into 2 parts. So there was like... wealthy people, government, and ordinary people, or something like that. And then it was things they support, things they don't support, and then it was like I haven't read it in years, but it was like the 1% of the time where the people who were poor got the thing that they wanted, it was when the rich people supported it as well. So actually, even though they got it, it wasn't because they wanted it.
For your own good, man.
Yeah, of course. Don't know if you guys have heard about our health sinister Matt Hancock allegedly crying on TV, and when I actually watched when I watched it myself, he actually looks like he's laughing. It's like the laugh of the duper's delight. You know, and they've spun it so that he's just so emotional at the hard years. Fuck off. Yeah, this guy's a psychopath. There's no way he's crying because the country's had a hard year.
It's so laughable. Like, you know of the lie. I mean, when you look at these people, it's so obvious. It's like a scripted fucking show.
That's what it is. News does not differentiate between what is fiction and nonfiction. It's all fiction. I don't know why anybody thinks that it's nonfiction at all, because they never said it was. Right? They don't come on the TV and say, the following you see is the actual non-fiction portion of our broadcast today. No, they don't. They, goes right from a sitcom into some other, tragic comedy called the news.
Mm.
So I've been triggering liberals for like a week now. Check this out. So Pence, he's the VP. He's supposed to count the electoral votes January 6th.
Yeah, I heard about it.
So I've been triggering with, I tell him, well, but Pence is going to run them through a Dominion machine, and it's going to come back. Trump is an unanimous vote. He won unanimously. And then the Democrats are going to sue him, and then the Supreme Court's going to say they have no standing.
Well, I keep telling people that I think Trump's getting in for a second term, and virtually everyone looks at me like I've got two heads. I can only conclude that people who think that aren't really watching. They're not really following, And I'm not saying...
I would doubt it if there wasn't precedent. There is precedent in America. It's happened 3 times, so...
Yeah. But, literally the only reason people believe that, Biden's definitely going to be president is because the mainstream media. And it's kind of surprising to me that people in here are listening to the mainstream media.
Yeah, that's pretty shocking. Dude, the track record is so bad. The New York Times is the worst, dude. I swear to God, every 6 months they must retract the entire paper that they published 6 months before. Everything we said 6 months ago was wrong, but now what we're saying today is correct.
Well, it's like when they print stuff that they know is provably wrong at the time, which really gets me. I don't mind if they say something and then new information comes to light and it kind of replaces the old information. That's what science should be about. That's completely understandable, but often they'll print things they know are wrong at the time, and then they'll retract them on, I think you said this before, on the 17th page in small print, 3 weeks later.
Yep. And they won't even say what they were wrong about. They'll say, what we printed in column 6, or, paragraph 7 was incorrect. And that's it. Yeah. They don't say what was incorrect, why it was incorrect.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if obviously everyone's heard about this. This viral strain of, Coronavirus is 70% more, whatever. Well,
yeah, that's the new one. That's all.
What's funny is it comes from a paper. I believe a bunch of Italian scientists did something. They did something else funny as well, which I'll go into. But this paper said that there were something like 12,500 new strains. So. It's not one. Even going by their kind of numbers, it's 1 of 1,000. So why highlight this one? It's ridiculous.
Super strain. Does that mean I'm supposed to be super scared?
Yeah, apparently.
I was just regular scared, and now I'm supposed to be super scared.
It's so pathetic. I don't know if you heard about the kiwi that had COVID.
Yeah.
There's a kiwi fruit that had COVID, and apparently a bottle of Coke had COVID as well.
The test is just a joke, man.
Yep. And it's like,
look now, but here's the thing, dude. They've never really been able, even like, they've never been able to really test for viruses. They can't really test you and say, hey, you have a flu virus, you have this virus. They look at your symptoms. They say, well, it's likely you have, the flu because of these symptoms. They can't test for that. They just can't. The tests aren't accurate enough, and there's too many variables, right? The PCR, and even if they use RFLP, that's not good enough. It's too much contamination. It's almost impossible. So, all of a sudden, COVID has a test where you can test for it. Bullshit. Okay? They couldn't test for the flu. They couldn't test for the cold before that, right? You can't go to the doctor like, I think I have a cold, and the doctor draws your blood and then sees if you have the cold. No, they've never been able to do that. Now, how all of a sudden they're just able to do that? No, they can't. They just made up some shit. Some companies are getting rich as hell selling garbage. I think that's like, it always boils down to the same thing, dude. Like 9/11, these little crises, they make people a lot of money. A lot of freaking money.
Yeah.
You start entire new industries. Dude, imagine if you were a mask manufacturer at the start of this. You got to be rolling in it. You got to be rolling in cash.
We could probably still start one up because it doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
I've thought a way to hook onto this scam, believe me, but I can't do it. Whenever these scams start, these so-called crises, I think like, man, I can cash in, and I just can't do it, man.
Yeah, it's evil, isn't it? But what really blows my mind is when people I know quite well, who I've taken them through why the PCR test is unreliable, like from everything from the cycle threshold to the family of virus argument to the germ theory argument, all this stuff. Like, and then someone goes, "Oh yeah, mate at work has got COVID," and then you're like, "Have you not been listening?" It's my first fucking. Have you not been listening? And then obviously the first question is, how do you know they've got COVID? Oh, they're tested positive. Oh, really? Okay. What did I tell you about the PCR test? Oh yeah, I know, but they tested positive. And you're just like, oh, come on, this is simple stuff. Just keep up. So there was a city in England, Liverpool, I assume you've heard of it, who decided that they were going to start double checking all the results. The PCR test, and they had something like 60% drop in cases overnight. So literally all they're doing is now it's only if someone gets 2 positive tests in a row, they're calling it a case, which means that obviously statistically unlikely because the first positive is likely to be a false positive. So chances of getting 2 false positives are much lower than 1, and so they're basically. Yeah,
I wouldn't say much. I'd say slightly lower.
Well,
I don't know if it figures the regular rules of statistics, right? I don't think like 2 80% false positives and you take 2 of them becomes a 40% false positive. I think it's still 80%, right? So just like flipping a coin, every time you flip the coin, it's still 50% chance of.
No, but it's the chance of getting both of them together. So an 80% chance would become 64%. So,
actually 0%, right?
What do you mean?
Testing for COVID.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's so many problems.
Well, this is a common thing in statistics, right? So each individual flip of the coin is 50-50. But the chances of you being there and watching, it flips and be heads 80 times in a row is, 1 quadrillion to 1 or something. But still, each individual flip, it's about Mark Twain said about statistics, man. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure COVID is a type of a flu also, and they can't figure out the flu. It's funny how COVID is like a type of flu.
think there's thousands of different types of bacteria and viruses that cause respiratory illness. That's what I think. And
I'm so sure any of them actually do.
To think that there's only 3: COVID, the flu, and common cold. Come on, it's idiotic.
And have the controlled study. Put healthy people in front of sick people. None of them got it. I mean, what else can you do? Right? Like,
Doesn't matter because so many people are acting irrationally about it. It doesn't really matter. You can show them, every Nobel Prize winning scientist and, could come out and say it's all a bunch of bullshit, and it's already baked in the cake at this point.
Yeah.
The paranoid hypochondriacs are running everything.
brainwash is just too good.
Oh, we're pandering to the lowest common denominator at this point. You realize there's people that are never gonna wear a mask for the rest of their life, right? I'm serious. They are never going to stop wearing a mask. They're going to be wearing a mask for the rest of their fucking life.
Yeah, it's what I call the pathology of pathology. They've decided now that I guess it's like when people are all in, they're like, well, the government is telling the truth, and there is the thing that's really, really scary. Therefore, it will always be scary because Daddy Government would never lie to me. So that's now what they do.
Trust the science, bro.
Yeah. Still waiting on that science.
Dude, I am so sick of freaking stupid libtard Democrats. Anyone that say trust the science and they don't understand even the first lick of fucking science. I see these people on Twitter all the time. Like, science says wear masks. Post a bunch of stuff for masks. Like, come on, just wear the mask. It saves lives. Dude, like you were saying, didn't you just see what I just fucking posted?
Yeah, like there was that study in Denmark that found that wearing masks doesn't do anything at all. That includes mask mandates, actual masks, all that kind of stuff. Nothing works. And this is using kind of official data as well. So it's funny how they can't even get the official data to tell the narrative that they want.
Well, I'm pretty sure Fauci published a paper about the Spanish flu and how people were dying of bacterial pneumonia. It had nothing to do with the Spanish flu, and that was from wearing masks.
Yep.
From wearing masks, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you hear about Fauci getting rumbled as well? Because he claimed he pretended to have his vaccine in his left arm, and then when he was referring to it, he tapped his right arm, or vice versa. Like he went for the wrong arm.
Oh, dude, man, especially when you get a needle stuck in your arm, you always forget immediately right after, while it's still hurting, which arm you got stuck with, which arm you got stuck in. Dude, that's horrible.
It just makes me feel really sad that there are people in this world that are so evil that they would actually force the entire world to go through this. Yeah, it's actually quite saddening.
I mean, I think it's just another. I think to them, justified. So I think, put it this way, I think some of these crises are to stave off the reckoning, right? Because the worldwide financial system is a fake money, debt-bloated fiction. There's there's nothing there, right? It's an illusion. Finance, all that crap, it's just an illusion. But to stop the system from imploding, they have to keep like some sort of economic activity going. This is a new form of economic activity. I think 9/11, part of that motivation was to create, economic activity because the financial system worldwide was imploding.
A target distance of 10.1 miles.
It's around to 3.5.
Okay, perfect. Now, here's a picture that we have. Phone is being slow. Okay. You can see here with the calculations that you just plugged in, observer height 8 feet, target distance 10.1 miles. The max distance that the geometric horizon can be is 3.46 miles. However, when you see this picture, platform C is 6.08 away, and platform habitat is 10.10 miles away, with the horizon still far beyond the platforms. We're seeing way too far. And this picture can be replicated over and over again. Now, obviously, it depends on the atmospheric conditions. On a rainy or foggy day, you're not going to be able to see as far, but a super crisp day, you're going to be able to see farther. So this is called the black swan because all it takes is one picture to prove that we see too far. But guess what? You don't even have to trust this picture because we're just a bunch of stupid flat earthers. You now have the tools yourself to do the calculations and see if you see too far.
Okay, but I think you guys are still creeping away from my question, which was a while ago, which is, why is the Earth flat, but all the other planets round?
Why is my ceiling fan round and my floor is flat?
Okay, wait. So going back to what you said earlier, you said that it depends on the height you are at, right? Well, I saw with my own eyes. I went on an airplane and it went up, and I could see that the Earth was curving.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see Earth curve.
What?
Somebody was lying about seeing Earth curve.
I'm lying?
Yeah, when I jumped out of a plane for skydiving, I didn't see an Earth curve. So I didn't see an Earth curve and you did. So we can just debate over who saw what. But the Earth curve calculator tells you how far you should see.
You know, if airplanes wouldn't work if the Earth was flat, the way they're designed, they literally could not work if the Earth was flat. It's just physically impossible.
You literally ignored what I said to Active Habitat. I have a PowerPoint with the documents from the FAA.gov saying that airplanes are designed for a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth.
I'm
still waiting. I'm still waiting on your rebuttal, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. So, in the NASA document, there's a NASA document. It's not the exact same one, but it's another one that uses the flat linear model or whatever. I'll link it in there. So if you go onto page 7, this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of blah, blah, blah. So in the literal next paragraph, it goes, there's also a Reddit post here that I can link because it simplifies it a little bit. But if you read that paragraph, the need for... Where am I looking? If you look at those two links, I can't exactly find it on the page, but you can look through those two links. Kind of got lost, but you can look through those two. The paragraph and the paragraph beneath it, which immediately rebuts it, you can check that out.
Okay, if they give a specific explanation for why they use certain language, does that even matter if the Earth measures flat?
I'm just talking about this document, which says this linear model is used for desk calculations only and is not, meant for actual airplanes. Desk calculations and off the cuff stuff. I'm noticing a pattern here of sort of selecting the things that you'd like to see out of documents, and ignoring the rest of it.
Well, why would they use the calculations as if the Earth is flat if it's a sphere? That makes no sense.
And what you posted literally in this paragraph literally says the linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observation variables.
Yeah, all those aircraft dynamics are by other flat earthers because scientists, they use aerodynamics from other planets and all other kinds of stuff on Earth. Okay. If it was flat, they just do a bunch of science. I don't know, I'm not exactly good at science. Not my strong suit, but that doesn't make me wrong either. You guys can't say that because I'm putting up a bunch of good points. And that a bunch of the air currents and how plane wings are built and how planes are built, the air currents that would happen on Earth if it was flat would make planes practically impossible to get off the ground.
All right, I'm going to post you my PowerPoint because you're about to be contradicted with exactly what you're saying.
Whoever was talking
I'm
to
sorry,
me,
Active, but what you said, with the paragraph that you provided doesn't say anything about it being debunked. And then I'm not going to read your Reddit thing because I'm not going to look at Reddit. I'm going to look at NASA.
okay. The Reddit is just explaining what's in the paragraph. It's not like an in-depth. This is a bit hypocritical because I've seen a lot of websites that flat earthers source from that are way less sketchy and way more sketchy. I'm correct, stand corrected. Way more sketchy and less credential than Reddit. And especially this.
All right, how about this? www.faa.gov. This document is the engineering analysis and design of aircraft dynamic models for the FAA. Page 13. Representing aircraft trajectory propagation and the DIS.
Active, please mute yourself when you're not speaking.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Is an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed frame. Continuing on to page 32, the observant reader will notice the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. And then there's many more documents. This actually comes from a YouTube video. I just put it into a PowerPoint, but there's over 35 NASA Army documents that all show that these machines are designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Can you send me the link to the FAA document you're referencing?
Yep, I posted 10:27, or I guess you're not in my time, but 27 minutes after the hour FE PowerPoint.
So that brings up my other point about time zones. If the Earth was flat, why would we have different time zones?
Time zones work on a flat Earth.
Seasons.
No, because the Earth...
Seasons work on a flat Earth. Yep, they do, actually.
They don't.
No, they don't.
Actually, seasons don't make sense on a globe Earth because they say that when we're farthest away from the sun, it's our summer. That's pretty crazy. And when we're closest to the sun, it's our winter. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's just based on the location of the sun, right? So the sun is local, and it's much smaller than what they tell you.
Yep.
No, it's because the spherical Earth is spinning, and when it comes closer, that area of the planet is summer or winter, fall, spring, whatever.
So you just said when the Earth is closer to the sun, it's summer?
It's the way
when the Earth is closer to the sun, it's summer. That's how
incorrect.
That's how heat works.
Incorrect. Let me. No, that's incorrect. I always got that question wrong in my astronomy class. I'm going to post that. That's actually incorrect, and that's not me being mean. That's literally what the globe model says. That when you're farthest from the sun, it's summer.
So in different like countries or whatever, there's different. It's the sun might be up and the sun might be down. How would that work with the flat Earth?
The Earth is flat, and it's imagine like a pizza, okay? And there's 12 slices, or actually 24 slices in the pizza. It's flat. As the sun, the local sun, moves over each slice of the pizza, at that specific time, it is noon. Whatever pizza slice it's over, it's noon. And then it moves around the pizza, each 24 slices. So that's how you have time zones.
Okay.
Sorry if that's a bad analogy, but it does work.
For
on a flat
example,
Earth.
what if the pizza or whatever is flat, right? And then the sun comes to the middle of the pizza. Is it 12 p.m. for everywhere?
It's not going in. It's not going into the middle. It has a specific trajectory.
But that doesn't explain Earth's rotation.
It's
okay. Are you aware that? I'm sorry. It's just like that's the third time they've mentioned Earth rotation, and I'm just curious if they even know that it's never been measured.
Yep, never been measured. And you would think at some point with all these like sports and stuff, like tennis players that are switching, if they're in Canada and then they go play in down in the middle of the equator and stuff, there should be all kinds of issues. The Earth is rotating in 4 different directions, actually. If you take in it's moving around the sun, axial rotation. The sun is also moving through the universe. Or the sun is actually moving through our universe. Tons of movements all occurring at one time.
The Earth's rotation can be directly measured.
How?
By an array of radio telescopes, or by using lasers to measure the movements of the atoms falling in the Earth's gravity.
Please
provide So you're saying you can look at the sky and measure Earth movement? Is that what you're saying?
Radio telescopes, that's
she never said looking up at the sky.
Yeah,
she's saying radio telescopes and
or you can
atoms
use
and
lasers
stuff.
with
Yeah, it's even as simple as looking at the clouds. You could watch them and they will move. It'll be it won't be windy.
The clouds is the wind. The clouds is the wind. That's not the Earth rotating.
The clouds aren't the point, but my point is valid.
So where are the telescopes pointing? Where are they pointing?
Well, I don't know because I haven't deeply researched this, but you could also do it with lasers and measuring that.
Where are the lasers pointing? Where are the lasers pointing?
The atoms. So
what direction? Is it pointing up? Is it pointing at the sky?
I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
You can look this up. You can measure the Earth's rotation by using lasers to measure the movements that atoms are falling in Earth's gravity.
So, again, like True said, things in the sky moving?
No, gravity. Gravity. Do we not have gravity? But we do, right?
No, we actually don't. And we can get into that as well.
So I can jump and I'll just float everywhere.
Nope.
I don't even know where to start.
You're more dense than the medium you're in currently. Like when you get in water, you float. Where's the gravity there? You're less dense than the medium you're in. But when you're in room air,
float around because there's gravity.
Say that again. Water doesn't move around because there's gravity?
Water doesn't move around because there's no gravity, or because there is gravity. Meaning you don't move around.
No. Tides are formed by the gravity caused and the motion caused by the moon, which rotates around the Earth.
Yeah, that's okay. So they tell us a lot of stuff. What do you understand gravity to be?
What?
What do you understand gravity to be? What is your definition of gravity? What do you understand about what they claim gravity is?
The force that
the
everything on the ground.
It's like the
force that any object enacts on anything around it. The pulling force that an object enacts.
It's not between objects and Earth. It's like between all objects everywhere in the universe.
Gravity is not a force. And Globers say that you would get in trouble in my astronomy class for saying force, the F word.
Not a force. Gravity is not a force.
Okay, well, correct your colleagues, please.
It's a force of attraction.
Okay, so
it can be any.
So how does a helium balloon work then?
The Earth.
How does a helium balloon work then? What's
It's
happening?
less dense than the gravity.
The helium is less dense than the air around it.
Wait. When things are less dense, they go up. But then when things are more dense,
they go down.
There's gravity. You need because it's more dense than the medium it's in.
Yeah, so there's gravity, right? And so things that are denser, they go to the bottom, and things that are less dense, they go to the top.
So where's gravity when things go up?
It's there.
Where's gravity?
It's the same with helium. Helium is less dense, so it goes up. Same with sulfur hexafluoride.
Carbon dioxide, and all the gases.
Sulfur hexafluoride is so heavy.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. When you all speak like that, we can't hear either of you. Just so that you know. And I don't mean to keep jumping in. I just am curious which gravity they're talking about, because I think they're just unaware. They just believe because it's been spoke about, it's been invoked, and they're not even aware of what they claim gravity is. I don't even think we probably have to teach them this.
Okay, well, if gravity doesn't exist because there's a flat Earth, then what makes things drop? So if you hold a pencil and then drop it, what makes it drop?
Depends on what medium you're in. Are you in room air or are you in water?
Well, even if you're in water, it goes down slowly because it has to bash through the particles.
The reason we float up is because we are denser. Therefore, we float up. We are lighter.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Buoyancy and density. Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That's how we float.
If I'm holding a basketball and I let go of it in my room, it goes down. But if I'm in a pool and I'm on the bottom of the pool and I'm holding the basketball and I let it go, it's gonna float.
Because there's gravity. So it makes it float. Because
no gravity. It's density and buoyancy in the medium it's in. Super simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything that you can't measure the Earth's rotation.
So can you show me actually prove to me that gravity exists? Because they can't. They literally can't.
Okay, so so take a cup for an example. Can you drop it and it'll break because it touches the floor? That's gravity.
No, that's not proving that gravity exists. Actually, show me an experiment where they actually show that gravity exists, not just the effect of gravity.
The reason why a ball does not sink in water is because when it is hollow, it is denser than the water. Therefore, it can float up. If you
mean less dense?
If it's dense, less dense than water. Yeah. If it is dense,
Yep. It's okay. You're right, Daddy Jesus.
Take a deep breath and just calm down. You don't have to get so excited. We can talk about this for as long as you guys want to, right? But just like Kai said, it's density and buoyancy. Gravity has never been measured. It's an idea. It's a concept. They've never measured it. The only thing that you're seeing when you pick a cup up and you drop it and it hits the floor and it breaks is the effect. You see an effect. You're not seeing a cause. You're seeing an effect.
Well, what's keeping the Earth together? Because it's just a bunch of loose particles of dirt and all kinds of stuff.
There's a law and there is an equation to calculate the gravitational force between two objects.
Gravity is not a law. It's a theory.
It is not. It can be calculated.
Can you
It's a
prove that
theory.
gravity doesn't exist?
Entropy, second law of thermodynamics.
So I would propose that, you know, while you guys are talking about gravity, that you actually like look it up and see what they actually claim, see what they actually say. Right? You should see what they're saying about what gravity is. It's never been proven, and I'm hearing like two different kinds of gravity being spoken about. I'm, you know, hearing the one that was abandoned in what was it, 1915?
The Newtonian versus
Yeah.
Einstein.
But so gravity also has not been proven. It hasn't been proven, and it hasn't been not proven.
Well, if it's not been proven, then no one can claim that it is the cause of the effect that you're observing.
But it also doesn't mean that gravity does or doesn't exist. So we don't technically have evidence for both.
So you guys can't tell us that it doesn't exist if none of us know.
It's like this, right? If something's going to be claimed that it is so, that it is a fact, it needs to be established as such, right? So if it has never been proven, and you just admitted that it has never been proven, there's other variables that can be manipulated other than that.
I didn't ever admit that it hadn't been. I'm just proposing
Yes,
that.
you did. You literally said that.
But also,
twice.
What? I did not.
You said we cannot confirm nor deny. Pretty much is what you said.
So how
There's
do
no
water
proof
towers?
for it, and there's no proof there's no proof it does exist, and no proof it doesn't exist. You actually did just say that. Sorry.
How in poor countries
The
where
reason
it's hard
gravity
to get
exists is like the same reason why our Earth rotates around the sun. Our Earth is locked in place and rotates around the sun due to gravitational force that pulls us towards the sun. If there's no gravity, we wouldn't be pulled towards the sun. There'll be no force or anything.
Okay, we can get to how space doesn't exist as well.
Okay,
But
so also
until you know that gravity is the cause, until you can actually prove it, then what you're telling me is just a nice little fairy tale.
Also, NASA has proven, or they've claimed that gravity is a thing. So if you're going to believe something else that NASA said, then you have to believe another thing that they said.
They did not.
They even admit that they can't explain it, right? And I think there's like 4 or 5 people trying to go off from one subject to another at the same time. So maybe we can stick with one subject and maybe with one person at a time. And so the thing about the gravity, well, I think we need to back up and start from the beginning, right? Because before the gravity can exist, before this Earth spinning in space and orbiting the sun can exist, we first have to establish whether or not we're even living on a globe. So let's first measure the Earth, and let's start from there, and let's take steps from the beginning and work our way up. Let's establish that there's even curvature and that the Earth is even a sphere first.
The Earth is not a perfect sphere.
So when I sent Adriana the Earth curve calculator, we just showed where a physical curve should start. And when that physical curve begins, a geometric horizon should occur. And we see past where the geometric horizon should be. So we know it's not curving. We know this.
Okay, what's the physical curve based off of? Because if there has
the radius of the Earth, the radius of the Earth. If it's a ball, at some point it's going to curve, right?
Well, yeah, but
okay. So if we know that it's supposed to curve, and we're only once the curve begins, it creates the geometric horizon. You can't see farther than that. Like if you have a pencil and you have it on the top of the basketball, and as it goes over the curve of the basketball, you're not even able to see it anymore.
Hold on. It's not going to curve at a certain point. It's a circle. It's a ball. It's always curving. It's not going to start curving at a certain point, but it's going to be flat the rest of the way.
At a certain distance. Sorry, go ahead, Truth.
No, I was just going to tell Natty Light. I was going to try to cut in before, like in between. I don't want to interrupt you. I keep jumping in, Kai, and I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you, I promise. But Natty Light, you don't have a role. If you want to jump up into VC Check-In 1 or VC Check-In 2, you can jump up there for a speaking role, which also will allow you to follow along in the live stream to voice text.
And Kai,
Keep talking.
Can I call you Kai? Is that okay?
Sure.
Well, she had mentioned she had okay. Let's stick with one person at a time. Kai was speaking with what was it, Adriana? Is that who it was?
I can't remember if it was Daddy. There's just so many people I can't
whoever it was that was talking about the curvature, right? That was saying that it or maybe it was Daddy Jesus. Or are you the one that was saying that it's not going to start bending or curving at a specific point?
Oh no, that wasn't me.
Okay, who was
that
it?
That was me.
Yeah.
Who's me? What's your name?
That was me.
Who's me?
I am sad.
Okay, let's stick with you and let's stick with 1 point at a time. Cincinnati Light's not going up into VC check-in. Okay, you claimed that you made a claim that the Earth should not start curving at any specific point, but that's not what they tell us. They tell us that if you start at 1 foot observer height, they tell us that at 1 foot observer height, the Earth will start curving at 1.22 miles. So what we can do, according to the Earth curve calculator, now you can put any observer height that you want. You can do any observation that you want and put your observer height and the distance, and it will tell you how much it should drop away. But this image, if you look into the live stream to voice text of the 2 oil rigs, that is at a 1 foot observer height. And according to the calculator, it should, according to them, this is their claim, not ours. And this is what we do, right? We test their claims to see if they're true. They claim that the Earth is a sphere, and with the dimensions that they give and a radius of 3,595 miles, if you're at 1 foot observer height, the Earth should start curving away from you at 1.22 miles. Right here is 1 foot observer height, and you can see the 2 platforms there. Now it's not got anything to do with the platforms. The only reason the platforms are even in this image is so that you know the distance at both platforms. The main thing that we're looking for is the horizon. So can you find the horizon in this picture? Sadkif, or however you say your name. You were the one that
Sorry, I don't know how this relates to my question.
Because you made the claim, you're the one, you spoke up and you said that you were the one that we were talking to that made the claim that the Earth should not start curving at any specific point.
Oh, okay. So, I guess what I was, saying that if it's a ball, it's a sphere. That we're assuming that it's a sphere. Then the ball, obviously it should be curving at the same. I guess. Let's say it curves at the same variable the whole way around, right? It shouldn't be flat at a certain angle. Then, when as Kai said, it should start curving at a specific point. No, it should always be curving, shouldn't it?
Well, it should from where you're standing in all directions around you. You're right about that. It should start curving away from you in all directions around you. But if you're at 1 foot observer height, according to their own numbers, it should start curving away from you at 1.22 miles, which means that's where the predicted geometric horizon should be, if what they're claiming is true. So if you see beyond that point at 1 foot observer height, then that means that falsifies the radius, that it's not curving away at that point. But not only if you look, not only can you see beyond that, but you don't just see a little bit beyond that, right? You see, like for as far as the atmospheric conditions will allow you, and for as far as your zoom will allow you to zoom in, right? As far as you can extend your vision, you can still see Earth. It never ever curves away. So can you see the horizon in this photo?
Yes. It's a little foggy.
Right. It is, but you can see the horizon, right? Where do you find the horizon at?
Sorry, what's that in the back behind the ship? Is that like Oh yeah. So it's where the ocean meets the sky, I guess.
Right. So where does in this photo, where does the ocean meet the sky?
In the beginning, it's where the boat is on the ocean, I guess.
No, where are you finding the horizon? I'm not talking about the oil rigs. Where is the horizon in this photo? Is it in between the two platforms, or is it behind the second platform?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the GIF that someone else sent. The horizon looks like it's behind the boat. It just looks like it's not wait, what do you mean? It's not in between them. It's all across the picture.
Yeah, it's behind the oil platforms.
Okay, so the second oil platform, what's the distance that it says that it's away? And keep in mind that this is something you don't have to take anyone's word for it. This is a place where you can actually go and you can test this for yourself. You can search it up on Google and it will tell you the distance that it will tell you the location of these oil rigs. You can verify the distance that these oil rigs are from the shore. So looking at these oil rigs, can you tell me what distance that you see that these are away?
Yeah. If you want me to elaborate, 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles.
Okay, and where are you finding the horizon?
I guess it's about by platform habitat, I guess. Almost level to that, I don't know.
So we can safely say at least, at minimum, which it's definitely further, but we'll just give a little bit, right? And we'll just say at minimum 10 miles out is where the horizon is.
Okay.
Okay, and this is at 1 foot observer height. You should not be able to see, according to their own numbers, beyond 1.22 miles. But if we're seeing 10 miles out, then what does that mean? That means that the predicted geometric horizon does not exist where they tell us that it should. And there's other observations much further. So if it's not curving anywhere, what is it? These are things you can do.
I'd like for you to produce another picture with this phenomenon happening.
You got
because it. Because if you can't produce another one or two, I can believe that this is a result of atmospheric refraction.
Okay, well,
called the.
Okay, so this is the thing about refraction, right? The thing about refraction, for one, there's so many things to unpack about that. The thing about refraction, for one, it doesn't refract the horizon. It only refracts the objects on the horizon. So we're not talking about the platforms. We're talking about the horizon. And another thing is this is repeatable. It has been repeated. And you can repeat this also. And I didn't check you in, so I don't know if you're aware. But if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, where additional, you'll find a place. It's A through Z, hashtag A through Z. It's additional information. You can find tons of different observations and tests that are repeated that you can also do. And this one particular one has been repeated several times. And Hi Sky just posted another one.
Yeah, and this video was taken from the shoreline of, I believe, Santa Barbara, California. It says in the beginning of the video. Yep, Shoreline Cafe, Shoreline Drive, Santa Barbara, California. So if you're near there, you can actually go test this out yourself at this exact place.
You can. I'll look at that. But you can also look at the Wikipedia article for a Fata Morgana mirage, which is a possible explanation for this sort of distance to oil platform phenomenon.
Okay, so let's say that it is all like if the atmosphere is changing the horizon, then how do we know there's a physical curve?
Well, the atmosphere doesn't change the horizon. I mean,
it can't change a physical geometric horizon. It couldn't. But yet we're trying to he's trying to say refraction.
Right. And the only way you can have refraction is if you have two mediums. And the atmosphere is one medium. And if you're going to invoke terrestrial refraction, you're assuming R. You're assuming the radius before you even start. And that's what the thing that we're testing. That's the thing we're trying to prove.
Give me a second to look into this a little more deeply, because I want to produce a little more evidence than just this.
Well, absolutely. And I would suggest that you're not going into it with the mindset that you're looking into this information to try to produce evidence against something that I mean, wouldn't you want to just establish what's true first? Like, just find out what's true. It sounds to me like you're trying to advocate for something that you don't really have enough knowledge about to even know whether or not it's true. You should be testing the claims that they're giving you. They're telling you you're living on a spinning sphere rotating around a sun that's supposed to be like 93 million miles away, hurtling through space. Test those claims. They're claiming it's a sphere. Test it yourself.
But may I intervene? May I intervene or prevails?
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So the phenomenon of the sun and the spheric Earth, right? So the thing with that is, if the Earth was flat, and first of all, I'm not aware of your beliefs, but do you believe the sun is like a form of the sun exists, or?
Of course, I mean,
yeah. No. Well, active. Wait, is active a round Earther or a flat Earther?
I'm round Earther.
Okay, yeah. So prevails. I was more or less asking you. Do you believe that a sun exists of some sort?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought you were asking me, but anyway, so this is the thing. I've laid down my beliefs, right? And I only adhere to what can be verified and what can be tested and proven, because I have discovered so many lies. And so I laid down all my beliefs. So this is the thing. It's like it has been tested and it's been verified that one, there is no curvature. There is no measurable movement, and the sun is very local. It's much smaller than what they tell you. It's very local. It's within our atmosphere. This is observable. You can observe this yourself.
So would other planets not exist?
We have lights in the sky.
There are stars in the sky, the wandering stars in the sky.
The word planet means wandering star.
But to argue as to what these planets specifically are, the information that NASA gives us is not accurate, because space cannot exist as they tell us.
So let's refer to December 21st, right? When with the telescope, would you look, or not even with the naked eye, when you look, you could see Saturn and its ring. What was that? Just a projected government scheme?
No, it's just the light in the sky.
Yeah.
So the light in the sky produces a round Earth with exact Saturn's rings exactly next to Jupiter.
A light in the sky does not produce a round Earth. No.
No. When you looked up December 21st at the sky, you would see you saw Saturn. You could look up with the naked eye. I saw it myself. I looked up and I saw.
Yeah, it looks circular. It's a circular light that we see in the sky.
Yeah, but you could see its rings around it. Is what I'm trying to produce. I'm trying to say you could see its rings around the planet Saturn. So what I'm trying to say is, if we went with the idea that no planets exist other than the Earth, maybe stars and the sun, then I wouldn't have seen Saturn when I looked up, unless you guys are trying to hint that the government is projecting some sort of.
No, but when you look at Saturn, what are you seeing? Like, specifically, what are you seeing? You're seeing a light in the sky. Whether it has a ring around it or not, doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Just because if you see a light in the sky that appears to have a ring around it, it doesn't mean that it is like outside of our atmosphere, that is like off in space and a million miles away. It just means that it's just a light in the sky. It proves nothing other than that it's just a light in the sky.
Well, not necessarily. When you take a telescope and you actually look with the telescope, you could see Saturn itself.
A light in the sky.
But what I'm trying to say, Prevails, is when you take a telescope and you look through the telescope, you don't see a light. You see the planet Saturn.
Okay, what kind of first? Okay, if you're going to get a telescope and you're going to be looking at things in the sky, you need to first be sure that it doesn't have software imaging in it. It needs to be a manual telescope. Because the thing about software imaging or imaging software is it's pre-programmed according to the constellations to give you an image that according to where you point it, there's software that like gives you this depiction, this image of what they want you to see. But if you don't use the imaging software telescopes and use a manual telescope that doesn't have that, it's just lights in the sky that are either focused or out of focus.
So are you getting this from a study or like, or is it your like sort of? Are you speaking through authority? Or are you trying to state like I've seen it like that? Like, are you speaking from experience? Is what I'm essentially saying.
Okay, this is what I'm going to tell you. They are claiming that these planets are out of our atmosphere and they're out in space, far away, and that you're able to zoom in on them. Correct. This is what I'm telling you, that is impossible. You want me to tell you why?
Go ahead.
Because of the second law of thermodynamics. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Oh God. Please enlighten me.
It's the law of entropy, which means you must. Okay, we have an atmosphere that we breathe, right? The air that we breathe is pressurized. We have a pressurized atmosphere. Do you agree?
Say that again.
The air that you breathe, the atmosphere, it's pressurized gas. Do you agree with that?
We breathe oxygen, yeah.
Okay, so in order to have pressurized gas, what do you need to have? What's required? No, what's required to have that pressure? For the gas to have the pressure that it has, what's required?
Continue. I'm listening.
Okay, well, it's in the very definition of it. It's like in order to have pressurized gas, you must have a container because the gas creates the pressure is created when the gas molecules press against the walls of the container. And the fact that we have pressurized gas means that we have a container. We must have. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
So, from what I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a huge, gigantic sort of thing of pressurized gas pumping into Earth? Is the
no one said anything about pumping, and no one said anything about what that container is or what it isn't. The only thing that I said is we have pressurized gas. Therefore, we must have a container. It's natural law. It can never be violated.
Yep. So wait, sorry, just to understand. So in your theory, oxygen does not come from trees.
It's not a theory.
Or in your
I'm not. Whoa! I never said. I don't know where you getting that from. We jumped from pressurized gas.
You said pressurized gas.
Pressurized gas needing a container. You jumped from that and made the leap to that. I'm saying that we don't get oxygen from trees, and I never claimed that. I never would. Of course, all of the gas that we have is produced right here on the surface of the Earth. We breathe. We have decomposition. We have plants that are giving this stuff off. We have methane that's coming up out of the ocean. We have tons of gas that's produced right here on the surface of the Earth. I never denied that, and I don't even know where you got that at. The only thing that I'm telling you is that it's a natural law that can never be violated. We have pressurized gas, regardless of where it comes from, how it's produced. We have it. Therefore, we have a container. We must have. It's required.
Previous, I understand your point, but what the conversation sort of sparked on was Saturn, correct? And there's other planets. You said there's no way that other planets could exist because we have a tank of pressurized gas produced on Earth.
In the sense that they tell you, no, it cannot. It's impossible. However, we do have lights in the sky. We have stars. We have wandering stars. And we have a sun and we have moon.
Like Jupiter, for example, yeah, you can see a light. Maybe that's Jupiter. But the fact that there's supposed to be a giant ball of gas without a container in the vacuum of space doesn't fly under the second law of thermodynamics. So we're not saying that the planets don't exist, but we're saying that they are observable lights in the sky, and that's pretty much all we can really say about them.
So if I took a telescope, correct, and it wasn't software engineered, the application was edited, whatever. If I took this software and I pointed it at Jupiter or Saturn, I would just see a light.
You're going to see a light, like some form of light.
I wouldn't see Jupiter or Saturn, though. I'd see a form of light.
Okay, so the wandering planets are just lights in the sky, and I don't know any other way to put it. I mean, I really don't. They're not these like round planets that are these physical structures that are off in outer space, millions of light years away, or however far that they say they are in the vacuum of space. That's not where they're at, because it can't exist next to a pressurized system. This is a dynamic system that we live in. It's got pressurized gas. The necessary antecedent for it is a container. Therefore, those fairy tales that they give you can't be true. They can't exist. It's impossible. So if you start with what's...
Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if you start with what's verifiable, if you test and you measure their claims of curvature and you find none, because like I showed you with that photo earlier, that at 1 foot observer height, it should start curving away from you at 1.22 miles. It doesn't do that. For as far off as you can look, it never does that. More than 70% of our Earth is covered with water. What behavior do you ever observe water doing?
What behavior do I observe water doing?
Do you ever observe it curving around a ball?
Yes.
Okay. You care to post that for me?
I ever with my? So yes, if you actually go high enough altitude, you could observe a curvature on Earth. This is basic.
Well, even
understanding of science. If I look, go ahead.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that as far as up as you get, he said that stuff looks flat. Okay, so
as far high as you get.
With the Earth curve calculator, we use the observer height to calculate where there should be a curve, and
we're measuring for it.
We already showed that we see too far.
We're going, like I said, when we're on a beach or any part of Earth, when we're on it physically, when we look up to the horizon, it is flat. It's flat, right? When you're at any beach and you look up to the water or the horizon, it's flat, and it'll keep going flat, right? When you go up high enough altitude, which is space indeed, not fully out of. Sorry, I cut out, or am I still here?
You're still here.
I hear you. No, you're still good.
You're still here.
When you go fully out of not fully out of Earth's orbit, when you go pretty much far high enough, you're leaving Earth. Just to put that in perspective, you would see a round or curvature on Earth. This was actually even visually, you could see this when this is just one of the actual times this happened, was when the highest skydiving incident happened, where the guy went up so high that the Earth's curvature was visibly seen on the video.
Fisheye lens. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that was a fisheye lens. You cannot see from how high they jumped. There's a video of him literally saying that.
Yeah. Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson has also said multiple times that the Earth is round, just straight up. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a bad example because he has said many times that the Earth is in fact round. You can look. There are many.
He also said that when you go up and out, he also said that what was it? What did he say? It's 120,000 feet. He said that stuff is flat. Does someone have?
We have video. We have a balloon footage from 120,000 feet up with no fisheye lens.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to post some pictures too. So if you've got something, go ahead and post it. It's like, I mean, I agree. He is a bad example. He's a horrible example. I wouldn't use him if I was trying to defend the globe. I don't even like using him to point out, the double speak that they do, to be quite honest with you. But I just wanted to let you know that even he says that when you go up to 120,000 feet, that stuff's flat.
Okay.
So this is where we're at. Let me explain to you where we're at right now. Okay, we're not going off of these hypotheticals. We're not going off of stories. What we need to do is we need to verify the information. We need to first look for curvature, right? And they give us dimensions of the Earth. They tell us where it should start curving, and it's not curving there. There's laser tests. There's long distance observations. We're posting these things for you. You can test these things and verify them for yourself. There's no measurable movement. and we have gas pressure. Therefore, we must have a container, which means everything that they're saying that exists in this vacuum of space is not happening. It's just a story.
The ideology. So you keep bringing up this container, right? In a sense that this container, it's a physical container.
It must be, because
does it make sense to you that this physical container is that big that it provides this sort of elements of chemistry that we breathe in or we have to utilize?
It makes far more sense than water sticking to a spinning sphere orbiting a sun traveling dusting through space. It makes far more sense than that.
Who made this?
I've got a question. So hold up, I've got a question. Y'all hearing this?
Hang on. I would like to finish this with Expert Gaming. We were actually speaking with someone else before this, but I think they may have just digressed another thing. And I would like to finish this with Expert Gaming. Well, I want to finish the thought, finish the point, and because this is where we're at. There is no measurable movement. There is no measurable curvature. More than 70% of Earth, allegedly, because we don't know, we can't see it all, we can't transverse it all. Right? We're maintained here where we're at. We're not allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel. So, but they claim and they tell us that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. The behavior of water is that when left undisturbed, it takes the shape of its container and it seeks its level, and the surface of water is always level.
But Prevails, what you're telling me is there's this physical container that's providing elements for humans to survive. That physical container needs a creator. I'm right that it needs someone to have made it, and this container has to be so large that it would actually have to be beyond the size of Earth if it's providing oxygen for over 7 billion people, we could say, as a population on Earth, and never run out for this long, or I don't know what they do. It has to be so extremely big and so extremely visible in view that we would either have seen it or have some sort of evidence that a container like this exists.
The gas pressure is the evidence. The gas pressure on Earth is the evidence.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, I've got to step away for a second anyway, Kai, and you can take over because I have to do something. But I just want to say, okay, you hit the nail on the head when you said that there must be a creator. That's one of the things that they're trying to hide. That's one of the reasons, right? They want you to believe that you came from nothing, that you came from a big bang, that you don't have a creator. And another thing is, another thing I want to say before I go, because I have to step away for a moment, but it's hard for me to wrap my mind around this idea or this thought process of logic that you've got that it's possible for water to stick to a spinning ball that's spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and it's orbiting a sun that is 93 million miles away at 66,000 miles per hour. That's in a elliptical orbit at, what is it, 666? I know all of it's based on 666. I don't know what the exact numbers are because it's ridiculous. But that you find it hard to believe that we have a container, yet you find it easy to believe all those other things. That is hard for me to wrap my mind around. But I get it. I totally get it. It's what we were taught and what we were told.
Just to say in general, I'm a Christian and I believe in God and in Jesus. And I believe that life has a purpose and when you die, there's a heaven and hell. That's my ideology, right? Even though I believe in this thing. Right?
Okay, I got a link for you then.
Go ahead. I actually believe the Big Bang proves that there is a creator, there is a God. And that's a completely different story though. But my main idea is, as a Christian, as a person who believes in Jesus and God, I think science makes most sense with a round Earth. I'm not questioning your opinion. I'm just trying to have a healthy debate.
Right. Well, you do realize that in the Bible that it says that the Earth is right. You brought it up. Okay, I don't go to religion. I don't go to the Bible or anything like that. However, you said that you're a Christian and you said that you believed in a creator. The thing they claim came from nothing. Nothing exploded and made everything, right? That's what they're claiming. But you're the one that says you're a Christian. Even in the Bible, it says that the earth is immovable. And when he talks to Job, he says, do you know that, when he says, can you measure the breadth and the width thereof? The breadth and the width has nothing to do, and the face of the earth. It mentions the face of the earth. And I just posted a link with 75 Bible verses. The face of the earth. Okay. The term the face is a geometric term that describes a flat surface of an object. Okay. I'm not talking about the shape of the entire thing. I'm just saying what we live on, the face of the earth. It's a geometrical term that refers to a flat surface. So I just want you to have that link, but I do have to step away for a moment.
Okay, and I also want you to know that the term that I know what you're exactly referring to. You're referring to Psalms 93:1, which says, "Thou has fixed the earth immovable and firm." Right?
Exactly.
I think exactly, but that does not translate to the earth is flat. The earth is not. It actually states that its exact place.
It doesn't translate to a spinning sphere in space either.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Yep. When you can define everything in a lot of ways. When you read that, there's so many ways to define it, and I actually believe that.
So why don't we start? Why don't we start at the foundation of it all, right? Why don't we just test the earth and measure it?
Well, why don't we just test the earth and measure it?
Yeah, measure it.
Wait, I'm so confused. What was the question? You want me to tell you the size of the earth?
No,
the curvature.
Yeah, Kai, I gotta step away. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. It's to measure the curvature, and we already went through this. There is no, when we use the Earth curve calculator and we take into account the eye height, the observer height, and then the target distance we're trying to observe, and there should be a geometric horizon caused by a physical curve, allowing us not to see further than the geometric horizon, and we see further than it, we know that it's flat.
So Kai,
lack of curve.
Out of curiosity, just to understand, if the Earth was flat entirely, how would time zones work? I'm just intrigued on that.
Okay, so I went over. I guess you weren't here when I went over this, but imagine a pizza, okay, and it's flat, and the pizza is cut up into 24 slices, okay. And then imagine a local sun is rotating around the pizza. Now, the exact specific rotation of the sun, we can't really determine. But the sun, over each slice, that is noon at that time. The slices next to it would either be 11 or 1, depending on where the sun is. And then as the sun moves over as it rotates around the pizza, that is wherever the sun, whatever slice the sun is above, that is noon.
When you say that though, okay, so I'm imagining a pizza, correct, with the sun flashing light. When you say that, that would actually mean there is a point on this flat Earth which it's not morning nor night. The sun's actually dimming. That would be what that means, because there's no way the sun comes light, cuts off at the half, and it's just pure darkness on the other side.
It's a local light, so it's not gonna fill up the whole space. Like if you're in a big gym and you have a flashlight, it's not going to light up the whole. So wait, are you interrupting what I'm saying right now, bro?
I wanted to ask you if I could talk to Kevin after the point you made, or not Kevin, the Bear X Gaming.
Sure. Yeah. Just can I finish what I was saying first, Rose? Sorry. Thanks.
Yeah. Let Kai finish.
So it's not the most idealistic explanation, and the reason I'm trying to give you that one rather than just saying we don't know is because it can be explained on a flat Earth, and the sun is local. It's not millions of miles away and super big like they say. It's small. And just like with a gymnasium, if you have a flashlight, it's not going to light up the whole gymnasium. It depends on where the flashlight is as you're moving it around the gym. That part's going to be illuminated.
May I? Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I just want to respond to what you said.
So obviously why I said 24 slices is obviously it's broken up into 24 different time zones, depending on the hour. And then
correct.
When the sun is directly over the area that you're physically at, that's noon. And then as it moves around further away from you, then wherever it's approaching, that does that make sense? Like it's becoming noon at that point.
But May I respond? Or
Sure. Yeah.
yeah, and I appreciate the conversation is actually going very well. So when you said a sort of like a lamp, a nightlight, when you actually turn on a lamp, the lamp dims out the farther you go. It doesn't just cut off and it's pure darkness. That's my first point. Second point is if what you said with the pizza, the big pizza thing, or if the Earth was flat with the time zones, then how does Antarctica have 24 hours of light?
So first, with what you said with it dims out, that's what we see as the sun sets. They like to sit, like if you're on the beach, right, and it's like a romantic date or whatever, and you're watching the sun set, they say, oh, well, the sun is going behind the curve of the Earth. However, this, like you said, with a light source, it's just dimming, actually. It's just moving farther away from us. And it appears, as it gets further and further, it appears to merge with the sky. Just like as you get further and further from street lamps, they appear to merge with the sky. That's just how our eyes work. Like in art class, I don't know if you remember having to draw like a railroad track. You would draw the railroad track like diagonal, and it would eventually merge with the horizon. So that's what's happening with this local light source, is as it gets farther from you, it fades out, and that's how we have a sunset.
I had a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure. Also,
Okay.
I know that Rose wanted to say something, so I don't know what you wanted to say, Kay Rose. But if it's on topic, then it's welcome.
Before essay goes though, Kai, I just want to say I know you responded to the question, but then again, what does the Antarctica 24-hour light have in response to that? Because in the circle Earth, in the circular Earth, the pole, right, or Antarctica is basically based off the pole. So the sun's always light there, correct? So it would be the same amount of sunlight at 11 a.m.
There's only one video of this supposed 24-hour sun, and there are a lot of flaws with that video.
Wait, okay.
I don't think that's entirely true.
I've been to Antarctica. I'm telling you right now, there's 24 hours of light there.
Light is not sun.
Antarctica, were you allowed to get off the boat, Bear Gaming?
Oh, sorry, not Antarctica. I was okay.
Wow.
My
grandparents actually went there, and they weren't allowed to get off the boat.
I was not Antarctica. I was going to say, I was going to say Alaska, not the North Pole. I was going to say Alaska. I said Antarctica. That is my fault.
Okay. So again, with the example, so the sun, I mean, honestly, we don't really know how the sun is moving, but some explanations are that the sun is traveling in rings. It goes in the ring of the Tropic of Cancer, and then it goes to the Tropic of Capricorn. And so the rotation for our summer is it's rotating in a closer ring towards imagine again the pizza. The sun would be rotating more towards the center, and that's why some places in the summer have a 24-hour sun. And then as it moves farther away, so that's in the Tropic of Cancer, and as it moves, it expands its ring out, and it starts rotating further out, making a bigger circle. It's hitting the southern hemisphere, and that is causing the summertime in the southern hemisphere when it's on the traverse of the Tropic of Capricorn. So imagine like a necklace, and you're holding the chain, and when you move your hand in a small circle, it's making a small circle, and then you can obviously make the chain move in a bigger circle as you move your hand. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening. That's just one theory of why we have the 24-hour sun in Alaska or in other places up north.
If you're seeking explanations, there are many, and they're not exclusive to a sphere.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not even trying. I don't even want to show you a specific picture or video because we don't have a model. But at the same time, I feel like I should try to kind of explain it to you, because I don't want to just tell you, well, we don't know, because that's not really like a sufficient answer. But there are explanations as to why it can happen.
But
Yeah, there's actually not any videos of a 24-hour sun. The ones they show, they're either cut. You can see the same. It's video edited.
In Antarctica,
Yeah.
but in Alaska, there is 24-hour sun.
Well, I mean, even then, it shows it like dipping down where you don't have a constant view of the sun. You can see the light, but you don't actually. Like, I haven't really. There may be one, but I don't know. I haven't really seen one. It's like even the ones that people have actually shared and shown, it doesn't show a continuous. Like, you can't have a continuous view of the sun all the way.
But there's always light there.
Light is not. Yeah, there's a difference between daylight and sunlight.
Are you familiar with the coffee cup caustic? It's an optical effect.
The coffee. That's an interesting one. No, I am not.
Okay, so basically you have a light source near the edge of like inside of a coffee cup, and you get luminescence throughout the whole ring of the cup. And it focuses light only on one side, but the ring still carries the light. That's just one effect. It's an optical effect, very basic. If there would be some kind of dome or enclosure, perhaps it's reflective. I mean, that would be one explanation.
Yeah. Wait. The coffee cup theory. Where you mean? Okay. So what you just told me is in a coffee cup, when the sun produces sunlight, or when this light produces light, right? It lights the whole ring of the coffee cup. Correct.
On the outside, yeah.
On the outside,
on the outer ring.
So in the outer ring. So in this flat Earth map, the outer ring would be Antarctica.
Supposedly, yeah.
And well, in the map, you guys say so.
Well, we don't have a map. We just have a depiction, something to help people understand that the Earth is more like a lake with little islands on it.
But in this,
like your real life experience.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand is in this circle, right? If light ends up all the way at the other side, and at the near side of so what I'm saying is, because I'm trying to talk in edges, I'm trying to focus on the flat Earth map.
It's an effect. Look it up.
Well, no, I know, but I'm trying to understand this. If the light in this flat Earth appears to the side closest to the sun and on the side farthest to the sun, that would mean the sun also lights the entirety of the middle, which would mean
that's
Earth
not
would
true.
have 20.
Like I explained, it focuses the light on the side the sun's on, but carries it around the rim.
Hey, guy, can you look into live stream voice text? We're posting these images of the coffee cup caustic in there for you to actually understand what he's talking about.
Was that to me or?
Yes.
You need to let go of the idea that light means sun. That's not what it means. And there's ways to negate it. So
you see how the first one? Okay. So I'm looking at the California Nightmare posted. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in that one, where's the light at, or what's causing the light? Is
on the bottom side? Yeah.
On that bottom side right there, that's the light, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's shining it into the cup, correct?
I don't know exactly what source and how this is set up. It's just here. There's many examples there.
Well,
there's many ways to produce the effect. It's an effect nonetheless.
The cup's glass. It shines through. It's plastic or that's reflection, and the light's up so close. Do you understand how? Do you understand that? That's how light reflects. When light reflects, it bends.
Okay, and I mean, I don't see.
Look,
I'm not.
What's your argument?
You guys are comparing a light literally attached to a cup smaller than my hand to sun attached to a gigantic Earth, whether it's flat or round.
Well, it's to show you. It's just to show you in a demonstration, right? A demonstration of an effect that we're seeing.
It's not our fault you can't think of why it's possible. We're literally just holding your hand.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm also trying to understand the cup is cylinder and the light's right next to it, attached to it, and it's glass. So, of course, light's going to bend on that.
Okay. Now, if you take a glass half dome, you can purchase this for about $10. Okay. You can create the same effect that you see on the Earth on a globe model. So you get the same effect. You focus the light around the rim of the glass, and it carries itself to the other side. Very basic effect, dude.
And if you scroll up if you scroll up to at 227, you can get there's a video that's posted that someone zoomed in on the sun. You can see the sun is very local. There's a few more things. If you scroll on up, we've been posting tons of information that's going along with this conversation that we're having with you, and to keep us from having to go through the work again, because it does take a lot of patience to do this, and it does take a lot of work and a lot of effort.
I'm trying to have a healthy debate here. I'm not trying to call you guys anything or anything else. I'm honestly trying to understand.
There's no debate. It's just discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion, yeah, I like that. There you go, discussion. I like that.
And I'm just directing you towards some information, some visual aids, and some observations, and some video evidence, and to help you understand what we're saying.
So what I'm seeing in this prevails that you linked is when it goes pitch black, you could see the sun, correct?
In that one, yeah, because there is you could still see the sun off in the distance, right? But there is a difference between daylight and sunlight, and the sun is local. It's observably local.
Hold up. So
and it's much smaller than what they claim.
The idea that you're saying it's local is just because you could see it in a bigger. It's just bigger in your focal viewpoint. That's why it's local.
It's local because it's local.
There's a video I'm sending. It's taking a while to load, but this can help show you how it's local. With how does anyone have the video from the balloon, the 120,000 feet up balloon, where there's the hot spot? The sun hot spot?
I think I've got a photo that's in here. Check this. Yeah, that's one, Kai. Check this hot spot out. So when you've got a localized light, right? If the sun is 93 million miles away, the light would be reaching the Earth in like parallel lines, right? It wouldn't be making a hotspot. It wouldn't be making a localized hotspot. So here's a photo that someone took of the sun. Look at that hotspot beneath it, and look at the crepuscular rays coming out of the clouds. And if you scroll up to, I think it's about 227, you can see a video that I also posted that someone else captured, where they're zooming in on the sun, like traveling through the clouds. It's like that. It's much smaller than what they claim, and it's a very local sun. And it moves in a circuit above us within our atmosphere.
You see, the reason why this, to me, I'm looking at is the highest key video you're talking about? I'm looking at highest Kai's video that she posted.
Let me see. Which one did she? Well, I'm talking at 227. Well, that one's. I mean, all of these are relevant, by the way. Yeah. But I'm talking at 227, specifically the one I posted at 227.
227.
Just above, in between California Nightmares to Coffee Cup Caustic images that he posted. It's in between those. You can see the sun. Yeah. Here's your video of the local sun.
When the one in the airplane where the light dims out and you could see the sun in the black, and then the light comes back, correct?
I'll repost it. it.
Prevails, can you help me out here? This is more of a favor for a friend, but I don't know if you can see in the live stream to voice text thing, but one of my friends is asking to get unserver muted, and he went through the whole process of going to the voice check-in and whatnot, and he's still server muted. So I was wondering if you could please help out with that.
Is he in this live stream?
He's right there. He's the only one with the red mic.
Okay, I see.
You only get one chance, by the way. You mess it up, you get muted or banned.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And while I have this moment of sort of silence, I'd like to sort of rebuke, I guess. I'm not really sure what the word is supposed to be, but Kai's FAA document that she sent me. I don't know exactly where it went, but I have it pulled up in another tab, and it's all of these flat Earth models and all of these linear Earth models in these
Which document?
documents. It's document 4 in the PowerPoint, and it's all saying this is for simplifying. Here, what it says is this model will not properly handle the flight of suborbital aircraft and spacecraft such as intercontinental blah blah blah.
Wait. Okay, document 4, right?
Document 4, page 62.
The model will not properly handle the flight of suborbital craft and spacecraft such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, satellites, or the space shuttle. The model is adequate for all vehicles traveling under Mach 3. Okay? So we have an issue with the space shuttle. We have an issue with satellites. We have an issue with those things. So what I'm saying is correct. For aircraft flying under Mach 3, it's designed for a flat Earth.
Here, what I'm trying to say is...
Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
What I'm saying is these models, these flat Earth, linear Earth models, are being used for desk calculations and instruments and sort of off-the-cuff calculations and models that do not require the mathematic prowess to use do not require a globe Earth model, basically. And these flat Earth documents are not being used to calculate actual, final models for these things.
So provide me then the final model where it says that it's calculating for a rotating spherical.
Would you like a testimony of pilots actually saying that it's flat? I mean, I just posted 35 government documents that admit flat Earth, and there's more. You can, there's tons of additional information down at the bottom. Plus, we've been posting tons of stuff. We've got more. We'll just continue to post. But there's tons of information that refers to a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. There's 35 government documents that I just posted, and I'm going to post you an interview of some pilots who are also saying that it's flat, and I'll repost the one that I posted earlier because I don't know, maybe you didn't catch it, maybe you weren't in here, or maybe I'm just getting it wrong. Maybe it was at a different conversation in another live stream earlier. Who knows? But I'll just repost them.
These models, these linear Earth models, are used for training, desk calculation, and guidance law, things that do not require a globe Earth model. These things are not used for instruments that require a globe Earth. It's simple. These things.
Okay, where are you reading this? So I can read it with you?
Here, it was in a different document. If I can pull up right now.
Just please don't post anything from Reddit. That's all I'm
not going to post anything from Reddit.
I mean, I totally agree that none of it is supposed to be used on a globe Earth because the Earth's not a globe; it's flat and stationary.
So
yeah,
here,
and what I want to see is where it shows these are designed for where are the models for the spherical Earth? Like,
if you go into this document, go to page 7.
Okay.
And there is no flat Earth model, by the way. There's like conceptual ideas. Even the maps, none of the maps are accurate. We have to just pretty much go by what they give us, and it's like even the maps have been proven to be off. So all these things are just depictions, right? They're depictions and conceptual
They're
ideas.
visual aids.
Visual aids.
Yeah, these models are widely used not only for computer applications but also for quick approximations and desk calculations. Second paragraph, the first paragraph under introduction.
Well, why would they use a flat Earth for calculations if they're going to
page 7?
Apply them?
Page 7, first paragraph under the headline introduction.
This is page 7. It's just like a diagram. Why don't you screenshot the picture? That'd be great.
Would
Can I
you
see,
like
like
to?
a model or like some sort of like map or something of like how like the Earth looks like in your eyes?
Would you like to see a page out of one of the older encyclopedias before they got a hold of them and like contaminate the books and things like that or whatever that actually talks about the firmament and I'm assuming probably I think the flat Earth.
I can't post images in any of these channels, so
Can you DM it to me then?
I will.
Thanks.
Okay, so it's like this. The only thing that's ever observed is a flat stationary Earth. It measures flat. We have posted tons of things that's got documents, CIA documents, government documents about flat Earth. There's a video of interviews about pilots saying it's flat. There's a retired Polish astronaut that says the Earth is flat. It's like it doesn't really matter though who is saying it's flat and who's not saying it's flat because we have measurements, dude. We have measurements. It's been measured. And we're covered
that
with
would be
more
the
than
first thing you have to do, right?
Yeah.
You have to measure the surface.
I have a question. Could like someone like post like a model or some sort of diagram or something of like what the Earth
Here.
like looks like? Because I
This
want
is
to
just a depiction. There you go. Visual aid.
Wait, isn't that a sphere? I'm confused. What am I looking at?
No, that's a magnetic field. The Earth, when we say flat Earth, we're just saying the surface of which we live on. Okay? There's still much more than just what we stand on, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you see the flat surface inside of that depiction?
Okay, I will post for you some of the like depictions of what the ancient cosmologies of all the different cultures, the ancient cultures that knew the Earth was flat, and how they thought how they conceptualized it to be. This is not saying this is a model. This is not saying this is exactly how it is because again, we haven't been able to traverse the entire Earth to see and to document and actually measure the entire Earth. The only thing that we can do is deal with what we have access to, and we can measure the Earth and it measures flat. But I will show you what the ancients thought it looked like.
What do you mean when you refer to ancients?
Well, just 1 second and I'll show you because it's like the different cultures are listed beneath them. The Hindu, the ancient Hebrew, the ancient Greek, the ancient
ancient times, people didn't really have accurate measurements because they didn't have the tools at that time, like to actually understand how the Earth works in the solar system.
Well, I mean,
I don't think those ancient things were credible sources.
They were more accurate than what they're telling you now, and not only that, but they were able to predict the movement of the stars and and they were able to predict eclipses. They were able to predict everything that goes on in the sky, and this is where these predictions come from that they give you now because they were already predicted long before they came out with the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is actually a very new thing. It's in relative to the age of the Earth, relative to like all the history that we have and how far back it goes, it's very new.
When they make a map, they generally have like a goal in mind. Like if you see the maps from like old ages that have like two big like boobs or like two big spears on it, it's because they're mapping the sky and they want to be able to travel to the ocean. Now the Mercator map, that's another one that they made that they were able to use for boats and traveling between continents. So that was that purpose. But when they actually depict the Earth as a whole, you find that they use an azimuthal projection, which is like a disc kind of a thing. And it covers everything that we think exists today as far as like, if you look at the, who was the guy who came out about 100 years ago with that flat Earth map?
I have no clue. I'm sorry.
Well, there's another one from the 1500s. Okay, and it looks almost identical, except Antarctica is defrosted, and it actually has like green.
There's one depiction. I don't know. And see, it's 1897, New York Journal, 1897. People have known about this for a long time. You are the one that is new to it. That's what it says. But this is in the New York Journal, 1897. That was the depiction of what the Earth looked like. And Aramistan said Samuel Robotham. Does that sound familiar, Riggs?
Yeah, I think I was thinking about Gleason. Gleason,
yeah,
he had a lot of evidence that he concluded the Earth was not a globe, and he even wrote a book about it. And we even still use his map today. Surprisingly, it was used in World War II to help navigate flight paths.
May I ask a question since the floor is open for this time?
Sure, go ahead. Anybody can respond. It's like, hi is Kai and I. We may have started out, but it doesn't mean that we're the only ones that can talk to these folks. I mean, anybody that wants to talk to them, feel free.
So I wanted to pose something. Assuming that the Earth is flat, how would that validate the Coriolis effect or hurricanes or other air current related natural disasters that spin in circles and are like deflected to the right or to the left, depending if they are above or below the equator? Like, how would that be justified if the Earth is flat rather than round?
Okay, so we have anticyclonic and we have cyclonic storms, right? They spin both ways. We have different winds. We have the sun moving across the Earth, heating the air up, which which causes entropy. You're going to have like hot air rising, cold air sinking. All of these things create wind.
Definitely, but specifically, for instance, like the different cells, like there are Hadley cells or the polar cells at the poles, for instance, those do move in circular paths, which are determined by the equator. Like
if you've got a wind on one side going one direction, you got a wind on the other side going the other direction, and you have a storm in there, just think of it like gears. I mean, just think of it like gears. You can take create like some kind of film on top of the water, and then take your fingers and your hand and move the water, and you can watch two separate different directions of the water. The water will swirl in two separate directions.
Well, yes, of course, but in the situation of the globe, rather than use like spinning water, for instance, there would have to be poles or like something attracting for it to spin in that circular motion. That's just what I'm wondering.
I don't know why I don't know why it would have to be that way. It wouldn't have to be that way because it's not that way, because the Earth is flat, and when we have the storms, all it is just winds. You have winds, you have the sun heating up the air. You have all of these different variables that are going on that's causing this effect. You do not need to have a globe, a sphere, or like two different poles or whatever. It's not antipodal.
Okay.
I mean, you can create the same effects yourself. You can use, on the same principle of the fluid dynamics. You can do the same thing with water. You can. I think there's actually someone actually made a demonstration of that. I will see if I can find it to share with you.
Thank you. Yeah,
But
I'd love to look at that.
But yeah, it's so what they try to claim. I mean, we have storms that go in both directions. We have anticyclonic storms as well. It just depends on which way the wind is blowing. It depends on like which way the storm is brewed up, which way the winds are blowing when the storm is brewed up. It's just like when you pour water in a toilet. It depends on which direction you're pouring the water from, which direction the jets are shooting into the toilet. That is what determines, how it flushes. And it's pretty much, it's the same concept when it comes to the storms. It depends on which direction the winds are blowing when the storm brews.
Of course, but the winds that are brewing as the storm begins to occur, what would be causing the direction of those winds?
Well, I mean, they go in different directions. They don't just, the winds don't always flow in the same direction. I mean, you.
Of course.
Right.
But I mean, the direction of the winds would need to be caused by a separate force.
The winds are, when you have winds, okay, you have the cold air that is coming from the north, okay, and it's going to sink down to the bottom, and when it flows down to the bottom, the hot air is going to rise, and when you do this, you're going to have entropy. You're going to have, this is a dynamic system, and when the air is heated, it's going to rise, and when the air is cold, it's going to sink. And when you have the winds coming from the cold air and the hot air mixing, you're going to have these effects, and that's all it is. It's nothing more than that. We have winds going in different directions.
Yes, but you mentioned
how does wind get created on a globe?
Well, I just
how
wanted
does
to.
wind in two different directions get accomplished on a globe? If we're talking about how it happens on a flat, how does it happen on the globe? It's the same thing. Pressure differences and weather and all that stuff, right?
Well, I mean, the temperature and the pressure differences would explain why the wind moves, higher in the atmosphere altitude-wise or lower in the atmosphere. But it wouldn't really explain why it would move above the equator or below the equator in that direction.
Testing.
Hello?
Oh, I'm still here. That's all I just had to add.
I have a question. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted. Let me answer her right quick, and then you can go ahead. But we have anticyclonic storms as well, and I'll post you a video of it. I mean, you can look these up. You can just Google anticyclonic storms, but you can find them. They happen. They occur. I would say this is what. Okay, if the Earth were spinning at 1,040 miles an hour at the equator, that we would only have winds traveling in one direction. We would not have the diverse dynamic system that we have.
Well, isn't the diverse dynamic system that we have of winds currently because of the position of the equator, because of the polarity of our two poles, and that's what causes them to be deflected in the direction they are being deflected in?
It's the location of the sun. The sun moves from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, and as it moves in and out, it's going to heat the Earth unevenly, in dependent upon where it's at, and you're going to get these winds. You're going to have warm ocean waters that are moving, and it's going to also heat. It's a very dynamic system, and it all has to do with the sun heating the atmosphere, the sun heating the water.
Definitely, but like I mentioned earlier, that would explain the different air current cells in their position, like why they are moving in altitude within the atmosphere, since cold air sinks, hot air rises. But as observed, we have different cells of air currents that are in different positions above and below our equator. And that isn't necessarily caused by a change in temperature.
Okay, I'm looking for this video, and I didn't catch everything that you were saying. So can you repeat what you said? I heard both above and below the equator. So it's like this: when the sun is above the equator, when it's moving between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, it's going to heat the Earth in unevenly. It's going to heat it more where it's at, and then when it's towards the center, when it's towards the north, it's going to heat it more there, and then when it moves towards the south, it's going to heat it more towards the south. This is where you're going to get your dynamics from. It's going to increase the pressure. It's going to increase the entropy is always going to increase. This is all it is. It's all the winds have to do with. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Well, I didn't really say it had to do anything with the Earth's rotation or orbit. Just the fact that the Earth is spherical and has a equator going around its diameter.
structure.
and which creates magnetism.
Sorry. Wow.
No, go
All we're
ahead.
saying is that the things we experience on Earth are not exclusive to the sphere idea. So none of these things necessarily have to be true. They can just be another idea that explains.
Also, the claim that there are different directions of storms is directly related to the Earth spinning.
Well, yes, exactly. It's related to the Coriolis
Yeah,
effect.
the Coriolis effect is a direct causation of the Earth's rotation.
It's a pseudo force. The Coriolis effect. It's not, as far as it pertains to the globe, cannot be demonstrated.
I see.
I have a question. So what shape is the Earth to you? Like whenever I think of the Earth, I just think of a globe, like a sphere, right? What three-dimensional shape is the globe? I mean the Earth for you. Like what is it?
Flatter than what they claim.
Like, is it a cylinder? Is it a cone? Like, because
It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't have to be what. We don't have to come up with something to say that what they claim is incorrect.
That's a good point.
Have to come up with an alternative. And we don't know.
Sorry, yeah.
That's the point.
So you don't even know any of this that we're talking about. So what you're saying, you don't even believe like if it's true or not.
Well, we have to come up with ideas, right? I mean, once we falsified the globe, it's time to rebuild. You know, the foundation of understanding has to be rebuilt. That's all of our jobs to partake.
That's a good point.
Big
no one
Dynamite.
here.
Big Dynamite. If we don't measure curve, then what is it?
Well, I understand. Flat. Let's say that we're talking about two-dimensional, right? Flat. But let's say if I was to dig down, I would look into space below me. So it has to be three-dimensional. What shape are we talking about right now?
What did you said? If you dig down, you'll get to space.
Right. Let's say if it's flat, like paper, right? If I was to punch a hole through paper, I would look under what the paper is. So say if I was to dig down right now,
mountains and hills and valleys that go
that's what I'm talking
miles
about.
above.
If the paper is thick, right, it would be like a rectangle. It would be like a rectangular prism.
Okay.
So what shape is the Earth?
Still 3 dimensions. You get not just that you can have a 3-dimensional volume of area. It doesn't have to be a flat 2-dimensional. You're not. A terrarium can still be 3-dimensional.
I completely understand that.
Flat.
So now we just got to the part that's 3-dimensional. So what 3-dimensional shape is it?
You can only speculate. That's all we can do. The only thing that we can do is measure the surface, measure that which we can touch, measure what's attainable. That's it. What's below and what the shape is, we don't know. No one knows.
And I think you're thinking that we're somehow like floating in space. The outer space, that the way that you think of it, it cannot exist. It cannot exist.
So
Some
how
people
do you
say
think
that
of
we're
it?
like the floor to the universe. What's beneath the floor, we don't know. We've only dug 8 miles down, so we can't tell you. But it's the floor to the universe, if you think about it that way.
Okay, so that's kind of like saying you don't know what's under the Earth, right? If it's a pizza, you don't know what's on the. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and like what's at the edge of space?
Yeah, okay, but what?
Who
I have
knows?
another
Yeah.
question. So if the Earth's like a pizza, right? There's got to be like an edge, I guess, right? Like the crust. I'm just like, what's
We
what
didn't
about
say
that?
it's like a pizza.
Someone earlier used like a pizza reference, I guess. They said if the Earth is a pizza and there's like.
Oh, I was just trying to describe time zones.
Oh, okay.
But that's
but
why
like,
I used. Like,
okay, well, if the Earth is flat, would there be an edge?
is there an edge of the universe?
Is there an edge of the Earth?
If the universe is ever expanding, where's the edge? And how did that ever start?
Where's the edge of outer space?
I'm not saying like the universe, the outer space. I'm saying like the edge of
He's talking.
Earth.
Yeah, he's just talking about Earth and the theoretical flat Earth. He's not talking about the universe.
There's very likely limits to the Earth. It's conformity. I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
It makes it difficult when we're also not allowed to travel freely to go to show people what it is.
Right.
That's all off limits to us, both north and south. So, yeah. And the reason why we're asking about the limited space is to obliterate the absurdity of your question of, well, not absurdity, but like, yeah, of course there's an edge, but we can't go there because it's off limits. Just like you can't tell us the edge of any thing about space or anything you claim that you think you know about, which we all used to agree and believe back in the day. We're all taught the same stuff.
Okay, so you're kind of saying, your guess is as good as mine. We don't really know, right? Kind of.
Yeah, well, we're being herded towards the middle, where the temperatures and the living are more habitable. If you go to the North Pole, there's supposedly no land there, but we have old maps showing us there is land there. We have old maps showing us there's a bunch of land around the south, which would be like the rim or the crust, right? That's if that depiction is true. You know, we're open to it being wrong if that's not true, right? But in that model, we can come up with ideas that maybe explain what phenomenon we experience and see, and that's what we're sharing.
Just another question to follow that up, if you don't mind. So what about, like, let's say I'm in North America right now. I want to travel to Asia and I go west, right? I've done that before. Obviously, that's proven that you can go west from North America to Asia, right? How does that work, right? Because then you can go west all the way back to North America.
Well, you just go across.
You just go across, like...
Just go across. North, south, east, west work identically on that flat depiction and a globe. There's literally no difference.
Okay, so then how do I travel?
So if you were holding a compass and the North Pole were in the bullseye of that circle, right? Then your compass would always be pointing towards. So if you're going in a straight line, you could still be going west.
Question, right? Since like I have a question. Do you think Earth, like, since you think it's flat, right? Do you think it has borders? Like, do you think there's like an edge to the Earth?
I think. I mean, personally, I think the Earth is alive and has a construction of some sort. It has limits. Yeah, I think so.
Right. So it's not like infinite. It's finite.
It has to be contained in some way. There's got to be some limit somewhere.
Right.
Contained in the air that we're breathing.
So I have a question. So let's say if there's like an end to Earth, because I don't think it's infinite. I think it's finite, right? So let's say if there's an edge, or like there's ends to like one part, or like maybe more than one part. There's an edge. What country is bordering that edge? Like what countries are like bordering like the edges of the Earth, or if there are edges, of course.
Who told you we can't go to find out? We have to take their word for it.
Yeah, there's maps showing Antarctica being like the rim. There's other depictions showing that there's other land beyond that point too. I mean, there's no way for us to know. There are over 50 countries in collusion trying to keep people from not exploring individually. You have to be escorted. Everything has to be planned. There's not even really any way to secure that you know where you're going when you visit somewhere in supposedly Antarctica. I've seen I've talked to someone who had testimony that they were part of a Rockefeller program for college, and they were sent to Antarctica for a short while for the specialization that she was into, and it turned out that they actually sent her to Greenland, and she evidenced this with a few different anomalies about her visit, but they told her she was in Antarctica. So we don't exactly know where the fuck they're taking us. Not only that, but the planes to Antarctica don't have fucking windows, and you're not allowed to bring like any kind of speculative measuring devices. Like, they don't allow that stuff. It's highly controlled.
I have a question for established flat earthers. Yeah, sorry about that. So I'm a bit on the edge about most of the stuff. and this might be a bit of a political question, a bit off topic, but when astronauts go to space, what exactly do they report, and like why is it BS? Or like in your guys' eyes, because I'm a bit on edge about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could send you a ton of footage of how they fake the video footage from space, but I couldn't tell you what they do when they go there because I don't think they go. Why would they have to fake all of it if they're actually going?
Yeah,
exactly.
And their stories contradict.
How do they contradict?
Right.
When it talk specifically if they can see stars in space, you'd be surprised what Neil Armstrong says in the conference that they have right after. They say that you can't see any stars in space. It's just black.
That's mainly
And
because
then-
stars are fainted out because of the like the background radiation.
Okay, I'm just letting you know,
Yeah.
though, that there's other astronauts that say that there's tons of stars that you can see. It contradicts themselves. They literally do a side by side. It's actually kind of funny.
Well,
I'll tell
there are a lot
you
of probes and sorry. Mm-hmm.
And also,
Yeah, I have a question.
Square law too. You should be able to. But anyways, okay.
And gas pressure without a container. They're claiming to go somewhere that you can't exist. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So since they're claiming that they're going to Narnia or Middle Earth, doesn't mean Middle Earth is real. Right? They can claim that they went and saw all kinds of magical beings, but that doesn't mean they're right. And we can't go there ourselves to double check.
Yes, but if they go there and they actually document about what's going on, how do they fake that documentation?
There's 3 easy ways. They can do it underwater with green screens without the water, and on a plane that has the parabolic curves inside, dressed up to be looking like a space station. It's very simple.
Is there anything debunking this?
There are thousands of different. I couldn't even myself. I got dozens of different ways in which that they are actively faking stuff, dropping stuff in zero gravity, seeing green screen images, seeing blue screens, seeing matte lines of them fading in and out, harness malfunctions, all kinds of different things that show us that they're not telling us the truth.
Question.
Okay. I don't know if I could go. I don't want to overtalk anybody. That's just respectively. I want to respond to that point right there. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, sure. Because I was gonna bring up another point. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So for first of all, the moon landing wasn't this little thing that the U.S. just accomplished. This was, I mean, none of us were alive at the time, but the way the history is told and the way that people talk about it, the moon landing was a big deal. This was the space race, correct? This was Russia versus the United States.
Yeah. How exactly would they fake that?
No. Well, the faking wasn't my question. The ideal problem was this was a literal space race. Like if whatever country got to this moon first would be the one to be able to brag about it, and everybody would be like, "Oh my god!" Right? So if America didn't physically go to the moon, and they're just BSing this whole thing, why has Russia or back then whatever government it was haven't come out and said, "Hey, they BS this"?
Because they're obviously both Russia and America both are signers of the treaty that bars us from going to Antarctica. You really think that the countries at large are fighting in the way that the political people of the world tell you? Right? Do you think that how do races work? New York City Marathon. Pick any marathon. When the first person wins the race, everyone just stops racing because one person won. So it's like, well, I guess we'll go home. So Russia was just like, well, they got there. I guess scrap the program. We're done. There's no need for us to go there now.
If you're claiming that there is legitimate evidence that proves that the space race was fake, Russia would definitely utilize it to their advantage to further crush the. You understand, U.S.
Division can be an illusion. Division can be an illusion. I am posting these 2 pictures so you can see from the moon landing compared to the actual moon. Okay, so the moon is super bright. Like I don't know if it's a full moon right now, but it looks full to me, and I'm looking at it in the sky. It's super, super bright, right? And now I'm seeing this picture of the astronaut on the light side of the moon. They did not go to the dark side. This is the light side. Super dull, man. Inverse square law tells us the closer we are to the moon, the brighter it should be. The further away, the less bright. Here's the issue, though. It's brighter when we look at it from Earth than it is when they're on it.
That's situational though. That's like angle and
nope.
like
It
there's
should be
physics behind
so
that.
bright. It should be so bright. Inverse square law. Inverse square law.
Inverse square law, like not all laws.
As you get closer to a bright object, it gets brighter. As you get farther from a bright object, it gets duller. Yep, just like a high beam. Like if I
Wait, so is it actually reflecting light from the sun? It would have to get brighter. It'd be as bright as the sun, right?
is that for me?
I don't know. I think it's true. It would have to be very bright.
It would have to be very, very bright when you're standing on it. It should be brighter when you're standing on it than when we view it from Earth.
Yeah, there's no atmosphere or obstruction.
That's a problem when you look at these pictures. It should be so bright that honestly you shouldn't even be able to see the astronauts in their white suits because it should just be so, illuminating like it is in real life.
You do know the moon doesn't have its own light source, correct?
Actually, it does.
Actually, yeah.
It comes from the sun. The light is reflected from the sun.
The light is reflected from the sun. That's what its main lights are. I mean, it might have its own.
Measure
How do you evidence
shadow. The shadow's actually.
You want me to link you an Education US science page that proves it? Or I would love to link you.
Does it prove it, or does it just explain it?
Well,
there are many explanations that give the same or better answer.
You guys put us in this corner where we can't link you anything that has scientific study back behind it because you automatically deem it as fake or as this delusion that they're trying to plant in our brains. How can I use any source to disprove you guys if everything I just link is suddenly fake or just doesn't exist in your head?
And now you understand the benefit of telling us only anything that is false. Because if they educated us on the reality of the world we lived in, then we would understand that we didn't need government and that there is a greater force at hand.
Riggs, what do you mean by
God? This goes in religion. Now, what I'm saying is you're putting me in a boxing ring and you're telling me my hands are tied behind my back while the other person could use both fists.
Hey, no, this doesn't go into religion. You're saying your argument earlier. Excuse me. Your argument earlier was that Russia and America were battling each other. There was a race. Okay.
Yes.
Wouldn't they have a common interest?
Are you following along in the live stream voice text?
Doesn't the government only seek to control its people? Why wouldn't they work together?
But then, why wouldn't they work together to get to the moon? Was that what your point was?
Why wouldn't they?
Okay, so let me explain this. Back then, there was this big technological war. Not technological as in what deemed to the first person to reach the space race was the... Give me 1 second. Sorry, my dog is going crazy. 1 second.
Well,
I hope that all of you guys are following along with the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm about to go, but just remember Occam's razor. That's all I'm saying. I'll see you.
All right. I had a question.
Which actually works in our favor. It's much easier that they're in underwater swimming pools.
So you know how how there's like volcanoes and like out of the volcanoes there's this thing called lava, right? And this lava it comes from the Earth's core called the mantle. Like, see, if I was looking at a globe, I would see the mantle is inside the middle. Like, where does lava come from? Like on a flat Earth.
Well, how do you know what's in the core of the Earth? If we've only dug down 8 miles, if that's the deepest hole they've ever dug, how do you even know what's below that?
What would be below that?
And not only this, but when
there's seismic map.
And not only this, when they dug down that deep, that's as deep as they could go. It was like 7.84 or whatever. It was under 8 miles. When they did, they had certain expectations of what they would find as they went. They were surprised every time. Like, as they went deeper down, they were experiencing like unexpected environments as they went down. So their predictions just at 7 miles were off. They were wrong. So we're supposed to believe that they can't get any further than 7.84 miles deep into the Earth, yet they can predict what's deeper than that, even though that they were wrong all the way down for the entire 7 3/4 of a mile.
What he just said about lava, it doesn't come from the core of the earth. That's absolutely untrue. You should do some more research, bro. That's not true. That's not where lava comes from. It doesn't come
Just like we have pockets and tables of water, we have pockets of lava that are like beneath the volcanoes. That's not indicative of tectonic plates.
Yeah, but it really has nothing to do with the globe Earth or anything. I mean, if you're saying that lava comes from the core of the Earth, I mean, who told you that? For one thing, and I don't think even seismologists even.
Yeah, they don't even believe that.
Yeah, so it's just like, quit being a dumbass, man. Look it up. Don't come in here just saying some bullshit that you don't even know anything about.
I have a quick question. Sorry, yeah, just want to make sure you guys finish the conversation.
Oh well, I'm done with that because I can actually prove that, you know.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on thing. So there are 7 other like known planets other than Pluto, who is a dwarf planet, and Ceres, who's a dwarf planet. But within those within the range of those 7 planets, right? Mercury, Venus, and so on. Has there been any speculation, or any sort of theorized ideas about if maybe one of those planets would be flat, or I don't know
Well, this is the thing.
depict it as flat?
Okay, this is the thing. They're just lights in the sky. Okay, they're not a physical thing that we can land on, that we can go to, and they're not as far away as they tell you. They're within the firmament, right? They're within this enclosed system. They're lights in the sky. That's all we can see. That's all we can observe, and anything beyond that would be pure speculation.
Yeah. So you say this with confidence, and I completely respect that.
Would you like for me to tell you why I have so much confidence?
Well, not that I'm disrespecting anything or whatever you're saying. I just I want to know the proof. Where you get this idea. Just that that's mainly it.
Right. Well, because 1, we can see them. Right, we have limitations to how far we can see. 2, the main thing, the fact that we see them and they're lights in the sky, that's all they are. And but the main reason is they claim that these planets exist outside of our system in deep outer space, and that we're looking light years, trillions of light years, millions. I don't know how far they say they are, but they're deep into what they call outer space, the vacuum of space.
So there's 7 planets.
Yeah, that's outside of our system is where they claim that they are, and they claim that we're able to zoom in on them and view them. But here's the thing: we have a dynamic system of where there's pressurized gas. Okay, our atmosphere, what we breathe, the air that we breathe, is a dynamic system of pressurized gas. Okay, and it's a natural law that cannot be violated.
Right.
That the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, because the gas has to press against the walls of the container. Therefore, we live in a contained, enclosed system, which means their claim of things being in deep outer space, that they're able to send aircraft, whatever, to, is false. It's not even possible.
So the universe is not ever expanding.
Do you have any?
We live in an enclosed system.
Yeah.
But there was this scientist named Erwin Hubble who founded the Hubble constant, and he proved that the universe was ever expanding.
Does he know how to have gas pressure without a container?
See, but this container point's brought up. I'm curious to how big this container is and where it's located. That's what I'm curious about.
We've already told you we can't go there to find out.
There's a guy named.
So I'm believing a faith here, because what I'm trying to understand is something that.
No, there's a guy here named Quantum Eraser, and he always gives this analogy, and I like it. So, as they have said, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. And he always used the analogy, the antecedent to filet mignon is a cow. You don't need to know what the cow looks like, whether the cow is a boy or girl, or where it comes from. All you know is that if you have filet mignon sitting in front of you, it came from a cow. So that's how we have gas pressure here. So we don't need to know where the container is. If it's pink, purple, or rainbow colored, doesn't matter. We just know there must be a container because we have gas.
But there should be some sort of way that you could
hold
prove
on.
it.
Hold on. But that is really a good analogy. I mean, when you are on Earth, Earth does what it does, right? I mean, what? Obviously, beef comes from a cow. You know, just like she was saying. That's. I mean,
I'm going to dismiss the analogy, bro. That was a perfect analogy.
Props to QE. It's copyright.
Props to QE. It's a good analogy, man. I mean, what's wrong with that analogy?
Yeah, and if you don't know what filet mignon is, if you're not bougie, then you can just say steak. If you have steak sitting in front of you, you know it came from a cow. That it's undeniable. If it's steak, it came from a cow. It doesn't matter where that cow is. If it is boy, girl, or non-binary, it doesn't matter. It came from a cow because you have steak in front of you. So that's how it is with the container. And I think you would prefer for us to just tell you we know there's a container rather than try to like make up exactly what it is, because we don't want to speculate. All we want to do is prove what we actually know, and that is
right.
a container. Yeah.
And another question. Sorry. The way different meteorites or asteroids stay in orbit between Mars and Jupiter, like, that's called the asteroid belt, right? And there have been, many instances, many sightings or many occurrences where some of the asteroids or some of the meteorites, actually came close to impact. They probably burnt out within the atmosphere, touching the surface, or even touched the surface. So how do you explain like asteroids and where they come from? Because like in classical physics, they're in orbit between Mars and Jupiter holds them in orbit, and Jupiter is partly why we're alive actually. But this is in classical physics.
Yeah, because Jupiter absorbs the asteroids from the asteroid belt and saves Earth because it has more gravity. Is that the implication?
Yeah.
Which we can't even have Jupiter.
Yeah,
We can't even have Jupiter as they describe. No, I'm not saying that you can't see a light there and say, oh, that's Jupiter. But again, going back to what everyone's been saying about gas and entropy, second law of thermodynamics, the fact that you would have this supposed ball of gas, like Jupiter is just a gas planet. It's like just all gas.
Yeah.
For that to be floating
Mhm.
around in the vacuum of space and have the gas not experience entropy and get sucked into the vacuum is a natural law violation.
Basically,
Well,
how do you
there's
have
some sort of
Jupiter
pressure
acting as a
and-
gas giant
Where's the
out of a container?
where's the Jupiter's contained? By what?
No, I know. I'm saying, how does Jupiter work without a container? I'm
Oh,
asking
sorry,
them.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
fuzzy.
To put a
Well,
fine
it
point
has
on
to
what
be
you're saying.
gravity. That's the only answer, right?
The G word.
Anyway, you guys continue.
But then entropy, entropy.
Wait, sorry, yeah.
No one can
just
show gravity affecting gas, even where gravity is supposed to be strongest. Gas
Wait,
is not affected. So, try again.
Yeah, sorry. Just another question. Now that you guys mentioned gravity, is in this sort of theory, is gravity not one of the four fundamental forces?
No, it's not.
No, yeah. You could look it up right now on Wikipedia. Gravity's not a force. It's a fictitious force.
Gravity.
Yeah, you can all you want, but
American.
you look it up right now. It's a fictitious force. I mean, that's the definition
not
of
even a
gravity.
cause.
Yeah,
It's
it
not even
doesn't
a
cause
cause anymore.
anything. It's just it's a fictitious force. It doesn't
That's
cause
not even
anything.
us saying that. That's Scientific American saying that. That's other astrophysicists and other scientists, quote unquote, saying this. Not us.
It's never been proven. It's never been proven. It's just a concept. It's just It's just an idea, right? It's an idea to explain away the effect that you see. The effect that you see is not the cause. It's like for gravity to be the cause, you would have to be able to identify it, manipulate it to prove that it is the cause of the effect that you're.
Well, on top of hold on a sec, hold on. On top of the fact that if in order to invoke gravity, you need a giant Earth sphere to produce either a large mass to contain it via Newtonian or a large enough mass for Einsteinian to work. And we don't have any curvature, and we know that it's not spinning. So you don't have either of those things, which are both necessary in order to invoke gravity. Plus, you can't show gravity affecting gas. And yeah, that's a problem. And there's no scientific way to validate gravity.
Yeah, on that point, Fuzzy, is this a philosophical conversation or a scientific conversation?
No, it's very astronomical and scientific.
No, it's not.
Gravity
Well, is astronomy philosophical or is it scientific?
Wait, you don't think that
Okay, that's why I asked the question. Go ahead, everyone.
This guy realizes astronomy is not science, right?
I think he's new to
astronomy is back. No, I'm just saying like astronomy is backed up by physics and chemistry and
philosophy,
cosmology.
How do you verify it? How would you validate it?
How do I verify it? Well,
I can place a bunch
many scientists.
Yeah, I can place a bunch of quotes from those scientists talking about the philosophical value of it all. It's basically philosophical.
Yeah, I think he's new to the room and new to the conversation because I don't remember him being in here when we were going over it with all the other guys that were asking the question, about how when you go to the foundation of all of these claims. I wasn't here. Yeah, with the radius, it's like the radius has been falsified. So if we go to the beginning of it all, right, that's the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. They give us a specific number of the Earth, a size of the Earth. And after this, I'm probably going to go on to bed because it's almost 4 a.m. for me, and I'm lacking on sleep. But they give us specific dimensions of the Earth, right? And if maybe with this guy, maybe it's a good place to start because that's the foundation of all the other things. And I'll just hush for a while.
Previous. Really quick, because I know you made a point earlier and you kind of got Edzek for this point too. You made the point earlier that when you look at the sun, it looks close. And therefore the sun is close to Earth. But I can say I just saw a unicorn do a backflip on my stairwell. That doesn't mean there was nothing backing it up. Do you have
any evidence of the unicorn doing a backflip on your stairwell? Because I have showed you evidence of the sun being close, right? And you can see
that is gigantic.
You can observe. Look, these are blowed up pictures. This is the thing. You can go out tomorrow and you can observe the sun yourself, being very local and very close. And I can give you a link to someone who actually did this little measurement of following the light back up to the point, like from where you could do this same thing yourself. Now, this doesn't say that this is how far the sun is away at all times because it varies. It varies because it ascends and descends. It moves in a spiral fashion. It transverses across the Earth. It's within our atmosphere. It's much smaller than what they tell you, and it's local.
Just because that's how you observe.
That's a false. I mean, one thing. It's like this unicorn thing. It's like that's not even a serious. That's not even a serious conversation.
Let me change the unicorn thing. If I take on December 21st, if I took a telescope and looked at Saturn, I would see Saturn. There was no computer CGI AI coding to distract it. If I took a telescope, I would have seen Saturn.
But does your telescope have imaging software in it?
But
that's my question.
When you say
you literally just said that there's no software in the telescope.
There's no software
denying there's lights in the sky.
No, Fuzzy. When you, I know.
And with
Okay,
telescope
so when you,
rings and all, I get it.
When you looked with your naked eye, you saw light, correct? We all saw light with our naked eye.
Yeah.
We saw
lights in the sky.
Take a telescope.
Determine what we're standing on.
When you look at it with a telescope, when you take a telescope and you look at these two planets, you see Jupiter the way Jupiter has been shown, and you see Saturn the way Saturn has been shown, and you see
so they couldn't actually forge a picture of Jupiter to look like
Exactly. They're going to paint a model to make it look like what they're looking at in the sky. If they see rings, they're going to make it look like rings whenever they.
What I'm trying to say is, how would they paint this model with a projector?
Are you kidding? No. What?
Oh my god, bro.
The model's already presupposed, man. I mean, come on, bro. It's not even. Yes, of course.
How much do you think that
was presupposed?
We all see the Jupiter and Saturn, through telescopes. I mean, yeah, I've seen them myself, man. They look freaking badass.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with the model, though.
No. According to you guys, Jupiter and Saturn are just lights. They're not the planets that the people that they're displayed as. Because when you Google Jupiter right now, you see a planet, correct? You see some sort of flying ball in the sky, right? That's what happens when
they're wandering stars. I mean, they are part of cosmology that is different than the other moving stars that complete a repeated pattern over as far as human history goes.
Well, Helio, what I was trying to say is, so when you Google Saturn right now, right, you see a ball with a ring around it, correct? What I was trying to portray was, if I took a telescope, because when I looked at it with my eye, I saw only a light. But if I took a telescope and I looked at the planet, I would see the exact Saturn that you could find on any. Probably, if you just Google Saturn, you could find the same picture.
Yeah, I've seen Saturn in a telescope too. Yeah.
But those pictures aren't actually accurate. Not all those pictures
I've seen
are
Jupiter and the moons and shit, and they differ. Wait.
The pictures they show of Jupiter are not correct. They always show this like red little storm that's supposedly happening in like the bottom right corner of the planet, and every year it's like in the same location. Like this is supposed to be a gaseous planet that's just with these
spinning,
crazy unpredictable
you always see the storm.
winds,
Every
and
time I
it's
look at
always
Jupiter, I
the
see the
same
storm.
red storm. Like you can literally and all the lines in it, like the different colored lines, like you can literally like overlay the pictures of the planet, and year after year, it's like everything is in the same spot.
Yeah, Jupiter's a planet spinning. Why is the storm always there when we look at it?
Expert Gaming, listen, I've enjoyed the conversation with you, and I hate to bail, but I'm going to go. But I just want to say, listen, I just want to say that those lights in the sky, we can't go there. We can't determine what they are. We see them as lights in the sky. We can't leave this place. The thing that you need to be thinking about is the thing that you can go and you can test and you can verify, which is the Earth, and that there is no curvature on the Earth. So this is what you should look at, because you can observe this for yourself and you can test it. But good night, everybody. I'm going to go to bed.
Bye, Truth.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Prevail. She is a champion for truth. I love Truth Prevails.
And I want to say thank you for having this. Prevails, I just want to say thank you for having this discussion. It was really nice. I mean, I know we have disagreements, but have a good day and God bless you.
It's cool to have disagreements, man. It's cool. Maybe I can catch you tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Same place, every day.
As long as you can agree to disagree, yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong at the end of the day.
All right, good night.
But real quick, just before it gets lost in the chat, right? I just posted something, a planet there in the bottom. Did you guys see that?
You posted a planet?
Yeah, I posted some Jupiter right there.
Without the storm.
Oh, yeah.
No.
You guys see that? The globers in here. Do you guys see that Jupiter there with the NASA logo?
Are you posting in the right room? I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I see it.
Too,
I
right?
see it.
Yeah.
33 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, 3:33. You guys see that?
Oh, everything is fine. Is that the one?
No, just above that. Just above everything is fine. You guys see that Jupiter there?
Mm-hmm.
The globers.
I mean, that's an image from NASA, but I mean, every time I look at Jupiter from Earth, I always see the storm.
Hold on. I know. But I'm saying, do you guys see that? I don't know.
I actually don't.
Yeah.
Which shot is I see it. Okay. I see it now.
Okay, so that looks like pretty official, right?
Okay. So wait, don't think this out of context. But I'm not saying that. Okay, look, this could be fake. This could be, for all I know, some little toddler could have put a puzzle piece together and made this.
Wait, let's let Fuzzy finish his point.
The point is that this is a wooden table that someone cut out and made spherical with some shadows and slapped a NASA logo on it. Now, if they were going to be trying to emulate what actually is seen in the sky, why would they, they obviously are not going to make a checkerboard because that's not what they see when they look at it, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to try to fake Saturn, why would you not put rings around? Everyone can go and look at it. Everyone can look at it, but no one can validate anything about it. They can slap a logo on it, take a picture like this, put it in a book, in your science book, and you would believe that. That's a wooden table, yo. It is a wooden table with grains of wood. And if you would believe that, if you saw that in a science book in 8th grade, okay, this is how they're doing it. You thinking that they couldn't emulate what they look up in the sky and see, and you're wondering why that matches your science book? You for real?
Well, but thank you for pointing that out, Fuzzy. But respectfully, my point wasn't that whether it's fake or not. What I'm trying to say is, okay, a little toddler couldn't have drawn that. Okay, I don't care if that was fake, real, whatever.
How easy it is to fool people. That's the point.
Yes, I understand that, Fuzzy. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is, when you open a science book and that's there, right? I don't know who drew it. We don't know who drew it. Jesus could have drawn it. Freaking, someone could have drawn it. Barack Obama could have drawn it. For all I care. My main point was that when you look at that picture of Jupiter and you take a telescope and you look at the sky, you will see that picture in the sky. Now, my question was,
because they're trying to emulate real life.
But how would they emulate
it? With paint, with Photoshop.
What are they? Are they painting the sky?
Do you know how 2001: A Space Odyssey was made? Do you?
I just posted a picture of them painting it. They're literally painting, and you see that little red swirl? It's still there. That little red storm.
In 2nd grade, you guys didn't do the dioramas of the planets in paper mache?
I think what Xperia is asking, like, how do they emulate the image onto the sky?
Onto the sky.
It depends on
the sky. The sky looks the way it looks like. What they're doing is painting something to look like the sky, the way the sky looks like. Do you not get this? So you're trying to make a movie about real life. What are you going to look like? You would look at real life and emulate that, right?
Wait, okay. What?
Okay. So you're saying that the reason why NASA's telling the truth is because they made a good model about what they like. If I had a model of a Ford Mustang and the actual model that comes in the kit is a Chevy Camaro, do you think that I'm not going to notice the difference? You have to make it look like the way that things look like in real life in order for the model to work.
If you could physically observe Jupiter in the sky and you drew it on a piece of paper, that means Jupiter is a planet that exists in the sky.
It's a light that exists in the sky. NASA claims it's a gas giant and has all these different properties.
So when I take a look at that, at the planet Jupiter with a telescope, and I just see Jupiter like that, I don't see a bright sun ray light. What I'm looking at is at a star or at a planet.
You're looking at a light in the sky that we call Jupiter. What it is, how it works, what it's made of, and how it functions, we have no idea.
I have a question. Do you think that Earth is floating in space right now?
No, space the way they claim is the fake medium. You can't have
Okay, so where is Earth? What's Earth like? If it's not floating in space, what's it resting on? The floor? Is there a floor in space?
Of the Earth they claim. I don't know. We can't go find out for ourselves. They won't let us.
Who's they?
But you're also you're trying to jump over the 3rd and 4th hurdles when you haven't even jumped over the first 2.
Fuzzy, who's they?
If you don't know who they are, then you're in the wrong place.
That doesn't answer the question, but sure. But okay.
Okay, the United Nations, Congress, are you kidding? Most people are unwilling, they're unknowing participants in their own
What would NASA benefit from lying, though?
Seriously? $50 million
There's many reasons people lie.
Anything to you?
No, I lied to my neighbor to say benefit something from. What's the benefit of lying to the public?
$50 million a day? Do you need other reasons? We could go on to speculate as to what psychopaths would lie to us about, but $50 million a day, control, power, enslavement, of the minds of an entire population to believe that they're free and willingly participating in their own enslavement by voting for a system that will never actually get fixed and continually tightens their grip on how we function as a society, controlling all our news, media, and information.
To understand,
I can't think of a single reason why they'd lie about something like that.
Fuzzy, so what you're saying is they basically pocket their budget, or I don't know how much their budget is exactly, but they get their money and they pocket it and they claim they're doing something with it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, again, it's not even about money when you really get down to it. It's about what the money buys. And the money buys our acquiescence and obedience to the control system that they perpetuate.
And if you think about how much money they're getting, like $60 million a day. Wait, hold up. How much
they
do
are
you
also
think
spending many millions into like research.
Okay, hold up.
Research
so
into the sky.
imagine, like, how much do you think the budget was for that Galaxy movie that came out with Sandra Bullock? Like maybe $500 million.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Yeah, Gravity. Sorry, guys. Gravity. How much do you think the budget was? How much do you think the budget for that movie was? I mean, 500 million. They could pay for that in 10 days, and then the rest of the year, do whatever they want with that money.
Yeah, but why would they pay for Gravity even when?
No, I'm saying they could produce footage at that level. That's what I'm saying. They could use the same green screens. They could use, the same, like they could hire a crew, all the costs that would go into producing footage that looked like they were in space. That's why I brought up that movie. They can do with just 10 days of their budget and then keep the rest of the money. And then they say they're doing, profound scientific experiments. However, if you watch the latest astronauts that went up, they went on the SpaceX rocket and they went up to the ISS. One of the astronauts, her name is Shannon Walker. They asked her in a recent interview, they said, Shannon, what is the most important scientific experiment y'all are going to do up there? And she literally said, I don't know what we have going on for the next few months. She couldn't even name one experiment. And I can literally link the video. It's hilarious.
That's funny. Was this the lady that was up in space for 666 days? Or was it someone else?
No, this was just recent. They just sent her up there.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was so funny because the peak of your career, you've been training for this your whole life, girl. You should know exactly what the protocol is. A lot of this stuff has been practiced and planned before they even got on the ship. You should be able to know what you're doing.
Exactly. You can even do more than the budget for that movie because you don't have to pay Sandra Bullock and George Clooney $10 million. You can use that towards science.
That's so true. Yeah, it's all government employees, so they're sworn to secrecy, and honestly, a lot of them probably don't even know.
They think it's real.
Yeah, they think it's real. Yeah.
So one quick question. So Elon Musk and SpaceX, right? That's a private company. That's a private entity owned by Elon Musk, and it's not public. Government funding. Yes, I agree because NASA. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. I agree. Yes, NASA. They do work with NASA. Now, Elon Musk has actually came out himself and said that within a close range, maybe 5 years from now, he wants to plan on, and actually top astronauts came out and spoke against them. And there's even an interview for this where he actually cried, and he said that he wants to plan to where people could really pay tickets to fly in space and observe the Earth or observe the moon and land back. Okay, so what I'm
saying that for 20
all right,
years.
cool. They put that on the news. It's very emotional. Cool. I just want to do it. We have a Polish astronaut that said, "Yeah, I didn't really go to space. Earth is flat." I mean, there's a Polish astronaut. I mean, and also on a certain point, we were talking about Jupiter and Mars, and the only reason inside the heliocentric idea, the only reason you would be able to see them is because the sun is shining on them, and you're on Earth, and you're looking. This is the heliocentric.
Yeah, but not to.
So where's this?
But that would mean that what we said about the moon,
dude. Every other star, every other body of light you see in the sky, those are stars. They have their own light, but inside our solar system, we're the only reason you can see them is because they're reflecting light from the sun, right? Yeah, you're gonna have to say yes. What? They don't have their own, dude.
The moon is not.
Wait, can we go back to one of the? Sorry, I don't.
The moon is a reflection of the sun.
Helio, you're changing the point. You're changing the point.
I just wanted to say really quick to what Bear Gaming said about, in 5 years we're going to be on Mars or whatever. I wish I had the picture.
I wish I finish the point. You guys. I wasn't just going to end there. Whatever.
Does Elon Musk have a solution to the gas pressure without a container problem? Because that's never going away.
I'll reply to your statement.
And I was just going to say, I'm trying to find the picture. There was a newspaper in like the 1970s that said that in 10 years they'll colonize the moon and we'll have space traffic. They just keep pushing the bar farther and farther and farther. And it sounds kind of crazy, but when you actually go and you look at these old newspapers or these old movies where they were predicting, by 2010 we're gonna have our own little spacecrafts and stuff, they keep pushing the hurdles further and further away.
Bill Clinton addressed the entire nation and said we're going to Mars by 1997. Look that up. It's all over the internet. He stands in front of the press conference and says we're going to Mars in 1997.
Sorry, I have a quick question, just real quick. Like, I'm gonna go right now, but per se, we were to somehow make it to Mars, whether that be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Would this change your view?
Did you forget about the gas pressure without a container?
What I was going to say about this. This was more of a theory. I mean,
it's not really confirmed.
If Middle Earth exists, we would go there and see many elves and orcs. Yes, cool story.
Check this out, man.
Ever gonna happen? No.
Even though you guys thought I was trying to obfuscate a little bit or whatever the thing is like inside the heliocentric solar system, the only way you would see light from Jupiter or Mars or Venus or any of the planets that is because the sun is at the center. Every other star has their own light, or galaxy, or whatever you want to consider.
Right.
But inside our solar system, it's a reflection of the sunlight, and that includes the moon as well. So somebody said I was not wrong. I was not right about that, but I'm absolutely right about it.
I never said you weren't right about that.
Right.
Cool. But
continue, everyone.
Yeah, so this again, I wasn't saying Elon Musk is going to do it. What I'm saying is more of a theoretical question, right? Because it hasn't happened yet. So in theory, right, if Elon Musk were to be on board with this mission and commercial space rockets were brought up and people could actually purchase tickets and go on flight, and obviously it would have to be more than just a couple of people to believe it the truth. But if people could literally pay to go on this commercial space jet and fly out of the solar system and around the Earth and observe the moon or whatever, or Earth or whatever, and come back down, would that sort of tell you guys, hey, maybe? And they claim the Earth is
galactic at all. They've been asking to do that for 20 years. Ever since I've been a kid, they've been talking about Virgin Galactic. Sooner or later, we're going to have space travel commercialized. It's not happening. Yeah. They spent trillions of dollars.
That's why in the beginning of my question, I said it's a theoretical question because it's not.
Okay, cool. Then fine. Then we'll be able to go but it's still not going to have gas pressure without a container. You can't get around that.
So, Are you asking us if there's one thing that comes out, like, will we change our mind?
No. Because if one person went up there and then came back down and said the Earth was round, obviously they could have paid the guy off.
But you're saying like this specific.
What I'm saying is just like they opened airlines, you can buy a plane ticket tomorrow to wherever you want. They open space shuttle tours or whatever to where you can go in a spaceship and go to and tour around Earth and come back down. Once they do that, would that be more okay? Maybe the Earth is because then they would be uncovering their own lies if they didn't do that.
Okay. So you're asking if this one new thing will change our mind. That's what you're saying, essentially, yeah. So I'm just going to flip it back to you really quick, and I'm going to ask you one solid, unwavering, undeniable proof that the Earth is flat would that be enough to change your mind?
If you told me the Earth was flat,
Proof, unwavering proof.
Showed you how they're wrong.
Unwavering proof.
If I went in a space shuttle.
No, let me flip the question back on you. I'm flipping the question back on you because I'm just wanting to make sure that we're on the same page. You're saying that, okay, if there's a dude who gets in a ship and is able to go to
people, not just one dude.
Okay, but just in general, you're just saying, okay, if they make this ship and people go in there, well, then you believe this one new thing is going to happen. Then will you change your mind and believe the Earth is a globe? And I'm not going to answer it yet because I'm just going to turn the question back to you. If we have a group of people that do a scientific experiment and prove over and over again that the Earth is flat, would that one new thing change your mind as to the shape of the Earth?
You flip the question and completely change the dialogue. What I was saying is, if you go in a spaceship and you fly outside and you see the Earth is round, would you believe it's round?
You're asking if Santa Claus got landed and let us go in the sleigh and we got to pet Rudolph, would we believe in Santa Claus?
You guys off? Come on now.
Well, but like you've just repeated it. I get what you're saying. If Santa's real and he let me drive in his sleigh in 10 years, would you believe it then? Well, probably, but that's not going to happen. The likelihood.
What I'm saying is, if I get in a space shuttle and I fly around Earth,
right? So if you're all hypothetical, if
I said that's what I literally said. I said theoretically.
If frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass when they hopped. We're talking about things that we can observably prove, logically infer to be real. You're talking about something. If I ate my vegetables, can I stay up past 10? That shit is all hypothetical and not even something that's based in reality.
I literally said it was a hypothetical question before I asked the question.
No, you're trying to reify it.
I asked if it was I asked him. I literally said, "There's no way no one heard me." I said, "This is theoretical and a hypothetical question I'm about to ask." Hypothetically,
it's a stupid question. Because again, hypothetically, if Santa Claus is real and he get me pet Rudolph and drive the sleigh on Christmas Eve, would I believe it? Yeah, sure. I would really believe in Santa Claus at that point.
They're talking about
the hell are you
moon
talking
bases
about?
from the 70s, right? Moon bases from the 70s. Where are those? It's all if.
All right. Well, I'm gonna sort of head off. So I appreciate the talk. It's been about 3 hours. I've been talking with you guys, and no, I genuinely appreciate it. And I'm thankful this was more of a discussion than a debate. I hope we could have our respectful disagreements, I guess. But everybody, we're all human, and I guess we're all do our own thing. So God bless you guys. Thank you for letting me talk here.
So Bear, one last second, Bear.
Yeah.
Where's the curvature?
You niggas are mad retarded.
I had
Bro, y'all are stupid as fuck. Especially heloseptic. Bro, that.
Wow.
Hey,
that was profound.
Back at you, bro. I'm not, show me how stupid I am. Let's see. I mean, what?
That's profound, right?
I got a $100 bill says you can't drive to my address in Kentucky and say that shit.
Well, and Bear, you should think about what I said though, because I know we were talking about ifs and stuff, but at the end of the day, like you were saying, if there's a new thing that comes out, would it change our mind for the globe? And look, if you can put me in a spaceship that's got windows and I actually go to outer space and I know it's real, sure, I'll change my mind. But at the same time, I offer the same invitation to you. If we have evidence that is verifiable, can be replicated over and over again, then one of those things should be enough to change your mind, because you're pretty much expecting the same for us.
Yeah, and I respectively agree on that. No, and I agree. And I thank you for having this debate. It's a long debate, but I appreciate it. I'm gonna head off though, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good night, man.
Okay, anytime, 24/7.
Question. Right. So I have a question. Do you guys believe in space? This is just to confirm a yes or no.
No.
It's a yes or no question.
No.
Seriously?
Space fake, man.
You guys don't think there's a space out there?
About?
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to confirm my because I was actually not here for the last half hour. I just came back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But wait. So you guys think there's a space out there, right? like beyond
How
Earth.
how do you have gas pressure without a container next to an open vacuum in all directions?
Okay, what's beyond Earth then? If there's no space.
What's at the edge of the universe?
No, wait.
No, see, universe and space. Okay, look, at the edge of the universe, no one knows what that is. But like, you confirm there's space
That's what
outside
I was.
of Earth.
That's what I meant. I was going to say. What do you mean by space? I mean, exactly. That's what I was wondering. When you say you don't believe in space, that could or could not be a thing. I mean, what do you mean by that, Big?
I was just like trying to see if you think like the universe is inside of Earth, or like if there's actually like a universe outside of Earth, like you know what I mean, like the other planets or like other stars, or like, you know what I mean, like outside of Earth, like Earth is not the only thing.
We see them. We see them.
Right. So that's what I was gonna get at. So like if you look up into the sky at night, you'll see stars, right?
All right, cool. So we don't have to believe in them. We see them.
Right. So like, let's say if you look up in the sky at night, you'll see stars, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We all see stars. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. So and I remember I asked a question earlier, and I said do you guys think that Earth is floating in space? And you guys said no, like it's resting on, I don't know, on pillars or something. I forgot. But
sure. Well, Earth is
the floor of the universe.
Earth is Earth and always has been, always will be. We observe stars
we don't
in
know.
the heavens. You know, I call it the heavens now. Whether or not Earth is somewhere, that's the idea. It's like we were told when we were growing up that Earth is the third rock from the sun, right? I mean, it's just like, but it's even in that idea, it's a special place, right? We're a special place in the galaxy, and you know,
Big dynamite
stuff. Yeah. So, but in you know, I've since discovered that Earth has always been Earth, and it's the only place. And the sun, moon, and stars are for
right. So I was gonna ask,
we don't know seasons and you know and time, you know, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, so you have all those like stars floating in space, and all those like other like planets and like lights you see, like all those other stars, but somehow Earth is like the only one that's not floating in space. It's just on like some sort of ground.
Yeah.
Well, when we're talking about space, first of all, we just need to clarify. They tell us that outer space is a vacuum. And our argument is that the vacuum of space cannot exist. We're not saying that you don't see lights in the sky or that the sun and the moon aren't there, but we're saying that there is no vacuum of space. So I guess we got to be a little bit specific about that.
What I was saying was that whenever you see like stars outside, they're like floating, right? They're not like resting on something. They're just like up there. So Earth somehow is not the only one floating, but the other stars are.
You look up at them. What are they? How do you know what they are? How do you know what they are when you're looking at them?
You could clearly see they're stars. They're like balls of light. They're of gas.
Yeah, lights of light.
Yeah.
No, they're gas. How do you know they're gas?
Okay, look. If you look at it from like a telescope from like NASA or something, you'll see like there's planets out there.
You see gas through a telescope.
He asked you something.
This is why we do this. This is why we do this.
Vic, how do you know they're balls of gas? How? Just by
if you look
looking
through a
at
telescope.
Yeah,
like if you look at a squirrel, you'll see it's a squirrel. You're not gonna like think it's something else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you see it, you believe it.
A lot of things that we don't know, we don't know the answers, but what we can claim is that what they say it is, what they claim as a positive idea of how the world works, what we can do is prove that that is incorrect. We don't know, and we don't have to replace their nonsense with different nonsense to show you that they're wrong, right? We can point out how they're wrong without actually replacing it with some other story that we can't validate ourselves as to what the stars are. We can debunk what they say. Does that make sense? We don't know, but it's not what they're claiming. That's stupid, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I can prove to you that your wife's cheating on you, does that mean I have to get you a new wife too?
No, of course not.
Okay,
well, then,
but what does that have to relate with anything that I've been saying?
Because we can prove to you that the way they say that the universe is not accurate. It's not even close to true.
What? Okay. Well, I mean, that's what you believe.
Listen now, listen. Natural law dictates that gas pressure goes from high to low. Do you agree? When you have a bike tire or a car tire and you puncture the tire, what does the tire do? What does it do?
It just starts running out of air.
Yes, correct.
Right.
So we on Earth have a closed environment. We breathe air pressure, and natural law dictates that high pressure goes to low pressure. And they are telling you, and you believe this, you have never ever encountered this, you have never ever experienced this, but they tell you, and you believe this, that Earth is adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, right? So our high pressure system, our atmosphere, would immediately disperse into the vacuum of space. This is natural law, right? So everything you have ever witnessed, like a cola bottle or a bike tire or whatever, you need gas pressure, you need a container for gas pressure. Do you agree?
You guys believe in gravity?
No. Do you agree? Because you're gish galloping now, do you agree you need a container for gas pressure?
I'm confused, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not really understanding what you're saying.
So again, the car tire. When I have only the rim and I give you the rim to you and I say, can you inflate this? Can you put air pressure into this rim? Does that work?
Well, no.
No. So I need the rubber tire around the rim to create gas pressure.
Right.
Right. So how does this work on Earth? Because we don't have according to the heliocentric model, we don't have a container, right? According to the heliocentric model. So according to natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, the high pressure will go to the low pressure system.
Right, but that's if there's nothing containing it. But there's the ozone and there's like gravity. Like I don't know what you're understanding, but like
gas,
but gravity is holding
gas.
things onto the Earth. Like
so that's again some belief system you have, because gravity is not being proven. Nobody has ever proven gravity, the cause of gravity, right?
It's not going to come. It's not going to keep going up. It's going to come down, right?
That's what you think, right? Because there is a container. The Earth has a container for the gas pressure. And yet you believe you can go outside the Earth and watch the Earth from a space station, but it's not possible. Natural law dictates this.
You think there's some sort of like glass thing covering Earth? Or like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, what is your belief? Like, what are you coming at? I'm confused.
So, natural law dictates there has to be a container, right? I can't tell you what this container is. That would be the most honest answer, right? Because I haven't been to this container, but it has to have a container. Just like the rim has to have a tire for the gas pressure. This is natural law. This is all you have ever experienced. Yet they make you believe that the Earth is something different and it violates natural law.
No, it doesn't, because
it does.
Look,
it does,
okay,
bro. Because you're about to claim gravity, but there is no scientific evidence for gravity. Nobody has ever proven the cause of gravity. Nobody has ever shown you bendy space-time. It's all in maths.
Question.
They made you believe.
Hold my hand, right? And I throw it up as far as high as strong as I can. I throw it up. It's not gonna keep going up. It's gonna come down, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all fine. But you think this is something. Has something to do with the massive Earth, right? Because the Earth is so massive that it will pull other massive things towards it. But this has never ever been proven. Never.
It has, because look, if there was no gravity, if you throw a ball in the air, it wouldn't come back down. It would just keep going.
That's the effect. You see something falling down, and then you call it gravity because a mass is attracting some
I'm a
some
believe
other
that's a
mass.
squirrel.
Big
Like seeing
Dynamite,
is believing.
I have a question for you. Okay, if I have a basketball, all right, if I have a basketball and I'm holding it and I'm in my room and I drop it, what happened?
Falls down to the floor.
Okay, now let's say I take that basketball and I jump in my swimming pool and I swim to the bottom of the pool and I'm holding this basketball and then I let it go. What happens to it?
Goes to the surface of the
It
water.
goes up. Why does it go
Right.
up? Why does it go up?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably because like the density of the ball is like lighter than the
Yeah.
water around it, so it
Yep.
probably go up because lighter items go higher than heavier.
Yes, you hit it right on the head. It's density and then compared to the medium it's in, right? But it's the same for when I'm in my room too. It just happens to be that when I'm in my room, the
Full of water. I'm confused.
but it's full of air. It's full of room air. And the ball
Right.
is more dense than the air in my room.
That's why it falls down.
That's why
Hey.
it falls down. Yep.
And
Right.
you know what else will
What are
happen?
you trying to come at?
When I'm in my pool, the medium, the ball is less dense than the medium, so it rises. So all it is just density and the medium it's in. Super simple. You already kind of halfway understand it. You just got to apply it the same way that you view water. You just got to take it to land.
Hey, what if you deflate the ball and then throw it on top of the pool? What's going to happen?
Same thing as it's inflated. It's just gonna stay on top.
All right, cool. So there's still a density ratio there, right?
Yeah, obviously.
No, there's. I mean, you can't completely deflate the ball. If you could completely deflate the ball, it would start to sink. I mean, just like when you blow air out of your lungs in a pool, you'll sink to the bottom.
Yeah, as Helio's saying,
so long.
the air in the ball makes it less dense when it's inflated. So that's why
Exactly.
it rises to the top. But you see what I'm saying, right? Big, like it's
Not
all
really.
it is just no. But you got it. You got it when I was in the pool, and then
Right, but like
now that
I
I'm in
don't,
my
I don't
room,
see
you
how
get a little
that.
confused.
I don't see how that like correlates to what I was saying. Like I don't. That was like completely random. Like from what I'm seeing, I don't know. Like that didn't really correlate.
Nope, we're talking about gravity and things falling down.
Right.
So I'm not
Well, gravity.
random.
No, because look, if I throw a ball in the air and if I catch it, right, my hand is gonna stop the ball from going to the ground. Otherwise, the ball would go to the ground. The water is stopping the ball from going to the ground because the water is like, I don't see what you're coming at. Like the gravity still exists. Like I don't
No,
see
Define-
from what you
medium.
said.
It's the medium. Water's the
Define
medium.
gravity.
Yeah, what's gravity? What are you
Isn't
talking about?
causation.
Big Dynamite.
Yeah.
Can you define gravity?
I mean, I'm not like a dictionary, but like I would say like it's something that it's a force that like pulls
Okay.
things closer to each other. I mean, shit, yeah.
Are you said you're not, that defined on it. So have you come to the understanding of what Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity are and the difference between the two?
I've never heard of those terms.
Okay. Well, Einsteinian gravity replaced Newtonian gravity in the early 1900s.
Wait.
Your mass
So do you
attracting
believe in
mass.
gravity? Is that what you're saying?
No. Listen
Hey,
to the guy.
Can I
Listen to the
interject,
guy.
please? This is coming from a Glober, and I'm just trying to, because I've been hearing you guys' points and whatever for a while. So I want to explain to him what you guys are telling him, because I've gotten your point. And I've so basically what they're telling you is gravity is not affecting whether it's falling or not. It's the air around it. It's if it's less dense than the air or more dense than the air, it'll fall. and air is, and it has nothing to do with gravity. It's just about what it's around. That's all. Am I correct by saying that, guys?
Yeah, it's relative density equilibrium, right? So it always wants to find its balance, its equilibrium relative to the medium it's in. So again, a football thrown up will fall down because the air is less dense and the ball is denser than the air, but it will rise up in a pool because the medium is denser than the ball. You don't need gravity. Gravity is made up to make things form into balls. There's no scientific proof or validation for bendy space-time, which is Einsteinian gravity at this point, right? So it's the uneven distribution of mass causing space and time to bend. That is what... Oh, he's gone. I think we hit
the cog wall.
Mm-hmm. So Gin and Juice, I saw you going in and out cog-dis and trying to defend the globe. Where's the curvature, man?
I come from the stance, like a lot of people, it's, you can't see the curvature. There's explanations for it, and I can't give you the exact sciences for it.
Right.
But
So
there are people that do understand it and would
you're
have
believing in
explanations.
stories, right? You're believing in stories that we can see too far.
Yes. Yeah.
Why would you hang on to your ball? What's keeping you on your ball?
Because of other people that have done these experiments and been to these places.
You believe that other people have done the work for you, so it must be a ball, right? It cannot be else.
No, I didn't say that.
Yet we all agree that when we walk out the door, the only thing we can see is a flat level plane without motion.
Well, you said you understand the arguments.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so then if you understand the arguments and the points, then why don't you explain where you still are in disagreement with those arguments and those points? Because it should be pretty point and clear in your mind if you've heard the points and you can understand them, but yet you still believe that you live on a spinning water ball in outer space.
I think there's just more of a chance because people who have been in these fields for this long and have been doing this stuff, I haven't been doing that my whole life.
That being said, what is your favorite one? What is your best evidence to convince or not convince? I mean, we're not trying to convince you to be a flat earther, or you for us to be, go back to the globe or anything. What is your best evidence that it's like, hey, I think you flat earthers are wrong because what's your best one? Give us one.
I try not to look at it like tell you you're wrong because I don't know myself. I don't have answers.
Well, how did you find your way here? I mean, what do you think about? Have you listened to some flat Earth videos on YouTube and or some debunk videos? And you're just like, oh, these flat earthers are crazy. I really want to go talk to them and see what they think. Is this?
Well, I'm into conspiracy theories in general, and I know the government lies to us. I will tell you that. Like,
right, cool. Well, why don't you answer my question? Yeah. Why do you think that flat earthers are wrong about flat Earth? Because we're probably on the same page with most of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
So why do you think we're wrong about this one?
Well, it's because it's not all just the government. It's scientists. It's people like I would point to Alaska and I would say 24 hours of sunlight. I can't see how it would be possible on a flat Earth, but
so Gin and Juice, you've seen the pictures of them faking it?
Dude, I've seen some videos of people actually doing it in the Arctic. In the Arctica, in Alaska, but Antarctica, they fake that shit. I mean, there's no.
But there's people. These are people in the government,
Yeah, There are
Well, I thought
scientists
you were a
necessary.
conspiracy guy. I mean, how do you trust?
No, I'm talking about the people. Like, there's been people that have been to Antarctica that aren't government. Is what I'm telling. Is what I'm saying.
And they've recorded the sun, 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I don't know who has of all recorded it, but the people have experienced it.
How many lies has to be exposed before you completely distrust the people that are telling you the lies?
Well, I just don't like if it's not government and it's just like people like you and me, and it's multiple people. And
Hey, man, we have hundreds of people on here that have done tests about, over the ocean, and lakes everywhere.
And these are tests.
I mean,
it's not personal observations. Is all I'm saying.
yes, it is.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. It is.
Yeah,
personal
dude.
Observations over Earth.
Okay, sorry.
When they gave us the numbers of the globe Earth, said globe Earth, third rock from the sun, certain size. They gave us all the numbers, and we have tested it and analyzed the numbers, and it obviously cannot be what they told us it is.
And like I said, I don't have the explanations for that, but I know there's phenomenon that create these kind of things, and I
cool.
can't explain it for myself.
Well, stick around. We'll figure it out. Yeah, man, you'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
You're
Because
cool guy, James.
I've
It's all
listened
good.
to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying you'll figure it out eventually. If you're going to be honest with us and honest with yourself, you'll figure it out eventually.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, if it's only technology is only going to get so far where people are going to do more and more experiments themselves and find these things out. But yeah, dude.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
You guys are really
welcome
cool
to the
guys,
server, man. Yeah, welcome to the server. This is what we do 24 hours. I mean, we don't all do it 24 hours.
Yeah.
We have people from all
You always
across.
have people.
We have people from all across the globe. You're talking about the flat Earth, so whatever. Anyway, that was a joke, but may not.
Dude, and yeah, I feel bad for you guys because you guys deal with a lot of dumbasses, and
we do. We definitely do.
Yeah.
But it's like some of the arguments are very simple, but they try to make it so complicated. It's just like we're trying to help you. It's like you came here asking us questions, and then when we answer the question, then you ask some more dumbass questions, and we lead you to information about what they say about the globe Earth and how they came up with the concept and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, man, it's like we're trying to teach people, but they're just like they're in such a state of cognitive dissonance that they never really grasp it, and they get so vitriolic that they just get banned. It's like some people will just come in here and be like, "Ban me, I want to be banned. I want to be banned." And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? What do you want to come here and ask a dumbass question and then just like, all right, they really just come in to troll and just like, ban me, and stuff. People begging to be banned. It's just stupid, man.
Right. You guys definitely know way more of the science than I do. And I always find it, like, I've listened to a few streams where you guys have been debating, like, cosmologists and stuff like that. And
every single one of us, I guarantee you, everybody on this server on the Flat Earth side was a driving to work, picking their nose, live on the globe, Star Wars is cool kind of guy. Until we were like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense.
I still love Star Wars. Well, I don't love all the Star Wars, but dude, The Mandalorian is the best Star Wars.
Yeah, I like Mandalorian.
Mandalorian is freaking badass. I watch all the space stuff, man. I'm a huge fan of Star Trek. I'm not going to stop watching it, unless it's just too ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Some of them are ridiculous. Some of the space shows are just like too dumb. Like I started to watch Star Trek Discovery, that show on CBS. It's just, I couldn't even get through the first episode. I thought it was too dumb.
Hey, I watched every single episode.
Jim,
Really, you like Discovery?
Jane, I've posted you a video where they claimed that they had 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yeah, you go watch it, man. It's clearly faked. They looped it at the beginning. The same clouds are coming at the end. So you have to wonder why. Why is there a need to fake this? Why?
Yeah, I was going to say about that. Like, I've only seen, I think, 3, at the most, videos that were supposed to have come from Antarctica. And it's like the number of videos that are from the Arctic and all from just everyday people and that. But these are like, there's apparently like how many stations of like scientists and researchers and such. And yet, in all this time, they've only come out with, and this is probably since the Flat Earth thing came out that we started seeing these Antarctica videos of 24-hour sun. But you would have thought there'd be like, in the tens at least, like there'd be at least up to 50 or so just littering around somewhere.
I mean, maybe, but again, that's speculation as well. Because you're not, or Stan, or tell me if I'm incorrect saying this, but are you allowed to bring video cameras to Alaska or no?
You mean Antarctica or Alaska?
Or yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know why I get those confused, but Antarctica.
I couldn't tell you, but I mean, it's going to cost you $14,000 to even take a trip to Alaska. So most people can't actually do it.
Or Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, and I think you probably can take your cell phone and take some videos of some penguins and shit. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't get close to a penguin. They'd probably freaking, peck you or whatever the hell they do.
And there's a difference between sunlight and daylight, right?
So daylight. There you go, Roger.
There can be 24-hour daylight in Antarctica, but sunlight is a different thing. So when they claim there's sunlight, you need to investigate this.
I still have. Hey, Roger, you know who D. Marble is, right? He went to Alaska last year, like early last year, and he captured time lapse of 24-hour sun, not daylight, but sun in Alaska. And did you see the video I posted earlier? Have you seen that one, Roger? Pull it back up.
No.
Oh yeah, D. Marble. He's a flat earther. Let me see if I can find it.
He's been around a long time.
Here's my question about the clouds. Is it proven that they always move very far or at all everywhere?
What do you mean?
Is the clouds always going to move? Going to it? Because they look a little bit different here. Like slightly.
Well, clouds
have you ever seen a cloud not move?
I mean,
I honestly haven't observed clouds that much.
They change like quite often, man. If you look at a cloud 10 minutes later, it's going to look different. But if you look at a lot of NASA imagery from before modern day, because they're getting programs to sort of cover that right now. But back in the day, when you look at their like footage of video footage and such of Earth rotation or whatnot, like just look at the clouds. They didn't even move, and you can be looking at like 4 to 5 hours worth of time frame there.
Dude, I live in Arkansas, right central United States, and there's so many different cloud layers. I mean, the way they move, sometimes they're really low, and then there's other ones that are higher, and they move in different directions. And when there's storms, I mean, they're freaking like 50,000 feet high, and it's just insane. I mean, it's like when they're that big, that shit's Like it means like we're gonna have a hot storm, you know, and there's gonna be a freaking tornado a lot of times.
Genius is doing some mental gymnastics in trying to explain why at the start of the video it's the same clouds as the end of the video. So how is that even possible, man? Just
go ahead, sorry.
How have you ever in your own life experienced the same cloud patterns in a period of 24 hours? It's not possible.
Definitely not.
It's not possible, man. It's ever dynamic, right?
Hey, but Jen, you can actually just go outside and see. Like, I mean, it sounds like you're American, so but you can go out and look at like lower cloud patterns and upper cloud patterns. They don't all move together. They're actually move in different directions. Sometimes they're on a different thing. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, so it's not. It's not
the cloud pattern is what country you're from either. You can be from any country, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
yeah. Who asked the question originally? That I'm doing mental gymnastics or whatever.
Yeah, me.
Well, sure. Well, you're asking us.
No. I mean, I just want to answer that question specifically.
Go ahead. Why do you think that at the start of the Antarctic film, the clouds are the same at the end? 24 hours.
Okay.
In between.
Well, like I said, I always like listening to you guys talk to like scientists and stuff because they always have explanations for this and stuff and phenomenon. Like, I don't know if it's cold, if it would. I don't know the reason. That's why I'm here. I'm looking at the information, but from what I see here, like, they are slightly different. It's not like the same exact picture.
They are, man. They are the same. I'm scrolling through the video, and at 5 minutes, you can see that he is setting it. He is doing the top and the bottom of it, and he's showing you that it's exactly the same.
Look at the picture specifically. Like right in the middle, like you see a slight gap at the top one, and the bottom one does not you don't really see that.
5 minutes and 16 seconds. You can see it's exactly the same.
Is the picture not from the video, or is it?
It is, man.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the picture specifically.
Okay.
So look like where the gap is, like at the top left of the cloud, kind of. And then I look at it at the bottom where the letters. Where 24 hours later, it's a little bit different, right?
You have. It's because of the later is in front of it. You can't exactly make
okay,
it.
Another example. So in the middle of the cloud.
Hold on, Jenna. I mean, you don't realize that he's saying that it's the same exact picture. It wouldn't be the same exact picture if it was real.
It's not the same exact picture.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
well, sort of.
There's differences, little differences.
All right, cool. Well, I just posted a video of someone going to the Arctic region and captured 24-hour sun. Going to Antarctica, that's a different kind of thing. When we have you watched, besides what Roger just posted, have you watched any other videos that are actual like 24-hour time lapse that could be convincing?
I watched a couple, but I mean, they usually said that they're fake.
Well, they sort of are, man. I mean, they don't really have any 24-hour time lapse videos of 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Well, who are the people doing all these? Are like the videos?
Well, when you watch the 24-hour time lapse videos in Antarctica, it's the government doing it.
So this D Marble's government, you're telling me?
No, D Marble actually went to Alaska and posted his video. But when you look at Antarctica, if D Marble went to Alaska, but the Antarctic videos of the 24-hour.
Who are these guys?
And to be honest, he did a really good video compared to what they're claiming about, Antarctica. The time-lapse videos, it really was based on shadows. They didn't show the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. Come on, bro, man, it's just that's that fucking easy.
They didn't show the sun in those videos, you're saying, in any of them?
Yes. Okay. Just look it up, bro. It's easy to find. I mean, come on. Man.
So what else would create the sunlight, I would ask?
The sunlight.
Or what else would create the light?
More of a reflection, and I think that's what Roger was trying to describe. But anyway, continue, Roger, if you want to.
Yeah, I can't. No, I'm
you won't be able to see the sun for 24 hours when you're in Antarctica, as far as I know. And the post that they've made about 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it doesn't work the same way that it would in the far north.
No, it wouldn't.
Never.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but if it was a globe and it was like the spinning on its axis and all that kind of shit, it just doesn't work the same way. And we have no footage from Antarctica that matches just freaking hundreds of films of the 24-hour sun in the Arctic region compared to Antarctica. So
I was looking at the wrong video. Like D Marble's one, that is a real video, eh? Like that's the.
Yeah, dude, he went up there. I mean, he made a video describing. He had a friend that he was talking to on the internet, and they met together. And dude, he made a whole freaking video.
I was looking at that, and I'm thinking, like, this is pretty fucking well done or something. So I thought I was looking at the Antarctica one.
Video. It's really cool, man. So, like,
I like the way he's done that.
Hey, and guess what? He's from Arkansas, and so am I. He went to Alaska and made this video. That was really cool. Glad he did that. Good video.
And then just use a little bit of logic. I mean, look at the sun. Does this son of a bitch look like it's 93 million miles away?
I mean, I would say no, it doesn't look like that. No. I agree with you.
Somebody, and I mean government, I mean anybody, can make a video that tells you it is, write some numbers down on a piece of paper and say, hey, look at my math bridge between the mind and reality. But you throw all that shit out the window and look up at the sun. It is not 93 million miles anywhere.
And see, this is where, like, this is my whole stance, and I just think that there are scientists that I like to listen to your guys' debates for scientists, because they will say, well, we have measurement, like they can measure the distance, and I don't know how they do. Like they have these calculations and what maybe they use like spectral line. I have to look more into that, like how they actually measure it. But
it's all based on the radius. You heard?
That's what's the coolest part, Jen and Juice, is that if you're not familiar with how they came up with these calculations, you should look into it, bro. And this is why we're flat earthers, bro.
You have to have a radius. You're not driving to work if you don't have 4 tires on your car. They're not doing anything anywhere without a radius. They say the radius is 3959. That number has to be exact and pinpoint, immutable, for the universe to work, for the solar system to work, for the sun to be spinning.
Airplanes to work. Well, airplanes adjust to gravity just naturally. And the airplanes, I mean, they have a gyroscope inside, and they have they spin up the gyroscope before they take off, and then they're going from point A to point B, from one airport to another. They fly, and it's over a level stationary plane according to the airplane, but in the fictional freaking globe world, they're actually flying over a globe, even though they're flying straight. Which is, it's like, who told you that?
See, I'm of the belief that they don't have the radius exactly correct. It's definitely inaccurate to a degree. I don't know what that degree would be, but
well, why couldn't it be flat though?
I'm not saying it couldn't be. It could be.
Right. Well, it could be. All right. Well, ask the next time you fly on an airplane. Ask your pilots, are you flying over a flat plane? He's gonna be like, it seems so. That's the way I was taught to fly over.
If the
from
radius,
one point to another.
if the radius was wrong, everything collapses, right? Orbital mechanics, day and night cycles, everything. So the radius has to be correct. Do you think they could have landed an astronaut on the moon with a wrong radius, man?
You're probably right. I don't know about this stuff, man.
Well,
you're definitely right.
There's no probably. It's exactly right, and the radius has been debunked. It is not real. It's a fake number.
And see, you say that the radius would have to, and I don't like. Scientists do have an explanation for that, and that's why I would like.
So you're talking.
I love to hear more of that too, like what the retorts are too.
The oblate spheroid, right?
What's that?
It's a bit chubbier at the equator, like a pear, right? Is that what you're coming from?
I don't know. I actually don't know
okay.
What exactly the shape is, or how. I don't know.
Well, you've heard the story about Alberoni and Eratosthenes. You've heard all those, correct?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, well, back in the day, Eratosthenes grabbed some sticks and said, "Hey, I think the Earth is a ball. Let me do some shadow tests here. Oh, wow. There's shadows. That must mean that the sun is a big old ball and we're spinning around it." That's basically it in a nutshell. He assumed he was sitting on a ball. Well, Alberoni come around a little while later, said, "Let me go ahead and measure the radius of the Earth." Okay, well, I got some questions for that dude. I want to get in my time machine and go back and ask him how the hell he measured something he couldn't actually get to, right? Because you know what geometry is. You need dip angle. You need some specifics to be there in physicality to measure the horizon. But apparently he did, Alberoni. But anyway, that's debunked because we got the black swan, many black swans. So that is all over the server here. And once you actually understand that, for sure, welcome to Flat Earth.
I've seen you talking to a cosmologist about the black swan a little bit. He was explaining phenomenon that would affect it, and he was taking those into his calculations. I need to watch more of your debates and stuff because I don't think you guys. It didn't end up very productive. That's all I'll say about it. But yeah.
Are you referring to refraction and the 5 types of refraction that are postulated to kind of muddy the waters?
Probably, yeah. I don't know exactly which ones would cause it, but I know there's phenomenon on this Earth that goes beyond. It's pretty. I don't. They've observed phenomenon. That's all I know.
Well, I love the way you say I don't know. I'm not insulting you. I'm just you know.
Well, okay. Well, mirages, for example, are a phenomenon, right? We've observed phenomenons. and they've applied those to science, and that's all I know.
The point of the argument is that the horizon is an apparent horizon. It's never actually shown to be a physical thing. So if you want to use refraction or anything else, it still doesn't change the fact that the horizon's never been shown to be a physical place, like a geometric physical place.
Which then completely obliterates any lie that Alberuni made that he proved the radius of the Earth, because it's not physical. The horizon is not a physical place, and it needs to be for you to get a measurement.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but I would like to hear the retort to that, like that it has, or it is physical. And
We'd like to hear the retort too.
Yeah, me too. I want to hear a scientist debate that, because that's why I want to watch more videos of you guys talking to people in these fields and stuff.
Well, anybody that
say it, they say boats still going over the bloody horizon. Some of these scientists behind the curve.
Well, yeah, I'd still like to hear more, just to have more information. That's all.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
Well, yeah, there are calculations, right, Jin? They say we can calculate how the Earth is going, how the Earth is getting bigger or smaller, because that's what they do. They use the radius to calculate how far you can look when it comes to refraction. So they will make you believe that light bends up and over a curve, and with the calculation they will make it look flat, right, straight into your eyes. This is what they make you believe. Yet there is no demonstration of light bending up and over a curve, making it look flat. This is just mental gymnastics. And with refractions, they are using the R value to compensate for this, that we can see too far. Then how did they get the R value in the first place?
They do the same thing in geodetic surveying too, eh? They apply that R value. They're not actually measuring the R value. They're just applying it as a calculation.
And I don't know, and that's why I said I'd like to hear what they say to these things. To say.
Well, you can listen to Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley, for instance. Quantum Eraser.
Could you guys hear me?
What? Sorry?
Wait, could you guys hear me? I got disconnected earlier.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I have a question. Does anyone here play chess?
A few people. I don't, but.
Oh, cool. You want to 1v1 me in chess, and like we'll see whoever wins is like right.
Well, why don't we play Call of Duty? I mean,
I'm down. Yeah, sure. 1v1 me Call of Duty. That's fine.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna definitely keep watching more videos and all that stuff, but I got work in like 3 hours, so
yeah, man.
I'll check y'all later.
Enjoy your day, man. Thanks for visiting.
Yep, have a good one, y'all.
So you want to play a game of chess and then say, well, whoever wins is correct?
Yeah, sure.
The Earth is a globe when I win?
Wait, depends on what you believe in. If you win, I mean, I guess whatever you believe in is right. Whatever I believe in, if I win, it's right.
That's not how it works, right?
Should we make it like that? I mean, sure, if you want.
No, you could probably find somebody who wants to game you. I'm rather busy now.
Oh, does anyone want to play chess then? I mean, shit.
We are playing chess right here in this Discord 24/7.
Yeah, I'll send you a challenge link on chess in one of the channels, I guess, if you want to verse me.
I already did.
Kind of ridiculous. Is somebody challenging? Like if it's like if we're gonna have this conversation about Earth, and if I win in chess, I'm right about Earth. Come on, bro. Man, it's just ridiculous.
Hey, Big Dynamite, weren't you the guy that said that you had a Christian perspective and that there's no way? That wasn't you? Okay, my bad. There was so many in here about an hour ago. I wasn't sure which one it was.
Yeah, I just put a chess link in chat if you guys want to play.
I'm not good at chess, but I'm good at knowing what the fuck's going on with science and what they're presenting to the masses as what Earth is, and they're completely manipulating the entire world through media, freaking craziness, trying to convince everyone that the Earth that they live on is something other than what it actually presents itself to be. So,
what do you think it is?
I don't have to think anything about what it is. I mean, I can believe something. I can believe what they tell me, on Scientific American, all the articles and shit they put out, NASA, freaking, all of these. I can believe it, and I'll be popular too, and I can actually do a lot of shit, if I actually believed it. But I don't. I think they're full of shit. I think they're lying about. No, they're making some wild presuppositions about the observations. So this is what we're talking about here.
Hey, Helio, do you have the 3-point roll? Do you have that ability to give it?
I don't use it that way. I mean, that's.
I mean, if I took Big Dynamite through the 3 points,
what is that?
Would I?
Yeah,
would
go
you give
for
it a
it.
roll? Hey,
What's
Big
the
Dynamite.
roll? Yeah.
I just want to ask you like 3 questions, right? Just to see what information that you know. Nothing else but what you know. Okay?
Sure.
All right. First one would be Earth curvature, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me in the history of humanity anybody that's ever documented the Earth curvature? Can you show it to me? Where it's
Like in the history, there's a long history of like Earth, like there could be a lot of things like that I don't know of. Like, see, like back in like during the slavery times, whenever like white people like owned black people as like niggers, and like it was like racist times at that time. I don't know. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So your answer would be no, right? So your answer would be no. You don't know.
What was your question again?
Can you show me? Can you show me Earth curvature that it's been proven?
Right now,
and
on
documented?
me, I can't right now. But if I do my research, maybe, probably.
Well, you can't right now, correct?
No, because I haven't done my research yet. It's like asking me to take a test I haven't studied for.
Right. Well, I'm just asking you what knowledge you have right now. That's all.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
So
like, if you ask me like a calculus question, I'm not going to be able to answer it because like I haven't learned calculus yet, actually. So
in that regard, you would have to say that would be a belief that you would have that the Earth is curved because you can't prove it.
Look. No, I mean I'll be able to prove it later on. I can't prove it right now. It's not on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I just want to ask you a second question. Right. You know what gas pressure is, correct?
Could you define gas pressure?
Well,
it's a question.
It's
axial rotation.
Yeah.
Well, you got the axial.
Axial rotation is the second question.
Well, you got the axial rotation too, but gas pressure is my favorite. But
go.
Axial rotation. You know what that is?
Just to clarify, could you define it?
Well, the Earth tilting on its axis, rotating in orbit around the sun, right? Has that been proven?
Yeah.
The movement?
I'm pretty sure it has.
Have you felt the movement?
Well, no, it's because it's very slow.
Okay. Well, I'd like for you to demonstrate to me how there is movement. How can you prove that? That whole axial rotation, there's a lot of things that would come with that movement, right?
Right,
You'd be able
but
to feel that.
Yeah, but let's talk about feeling. There has been elevators made that, like if you stand on it, if you're going up or down, like a bunch of stories, they made it so as if it feels like they're not even moving at all. So what you're feeling doesn't always mean what's true or not.
Well, that's not even true. You know what's inside your ears, right?
Inside my ears?
Yes.
I'm not a doctor, no.
Your equilibrium to be able to keep yourself at balance, right? You can feel the movement in an elevator. You can feel the movement in almost every vehicle you're inside of. But we're talking about the actual rotation of the Earth, right?
Yeah, sure. Yes, so what were you trying to say?
Well, I'm asking you to prove the actual rotation of the Earth. Or is it just belief?
No, well, okay, look, it's like saying, it's like you telling me right now to prove, look, this is just an example, right? It's like you're telling me right now to prove that, like, squirrels, like, have sex,
based
have
upon your
babies,
knowledge.
right? No. Oh, based on my knowledge, yeah, of course. But, like, I don't have squirrels on me right now to prove it to you right now in this current moment.
Right.
So right now, like, these questions you're asking me, I don't have the provided evidence right now. If I do my research, yeah, I probably would. So, yeah.
So then my point is, you would have to say that that's belief then, until you can prove otherwise.
No, because look, it's like saying, right? It's like me asking you right now, do camels exist? And you're saying yes, they do. I'm like, okay, prove it. Well, you don't have a camel on you right now.
Well, I don't have to have the camel to show you and prove to you that camels exist. I can
Picture of
document.
camel, I could just say it's false. I could say no, what you're showing me is false. Someone drew that or something. I don't know.
Well, then you would be dishonest. If you asked me if there was a camel and I proved that they're existing, then you would just be dishonest in denying my proof. But my whole point there is, you already said you don't have the knowledge.
Question.
So, but you would believe
it. What do you call a three-humped camel?
Well, like we agreed to in the beginning, there was 3 questions, and you've already conceded to the first 2 because they're just beliefs without the knowledge to prove it. And there's just one more question.
Right.
The vacuum of space, right?
Could you define vacuum for me?
Okay. No thing existing in it. A privation. Okay. A 10 to the 17 minus torr vacuum sitting on top of Earth's atmosphere, right? With gas pressure on Earth, moving at a gradient to the low pressures. Now, I got a question for you. You know what a car tire is and what a car tire does. And every example that we could throw at you. Propane tanks.
Wait, back to what you were saying about the thing. What was privation? No, yeah.
Gas. Right. So my question is, how can we have gas pressure on Earth?
So about the car tire thing.
Right.
Yeah. The car tire is that like a bicycle tire and like just like a tire, right? We're talking about like any tire, like a general tire. There's no specific one we're talking about, right?
Any tire with air in it.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Like the
tire gives it pressure.
Yeah, the size of the tire doesn't matter though, right?
No.
Okay.
The container that the tire is, which contains the air, which gives the air pressure.
Yeah.
You follow me? So you believe there's a vacuum of space out there next
Tire has
to
a hole in it.
You're
Tire.
avoiding
No.
the third question. Well, there was just
wait.
3 questions based on your knowledge, and this is the last one.
Oh, it's a question, my bad. I was just so focused on like maybe the tire could be like I don't know, like what brand? Like if it's not a trusted brand, like let's say it could be like O'Reilly's or like some off-brand thing. There could be a hole in the tires.
man.
Like
So hey,
you're upscaling now.
Why can't you just stick to the whole premise of the third
what was the
question?
question? What was the question?
How do we have gas pressure on Earth next to the vacuum of space?
Helio, can you mute Shiraz? Helio.
Yeah, hold on.
He's playing profanities.
I was just about to message you, Roger. Hold on.
Shiraz, grow up, man. Come on.
yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Shiraz, what the hell? But they're trying to ask me some specific questions. And look, this guy. Okay, what was the question? I'm sorry.
It's the last question.
What was it?
Can you demonstrate to me how we have gas pressure on Earth without it leaking out into the vacuum of space?
Trying to ask like how there's like air on Earth. Like, what do you mean?
Well, no. The question is simple. You believe in outer space the way that it's depicted, right?
Yeah.
So how can you explain to me how we have gas pressure on Earth, where we live, next to
By gas,
the
you
vacuum?
mean like ExxonMobil? Or like, what's the gas?
No.
Like
Oxygen, the air you breathe. That's a gas.
I was really confused because like they could okay. So air, gas, right? Okay.
Yeah, oxygen is gas.
Yeah, like solid liquid gas. Yeah, gas. Okay, yeah.
So how are we breathing if we're next to the vacuum? Because the second law of thermodynamics.
Wait, you're asking how we're breathing? Like we have
Yes.
lungs. We're breathing the oxygen. I'm so confused.
I think you're not confused. I think you might be obfuscating just a little bit. But it's the last. It's the last
I don't know
question.
what word you just used.
Hey, these are so simple concepts. Either you agree or you disagree.
No, but I'm confused of the question, so I can't really.
Well, you asked. This is the biggest one. You asked, "Hey, you guys believe in outer space, the universe, the universe?" So this should be your bailiwick. This should be it right here. How can you demonstrate to me that we have gas pressure on Earth to breathe the oxygen if outer space is real as you believe it is, next to that vacuum of space?
I'm just like I don't know how to prove this to you. Like I don't really have like.
Okay,
I mean,
so my point is, if you can't prove it, that would tell me
just look. Maybe I'm a downy. Like I can't prove it myself. What if like let's say if you were to prove?
So then it's a belief. So then it's a belief that you have. Then it would be another belief. Of course, it would be. If you can't prove it,
No. It's like you asking me to solve a calculus question, but like
no,
me saying
I'm asking you about gas pressure.
Belief. No, I know, but I'm just giving an example. Like if I can't,
It isn't a good example because you can go and you can learn calculus and then we can ask.
Yeah, I can go learn this, and
formula.
when I come back, no.
The point is, Big Dynamite. The point is, we are pointing you towards the fact that you have a belief system. You believe there is curvature. You believe there is axial rotation. And you believe there's a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum, right? Those 3 points are a belief system. You don't have the knowledge about it. So the point of the 3 questions is making you aware that you believe that somebody else has proven it to you, right? They told you they proved it, yet you didn't go out and verify it. So this would make it a religion. It is based on faith and belief.
Yeah,
right?
but look, you also believe that the Earth is in a sphere.
No,
you have no proof.
No, I know that the Earth is flat because I went to the beach in the Netherlands and I saw a windmill park at 39 kilometers away. That could not happen if it was a ball, right? So we here on the Flat Earth movement,
You measured that many miles?
you can go onto Google Earth and you can measure where this windmill park is. Yes, of course. It's very easy.
Look, let's say if I see something that's really tall, of course I'm gonna see it from far away. Like, I don't see how that proves anything.
Because there should be 70 meters of curvature between me and the transformer house, the transformer platform, man. That transformer platform I saw at 39 kilometers would have been gone and hidden by curvature. This is what I have done. This is what
Big Dynamite, man, you can do this yourself. I mean, that's the brilliant thing about Flat Earth. You can actually go and you can take what they said Earth is, the people you're trusting, they gave us a number, and Flat Earthers have tested it, and we can actually test it and see what they said about Earth, whether it's true or not.
Well, okay, let me ask you a question. Wait. First, let me ask this question. Wait. Before I get to my actual question, do any of you guys actually want to play chess?
Well, I tried to walk him through the points. But it looks like
now he's talking about playing chess.
we just got the obfuscation.
No, I just want to see. Like, I just want to play chess. Okay, fine. If that's a no, I'll actually get to my question. I was gonna ask you guys. All right. I just want to see.
I asked you 3.
Yeah. It's only fair if I ask you some too, right?
So do you concede that this is a belief that the vacuum of space is a real medium that you and I can go to?
Yeah, that's the third question.
Wait, I'm sorry. Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Do you have any evidence or proof that the vacuum of space is a medium that you and I can go to, or that it even a medium? Yes, the vacuum of space, so that you and I can go to, or if it even exists. Do you have any proof of this?
Like, you define medium. What's medium?
It's something that you can move through, right? Like the air or water. The vacuum of space is a medium that we can allegedly move through, right? We can shoot moonlanders through it, right? That's what they told you.
It's what you agreed to knowing about when Highest Kai explained to you about water and air. You already knew what she meant by medium.
I didn't. I was just assumed. Like, I wasn't completely sure. That's why I just want to make sure to know I know what you guys are asking me. And yeah. So I also have another thing. Like, whenever I'm talking about space, right? How would you define space? Like,
this is a dimension where you can move through, right? It's the XYZ movements that we all experience here on Earth. Outer space, right? The vacuum of space, which they made you believe is real, is something different. We are talking about the vacuum.
Then what's beyond
space.
the Earth if there's no outer space?
I cannot tell you. That's the honest question, the honest position here, right? Same as you cannot tell me if it is real, because you have not been there, right? You cannot go there. So for you to...
that I've been there, though.
Sorry? Other people, yeah. So
are living spaces like part of space?
Sorry?
Are living spaces part of space?
Living what?
Like living space is like living space.
No.
Never forget it. Scratch that.
No. The question is, and you have to be honest, do you have any proof of it being real,
I promise
or
I'll be
that you and I can go to? Do you have any proof? Or is it a belief on your side that we can go through the vacuum of space.
I mean, what you're saying is that there's no space. Like, what is that? What the question is?
No, I'm asking you for the proof of the fact that the medium of outer space is something that you and I can go to, or it even exists, right?
It exists, yeah.
Okay, so where do you can you provide any proof or evidence of it being real?
Well, not at the moment.
Okay, so finally we're honest, and then we have to conclude that on all 3 points, it is a belief, right?
Well,
You believe
it's facts. It's not a belief because look, right now I could like ask you a question, like let's say if it's like let's say if I ask a little toddler, right, that prove to me that 1 + 1 is 2, but they haven't learned that yet. Like they're not gonna be able to prove it. That doesn't mean it's a belief. It is true that 1 + 1 does equal 2, but like.
But we're not talking about toddlers here. We're talking
but
about.
I know, but like, I don't have the evidence right now in front of me.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right?
Yeah, that is the whole
If I get the evidence,
That is the whole
if I get
point.
the evidence for you, then I'll like actually be able to.
Of course, go and find some evidence. The only point here is that you now just realize that it is a belief system. You believe there is curvature. Somebody somewhere, in some ancient time, has measured it, right? You believe there is actual rotation. The
We're not
Earth
always
spins.
right and accurate because they don't have the right like tools to like actually calculate this stuff. Because
the radius
people
was
in
measured
ancient
thousands
times were wrong about a lot of things.
Yeah,
Like,
but the point is the radius was claimed to be measured 1,000 years ago. So you tell me how this is possible, right? You tell me.
It's kind of like putting a gorilla in a swimming pool, like, you know what I mean?
What?
Yeah, it's exactly like putting a gorilla in a swimming pool. I see the comparison, how it relates.
What?
Exactly. You're making no sense with these obfuscations. You can't justify the fact that it's actually just a belief system. You have to face that until you can bring back evidence that shows otherwise.
Wait, what's your evidence?
He's trolling.
But you don't have evidence either. I'm asking you evidence to prove that the Earth is flat. But you're saying that we can't go there and prove it.
We
Anyone
live
that
on
says what you just said, man, about the gorilla in the swimming pool, bro, it's like you're done. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you're done, eh? Like, you've gone downhill.
Swimming pool are we talking about? I'm confused.
Yeah, that's apparent.
Whether
We're
you were
trying to help.
genuine at the start, we don't know, but based on what you said just before, man, you're obviously, like, done in your own mind.
I could walk you through it and play chess with you afterwards if you'd like, but I have no respect for the obfuscation because you're just wasting our time when somebody else who has real questions wants to ask them.
Oh, my bad. This is why I don't ask a question. Because I have actual questions. It's just that you guys don't have any proof either because, like...
yeah, actually, we had plenty of answers for your questions.
Okay. Prove to me how the Earth is flat.
Okay. Get your...
I think that was covered on the first point.
What was the first point?
Yeah, you talked to Ramastan. You know, he went through the first point with you about how there's no measurable curvature. I mean, that was pretty much covered. And you conceded that there's no actual Earth curvature ever been measured. But if you can show us, you know, any contrary, you know, something to the contrary, show us, you know, curvature of Earth here measured on Earth.
Yeah, the opposite to that, man, is if there's no evidence of Earth curve being measured, then obviously any measurement that you do is obviously measuring flat, not curvature.
Wait. So I just have a question right now.
Wait. We want you to understand what was just said to you, not jump off burning ditches to the next point.
Yeah, if you agree, man, that there is no that you know of at the moment, there could be out there that you'll go find whatever. But if you agree right now that there's no
none that you know of measurable curve evidence, then obviously every measurement that's been done or can be done according to you can only be measuring flat until you know otherwise.
No, but look, it's just because I don't have the tools right now to give it to you. But it's facts. Like, look, okay, I have a question for you.
You said
right?
You said no, but look. You said no, but look. Which means you said no, but look.
Did I say something wrong? I'm confused.
It's not facts to you, man. You've just conceded that you don't know. You cannot use the word facts about something that you don't know. Like,
I mean, bro, oh my god, dude. Okay, let me ask you this one. There is a measured curvature of the Earth. The circumference of the Earth is something like 24,000 miles or something.
All right,
somewhere around there.
All right, so you already went through the first point with the Ramadan, but you conceded that you said that I believe someone else did it. Now you're saying it's been measured to be 24,901 fines. You know, the circumference of the Earth. How did they do that?
Measuring it.
With what? You know, through what method? How did they find this number?
I don't know what instruments or like things they used, but they did it. I mean, shit, like it's like
kind of bullshitted your way through the points.
No. It's like me asking you, how did they?
I can tell you how they came up with the measure. I can actually tell you how they came up.
No. Look, I didn't get to finish my question. You just jumping to conclusions.
Yeah,
you didn't even know what my question was.
Shit.
No. What? Okay.
No,
bro.
you Googled it.
What's your question,
You're
man?
refusing. Okay, whatever. Okay, look.
Hey,
Prove to me.
I can actually tell you how they came up with that measurement. You can't.
Let me Google up how they came up with that measurement, and then I'll tell you.
Big dynamite.
Right now,
Big
I don't
dynamite.
know it. Yeah,
Big dynamite. Big dynamite.
Yeah,
That's checkmate. That's checkmate, bro.
What's checkmate?
Yeah, he wants to play chess. Here we go.
Yeah, let's play 1v1 me.
That's checkmate.
Okay.
You already lost, bro. Checkmate, bro.
Oh, dude, this guy's playing checkers while I'm playing chess. I don't get it, bro.
No, you're playing with yourself, bro.
Nah,
Stop playing with yourself.
You're playing checkers while I'm playing chess. Dude. You're on like you don't understand.
You've already been checkmated. And the funny part is you put yourself in check 4 times.
Running all over that chessboard like a chicken with its head cut off.
Look, man, I just want to ask you, what does the Earth look like in your eyes? I actually want to know.
Dude, it looks like what you see every day when you walk outside. That's what Earth looks like.
No, like what does I'm not talking about what you see out down your street. I'm talking about like the whole like Earth like itself. Like if you were to draw it for someone, what would that drawing look like? For me, if I was to draw, it would be like a sphere with like I don't know, like how, let's say if you were to see a globe, you know what I mean? Like that.
Put some cherries on it.
This isn't a philosophical discussion, is it, bro? Like,
I just want to know because
put some chocolate sprinkles on it.
Because you guys think it's flat, right?
No, we can demonstrate. We can demonstratively show.
Always has been. It doesn't have to be. And by the way, I mean, in case anyone has this misconception about what flat earthers think, flat's not a shape.
I know exactly. I never said it was a shape.
All right, well, but people say, what's the shape of the Earth? No, it's never been a shape. Flat is not a shape. Earth presents itself the way it always has been. There's level oceans all across the plane.
Earth is liquid. It has no shape.
No, Earth is not liquid.
Okay, so then it has to have a shape. What's the shape of it?
No,
there's no measurable shape. We don't know the shape, and we're not going to try and tell you that we do. You're the one coming here telling us about balls. You have the shape. You're the one constantly on edge, and you sound a bit on edge right now.
So what you're saying is like a belief. It's a faith.
Like I told you before, Dynamite. Like I told you before, I don't have to give you another wife when I prove that your wife is cheating. All I got to do is show you the truth. You know, I don't have to give you. What if I don't want another
wife?
My point exactly.
I want a husband.
We don't want another shape. We want the truth. We got a lot of it. and we don't have to replace it with something by lying or guessing.
You're just like giving out accusations which you can't like.
Hey,
Luke.
By the way, for the sake of the live stream, Ramastan, it sounds like you're really close to your mic. Just back off a little bit.
Oh, my bad.
Continue.
It's loud.
No, Ramastan.
Oh, wait, this is being live streamed? Even better. Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't wait. Can I find this on what, Twitch?
It's on YouTube, bro.
Oh, it's on YouTube.
Yeah,
bro, that's epic.
Oh, and there's 47 people watching right now. They're hearing your voice.
And you say even better. Like, would you go look this up, man, and seriously show this to people that you know? This is me on the silly flat earthers bloody live stream. Look, listen to them. They're so silly. Like, you know, I'm a dick, yeah, sure. But, mate, you have just made the most stupidest remarks here and now.
No. I look, man, you're just not understanding because you're playing checkers, I'm playing chess. Right? We're not on the same level here. Because here's what's happening, right?
This comes from the person that admitted that he doesn't understand.
It's like
admitted that he doesn't know, and then uses words like
on
fact.
another level, you know?
You say you don't know something, and then you use the word facts. That is stupid, man. And now you're just like talking away because you're going downhill.
Should be removed from the dictionary. Is that what you're saying? What's the point of the word fact
man,
then?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. Yeah, bro.
You can't even back yourself up, so you're just imitating what I'm saying. You're just retarded, is what you are.
Yeah. Did you call me retarded? I didn't hear a T.
And I'm just saying, there's no point in arguing with people that are not willing to understand.
Yeah,
you're just not willing to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like you guys are not willing to understand what I'm saying, but like whenever I listen to you get their points, it's just like I don't understand.
Repeat back one of our points. Just repeat back a single one of our points.
You haven't made any points.
Are you still mad about Santa Claus, dude?
Look, man. Look, you guys are making fun of autism. This is just bullying.
I'm on the spectrum, bro. Making fun of autism. I'm pretty sure I'm there.
Look, you guys are probably racist, aren't you guys? This is just like autistic kids. Like I'm autistic. I have a third nipple on my anal cavity. Like it's,
so
you guys don't understand. Like
nice.
You're just making a fool out of yourself right now, right? And the audience is hearing this.
Perfect. I want them to hear this, but like, look, there's no way that you guys are actually believing what you guys are saying. This is all for attention.
No, man. We have countlessly told you, said
you just defined projection, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You just defined projection. Look that up.
Attention. Be a flat earther, man. See what kind of attention you get.
Let me just look up projection. Wait, do you guys still want to play chess, or what's happening?
So I'm kind of done with this guy. I mean, wasted like an hour and a half. Couldn't even repeat any of our points. For the audience that's listening to the live stream, they would know.
Like, I don't know what to say, dude.
Yeah, we just want to have an honest discussion with you, and you danced around.
You're not willing to listen to what my points are. I don't get it. It's like
I can sit here and repeat verbatim every point you tried to make.
Yeah, because you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just bullying autistic children.
Can you make one again? Just make one more point again.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. My point is that you guys can't prove that the Earth is flat.
We can. Yeah, we can.
No. Okay,
we can. Wait through that.
Okay, show me what the map of the world looks like on a flat like Earth. Like I want to see it.
Why is that necessary?
No, just to see, because it doesn't make sense, right? Let's say if you have a flat Earth, right? Let's say, because I wouldn't be able to explain it to you unless I see it, because I can't really visualize it because I don't know where the countries would go. So if I know where the countries are,
that doesn't make any sense. You know why that doesn't make any sense? Because my aunt is blind physically, right? And she understands completely. and she hasn't had the power of sight from birth.
Okay.
So why is it necessary to see a map? Just out of interest.
It's like I would want to explain, like, let's say if you were to put a map, like, because I want to know where the edge of the Earth is, because you said it's like flat and there's no curvature. You're saying, so I want to know where the edge is. So like, where would the edge be
We
put?
don't know there's an edge.
But what you're saying is you believe there's an edge, but you don't even know. So you're saying it's a belief.
No.
There's someone on edge. There's someone on
Did
edge
anyone
right here,
in
right
here?
now.
Oh, sorry, mate. Go.
I'm physically blind. I can't hear you guys. Like, I don't know what you guys are trying to tell.
You're physically blind. You can't hear us.
Yeah,
You're such a troll, bro.
Yeah, it's just a troll right now. It's over.
Yeah. Nobody here ever claimed an edge. You came here just now saying there's an edge.
So there's no edge. There's no
Is the
boundaries.
troll route? Is the troll route the route that you take when you can't actually go any further? You try to actually sound smart or something, and makes Flat Earth sound silly. But when you realise that's not going to happen, you just go straight to the troll route now.
It is.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, okay. So obviously, you're saying if Earth is flat, right? It has to have an edge. It's not. It doesn't have no boundaries.
Right, I'm getting bored of this. I'm getting bored of this. We're not talking about stuff that matters, okay? If you want to know the shape of something, you measure it, correct?
So measure it for me.
Okay. So, have you heard of the FE core laser test?
Spinning your wheels, Crypto.
Honestly, I don't even think the Earth is round or flat.
That's a yes or no question.
Wait, what was your question? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you need to listen to what I'm saying. Have you heard of the FE core laser test?
No.
Okay. In the FE core laser test, what they did is they looked for curvature. Yeah? So.
To my question.
Thank you very much, Roger. I thought you were posting that. If you have a look in Livestream 2 voice text, you will see this. Now, to give you a quick visualization, I've got a lovely picture. I'm just going to pull up. Give me 2 seconds.
That picture prove? I don't understand. It doesn't prove anything.
Well, you don't. How can you know that? I haven't even said anything about it yet.
You said something about curvature, and I don't see any curvature.
Bro, I haven't said anything about
see
it
the
yet.
curvature unless you go out of space.
You're already telling me it doesn't prove anything.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
Yeah, maybe you should actually wait for the argument. And
I
then
thought you already
can
made
say,
the argument. I'm sorry.
No, I haven't made the argument yet. What I'm trying to do, unfortunately, it's not in the folder I thought it would be in.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for. I've got this little cartoon image that shows the rough, like a orthographic view of the laser test, just to give an idea of what's actually going on. Give me 1 minute, and I'll re-download it.
That one I don't have. I've like 1,000 memes, but
okay, we're just literally not even 30 seconds. I hope. Oh, my password's incorrect. Fantastic. Looks like this is going to take longer than I thought. Right, give me 60 seconds. No, it's not going to work. Right. Okay.
The laser test isn't the Brighton one, is it?
No, I'm talking about the one over Lake Easel. But regardless, it's I've got a really basic visualization for people who've never heard of it to give them an idea of what's actually going on. Because I realized describing it, quite a few people didn't understand what I was saying. I'll tell you what, I'll be back as soon as I find it.
I posted like 3 pictures of the Brighton one with the laser going across the border in it.
30, 31.
Why are you literally counting? Just give me a minute, yeah? Not a literal minute.
Oh, my bad.
Yes, I know. Once I've found it, I'll post it. Give me as long as I need. It's not in any of the places I thought it was. Never mind. So let me just describe it. Basically, you think you're on a ball, right?
Ball?
Yeah, you think the Earth's a ball, a globe, a sphere, right?
Yeah.
So if you're on a sphere, you're standing on the top of that sphere, aren't you? And everywhere you look, you would be.
Not like on the North Pole. I'm not on top of the ball.
No, anywhere you stand, you would perceive yourself as being on top of that ball.
I guess.
Well, that's just true. So every direction you look, the Earth is curving down and away from you, correct?
No, but I don't even believe that the Earth is a sphere. It's not flat either. It's a donut.
Okay, yeah, I'm done.
It's
Totally,
like,
yeah.
how do we go this far with that? I mean, I don't believe. God.
I didn't mind the erratic breaking down moments and all, but yeah, the cheesy, I don't know, troll jokes.
Yeah,
Don't really
come
do it.
on, man. If you're serious about the conversation, just bring some serious shit up, man. What the fuck is that?
Exxon Mobil, I didn't mind when old matey was talking about the gas pressure thing, and he's like, "What, you mean like Exxon Mobil?"
Yeah, I got I got a high tolerance for petulance, but
What does petulance mean?
Well, see, no, yeah, petulance means you're just being obstinate for the sake of it.
What was obsolete? What was that word?
Obstinate. Not obstinate. Obstinate.
Okay,
what does that word mean?
Yeah, Big Dino. Everyone here thinks that you're here to take the piss out of us. Are you here to take the piss out of us?
I'll take like to physically take the piss out of you if you're not willing to take the piss. Like
because you're not willing to have an honest, open conversation.
How can I
because
force you
you're
to
being a
urinate
dick.
if you're not? If you don't have
this kid's
urine inside your bladder.
Yeah, you're a waste
Hey,
of time.
Dynamite. Hey, Dynamite. You wanted to play chess, right? Checkmate, bro.
That's all right, man. These guys, when they come in and do this, it just proves our point. They have nothing to offer. We try to point out that they just believe the Earth is a globe. It's obvious because they have no idea. I mean, just like when you were talking crypto just a second ago, you were talking about everywhere you're on the globe, you're standing on top of a globe. And we can go through the mathematics to see, and we can go through that, and you'll be able to see what you should or should not be able to see over a certain distance based on where you are standing on top of that globe, and they're once you really start to point it out, they get frustrated because they don't like what you're saying, because the Earth is obviously not what they told us it is, and they get frustrated because they either don't understand the mathematics or they don't want it to be proven.
Yeah.
Yeah, he left. Sorry if I shat on your party, guys, but people like that I haven't got any time for.
No,
I
I
thought
get it.
A fresh person coming in, and you were going to try and take the time for him and all. I thought that was going to work out, but not.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you came in at the right time to prove his ass to be a freaking troll. And when he brought the donut shit, he's like, all right, so and so, whatever.
Well, I thought that when he said something about the gorilla thing, up until then, I just thought, he just probably doesn't understand. That's fine.
Yeah, see, but they crumble, when they get really faced with the reality.
Yeah,
they freaking crumble.
It was the 3 points that got him, wasn't it? When Aramistan took him on the 3 points.
Apparently, it's racist now, according to the live stream voice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what'd you expect?
I'm waiting for the intersectionality to come in.
Yeah, but transphobic, racist, sexist, anti-fucking pygmy, whatever.
We were pretty clear, right? Amistan, me, Transcendence, Helio. We explain it in layman's terms. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I try to keep it in layman's terms. It's just like, all right.
It's like the only.
This is why we've come to the conclusion that the Earth is obviously not what they told us is. With the globe, I won't say it's flat, but it presents itself as a level stationary plane. But I want to know what you think about the Earth, but here's why we've come to the conclusion that it's more than likely a stationary plane, and this is the shit we get,
Kids these days. Kids
these days. I say that often. Rogers. Oh, freaking Roger. Yeah.
I should have said, you can stay up past your bedtime if you can answer these 3 points for me and eat your vegetables.
I'm still wondering what his troll was about the chess, right? I mean,
well, it's like I promise I'll lose every game of chess with most of you guys because I'm
I think he watched War Games for the first time in his life, and he just hasn't come down from that high yet.
But chess is a game of focus, so that's just something I can't do for too long, especially playing more than one move ahead even.
Hey, you guys watch the Queen's Gambit on Netflix? It's a good show. That's about chess. It's a good show. I like chess.
I watched a couple of the Black Sails last night.
I just suck at chess.
Yeah, I watched a couple of those Black Sails episodes last night. It's pretty good, eh? I'm going to keep watching that.
Yeah, it's a good show.
It's interesting. I was just to change topic slightly. I was talking earlier in the other live stream about how people often don't actually understand the biases that they have, and how that bleeds into other areas of life. Now, as you guys probably know, I'm currently studying, doing like a finance qualification, and as part of this qualification, you have to learn about ethics. Now, let me just read you this: business sustainability. Is it this one? Yeah, there is. Business sustainability is about ensuring that organizations implement strategies that contribute to long-term success. Organizations that act in a sustainable manner not only help to maintain the well-being of the planet and people, they also create businesses that will survive and thrive in the long run. So we've got a book on finance, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, asserting that I live on a globe. Very interesting. Because the person who wrote this book has never been shown any evidence that that's the case. They just put it in anyway.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few of those moments that you can find in society, eh?
Well, let me ask you this, Crypto. I mean, a lot of people, when this topic comes up, shape of the Earth, which shape, flat Earth is in the shape anyway, doesn't matter. But when they come into the conversation with us, they don't necessarily see the significance of it. I mean, it doesn't, definitely, if they come across the idea and they're convinced, or in one way or the other, about that the Earth is obviously not what they said it is, how does it affect their lives? I mean, would or should it make a difference in their lives? How could it? Just a question for you, Crypto.
Oh, I mean, I've got a pretty good stock answer for this. I think the shape of the Earth fundamentally doesn't really matter. What matters is that the authorities are prepared to lie to us about it, and so it's the lie that matters, not the shape.
What do you think?
Yeah,
people in authority, do you think that government leaders and stuff, they're aware of the quote unquote shape of the Earth, but they're lying to us? Do you think that most of them know that the Earth is flat and they're they're in knowing they're utilizing their power of knowledge or whatever, and they're just manipulating populations. No, I'm asking Crypto. I just want Crypto to respond.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would split it into two categories. I would say that it's kind of on a need-to-know basis, but yeah, absolutely. Every president and prime minister knows the Earth's flat, 100%. Maybe the basic ministers and the kind of Congress people, whatever, maybe they know, maybe they don't. Depends if they're like a member of a secret society where they talk about it. But the world leaders absolutely know. Of course they do.
Man, that's pretty freaking profound, honestly.
You don't. I mean, do you not agree? Do you think that President Trump doesn't know the shape of the Earth, even though he's commanding the most powerful military in the world? I mean, it seems ridiculous to me that he wouldn't.
Yeah, it's hard to say because I'm not, I'm not privy to any of the information that he's privy to, but maybe I am, because somehow I figured it out. I'm just some fucking guy that sits around on the internet and talks to you guys. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's like, I'm sure that being a position like that, how do I even put this? I kind of have a third position on it. It seems to be like there's a lot of people who in the conspiracy world, they're either kind of like MAGA tards or Trump tards, and they think that Trump's going to be their savior, or they have zero faith in the system whatsoever. I don't hold either of those positions. I think that someone like Trump is obviously of the elite, but he's a bit of a loose cannon. And I think that he's the best of a bad bunch. And I don't mean him specifically, but I mean that kind of character. Yeah. Someone who's powerful, but kind of a bit of an arsehole and does what he likes. He's our best shot at getting change the way we need it. And I don't think it's any mistake that all of our elites are anti-Trump in a way that they've never been anti any other president in history. And again, it's not to say that I think Trump's a savior or anything. I don't. But I'm not a doomer in that regard, that I don't think that the system has any solutions. I think in a way we as people are actually complicit in this as well, because we think that the system's going to solve all of our problems. And I don't mean us as flat earthers, I mean us as the massive people. And we need to stop looking at the government to solve our problems. And the second we do that, the second we can shrink the government to the size that it should be, and the second that the system won't rule over our lives in the way that it is.
I'll totally go with that, Crypto. Everything you just said.
Yeah, I mean, me and Crypto have been kind of on the same page as far as anarchy goes, but anarchy can't work, I think this was brought up the other night. Anarchy can't work with ignorant people. Ignorant people just are ignorant. I mean, people that trust the government and think that they're going to be able to vote their way into, some type of utopia. They're just lost.
And even then, you got the two classes of ignorant people. You've got the ignorant by nature, just a lack of knowledge, and then you've got the willfully ignorant people.
The worst kind.
You can't do much for the latter, but you can do a lot for the former.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing you have to realize as well is that some people are just lost and can't be saved. And that's fine. Just don't waste your energy on them.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, that's the general I call them the general population. That's what I call them, the general population. Not that I don't have respect for their ideology, but they're
it doesn't
part
mean
of some
that bad
type
people
of misanthropic kind of weird paradigm that they're in, and I mean it's functional and it kind of works for them, and often it benefits them. because they can make money, which is a fiat system, but it's not it's not in the long run. It's just getting along to get along, right? So when like when they meet people like us that call us conspiracy theorists or flat earthers or whatever, they have a misunderstanding of what we're trying to say. It's like, take a look at the long run of it. It's like even if they're part of a religion or whether they're atheists, I mean, to me,
Still a
like
religion.
the religions are, the atheists and the religious are all in the same category, and it's like it's just a really small part of the overarching freaking worldview, and they just have really a shallow view of Earth and humanity. It's just like, let's just do the best we can for this part of our timeline, which time is a concept, but Earth what is for us, it always has been. So we're in a small portion of Earth, and everyone that's in this conversation now. I don't know what the future brings or what the past has told us necessarily. I mean, I feel like that if people have manipulated ideas about the past to tell us what our future holds, but this current situation we're in, we're gonna have to exist here until we die, right? But I don't. The story they've created about the past, I think it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, we can know the here and now, like the past and such. It will be speculation at many points, but the here and now we can actually learn to know.
Yeah, and what they told us about the past, they think it's going to lead to a future that they've created, but how can you base a future on lies? I mean, it's all...
Yeah, because the here and now doesn't link back to the narrative that they push at all in any form.
Yeah. Yeah, and that connects to freaking archaeology, anthropology. They think they can dig down in the earth and tell what happened in the past. At a certain point, they can, but not.
I mean, I start talking about 65 million years ago, and then they think I'm Morgan Freeman. Everybody's all ears. They want to hear.
I know, right? Exactly, bro. But at the same time, yeah, they fucking put that shit on the Discovery Channel. Everybody fucking believes it,
Yeah, it was one of your presidents that said that the American public don't until they see it on TV. I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the guys from the 70s, I think. But
I think it may have been Reagan.
Oh, could have been. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I'm pretty sure Reagan said it too, but I think it was Nixon or shit. I mean, when you look at what was the other guy's name from the 30s? Shit, what was his name?
Jimmy
Well, it wouldn't be the guy from the 30s. Have you guys seen those mocked up quotes where it's like, don't believe everything you read on the internet, and then like Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
I love those.
That's awesome.
Very clever.
Some people think Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, and to be honest, I mean, like all the excuse me, lungs. I smoke too much. Anyway, but people think Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. He had no intention of freeing the slaves. With the what was the document that he put out? Oh, the what was the name of it?
Is it the Emancipation Declaration?
Emancipation Proclamation, right?
Proclamation, that's it.
So yeah, it's the Emancipation Proclamation. So he's just rolling this out, but he didn't roll it out. I mean, he really, when he's limited by you guys. I'm not saying you may or may not know, but the Act of 1871, it was made Washington D.C. a corporation. It wasn't like no, that proclamation didn't free slaves. It's not the way it works as far as government goes, because government is just it's more of a central control. What?
Yep.
So I mean, the Emancipation Proclamation itself, even if it was a thing, the way they described it didn't free anybody.
I mean, it's like the NFL, right? Whether you're in the AFC or the NFC, you're both paid by the NFL, central banks, both sides of the war. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that, AFC, NFC, football and all that kind of shit. That's just kind of a distraction and, fun, like sports. It seems like crypto makes fun of our football all the time. We make fun of your football too. That's all good. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but our football is played with a foot and a ball.
But is it funded by the central banks?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, there's a club in Spain called Real Madrid, which literally means Royal Madrid, and they are the club of the royal family.
Right. Dude, when I watch soccer, dude, I can't freaking believe it. I couldn't. Dude, it's so. I mean, like I know football players in America, like when they're playing football, I know it's an egregious, like it's hard to actually do that, but like the football players in in Europe and stuff, those guys, man, they run a lot more than the football players in America.
Yeah, it was
totally different kind of thing. And it's just like every time I watch, football in Europe, I'm like, wow, these guys are really putting it out there, bro.
You could have a lot of energy for the game, eh?
Yeah, I have a respect for the game. Yeah.
I used to love playing football. Used to play as a midfielder and 11 aside, or just a 5-a-side. You don't really have positions too much, but you could easily cover anywhere between 5 and 10 kilometers in a game, depending on the difficulty.
I'm just talking about running down the field, running back and forth, man. Holy fuck, that's a lot of freaking effort, man. It's crazy.
That's fun. I used to love it.
I was a goalie.
Oh, really? You didn't do as much running as me then?
I used to just love going for the big kicks, like I wasn't skilled really in any sport that I basically did. I was good at my game and all, but when that kid came along that was the kid that practiced, always got beaten by that one.
Right.
Good stuff. Dude, I'm just saying, I mean, when you're good, right? I mean, it takes a lot of effort to run that field, like back and forth.
Well,
you got to be stuffed after one field, running one length nowadays.
Even though I've worked hard and all, but
I think basketball is more comparable to football in Europe than football itself in America is, because the people on a basketball court, they continuously run back and forth, to try to achieve a goal.
I think curling you'd have to have a lot of energy for.
Curling?
Yes, snooker as well.
Yeah, it's snooker, yeah.
Oh, it's bullshit. Man, what are you talking about? Curling.
Chess is definitely the most physically demanding.
I remember seeing a curling match, like I didn't even know what the game was, but I came across it one day, and I was just watching a few things on it, and there was this one German guy actually getting into it, like, yelling at his whatever tea kettle thing is that's going along. Every other person's just like really quiet, This one dude's yelling.
Isn't curling an old man game?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What?
Because they ain't running anywhere. They're just like pushing shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah, the one thing I find hilarious about curling, that you get these two people with brooms and they'll be sweeping furiously just ahead of the stone as it's going across the ice. Just looks ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what got me. Yeah, was the sweepers.
Yeah, that's how I used to get my 2 young sons, just get the snow off the porch.
You throw a stone across and they're just...
As you're driving your car down the driveway or something, they're in front of the car, sweeping.
Yeah, what you do is you just sellotape them to the bonnet, and then they could just be sweeping as you're driving along.
Oh yeah, we had fun raising them too.
Shit, that's fun.
I love that smoking meme one in the memes thing. I think I might have seen it in Gold Swans one. There's a guy in the car and he's like, these new smoking laws are ridiculous, not being able to smoke in your car with the child in the car. And then it's like, look at him out there freezing his ass off while he's having a cigarette in his car.
Don't you love that Dynamite called us racist for freaking?
Yeah,
what a freaking asshole!
it's just hanging there on the voice text like it's real. Somebody will come along and be like, "Yeah, this is racist."
Oh, dude, you're racist for bringing facts. Yeah, live stream. My live stream moved down here earlier because Truth Avails moved it down here, and she messaged me and said, "Hey, man, there was a lot of people in both live streams, and there was some good conversation going on here. It was really freaking cool." And then I jumped in and listened, and I was like, "Yes, really cool."
Well, we have Salvo joined us. What's up, Salvo? Are you there? Salvo? You want to talk to us, Salvo? Crickets. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
We are extending the olive branch of reality.
We're attempting to, at least. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my best friend in the Discord. He's already a member. But
My brother, for Christmas present, gave me the Echo Spot. I'm subscribed to Amazon, so the Echo Spot. And once I set it up, if I say the word Alexa, it'll freaking, yeah, you know, but I'm not because really, more than likely I'll just use it as an alarm clock, but it's there, sitting there. And you know what's funny? I have a Google Home and Alexa sitting next to each other.
Right.
Just they're all just sitting there. We know. It's like I don't. It's like you know what's really funny? People are scared of doxing and all this kind of shit. Well, you know, and certainly, I mean, you know, if you're concerned about your personality on the internet or your real life or whatever, that's fine. I'm not. I mean, people can find me. I'm not concerned about that. So I'll give you my real name and I'll give you my fucking address too. That doesn't matter to me.
Is it Donald Trump, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
Well, I think a lot of people would rather have me as president than Donald Trump. I don't know. To be honest, I think Donald Trump he's the best president because it's so the entire office itself is a cartoon. The way it is presented. So the way that people get all excited about it is just it might as well be the clown show that it already is. So it's not. I don't freaking give a shit who's president.
That's why Bush Jr. was good. Bush Jr. gave you a lot of laughs.
I'm still waiting.
No, I mean it's like I can't figure out whether I laugh or cry about this freaking nonsense.
And I know I'm just waiting to watch Trump pick his nose and wipe it on his jacket. It's gonna happen. It just right in the middle of a press conference. Just like I don't give a damn. Anyway, the warp speed operation booger on his coat right then. Dude just doesn't care about anything.
Well, and the cry would be, you know, for my family and friends that actually buy into it, and the laugh would be that they're buying it, you know. So it's like, should I laugh or cry? They already hate me because I don't believe this bullshit that I see on the news. That's my cry, because my family thinks I'm crazy because I'm a conspiratard or whatever. But the laugh is that they're fucking buying it when it's obviously a cartoon freaking clown show.
Well, I mean, if
what
we look
the fuck
back,
am I supposed to do? I'm just gonna do what I do, you know, as long as I can do it.
If we look back, they achieved their goal, because I mean, look back 10 years ago, politics was dying. Nobody gave a damn. Trump comes along and it's TV all of a sudden. It's good to watch. Tell me you didn't watch at least 10 of the straight coronavirus briefings he gave back in the earlier. I mean, every time he just makes it entertaining every time he talks.
Well, it's like people love, well, just like Flat Earth, right? I mean, people love to hate Trump and they hate to love Trump. And it's the same way with Flat Earth. They fucking love to hate us, man. That's why they're always in here in our chats and freaking, you know, they love to hate us. It's okay, man.
They hate us because they ain't us.
They hate us because they ain't us. That's us.
I mean, nobody gave a darn. Nobody watched Obama in his second term when he was on TV. It's like, oh, whatever. Same thing with Bush, second term, nobody cares. I mean, even in the first terms, really, it got old. But people glue. They
I
glue
just watched
right
the
to Trump.
compilation. I watched those compilation videos of these, like the stupidest things that he'd say.
Yeah, Bush was such a fucking retard, and it's and that's just
fool me once
character. It's just characters that they throw out there. I mean, same with movies. Movies and all of its influence. And that's why I'm a huge fan of it. Like a lot of times when I'm not on here talking to you guys, I'm freaking watching all the bullshit, freaking TV dramas, which are really good. I mean, the artists that create these drama movies and TV shows are really good. So, I'm kind of addicted to them. But it's what do they call it? Oh shit, I can't think of the word right now. Something poison or like you shouldn't do it, but you do it anyway. What is it?
Guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure, yes. It's a guilty pleasure for me to watch these huge freaking these dramas, man. They're freaking
X-Files and horror movies are mine.
Yeah.
I watch all the old horror movies. Got the production.
What?
Yeah,
I've been watching
horror movies.
I've been watching this new show, Your Honor, that has Bryan Cranston. He's a guy from
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, and it's a new drama on Showtime, and freaking badass. But other than that, for the most part, I'm like watching some of these dramas and hanging out with you guys and doing my other shit, going to work, all that stuff.
Yeah, I found out they were pissing in our faces when I was watching the X-Files all those years ago.
Well, it's like with a lot of these dramas, they show you exactly what they're doing, through the government freaking mind control shit. They always show you what they're doing, and so it's it's like, and when you try to point this out to normies, quote unquote, they're like, "You freaking conspiratard." Like, no, man, I'm trying to tell you how they're manipulating you, but but at the same time, I have thick skin. I'm like, you can make fun of me. I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna do this and what we're doing now, and so I don't care what you think about me anymore. I'm gonna do it.
True family and friends will always accept you no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, my family. Yeah, my family. They like I don't really bother them with it. I mean, they know where I stand on it, but they still. It's like I just don't want to know that, and they told me that I don't want to know, but they probably think I'm right about a lot of this, but they don't want to know about it. So that's okay. That's on them. They're just gonna do what they do. It's okay.
Yep, that's pretty much my family too.
When it comes to that perspective, that I just always keep in mind, and I say, I'm the guy that runs down the end of the driveway with the shotgun, if need be, when something comes to the home.
Sure. Yeah. You gotta protect your family. And
I let I don't let them. I don't get into arguments in the house if they don't want to hear it. But when they come, I'll be the first one to protect my family.
Yeah.
My brother's all in it. I mean, we had our whole. We actually did the They Live, Roddy Piper, Keith David thing out in the grass, and then he said, "Okay, I'll look into it." And then, damn, it's right. But until then, it was, you believe what you believe, and I'll believe what I want to believe. And I was so fed up with that mentality that I just took my older brother outside and kicked his butt a little bit until he,
until he put the glasses on.
Yeah, and it worked. But it was my brother, so I was able to get away with that. But it worked with my brother.
Well, me and my brother, a lot of times, when we're alone and we talk, he asks me questions about, why, what I'm doing and stuff like that. But for the most part, he just does what he does with his family. But when it's me and him alone, he knows what I'm up to, man. He's. It's not like, oh, I think my brother's crazy, because he asks me questions and I'll answer them. But for the most part, he's just doing the general thing with the government stuff and all. But yeah, my brother's my best friend, and so he does what he does, and he's a really, really good guy, and he does good for his family. They're not in a position where they'd be like, hey man, this is the real shit. Flat Earth, freaking the government's fucking all that kind of shit. Where he, it's like, just stop doing what you're doing. No, man, they're doing all right. His wife works for the government, so it's not like he can actually do that. But I don't think he would anyway, and I don't want him to. He's got a good thing going on. It's all right. Did I dox a little too much there? Doesn't matter. Look me up. You're going to find him anyway.
I know I get a little upset when I listen to the exclusively downward force that is postulated. Not at all involving electrostatics. I'm not even opening that can of worms, which is completely honest and real. And that was even slightly used to obfuscate the point that there are some that are in our community that are definitely exclusively downward force believing. And I wish that would be accurate.
I'm laughing because this is probably the last thing that some people want to talk about on here. And I talked about it the other night, and also, dude, when it comes to like whether it's related to magnetics or not, or anything of it about Earth, but yeah, the downward. Well, there's obviously no downward force.
Yep, that bites my ass.
but there's definitely like across our plane. There's a see. I'm about to use the V word. I'm not gonna say the V word, but it's like, dude, well, what is weight in relation to what our experience is on Earth? Instead of saying the V word, what is weight in that? As far as that goes, you know what RM, do you know what the V word I'm avoiding is?
Vector.
All right, yeah, that's what it is. So, but on Earth, we do experience a up and down here on Earth. So I don't see what the fucking problem with that is. Up and down is not subjective. On Earth, it's objective.
Yep. Both. Exactly. Both.
Yeah. Up and down is objective on Earth.
Absolutely agree.
Now, whether or not it has anything to do with vectors of certain mediums or anything like that, that's somebody else's. They can argue that shit to the fucking to anything, but up and down is objective here on Earth. Some people might want to argue that with me, but that they're never going to win because it's objectively true. Up and down on Earth is objective.
Part and parcel, part of the package. There are
what causes it? That's another question. But here on Earth, up and down is subjective, and always has been, always will be. Whether it has to do with gases or all that, that's a different argument.
It definitely has nothing to do with an exclusive downward force, and that's just where I'll die on that hill. I mean, I won't sit there and go for hours about it. It should be painfully obvious, but
yeah, and that's why that's why you don't hear me on here arguing about when people like argue about like direction being subjective. Every time I hear that argument, I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to avoid that because I just don't want to do it, man, honestly.
Yeah,
what were you saying about the cameras? Sorry, man, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, if it comes to speculating about things, I'd rather much more spend my time speculating about government activities than I would about that topic, because fruitless.
Yeah, because Earth is obviously a level stationary plane, and up and down is objective. I mean, it's like three vectors, X, Y, Z. Boom. That's it. It's Earth. We don't really need to. I mean, especially amongst flat earthers, right? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Transcendence.
Well, I was just going to ask you, like the other day, you were having that talk with Jedi. I'm guessing it happened a few times, but I was kind of just interested to know what you were talking about with cameras. You were saying cameras don't see further or something like that, the binoculars and all that kind of stuff. Remember that one?
Well, are you talking about Zoom?
Yeah. Because I was kind of with Helio on. I mean, I was kind of with Jedi on that. That was my thoughts on it all. But I was wondering what you were saying though.
Well, when you use a camera and you zoom in, whether it's optically or digitally, what happens when you zoom in, you're just increasing a focal length, which cuts out the side-to-side view and you're zooming in. Sorry, guys.
It's 5:15 a.m.
This is my alarm clock to wake up and go to work. I should have went to sleep, but I already slept most
Are
of
you
the
going to
day
work?
today. Yeah, I'm going to work.
Jesus.
What,
Yeah, I think
what
I
do you
got what you're
think?
saying though. With that,
Jesus.
like there's no way I could go to work if I was up all night. Like no way at all.
Well, I mean, do I have a choice? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I have a job, so I have to go to work. But anyway, so if you're talking about a camera, if you use a lens and you zoom in, whether digitally or optically, you're increasing, focal length, but you're decreasing your lateral view. You're zooming in. It works similar to a microscope, right?
Yeah, I can see sense in that. Definitely.
Yeah. So am I wrong about that?
Well, no, I can't. Yeah, I couldn't like really say that I knew for sure, but I can totally understand what you're saying, and it does actually make sense to me. Like, because when you're just looking with your eyes, basically, that broad like spectrum of vision and all, surely there's got to be something playing in that compared to focusing with an optical instrument, as to what you're saying.
Well, I mean, just it's obvious when you zoom in on something, even with your phone. I mean, you increase. I mean, you can see the lateral positions disappear, and then you're focusing in on what you're looking at. So, I mean, that's what I mean by it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense to me.
All right, cool. So that's what I meant. And by the way, with that alarm, I'm gonna have to jump off because I have to take a shower and go to work.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Have a good day, Leo.
Yeah, you guys too, man. It was a good talk tonight. You guys are
Yep. Time to make the donuts.
donuts. I'm gonna make I'm gonna make the donut holes, but I'm gonna make them disappear. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Anybody found any curvature yet?
I think I would find it right next to my dog bone clock.
Glober's arguments seem to be the only thing that's curving. It's been that long now, it's just like we all know nothing's going to come out. There's just no way that, it wouldn't have been obvious by now, basically. There's just no way something's going to come out that's going to make us think, oh shit, okay, it is like that. Cool. All right.
Hmm. That's a bummer. I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself. I don't know, is there some discussion going on in the live stream one? Maybe we can move up there.
Yes, let's see if we can find anything in the first live.
I think Crypto needs to pull up the live stream. If he's able to.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, no problem.
What's up, everyone? Elijah, Jimbo. Anyone here? Hello? It's the graveyard service, right? Shift.
Okay, so Earth is a globe and gravity's real, and I've got proof. Don't shoot me.
Yeah. Where's your proof?
Ah, you got me.
Ah. Elijah, you're flashing green, but I'm not hearing you. Hmm.
Hello, people.
Hello. What's up?
What was that you, Roger?
Yeah, was me.
Yeah, cool. You guys doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you?
Yeah, good. Just had a good Christmas time, but it's over now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I luckily have some holidays until the end of the year, so just relaxing.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah. Just trying to figure something out. I've bought a Wi-Fi switch, which I flashed with new firmware and trying to check out what I can do with it.
Does anyone want to talk?
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
How about them Bengals?
About what?
It's a football team. Just
okay.
like a small conversation.
Cronus, was it not?
Yeah, me.
Where you from, man?
Germany.
Germany.
Yeah.
Wie geht's?
Ganz gut. Und selber?
Auch gut.
Auch gut. You're British?
No, I'm from the Netherlands. We're neighbors.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Dutch?
So, yeah.
Nice.
So how is the current events treating you? You're locked inside?
Yeah, it's horrible. You're just at home. It makes you depressive. You just go outside for necessary things like grocery.
Mm.
And the rest of the shops are closed. You need to wear the mask all the time. If you don't wear a mask, you get fined for €200.
Mm.
Yeah.
200. Wow. It's
€200, yeah.
Yeah, it's 95 here.
95,
Yeah.
okay.
The thing is, they played it this way that the shop owners will get a fine of €5,000 if they allow people without a mask inside. So there's no police or there's no police enforcing it because the shop owners are enforcing it, right? So they're playing people, dividing each other, right?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Tough times.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, horrible times. Yeah.
I think our lockdown is until the 17th of January. So
yeah.
Great stuff, man.
Yeah.
Great stuff. It's a good time to be alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, enough people. I'm skeptical. I mean, so much people that I talk to are just believing the white lab coat, white lab coat religion, right? So there are tons of people I talk to which are kind of skeptical, but they say, well, yeah, I have to do this and I have to work and I can agree on that, right? Because people have to work and pay the bills, but so many people that just believe whatever they are told and being made afraid, right? Fear is a terrible guidance.
Yeah,
makes you do terrible things.
Yeah, it's a shame too, and one more, proof that you can observe and postulate is if they really cared, and the lockdown is occurring, then they would send a mandatory mental health specialist to your house to actually check on you and your mental well-being, because they would know, but they don't care.
Funny that you say this, because I heard talk about them appointing quarantine coaches, right? Because people are getting depressed and are having troubles staying in quarantine, so they are going to appoint quarantine coaches. Sounds to me more like a prison guard, but okay.
Yeah, it does. I mean, if what I would expect, because if I'm supposed to obey my government, wink, wink, that's got my best interests in mind, so I'm locking down, then I would just, in that same line of logic, I would assume that I should have somebody knocking on my door from the government to check on me and to make sure that I'm stable, given the environment they created me to live in, which is just another proof that they don't care and this is all a joke. But it's affecting liberal lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Tons of small businesses had to close. Yet the McDonald's is open 24/7. I mean, where's the logic in that?
McDonald's is still open.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no, sir, we're going to have to fine you. We're going to have to fine you 500 euros unless you walk inside that Walmart. You know, it's completely moronic. You can, like you just pointed out. Do they have Walmarts in Europe?
No, but similar shops.
Yeah, but the same concept. If you can go and buy your things. Well, I'm assuming, yeah, because you do have that lockdown where, but it's different here in that regard. They allow you to go to Walmart where everything's open and everybody's there. But it's just so...
In the USA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, you got your regions where it's, I would say democratic and liberal, where they're actually locking down and whatever, but not really. As you see all the elites out at their parties and grouping together with no masks and all this, but it's obvious to people who are paying attention.
I gave you your tag, Aram.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, we had Big Dynamite in here, and he went through them, the 3 points, and then he was very adamant on playing chess with people in the server.
Mm-hmm.
So did he resist in any way? Was he going back to his cognitive dissonance, or did you were you able to take him through the 3 points easy?
Oh, he squeezed in the proof that they were beliefs, but there was so much coming out of his mouth. He was jumping ditches, so he would squeeze it in like 5 million words coming out of his mouth, and then get to the next point, and I would stop him. And then he said some crazy things, so other people joined in to, point out his complete lack of logic.
Right.
Yeah, he, like when I was talking about gas pressure and whatnot, he tried to say he was confused and thought I was talking about ExxonMobil gas.
Okay.
And then everybody chimed in and told him to stop trolling.
Yeah, it was just a plain old troll, man.
All right. Looks like we do have some new people here. Ruza has joined our chat. Ruza, are you there?
Yep.
Hey, man. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thanks for welcoming me.
Yeah, no problem. What brings you to the chat, Ruza?
I was just interested to see what goes on here.
Well, man, we're always on the topic about the shape of the Earth. We usually have sidebar conversations, but we're awaiting new people to join our Discord. But it's interesting that how did you find us? What way? How was it a link somewhere?
I just randomly put discord.gg/flat earth, and that invite belongs here, so it brought me here.
Okay. Yeah, we are the largest Flat Earth Discord on Discord. So I'd say anywhere, but I don't think there's any other one that matches our kind of professional quality that we have here with the moderation staff and the way we construct our arguments. There's
definitely
nothing like
unmatched.
Yeah, there's nothing like it on the plane. Yeah. You're in a very privileged position to learn a few things, So I would say, if anything, just kind of stick around, you might learn some things.
I plan to.
So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is right now, my friend?
Well, I'm just learning, so right now I'm sticking to it's round, but might
Okay.
change my mind, down the line.
Yeah, no problem. What would be the reason why that you think the Earth is round? And like by round, hopefully you understand the term round doesn't necessarily mean sphere, because you could have a round penny and it could be flat. So we usually say sphere or globe.
Yeah. Well, of course, I was taught it all my life. Not only that, but I haven't really looked too much into flat Earth, so I haven't seen all the evidence for it yet. So I can't really, immediately say it's flat without, looking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I totally get you. But it has been kind of put around as this kind of fringe topic to the public, right? I mean, people hear flat Earth and just like, what the heck is flat Earth, man? Like, who would even consider such things? Well, it's because we've only known the indoctrination of the globe. Nothing like this has ever been presented to us. So when it is presented to us, it kind of sounds a bit wacky, like it's some kind of meme or something.
Yeah.
But
if you told people back in the day Jeffrey Epstein had an island, they would call you crazy. But today you get to laugh in their face. So, kind of same with flat Earth.
Well, I mean, we take a stance of like, if there's any evidence for the globe, then it would stand to reason that we wouldn't be here, right? There wouldn't be any flat earthers. But at the same time, it has to be something that could be proven to you, me, and everybody else. It can't just be something that somebody talks about and says, here's evidence for the globe, and then they show you pictures or something that you can't test to see if it's true or not. So if you say, if we're standing next to each other and you say you see curve and I see flat, the only way to have a deciding factor on who's right or wrong is if you have to measure over a distance from the observer's position to a landmark, like in the distance, and say, let's do a long distance observation and see if we can't find any curvature. Because that would be the most important thing to look into when it comes to the flat Earth. Or the globe Earth. You'd have to have curvature for the globe Earth to exist. But for the flat Earth too, if you found any, if you didn't find any curvature, then of course if something's not curving anywhere, then it's flat, right? I mean, that's the only way you can go.
Possibly. I know you have to get higher than plane itself to see curvature, from what people say.
Right, but the problem we're having is not elevation, because yes, there is the idea that the Earth looks flat and you have to raise up higher in elevation just to see curvature, but we're not talking about sight. We're talking about actual measurements of the 8-inch per mile square curvature drop rate. Now that is key. We can't disregard that, because if the Earth is curving somewhere, then it would curve over distance. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. So it would follow with logic that if from point A to point B over a long distance, the Earth would definitely be curving because it's a globe. Doesn't matter if you raise an elevation, so you'd have to see the curve. Viewing the thing is not what we're talking about. Actually measuring it would be. That's the deciding factor. And so a lot of people kind of skip over that and say, well, I need to see the curve. Well, it's not a matter of seeing it. It's a matter about proving the evidence if it's actually there.
So if I want to, is that the first thing I want to look into if I'm trying to believe in flat Earth?
Well, actually, here's the thing. We establish a foundation of the knowledge of what you obtained. Let's just say, for example, I don't know how old you are, but ever since you were young, you've been taught that the Earth was a globe, right? Everybody has here in this Discord. But we've been taught this information without any ways that we could test the information to be true. So they told me it was a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, right? All these things have been told to us on and on. Movies, advertisements, like everywhere. It's just the wording, right? Global economy. Like it's always there, like the understanding that the Earth is a globe, but it's never been proven to us. And I can show that to you. I could demonstrate that to you easily with 3 simple questions. The first question would be, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times all the way up until today. Now, if you think about it, right, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth? Can you? And it's easy for you to, because coming from this standpoint, you could say I don't know, because it's not really a debate, right? It's just getting to know what information you have about the globe Earth, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to ask you, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth? What would you respond? And you could be honest and tell me whatever you know. Like, and if you don't know, you can say you don't know. It's like not a gotcha.
I really don't know.
Right. So, okay, there's 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? And I'll go through each one of them. The first one, I just told you the first one, the claim that the Earth has measured curvature. Right. The second one would be axial rotation, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So if the Earth is spinning on its axis, how have we detected that, or that you know, right? That you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. How has it been detected? Do you know, Ruza?
No idea.
Okay. The very last one is the vacuum of space. So the globe Earth makes a positive claim that the vacuum of space resides next to the air pressure in which we breathe. Now, this idea is simply impossible. If you have a high pressure and a low pressure residing next to each other, what would happen to the high pressure? Logically, by what laws we know here on Earth?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, let me give you one example. Okay, one simple example of high pressure and low pressure. If you put air into a balloon, right, you make that balloon pressurized with high pressure. Now the pressure,
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Right? The pressure outside of the balloon is low pressure, lower than the one inside.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Once I let go of the nozzle of that balloon, what happens to the air inside of that balloon?
It's gonna deflate.
Right, but what happens to the air inside of the balloon?
Goes up.
Well, no, not goes up, but it rushes out of the balloon.
Yeah.
Why does it rush out of the balloon?
Because it's high pressure.
Right. It's logical, right? We all understand these principles. It's a law. It happens always. This is not debatable. It's not something up for debate to say, well, it happens sometimes. No, this happens always, all the time. Every time we have a high pressure system next to a low pressure, the high pressure will move into the low pressure.
All right. I mean, makes sense. Yeah.
All right. So we're getting to the understanding now that you can really comprehend that they're telling us something that goes against natural law. The natural law that we see in nature always, like high pressure moving into low pressure. This is the way things are. So they're telling us that the vacuum of space resides next to the air pressure in which we breathe. So just like you were saying, there's no way that you could possibly tell us that the vacuum of space, right, exists next to the high pressure in which we breathe, the air pressure we breathe. This is the thing. The 3 positive claims have been demonstrated to never be shown to us as example. Like nobody can replicate or show us how all these 3 positive claims can exist in nature. Nobody can show us measurable curvature. Nobody can show us how they detected the axial rotation to be true. And nobody can tell us how the vacuum of space resides next to the air pressure which we breathe. Now, these 3 positive claims have been taught to us that this is where we live. They haven't given us a way to demonstrate that this is true, only that this is the case.
Right.
Can you see the foundation for our understanding moving forward? Like now we're gonna have
I definitely see it.
Right. So now that you can see that, right? This is the way that we start our journey, because we started looking into like, who has measured the curvature of the Earth? What guy was it? And we look into history and we hear a guy named Eratosthenes using sticks and shadows, looking down a well, and it's kind of weird because when you look at that test, it doesn't provide evidence of curvature at all. We find that he was looking at the sun, not triangulating a position, but saying that the sun is an infinite or unlimited distance away. He didn't measure the distance to the sun because he was presupposing it was a limited amount of distance away from him.
Right.
So not only that, we look at the sticks and shadows kind of test or whatever. He called it an experiment, but it's not. But using those sticks and shadows, you can actually do it on a flat surface. And we can demonstrate that. Because if you have a light source, like in your room, and you put something underneath that light source, right directly underneath it, well, it's going to cast a shadow straight down, right? But if you have a stick or something away from the light source, further away in your room, like, away from the light source, it's going to cast a shadow at an angle. So we know, and your room is not a sphere, right? It's not curving anywhere. It's flat.
Right, yeah.
We know that you can do this on a flat surface. So this is the reason why what he was doing doesn't provide any evidence if the Earth is curving anywhere. Yet Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, because it basically also says the Earth, there's a possibility the Earth could still be flat. So it's the same thing could happen on a flat Earth.
Correct. So what we do here is we want the evidence that the curve was measured. That wasn't a way the curve was measured. Yet they're insisting that for at least 1,000 years, the Earth is known to be a sphere. So that's what we're doing right now. We're debunking these claims that the globe Earth has made. So it's not any of your fault that you come in here thinking that the Earth is a globe. Of course you do. It's what you've been taught. But it's something that you know religiously. It's not something that you know that can be demonstrated with any real evidence.
Yeah, those are really good points, Mickey.
Yep.
Yeah, and also when people build long bridges, there is no consideration of curvature when they build it. They just put it there. The architecture of long bridges and long structures, no curvature at all.
Yep. So the three positive
That's why it's hard
claims,
for me to believe in the globe.
right? The three positive claims that the globe Earth makes, I call it the 3 points. I've been using this method for about a month and a half now. And it seems like, arming people with this knowledge that they could actually ask somebody the same questions. Like you can do it too, Ruza. If somebody doubts what you're saying, if they say, flat Earth, really, whatever, you could tell them, okay, I'm going to tell you about these 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes. Now, I want you to tell me how they have come up with the information or a demonstration of how the globe Earth is true, right? How can I go test the curvature of the Earth with measurement? Because it's not what I see. I don't care if you see a boat going over the curve, going to an airplane and you see curvature from an airplane. It doesn't matter what you see. You got to test that thing. Because if it is curving somewhere, then by God, when I do a measurement test, there's curvature drop right there. Always. Because the Earth is a sphere. It would be demonstrating itself to be such. You understand?
Yeah.
Right. So that is the position we're taking. We falsified the claims that the globe Earth makes. That is why we are saying that the Earth is flat, because if the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is the only other option we're left with?
Yeah, it's flat.
Right. And now flat is not a description of a shape. It's a description of the surface.
Yeah,
so we're not claiming a flat pancake Earth or a pizza Earth or a disk flying through space. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that the surface where we measure is flat.
Yeah.
Which version of the flat Earth do you guys believe in? Like the one where it's surrounded by ice?
Okay, so we have what we have here. When people first started coming into the flat Earth, they wanted to have a conception, right? Some kind of idea of what the flat Earth looks like overall. Because we have a globe Earth idea, we have a conception, we have the globe, right? And in that idea, of course, everything looks like it's on a ball. So if you flatten that ball out, it would look like the AE map or the azimuthal equidistant projection. Now, you have that one, you have the Gleason's map, which all look the same. They have this idea that Antarctica is an ice ring surrounding the flat Earth. Now, this is a concept, right?
Yeah.
But what it's called here in this case is a reification fallacy, because no man has ever seen the Earth top down as a whole, the Earth as a whole. So if we were to make that claim, that positive claim that we can see top down on the Earth and see the continents kind of in that arrangement, then we are to make a positive claim that that is exactly what Earth looks like. So flat earthers here, and some of them haven't really gotten to this information, but at the very beginning of the flat earth movement, a lot of people were jumping on the bandwagon of sticking to a concept like that and saying, well, we don't know what the flat earth looks like, but this is an idea that you can put in your mind. Well, we can't even do that. The problem with that is if we give you the AE map with the ice ring around it, is that we cannot verify that that is the case or that is true. But on the other hand, right, if we have Antarctica, if you go south, that would make sense, right? Anywhere you go, Antarctica, if you go south, that would make sense. But to say it's a complete ice ring surrounding the flat Earth, that is the part where we can't validate ourselves. We can't for sure say that is what is the case, because nobody has ever seen that. Nobody's ever went around the complete circumference of the ice ring to say, yes, it is an ice ring. Yes, I measured the distance and all of these things.
So basically, you guys don't know what's at the end?
No. Okay, so if you go certain places south, right, like say southern Chile, right, I'll give you an example, or from Australia or from New Zealand, and you go south, there's places you can actually land on that are on Antarctica. And there's photos, and people have been there. There's scientists that are working there right now. You could take a tour guide there in certain locations, not the complete ice ring, as people would put it, that surrounds the flat Earth. Do you understand? You can actually see certain places like what they would consider Antarctica to be. And, of course, there's ice shelves where you would have to it'd be very tall ice shelves, and I don't know the exact footage, and people have different heights on how tall the ice wall is, but it's there. It definitely is there. Surrounding the flat Earth is another thing, but yes, there is people that have documented that the ice shelves are there, very tall ice shelves that you'd have to have some kind of transport to get on top of there.
Right.
Okay. So that is there, my friend. But as far as surrounding the flat Earth, that is another thing.
All right.
There were good. You mentioned two good points, that no one has ever seen the Earth from above, and nobody's ever been into space from the general population.
That's right.
That's why I became very skeptical almost a year here, and I had a hard time to believe in the globe, because I was watching live footages of NASA and space, and then you could see the Earth rotating pretty fast. And then I went into China live footage, and the Earth was rotating very, very slowly. They were representing me two different Earth versions. So that had opened my mind. Our Polaris is fixed at the center, it doesn't move at all. If the Earth would be rotating, all stars should move from left to right. Those were two big points that changed my mind about the globe.
Yes, and there's also the aspect of the gas pressure having an antecedent of a container, and some would postulate what that container might be, but the major point is that there must be one for us to have a pressure in this system.
So you are referring to the firmament or dome, or something that holds it all together?
Well, at this stage, I can only say the container. Because there must be one for us to have gas pressure.
Yeah.
And that's where most of us, say that we say container and don't really hold to exactly what the container is. but that there must be one.
Yeah.
So, what do you think, Ruza? What are you thinking about?
I don't know. I'm just gonna have to look into it more because there's a lot of stuff about this I really don't know.
Okay. Well, that's the whole problem, right? The thing is, everyone here in this room all believed at one point that we were on a globe. So
It's kind of one of those things where, you learn about it, and throughout your entire life, you're just like, I don't have to hear any theories because this is the truth right here, and this is, what it is.
Okay.
Well, you're already ahead of the quote unquote game when you make a statement like that, knowing that there actually is a difference between a theory and a truth. I have to take my hat off to you for that, because that statement alone shows a critical thought, and that's a very good thing.
Appreciate it. I have to hop off for now, but I'll definitely think about it. It was great talking to you guys.
Take it easy, Ruza.
Sure.
You too.
Just a little shout out, Jedi. What's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we this morning?
Excellent.
How you doing, Roger?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Me and Jedi are sorting out a kind of a situation we're having with Amazon because
yeah, I heard they don't want dollars, right?
Well, it's
weird, no. This is escalated, man. This is crazily escalated.
It's gone out. It's really gone out of everything.
It's really funny.
He just might get two of everything, and I'm not even paying for it because they put the money back in my account, which is what I'm telling him in text. Right? It's like, I don't know, man. Like Amazon, I guess, is just messing up somehow. I don't know how. You think a company as large as that would be on top of their financial kind of aspect of it? I don't know how it works, man. Like, I think something happened and wires got crossed somewhere and the US dollar didn't transfer over to the euro. It's something is going on.
And now they are sending it without you paying it?
Yeah. Okay. So they took the money off of my account, right? It showed negative balance for whatever I paid for. Jedi received two of the things that supposedly he was going to get. But today they put the money back into my account.
Okay.
And he already has two of the items that three actually now, right? Is that right, Jedi? You have three items? One of them's a duplicate.
Yeah. So I've got two headsets.
And they put the money back in my account, so
yeah, who's complaining, right?
Yeah, we both got
me about 10 minutes ago, because the last thing I ever want is for Mickey to pay double, but if they're fucking up, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, I'm now receiving I got my next delivery on Thursday, and that's the soundboard, so
yeah,
it'd be interesting to see if or how many of those I get, but I've got two headsets and one boom.
Yeah, by the way it looks on my, if everything's following the way they're messing up, you might get two of everything. The way it looks.
Wow.
It's crazy. Oh dear me.
If they do mess up, then we could bless somebody else with that. I'm just saying.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We'll see who the next contestant, if that's the case, who would it be that gets the setup?
That's true.
The Earth is a triangle. How you doing, people?
Morning, Jen.
Morning.
Good morning, Jen. CBR1.
Yeah. Have you had anyone come through yet?
Yeah, we just had a guy right now, Ruza.
Oh, right.
He just left when you came in, so.
Just left.
As you were walking in, he was walking out. So yeah.
Missed it. Well, how did it go?
It went really well. He wasn't a staunch Globe or anything. He just was asking questions. So.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's nice when they do that. Inquiries, and then they go up and check it, mull it over, let it sink in, and they come back, hopefully.
All right. We got another guy that just joined us, Twitch MS JLC.
Okay, a bit twitchy there, eh? All right.
Twitch, are you there?
Twitchy.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Oh, I'm listening to my music.
Okay. Well, what brings you to this Discord?
Yeah.
Hello. Nathan made me moderator. I'm having so much fun on the Flat Earth Facebook thing.
Oh, he made you moderator? You got some...
yeah, can you turn off your music, Twitch, please?
Yeah, you got some music on the background.
I turned it off.
Nice music, but yeah, it's nice, but, can't hear you.
I like that song. I just posted in Trade World on Fortnite and Save the World, and they just banned me for 99 days. I just put the link of the Discord in the chat.
And Fortnite?
Oh no, it's like
99 days.
I used to play Fortnite. Was it Trade World and Save the World? It's Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite. Okay, 2 weeks.
Yeah, Oh no, 999 days. 1,000 days.
1,000
Really?
days.
Ban me. They're about to ban me.
That's a joke, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait, can I send a screenshot? Oh, I'll snip it. Is that what I do? I snip it. Oh, yeah, I can snip it. Right. I'll snip
So,
it and then I'll
what brings
post
you
it.
onto this server anyway?
Mr. Nathan, he made me moderator on the Facebook group.
Oh,
Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson.
Cool.
So,
you're a
I'm
flat
having fun
earther.
with- Jesus made us. Okay, I gotta save this.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Fine.
We're all right here. We're all flat earthers here. We're happy. Would you consider yourself a flat earther?
Oh yeah, God, with the sun and the moon are inside.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Another one in the ranks. Yes. Do you have any questions to ask us? Do you have any questions?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Go on. That's a shame. But if not, I was going to ask him, or I'm not sure if it was a boy or a girl. But how did they get into this? I was going to ask that. Hello.
Maybe we can ask Math. I think he's a flat earther, but he still has the VC verified. Math Prince, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wait, I think Matt is a flat earther. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
All right, I got to switch you over, man. I think you're VC verified for quite some time already. Let me change your roles. I know that you are a flat earther. I've heard you in here before, so.
Yeah, me too.
You don't have to.
You know what? He sounded confident. He sounded confident. So yeah, definitely. He sounded confident there.
They've been getting his name wrong quite some time now. They call him Matt Price. I've been hearing that a lot. Like, Matt Price, who's that guy? You mean Prince?
Yeah.
And Matt's a gentleman. He doesn't correct them. He just allows them to continue to get Matt Price. I'm like,
Miggy, you know how the fact is, my name is actually pronounced as French, right? But I don't care. So the times I heard my name wrong, doesn't matter, man.
Yeah, I get Price all the time. Like I deal with that. Like I've been dealing with it for years.
Right.
all right. Looks like we got a new person that joined our chat. Oh, not new. Zaidi. He's a flat earther, or she?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, good morning, Zaidi.
Good morning. Is it a spherical ball for you, or is it a flat plane?
Boy, Jen, you're not getting
wants to talk to Jin this morning.
Yeah, I guess nobody's wanted to talk to Jen, man. Look what the heck.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm going to shut up. I'm with you.
I'll tell you what, we'll sneak you into the next conversation, mate.
Yeah,
we'll sneak you in.
We'll be like, so what brought you here? Then you'll be the next person to answer after they respond.
Right, guys, I just want to draw your attention to a video that I dropped in the live stream text chat. It's the destroying of the heliocentric model for moon phases and the observation of Venus. Now we understand Venus is between the Earth and the Sun, so there's observations of a full moon at night time with Venus next to it. How is that in any way possible within the heliocentric model when you should only, well, if you should ever see Venus at all, right? You should only really ever see it during the day. They give you the early morning and the late evening one. But what the video shows is the observation of full moon at night with Venus sitting right next to it. That's just a general impossibility. So check the video out, my friends, and I'm pretty sure we've all seen Venus. So just keep an eye on Venus.
Sorry, so the moon, it's saying that the moon and Venus are in one sky, right?
Yes,
and then when we see, of course, Venus is in the heliocentric model is
between the Earth and the Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that no. Couldn't be possible.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly.
So what is
Just
this
no.
then? So what does this mean in this video? Fake?
No,
Say that again.
it's what we observe, Jin. We observe the moon and Venus in one sky,
Right.
but Venus is between the Earth and the Sun.
That's right.
So
you shouldn't be able to be at night time, face away from the sun and Venus, look up into the sky, see a full moon, where you should only be able to see a full moon and see Venus next to it. That's not possible with the heliocentric model.
So that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, it's not possible.
Not
It's
at all.
possible. Not at all. No, not on the helium. That's correct. That can only happen on a flat Earth. It's, again, another one. That's what that means, doesn't it?
Well, it just means the model's ruined again.
Again.
Just another nail in that coffin for whatever happens up in the sky and our explanation for what happens, as in that model. So that model is just ruined again.
It's, every day there's a new one coming in every day, isn't there?
It's not.
Elisha, are you there?
Thank you, Jedi. Got to lock that one up now.
Oh, I think Elisha's there.
What's up?
Oh, you are? Okay, yeah, your mic looks green again, like it stays on.
Yes, I don't know why it's doing that. I even have my mic phantom off, so I don't know why it would do that.
A reason could be maybe the sensitivity, and it's just picking up sound around your room, like the
but
computer
like
fan.
because I was doing something, right? So I turned my phantom power off, so the mic had no power in it. So I don't know why. It's doing that. That's what I said yesterday, because it happened yesterday, right? I was like, Discord's just fake newsing.
No idea.
Hello.
But yeah.
Hey, Twitch.
Get back. Oh yeah, sorry, my phone died.
Yeah, we're wondering why you dipped. Jen was like, "Hello, hello."
I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
I got no Wi-Fi.
Ask you, how did you get? How did you come to get into the flat Earth? How did you come by it?
Well, I became a Christian, and then I read the Torah. Like, I actually sat down and read the whole thing. And then I was like, the whole windows of heaven. And then I was starting to doubt the Bible a little bit. And then my friend came over like a week later or something, and he didn't tell me what he was showing us, but he just started showing us like the rockets hitting the firmament and spraying. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Because, it's Genesis 7:11 talks about the waters of heaven opening and the fountains of the great deep waking up. So, so then I was like, I was converted within 3 hours.
Right.
I was more than happy to believe it.
Amazing.
Yeah. So, make sure you read your Bible. Read the Torah.
Yeah. How long ago was this?
It was about 9 months ago.
So you're only 9 months in. Wow.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it. Oh, do you want to see my t-shirt? Oh wait, I don't have it on my laptop. Oh no, if you go on the Facebook, what's your Facebook name?
I don't have a Facebook account myself.
I'm a moderator on Nathan's as well. So.
Oh, what's your name?
Miguel Perales.
Okay, I'll go find you.
Wow.
I'm Joellen.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. I think it sounds like I'm talking through my nose. I should hold my just hold my nose. I should because when you sing, right? I'm thinking maybe I should hold my nose when I sing, so I stop sounding weird. I'm just talking again. I think I have Asperger's. I'm not sure. That's what Mum says.
You've got Asperger's. You can be pretty destructive then. You got a destructive streak?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Oh.
Wait, I'm trying to find you. What's your name again?
Here, I'll type it into live stream voice text.
So we got Mo, Ken, Brian, Sean. Already added Sean. Ryan,
It's
Justin.
24 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text.
live stream. What was your name on? What's the moderator name?
Same. Miguel Perales.
Miguel.
Yeah, I spelt it in the live stream voice text.
Okay. Let me download the Discord app. Oh, MIG.
Whereabouts in the world are you?
In Australia.
Whereabouts in the world are you?
Australia.
Flat Earth.
I'm in Australia. Australia exists.
Okay, you're in Australia. Sydney, Perth?
Sydney.
Where are you?
Oh, what? You're in Wagga Wagga? That's cool.
Cairns?
I'm in Sydney. No, I'm in Sydney.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. Why can't I find you? Oh, man.
No.
No, I'm just going to type in the members list.
Yeah, it should show up as a moderator.
You don't sound like you're Australian. You sound, were you born there?
Yeah, I was born in Sydney.
Okay.
She definitely sounds Australian.
Oh, yeah. But not to me.
Yeah, I would say so myself. But Clovis is correct.
I didn't see. Are you a Twitch streamer? Are you there, Miss JLC?
Found you. I used to do it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That was before I was saved. But now I'm an affiliate, and now I'm saved, so I can be affiliate and a Christian. Oh, so good. I might start streaming one day.
Okay then.
I don't know, right now at this moment, I got like a lot of gospel tracks. So I get on my postie bike. Well, it's not my postie bike, it's an electric bike. So then I get on my electric bike, and then I go ride around, and then go put like all the gospel tracks and all the Muslims letterbox. I sort of went to a Muslim area, so they did them. But there was a lot of Koreans over there, actually. Well, I don't know, they were Asian. Kept spotting people that were Asian. I was hoping for more Muslims. But I found another area, so I'm going to go there tomorrow. And there's a lot more Muslims. It looks a lot deader. Yeah. And then we'll go give them the gospel.
Do the Muslims talk to you?
No.
I didn't think they would. They don't really talk to women they don't really know because it's I think it's haram. I think to talk to women that they don't know, unless it's like medical, and even then that'd be very, very short and sweet.
Yeah, well, they just think we're all infidels. They won't say it, but you know the chick tracks.
Yeah.
So I got like 10,000 of these. Even though he's a ball earther, and poor Mr. Chick died a ball earther, but he had a good ministry. He did.
Mm.
I'm sure when he got to heaven, he would have had a nice shock.
Probably, yeah.
We've also got Danny57 there with no rolls, Miggy. If you want to see if he wants to talk to us.
I'll go ahead and give him a unmute and see if he's there. I think he's usually just a lurker.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'm here.
You just like sitting here, don't you, Danny? Is that correct?
Not usually, but I do have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
From time to time on this channel, I've heard people talk about natural laws. To give an example of the second law of thermodynamics, and I'm curious. I'm trying to figure out what they mean by this. They contrast that with scientific ideas. In fact, they say these are statements of how the world is, not really scientific at all. So my two questions are this. Number one, what are other examples of natural laws besides the second law of thermodynamics? And how are these laws determined? What was the process people went through to determine these?
Something other than entropy, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, they use the plural, so I presume there are other natural laws as well, and I'm curious as to what those might be.
Things falling through a medium. Things rising through a medium.
You also have the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. That's another one.
All right. So I gave you an example, Danny57. Did you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure. I'm just. Are there any others you can think of? I'm just curious which.
Well, we have to dive into the first one, because that right there that I gave you, if you don't understand it, then if we give you 1,000 of them, it's not going to really matter. You're going to have to understand the reason why something that we witness happen always is a natural law.
Okay.
All right. So going into the one that I gave you, if you drop something right now, what happens?
They usually fall.
Usually, right?
Yeah.
Depends what it is. Or would you say that it happens only on specific things that we drop, or does it happen with everything we drop?
Well, only certain things, most things fall, but not all things fall.
That is correct. But what we witness happens always with the things, whatever. I'll just say it this way: within the medium of air, the air that you breathe, right? A phone, a brick, a pencil will always fall. Does that sound legit? I mean, I'm not trying to spin this in any way that it's gonna be confusing, but if we drop those things, it will continuously always fall down. Every time, all the time. Within the medium of air. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Will it happen to change any day? Like if I drop it 1 million times, will the 1 million and one time change? Or will the 2
not.
Right.
Probably not.
Okay. Well, you sound very unsure of that. In order for it to be a law, it needs to happen always, not probably. Always. So if I'm dropping a brick, I'll use that example. Every single time, all the time, always, it will fall within the medium of air.
That is correct, isn't it?
Is that correct?
I hear what you're saying.
Okay. So this is an example of a natural law. And I think you were saying you were struggling with that, and I'm giving you an example.
No, I'm not struggling.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to what other laws. That's the first question: is what other laws you would recognize? And you've given me a couple of examples, and I appreciate that. You like the first law of thermodynamics. Somebody else piped in on that one. What about the other two laws of thermodynamics?
Go ahead. I think Globus was chiming in here. I didn't want to step on other people's toes. I just wanted to show you that if we're going to demonstrate one example, that it is that you can comprehend that if a law means that something happens always, we're going to witness it to happen always. It's not going to change.
Mm-hmm.
So entropy, things falling through a medium or rising. Globus, did you have another one? I know you were coming in. Like I didn't want to.
I just said that I stated the first law of thermodynamics, which is basically energy can neither be created nor destroyed in a closed thermodynamic system. It's just always within. It's always within the system. Cannot be created nor destroyed. You can have new energy introduced.
Okay. What about the other two laws? What about the other two laws of thermodynamics?
So. Entropy and the other two, you mean the third and fourth?
The first law is the conservation of energy, bro, that you stated. The second is entropy, and the third is just approaches the absolute zero. Entropy will never be zero; it'll always be constant.
Yeah,
and all three of those laws apply to the topic at hand when we're talking about the atmosphere. Because entropy can never be zero. Ideal, totally isolated system is ideal. It's hypothetical. It's not reality.
Are you there, Danny?
I'm listening.
Okay. Is that good or like? I mean,
I'm hoping to get more examples, but what about laws of electricity and magnetism?
What about them, like Ohm's law?
That would be one.
What about them, and how do they apply to the topic? That's the question.
Well, my question was to try to get a little more comprehensive list of what you all would recognize as laws
A
of
natural, a law of nature is something that rings true under the exact same circumstance every time.
Okay, but
it doesn't purport to demonstrate a correlation between cause and effect. It only says an event happens under the same circumstance every time. Period.
Well, I understand the definition. I was just trying to see if there were other laws that you would recognize.
There are Newton's laws.
Okay, Newton's laws of 3 laws of motion.
You could say that.
Okay, so you would accept those then too?
I would.
I wouldn't accept one like a body of motion.
Well, we can get there. It's step by step, Jen.
Okay.
Right.
I would accept the laws of motion. Now, would I accept the given cause for motion? No.
I don't know if Danny's like responding to, and I can't hear him, or he's
I'm
just.
not. I'm just listening. I mean, I'm asking questions, so I want you to answer my questions. I'm not wanting to argue at all.
No, it's not about arguing. It's about saying like if Batamod says something and you're like, yeah, that sounds like it's interesting. I agree with that, or I disagree with that. I don't think that's the case. In order for us to be like, well, that's the way a conversation flows, Danny. Like we have to be honest with each other. If it's like you're just wanting to know something and you don't say, yeah, I see your point, or you know what I mean? Like there needs to be some sort of kind of response. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm seeking information. That's all. So I mean, there's nothing for me to really respond to in that respect. I'm just asking questions.
Well, it's kind of a respect to the person actually talking to you to say like, oh, okay, thank you.
Okay,
you know what I mean? So we don't know if you're getting it. Yeah, we don't know if you're getting it or not. That's why I'm saying I would like to hear like some kind of way that you're acknowledging what the person's saying, at least.
Okay, I am getting it, and I was curious about Newton's laws, and the Newton's 3 laws of motion, and so at least one of you is agreeing that those are natural laws as well.
No, Newton's laws of motion were debunked by Einstein. No, but his laws were never actually
gravitation.
Well, but all his laws were debunked by Einstein.
No,
all Newton's laws. Well, that's classical mechanics. Yeah.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction that's been debunked.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
How so?
That's classical mechanics, and it's
how so? No, you're talking about universal mechanics.
I'm pretty sure Newton's laws of motion fall under classical mechanics. And,
when you get into gravitational laws, yes. What about the first 2? Object at rest will remain at rest. That somehow interferes with relativity.
That's right.
I don't think it does.
I don't think that it does. I would say you'd have to build the bridge for me. Because we know things absolutely do stay at rest until encountered by a body at motion.
That's right.
We use this when we say you got to pick it up before it can be dropped.
And is it
so
accelerating?
You're talking about, he's talking about laws of gravitation. So you need to be specific about your wording.
Yeah, because they have an idea that even if a body's at rest, it's still in motion. That's not the case.
Well, that's a law of vibration, and that's not really a scientific or natural law. That's a philosophical law.
Yep. Well, once again, we're not getting any rebuttal, so I don't know where Danny stands on this whole.
I'm not wanting to rebut. I'm simply trying to figure out.
I think,
Mike, can you at least tell him what I'm talking about? Because I think he's not understanding.
Yeah, I think Danny's already got a good idea of a lot of natural law, and he just want to know how it applies to our way of thinking.
That's exactly it. You're right.
Well, yeah, you said that, but he didn't. Like.
I'm specific with my words, bro. They're my sword.
Yeah. I just didn't want to put words in his mouth and then say that, and then he'd be like, "Nah, that's not what I mean." You know.
Yeah.
So.
And as far as getting into relativity theory, I was specifically avoiding gravity because I know you all reject that concept. So when I said Newton's laws, I tried to clarify Newton's laws of motion as opposed to his law of gravity.
Yes, and even when you get into gravitation, you could say a force. Some people won't agree a force, but I could say I would agree it'd be an unknown force, unknown cause.
All right.
But things still move.
Okay.
You talk about the cause for entropy? Is that what he's saying, Mike?
No, the laws of gravitation. So universal laws of gravitation. We still observe things to move through the sky. The given cause, that's debatable. But can we calculate and equate the rate of movement, predict the elliptics? Yeah, we can do all that. Because we've observed the shit out of it.
Okay.
But does that mean we have a given cause that we should 100% accept as concrete? No. Does that mean we can't apply it to things? No, it doesn't.
All right. It sounds like you all haven't really given a lot of discussion to what other natural laws there might be, because I'm seeing some, some uncertainty and a little disagreement here, and that's fine. I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just simply
some haven't.
It would be good perhaps for y'all to explore that a little bit.
Yo, Twitch, bit of background noise, my friend. If you could stick yourself on mute, that would be awesome.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of people here, they study laws that they hear about, like gas laws, chemistry laws, laws of physics, laws of motion.
Would you accept the ideal gas law then?
Ideal? I would accept it as ideal, as what it is. Do we have to define what ideal means?
Well,
hypothetical?
The ideal gas law can be split up to Charles' law and Boyle's law.
Yeah. And how do you say it? Avogadro's law? Ideal gas. Yeah. So, yeah, there's many of them, but they're for ideal gases, and we don't live in an ideal environment, so they're hypothetical.
Yeah, the ideal gas law is a very good approximation, but it is an approximation.
Approximation for what?
Pardon?
The state of our atmosphere?
Gases in general.
So less than 1% would be a good approximation of the whole?
Probably. Any of those laws, the ideal gas law or its variants would describe gases that we observe
under controlled circumstances,
within 1% in most cases.
But ideal gases don't make up 1% of the atmos, and they're tinkered with under controlled circumstance. So, do I think that it applies to the atmosphere? No. Except maybe the containment of ideal gas.
Okay. I mentioned electricity and magnetism, and you mentioned Ohm's law. There are others such as Faraday's law, Lenz's law, Gauss's law, Ampere's law. Have you all given any thought to those, whether you accept those or not?
As it pertains to?
Well, I'm just asking about natural laws in general.
I know you are. I'm just asking under what circumstance and what do they pertain to? Have I considered magnetism versus gravitation, the way they calculated the same rate by law? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, folks, for your input. It's been helpful. I'll go back and mute myself for a while and just listen, if you don't mind.
Sure. It's up to you, Danny. You can talk whenever you want. If you got more questions, you can ask them, bro.
Yeah, I might jump in later on. So
there's more people here willing to talk than just me.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Good, yeah. No proof of the heliocentric model, yeah? Zero proof. Scientific proof. None.
The problem is, though, a lot of people that jump on here say the same thing that Danny does. I'm not here to argue or confrontation, but the problem is the very topic that we're talking about is a confrontational topic. So it's not something that we're just going to walk in here and say, "Hey, man, I just want to have a simple discourse." It's a very heated debate whether the Earth is a globe or not. So you're at the very front lines, I would say, of that. And for you to say, "Hey, man, I don't want to have any confrontation," would be the similar to saying a person in a war on the front line saying, "I don't want to fight you guys. I'm just here to kind of listen in." Like, if you're talking about the topic, you're going to get engagement. It's just the way that it goes, man.
Yeah.
It's not, can't get away from that.
Dude, we could spend years talking about all the natural laws. Stephen's law, Pascal's law, Coulomb's law, Hooke's law, Bernoulli's law, all that, Bernoulli's principles. It would take years.
Yep.
None of them prove a spherical ball spinning in space, though. That's the thing. All the laws you're talking about, they don't prove that the Earth is a spinning ball.
So Danny was in here saying that a lot of people in here disagree with those, but what we're interested right now is if the Earth is a globe or not. Getting into the minutia of what laws are, that would be something else, another topic.
Yeah.
But the most important one are the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes. And if there's no evidence for that, I mean, we could disagree on a lot of topics, and we do. But why do we have to come together on topics if, like, certain people disagree on a downward acceleration, right, per se?
Yeah.
And it has happened within the flat Earth community that there's a heated debate on this topic.
Gravity.
So
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. So, you know how we got the stars and we can do replicator of sonoluminescence, okay? So the moon's a light, like has its own light, is its light. Have they been able to do a science experiment to replicate that light?
No.
Or no? Okay, I was just curious.
Yep. Or the stars to say that they're sonoluminescence. That is a speculation. That is not something Flat Earth stands behind. At least not in the 24/7 Discord. If you're going to say that sonoluminescence is what starlight is, then you're going to have to demonstrate, go to a star and show us how you're talking about that light is exactly like sonoluminescence. So just because it can happen. What's that?
You've looked at the video, yeah? You've seen the experiment, haven't you?
Yeah. Star in a jar.
Okay. Yeah. So you've seen it. So, because one part of them, they think they're angels, and the other part, like God said they're lights, which they are lights. Like, so to me, I just imagine stars as they're just seen to God, that's why they're shining.
Okay.
That's pretty basic in my mind what it is.
But do you, Twitch, do you understand what speculation is?
It's assuming.
Right. That's all we're doing when we say that. Or when people say that, they're just assuming.
So they're making an ass of you and me. No, sorry,
yes.
That's what the word is.
Yes. Yes, exactly that. Now think about it like this. If I tell you what the stars are because I saw sonoluminescence, right? Star in a jar. And I'm like, dude, that's what the stars are. Okay, cool story. Now, how are you going to provide evidence that is validated to be the case?
But it looks like it.
Well, it doesn't matter if it looks like it. It has, the only thing that matters is if it is it. Right? All right. This is the same kind of mess we got in with the globe Earth. Well, it looks like something, so it must be it. No, we're not going to assume. We're going to know or not know. It's a hard line between people that come from this idea that they could just make up ideas and pass them along as this is what it is. This is our best guess. They tell us. Well, I don't want to hear what your best guess is. If you can't provide the evidence that that's what it is, then you're just telling me a just so story. And the flat earthers have been doing it as well. With the case in point, the star in a jar, sonoluminescence. Well, that's what the stars are. How do you know that, flat earther? Not you, Twitch, but other people that come up and say this. Because you're doing what the globe earthers are doing. That's exactly what.
Wait, are the globe earthers doing that? They say, oh, how do you prove it? And then I get my Bible verse, right? And then I whack it with the Bible verse. And then they say, oh, you can't use the Bible as a credible source. And then I say, oh, look at all the prophecies fulfilled. And then I start arguing about God.
Well, it's not okay. So showing biblical examples is a bit different than saying that we have evidence for it, because we can actually test and verify ourselves. It's one thing to actually have faith in what the Creator is saying in His Word and know that to be true in our hearts, but it's another thing to actually put it down and actually say, okay, we're gonna go and test to see if that star is sonoluminescence. Let's say. You see where I'm going with that?
I think I'm a bit slow. But if I keep listening to you over time, I'll get your thought pattern. I just met you. So
right.
I don't know.
So that's how So that's how in this Discord, if people are confused about what things are and they start looking at the sun, the moon, the stars, and they say, well, the sun is this, the moon is that, the sun is a hologram or whatever flat earther would say, then you're going to have to say, okay, you can speculate whatever you like. That's not a problem. Anybody can think of things here in the Discord, but you're going to have to say it's a speculation. You can't say that's what it is. Once you say that's what it is, you made a positive claim. And that positive claim that you made is going to have to be supported with evidence. And if you can't validate it, then it's not what you say it is. It's just your assumption of what it is.
So that's what got me in trouble in the other group. Oh, that other person, so mean.
Well, it's like I said, there's nothing wrong with you having assumptions of what it could be, because we're all thinking of different things of what they could be. We have conversations like that all the time. The problem is when it gets moved into the arena of it is that, then you made a positive claim, right? If it's a speculation that you have, that's fine, Twitch. You can say that stars are sonoluminescence because that's what you think they are, but you can't prove it, right? You can say that. A lot of people say that about the sun. The sun's a hologram. They don't think the sun is what they've told us it is, and it could be something else. And what if the sun is a different?
Well, I don't believe the moon's a tangible object. I think it's like a rainbow. I don't believe it's a tangible, physical, touchy object.
Yeah, like I said, you can have whatever. Those are your ideas, right? But so long as they stay within the realm of speculation, you're fine. If they're just assumptions. Once it gets moved into the arena of yes, it is this, then that's when everybody's ears get perked up and they're going to be like, okay, how do you know that's what it is? Because have you been there? Have you tested to see if that is the case or not? You know what I mean? Like that's how we are here. We want to know evidence. We don't want to hear these just so stories about what things are, which is what people from the Globert side are filled with, these just so stories.
I think they're spiritually dead and they don't know and they're blinded and they don't want to believe it because they like the little lie. I don't know. They're just really mean. It's like they're possessed by demons, half of them.
Well, yeah, we can't assume what other people are until we have a good conversation. And even at that point, their minds could still be changed. So to go so far as to say that they are demon possessed or they can't change their mind would be us drawing a line in the sand. And we just can't do that, We have to be open for them to actually come to that knowledge on their own. What we can do is not entertain some people that want to just spiral out and tell us that their belief is actually true, which is not we don't entertain that. We want people to be honest in this chat and say, if you just think that the sun is a ball of burning gas with nuclear fusion happening on the surface, then that has to be in the realm of an assumption, not I know it is. Because we will grill you and find out that you just believe it and not know it. It's that simple.
I mean, demons could always exist and stuff like that, but don't forget how important, seriously, how easy indoctrination can be and programming. I mean, it only takes a couple of times to be told something and people start believing it. It doesn't take, to be possessed or anything like that. It's just mind control, basically, programming our brains over years of time to believe stuff.
Excuse me, it's the wind of doctrine. They're stuck. We all were stuck before we were saved. It's all stuck, blowing around the winds of doctrine. I like my Bible.
I'd just like to say hi to Marlena. Marlena, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Marlene.
How's it going?
Hello, everybody. I'm well, thank you.
I haven't heard you in a coon's age.
I know.
How's everything
What a
going?
horrible thing.
Bonjour.
Hey, Michael.
Still flying planes, Marlena?
You know what? Since this COVID stuff, none of us have been flying on my side.
Hey, Real was asking about you the other day.
Because it's been a while since I've been in this chat, so I've been missing like the old guys. I see guys.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've been here. I came in here yesterday, but I never came into voice chat. I was kind of busy at work, but yeah.
Good to see you too. Been missing you, girl.
Listen, you too. Oh my God, hearing everybody just blows my mind. I didn't realize how much I missed everybody.
Well, we missed you too, so welcome back, Marlena.
Dennis, thank you so much. Dennis tracked me down and said, "Get your ass in Discord."
Yeah, man.
COVID kept me from Austin this year.
We shouldn't take all these little talks for granted, because a time may come where we might not even have internet unless we have that vaccine or something.
Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, it's going around here, the vaccine already.
I think they're using us, the third world countries, as some testing ground. But eventually it could come to that point, where they're going to say you can't have your internet unless you're vaccinated. It could. Let's say maybe 10 years from now, 10 or 13 years from now. So we shouldn't take all these little talks for granted.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just worried about, and I've been saying it for a while, is the kids, because they are virtual school now for a reason. They're going to literally, here in the U.S., I feel like they want the vaccination for the kids first, and that's going to be rolled out, because that way they can go back to school. And kids, families can start working again and not being at home. So I'm more worried about our children and that happening.
In the UK at the moment, the schools are crying out for the vaccine because it hasn't been delivered. So that process is actually in effect in the UK. Children have been told that they can't be going back to school. I think it's the 12th or the 14th of January. And then from that point on, the schools are going to be giving out the vaccine. So, yeah. We've now got two types of vaccine in the UK. One's about to be passed, and it should be in effect within January. So we've got the biotech one, and we've got one called AstraZeneca.
AstraZeneca, with the Swedish company. Now,
well, I have a question though. With that first vaccine, it's not going to guard them from the second strand, right, Jedi? According to the
mutation. No,
they're not. It's still up in the air, that one.
Yeah, haven't got a clue with that one. It's trial and error now.
But so do the kids? Is it compulsory that the kids have to have it?
Not directly at the moment. It's not been said this is mandatory, but this is Britain.
Right.
You just have to ask us, and we'll say, "Oh yes, thank you very much, not a problem." So not mandatory yet, just suggested, and we'll fucking do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Sven's worried about his kid too in Germany and stuff too, and people are reaching out because a lot of parents are not with their kids; they're separated families and stuff too. So who's going to make the decision on what the child gets? You know what I mean? So we're going to have a lot of issues coming up here really soon, and people making choices.
Yeah, kids can't be going to school then. Don't send them to school. Sod that.
Well, just real quick. So just welcoming Marlena back to the chat. You still flying, Marlena? Or
That's what I asked her earlier. She answered it.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one's flying on her side.
Mm-hmm. Funny, they never asked us for a vote whether we wanted that vaccine or not. It's come to that.
You know what our health minister said? He said, well, there are a bunch of people complaining about not knowing what's in the vaccine.
I'm in the dead zone right now.
Oh, dead zone.
He's gone.
Okay.
So, and he
compared it with eating a hot dog because people don't know what's inside a hot dog, but they eat it anyway. So, can you imagine that?
Nope.
What's just going to happen? It's already been happening like that. People going and taking medicine because the doctor says, hey, this is good for you. Then we never question what's in it. And even those bottles that we get at home, when we take them home, we open their little pamphlets. Do people actually read them? And all the small print? Usually not. You know, the doctor will talk to you for a split second and you go home and you do it. You're right. Food, all these things, Vienna sausages, all these things, all these cans. Nobody's questioning how they're made, what they're putting in their body. So no, I think they're ready because they're tired of all this crap.
It's not about I have a choice, right? Eating a hot dog, and he's comparing it with eating a hot dog. Just get your vaccination because it's just because people are eating hot dogs and they don't know what's in it. Just get it, right? It's ridiculous. It's
crazy,
insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going after the kids first. They better get their millstones ready.
Well, yeah, they affected the elderly first, and our families are dealing with that, and then now they're going to affect the children. And the 2 months that I've been gone, I have done like one show, and I've been talking to a lot of people, but it's mainly been, hey, people, please focus on the children because I know what's coming. We all know that our children have to be vaccinated when they go to schools. So yeah, they're going to want to vaccinate them. And the fact they're virtual. When they went complete virtual, I knew the plan. I'm like, here we go. Because parents are going to not be able to keep this up. So they're going to want their kids to be vaccinated to go back. It's almost like you're making a parent want to vaccinate a child by doing that. Normal society, not us guys, so.
Same school.
All right. Do we got any other people that joined our chat? Let's see. The same old, it's the morning crew, the Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club.
I love that there's a lot of women in now.
Yeah, especially right now, we need a lot more women standing up. I mean, that's what's going to take. Our children are being infected, and if you want the children to get help, us women got to start coming together, finding out information, and standing up, because that's where it starts.
Bravo.
By the way, you guys know about Women's Night on every Friday night? It's about 3 hours long.
See, that's always been a thing for me because when they have Women's Night on, I'm still sleeping on my end of the time zone.
Yeah, you're at your time zone is the worst one for that because it's like right in the middle of like night for you when it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
No, or early morning, like maybe 3 or 4 in the morning for me. So I'm still sleeping. But I will pop in now and then. Much of my life has been right now. I moved from my place of work to another province. I basically abandoned my way of life just to come home and take care of my senior citizen parents. So sometimes I will be going up and down. So I will pop in now and again in chat. That's basically it.
Yeah, right on.
Hey, good on you for making that decision. Life choices and, when you change your life like that are very difficult. So for you to do that, bravo to you.
All right, we got land that just...
I'm used to my independence, living alone. Then all of a sudden I have to take care of the two of them. And just like 2 nights ago, my dad fell down and I went to pick it up. And instead of being grateful, he got angry that he wanted to stand up by himself. So I'm thinking to myself, Here I am. I'm trying to help you, but you don't want my help. So they're in that, they're in that stage. So I said, I drove how many thousands of miles to come help you, and you're happy to see me. But when I try to help you, your pride is in the way. It sort of reminds me like some of the Globers that come here. They come in here with their questions. And because of their pride, we're giving them the answer. They suddenly turn out and bite us in the ass. Okay.
Yeah, our parents like to keep their independence as much as we love it. That's the last thing they want to lose, because once they lose that, they feel like they're a kid again and they're dependent on us, and they don't want that. Nobody wants that. So don't take it to heart. My mom did it to me for so dang long, and I used to say the same thing. Man, you sound like a glober. But she'll just get more offended by that. So I just kind of realize it's how our parents are. And you have to put yourself in their shoes and think, dang, I wouldn't want to be in this position either,
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm learning to be patient, but I don't have much patience for. I really don't have much patience for Glovers. That's why I have to applaud all the guys that take the time to show them that what they have is just a belief. I really applaud you guys who really take the time to sit down and talk to someone.
A lot of us lose our patience sometimes. Yesterday, I lost mine and I went off on some people yesterday in beach and just calling everybody liars. Like, you guys are liars. Straight up, you lie. That's all you do. But to be honest, it's the truth.
All you got to do is get on the Discord and call the professional wig snatcher.
Forget about the wig. You were a professional globe scalper. That's forget about the wigs.
Oh my god.
You are a new person in chat.
Hello, bro.
So, Lan.
How are you?
Hi, my friend. How you doing? Yeah, really well, thank you. What brings you to our server today?
I was here once and I trolled, but then after a few months, I got awake and then I joined back.
Awesome.
Well, I'm getting IMs right now since they can't debunk some of the stuff I said. They'd be sending me IMs that I sound like a kid or I sound like a child. My voice. So, nothing else.
So, Lan. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yes.
So, Lan, what's your position at this point? What do you think?
Research everything.
Okay.
Even if it's the craziest thing, do research for it.
Cool.
Could be true.
And what do you think about the shape of the Earth at this moment?
I've seen many proofs of flat Earth, so there's no reason to think that it's a globe. But at the same time, I'm like, what if it's not? And then I just don't think anything.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the radius has been falsified, right? Black Swan?
Yes, and the laser, the laser proof.
The laser test, yes.
Yeah, that's the most efficient one that I think.
Sure.
Shows that there's no curvature.
Yeah, you need you need curvature for it to be a globe, so
yes.
There you go. I don't know if Miggy wants to take into the 3 points, but I guess he's kind of doubting the heliocentric model at this point.
Yeah, he's already on. It sounds like he's on his way. For me, anyway. Is there anything that you still hang on to the globe for, Lan? Do you still think that the Earth could possibly be a globe?
Well,
maybe?
I got when you since birth you are programmed to think that it's globe, so that kind of stays there.
Yeah, but the way that it could fall away is that if you understand it's just a belief, right?
Yeah.
So if it's just a belief, for sure, then there's no way it could be a globe. Because if it was a globe, you would be able to provide evidence that it is.
Yeah,
because
sense? It was easier, for me to first find out about, the New World Order and then go to the Earth shape, because then it makes more sense, and then you actually can say why it's flat.
All right, hang on, Lan. I'd just like to welcome somebody to the chat. Mary Mom, welcome to the morning chat.
Hello. Guess what I was just doing, Miggy?
Did you hear the song?
Yes, you guessed. I didn't even think you would. You are tuned in.
I am tuned in.
Yes, that's why I came to talk to you. Plus, Battle Mod was nagging me, but I listened to Patience. Yeah, I did not expect that at all. Are they? Because I thought they were like a hardcore band or something. This thing when I listened to is acoustic. Is that how it always is?
Well, yeah. That one song is. What did you think about it? It's really good. Huh?
I loved it. Yeah, I mean, I listened to it more than once. I thought it was. Yeah. I'm just gonna listen to this because I told Mickey when.
I knew it, man. I was like, as soon as she hears it, it's gonna be like that. This is it right here. I like it.
I'm even gonna add it to my playlist.
Patience, GNR.
Yeah, yep. I'll put the link up for the one
and
I found. Yeah,
nagging.
Well, it wasn't nagging. I know.
In quotations, damn it.
Greeting me. Yes, I should.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. How you
I
doing?
can't believe you guys are just getting hip to Patience, man. That is the jam.
Well, I don't know if it's you guys. Miggy might have been into it for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, when I talked about this one song, she's like, "Wow, I never heard of that one." I was like, "Are you serious? You've never heard of this one?" Like, put it on your bucket list if you've never heard it. It's like you have to hear this one song. Like it's
yes, it's very beautiful, and it's good for this time of the world where it feels like we're just kind of in a waiting game, doesn't it?
Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. It's still alright to smile. Girl, I think about you every day now.
Okay, well, what is the song that they're famous for? Guns N' Roses.
Welcome to the Jungle.
Sweet Child of Mine. Oh, so many.
I don't know if I've ever heard those either, but
I
like this one. Oh no, don't make me listen to another one.
Listen to the whole album. Welcome to the Jungle.
Okay.
I even like My Michelle. But.
Yeah, now you guys told me on this one. Maybe I'll try something else. We'll see. Yeah. So what's been going on around here?
Nothing much, but we're just keeping on, and a lot more people have joined our chat. More flat earthers have been a part of this group. So we have people like Marlena just came back, and Rio Rojas has came back from a long hiatus. Stacy's back. Twitch has joined our channel. Hi, another lady up for Ladies Night. Yeah. So
this is Ladies Boy.
Twitch is the lady. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
I took a break, so I'm just coming back to all this. I went to me and my daughter went up north.
Oh, where'd you go? The UP?
Yeah, Baldwin, Michigan. Not the UP, just Baldwin.
Okay. Yeah.
It's by Claire.
There's a couple of people. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, my daughter used to love the little fake lighthouse at the rest area in Claire. That's what I know about Claire.
Yeah.
We always stopped there on our way to Cadillac and to go to the bathroom, and then she'd run around that little lighthouse there.
Yeah, the cabin's back in the middle of the woods on the Chain Lakes. Big Star, Little Star Lake. The old Cub Scout camp is right down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like this chat becomes like family. Like I miss hearing your voice and Mike, and I'm like, where the heck is Mike at, man? Like he hasn't been in here on for a while.
Yeah, now we know where he was. He was north.
Man, I had to take my hotspot and go all the way down to the gas station and sit in the parking lot to get internet. My daughter's like, let's just go, Dad.
Oh, Stacy says she would to be 23 again, but Stacy, then you wouldn't have all the wisdom that you've gained over the years.
Yeah, I agree. I was pretty smart at 23, but not this smart. You know what I mean? But 23, your body feels better. You know, that time I was dancing a lot more. I would love to be 23 again.
I'd be taking orders again. I'm cool with that.
Well, it's good. I'm glad. So how did you end up finding us, Twitch?
Hello. Facebook.
Facebook?
On the Facebook page. Yeah, Facebook page. I don't know if my mic's good.
It's
How are you today? Are you in America?
Yes,
Whereabouts in America?
Yes, the United States of America, Great Lakes area.
Okay, I didn't know that one was. Is that a state?
Oh, well, I'm in Michigan. Have you heard of Michigan?
Oh, okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Sydney, Australia.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't have guessed that from your voice.
I think I'm talking out of my nose a lot.
Oh, now I heard it. I heard the talking. Yep, I heard it. Yeah, have you met Becky from Australia? Here from the server?
Hi, Becky. No, I don't know anyone.
Oh, okay. Well.
I've had a few people add me because Mr. Thompson made me moderator. I mean, I've had a few different people add me, but
Nathan Thompson.
I don't know anyone. Yeah, he's nice. I like him.
I like how you call him Mr. Thompson. I think I'll start calling him that.
Hey, they started calling me Mr. Miggy on here.
Did they?
Mr. Miggy. I'm like, okay. That's funny.
Yeah, we have Titan Bane. He's on the fence. I think he's really a glober, but maybe he wants to ask some questions. Titan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just in the middle of something. Give me 5 minutes and I'll join the conversation.
Sure. Will be fun.
Yeah, I like how Thompson he runs around and he's not scared to talk to people. It's very good. He'd be very good at handing out gospel tracts too. And you don't get as much abused with gospel tracts. Oh, I did get abused the other day, a few weeks ago. The atheists don't really like us that much.
Right. Yeah.
I
Well,
was
they
like-
say. Yeah. You know what they say. If wicked tongues insult and hate you all because of me, blessed are you.
Oh, the salt of the earth.
What?
Yeah, I don't know how to talk.
As long as they're not chick tracks, they're not from Jack Chick, are they? I don't like those.
Yeah, they are.
I think those are gone. Oh, they are. Oh, I'm sorry then. I can see why people get upset. I mean, they're like really like angry, those, but it's fine. Some of them are okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did lots of them. He was very anti-Catholic.
Yeah, that's why I don't like him, but it's fine.
Yeah, but at least he likes his Bible.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And then we get that's another verse because it's in Romans and judging another man's servant. Like that verse. Sorry, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I don't know either. I just got here. Maybe Miggy knows.
Yeah, I'm playing with my we're doing Bible sword time. I think that's it. That's a big chapter. I need to find the small version. Oh, there you go. So from now on, I'm going to cut from 3 to 4.
Yep, just a couple of things here. OPEX is from France, I think. He said he's French.
Oh, nice.
He's from the Alps, and he was interested in doing a long-distance observation test.
Oh, great. Wow.
I don't know if you were going to get around to it soon, OPEX, but I know that's something that when you came into the chat, you were talking with me and you were saying you were wanting to do that. So I thought that was cool.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I was planning to do a long distance test, but I don't know when. Maybe in January.
Okay.
That's great. Yeah, my children study French in their homeschool, but we took the semester off. I got to get back into it in January. I was just thinking about that last night. Got to get myself organized. But the reason why I picked French is because we live way closer to the Canada border than Mexico. Like over here, it's really pushed if you do a second language to do Spanish, so French gets neglected. But we're much closer. We're much more likely to go to Quebec than Mexico.
Do you talk?
Not anymore. I used to be pretty good when I was in college. I took this like immersion course where we had to speak it all the time and, to eat lunch with the professors. And all that, but I'm way out of practice. No way could I speak now. I only went to France one time, to Paris, with my parents a long time ago when I was a teenager.
Did you went to another than Paris?
We were actually, you know what? I'll have to look at the old photo album to find out the name of the town, but we went to this lovely little town because we were taking the Eurail. We were going to go to Andorra on the bus. We must have taken a bus up the mountain to Andorra, and then so we stayed at this tiny little town in like a little inn before we were going to take the bus the next morning. And that town, that little village was amazing. Like I didn't even know, being from the USA, there were still towns that were just like, kind of stuck back in time. Like I saw this guy driving an ox with his little cart, and like it was like going back in time. It was great. It was so beautiful. The food at this place was amazing, but it wasn't a place that you would ever like go as a destination. Like we just, happened to get off the train there, and it was beautiful. Are there still places like that now? This was like probably 20 years ago or more.
No, yeah. We have some old medieval villages, but not anymore near to the big city like Lyon and Paris. More in the center, the edges.
Yeah.
The Alps.
We do. I mean, I shouldn't say we don't have people stuck in time here. We do. We have the Amish.
Yeah, Mary, come down to Georgia. I could take you to several places where places are stuck back in time.
Cool. I've been to Georgia, but only to Roswell, Atlanta area, not to like the more rural areas.
The weather is cloudy, but I should once again. I should be able to take a picture of what I see from my window. It's pretty because like a landscape.
You're breaking up, OPEX.
Yeah, I can't understand, sadly. I mean, I tried
I
to.
said now you hear me better?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I said right now the weather is cloudy, but I should be able once it's sunny again to take a picture from my window and show you the landscape from here.
Oh, that would be nice because you can see the Alps. Is that why you were talking to Mickey about that?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, because you could. Is that what you were thinking, Mickey? He could do an observation of the mountains?
Well, he was trying to see if we can find a good enough stretch distance between like himself and maybe something in the distance so that you can see the horizon. Because we're going over a long distance observation from the point of like how to do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think I was going over the Black Swan with him, but more I was actually telling him how to do a long distance observation measurement using like the Earth curve calculator, using a known observer height, maybe going near a body of water and that sort of thing. So that's kind of like what I was telling him, to kind of arm him with the information to go and do a test, measurement test. So I don't know if he's going to be able to, if he can do that or not, but surely with the information, he'd be able to, kind of make one happen where in his location. So hopefully he'd be able to get just some kind of optics, binoculars or telescope or something, right? And then be able to see a landmark in the distance, get to the water's edge, and then from the water's edge, he'd be close to like what we say sea level is, right? So we'd be able to get an understanding of his observer height, and then from his position from point A, right, to point B, find a landmark so that we can get a known distance between him and the landmark, and then see the horizon possibly in the far off distance, and then go and find out where the horizon should be on the Earth curve calculator, because that right there would give him a great understanding of where the horizon should be and where it's, because of the globe Earth prediction, right? Where the globe Earth predicts the horizon should be versus where it actually is, then he would understand himself. If the Earth is indeed a globe, it would present the prediction to be true, or it would not. And then he'd be able to either falsify the globe or make it known to him that it is a globe. But I would say that it's going to falsify it for sure, but I would want him to actually do it so he could see it for himself.
I'm sorry to interject, but there's a guy from the lobby, Swing Swang. He wants to ask some questions.
Okay. Let's get him unmuted then. Swing Song, are you there? Swing Song, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you have some questions you wanted to ask us?
Yeah. It's just, I was wondering what makes you think the Earth is flat and if you have any proof to back it up.
Absolutely. Why we think the Earth is flat? Because the Earth is observably flat, right? Every time you go to the beach, you can see a flat level horizon. So it's observably flat. It's measurably flat. It means we could measure over a long distance and find out that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. So it's measurably flat. And it's practically used as flat, meaning that when sailors and pilots navigate across the plane, they don't use it like it's a globe. They use it like it's a flat plane. So it's observably flat. It's measurably flat, and it's practically used as flat. That's why we know it's okay.
I've noticed that too.
All right. What was the other question?
Another question I have is, if someone were to walk to the end of the, or like fly to the end of there, what would happen?
Well, first of all, we'd have to be able to get there, Swing Song.
Yeah.
So the problem that we're having is there's certain limits to where we can go. Like a person just can't jump inside of an airplane and take off somewhere. We have to have permission to go places, right? So the person would have to have a permission to go to a place to go and maybe do some research or go investigate for themselves. So there's certain places like Antarctica where we would say, if we were to travel in that direction towards the south, that we might be able to discover where the edge, right, like the place where the contained system in which we live is actually there or not. So if we were able to travel there, we would be able to find out. Not the edge where you'd fall off, but the edge where the contained system would be. So like the place where the container would touch the ground, if that was the case. But we can't get to such place because we're not allowed to travel freely on the Earth.
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for answering my questions.
Hey, no problem, Swing Song. All right.
Is this Swing Song? Is this who? Did they go away? Oh, they already left. That was it. Oh, okay. Well, good answer. I guess that was enough.
That was enough. Yep. I knew he was a kid and he just wanted to hear a response, and so I gave it to him.
Whammer's got a black swan sun observation here. But I don't know what exactly it is. What are we seeing here, Whammer? He's going to tell us. He's typing.
It looks like the sun's nestled in those clouds.
We've hardly had any sun around here. It was out like yesterday for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. It was very exciting. I went out there just to feel it. It's been really cloudy. We got a lot of snow, 6 inches. It's melting now a little bit, but kids were excited. Got to sled, make snowmen, and all that. Oh, yeah, I see the reflection. Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of things don't fit what they tell us from the globe Earth model or the globe Earth, explanation.
I think he came from because I posted the Discord link in another server. And there's kids in there.
Yeah, we always get kids coming in here Twitch all the time.
Well, that's good. Well, I just got another mute for an hour, so I think I should stop posting the link on Discord. Maybe I'll start spamming on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook will. You'll get muted for a while, man. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's all,
for the Discord?
Yeah, it's all good. You can just place it once only, just to keep your account, safe that you don't get muted. We have a lot of places we advertise, so it's not just Facebook. But thank you for placing our link everywhere.
I'm so sad. No, I haven't done it yet. But I'm so sad because you know that flatearthdoctrine.com, right? It's gone. It's vanished. They got rid of it. They took it down. They banned it. And you know the worst part? I got like $40 or $50 worth of stickers. And I was running around to all the bus stops and I was putting all these stickers everywhere. And then, so it had at the bottom, the flatearthdoctrine.com. Now the website's down. I'm so sad. Yeah.
You could send them here. Flat Earth Discord 24/7.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But they'll need a link. I'm talking about bus stop. Like I'm putting like stickers. Like it's got a little tiny map of the flat Earth, right? And gosh, okay. Yeah. Wait 1 second. I can't talk. Be quiet.
Okay, well, if you can't talk, just stick yourself on mute, mate. Good morning to everybody on the Flat Earth. Hope you're all very well. Hope you had a great Christmas.
Morning, Jedi.
Good morning, Mary. I've decided to be extra specially decadent today. So I didn't have any particular Christmas dinner or anything over the Christmas period, but I did leave a load of roast pork in the fridge. So I've decided for my breakfast or early lunch day, I'm going to have the biggest roast dinner I've ever cooked in my life. It's going to be huge.
You're going to have parsnips and turnips and what is it? Yorkshire pudding with gravy.
Yorkshire pudding, man. That sounds very decadent.
Potatoes, turkey.
It does. Yeah.
Hey, you need to slow down there, Jedi.
Put it all to myself. I haven't got the turkey. No. Oh well, I'm hungry. I woke up really hungry this morning. I thought, I could just help myself to a bacon sandwich, or I could cook everything else that I have. So I've decided to cook everything else that I have.
Right. Don't forget the Paxo stuffing, okay, and the mint sauce, will you?
I've got the stuffing, but
get that Paxo stuffing in there, mate.
See, Jen CBR knows how to get down, Jedi. I think that's
right. Y'all go.
That's funny.
You better believe it.
I had to make breakfast too. Ham, potatoes, eggs, toast.
That's a real American breakfast right there, man.
Marmalade toast.
Wow.
Marmalade.
I fed the livestock first, so having nothing but coffee on my gut. You guys really should read the entirety of Feynman's studies. He didn't debunk anything. He said they were left wanting. He didn't throw out any of that.
Quantum uses a lot of what he says in.
I know he does, but you should read the entirety of his book. You shouldn't just take one statement and run with it and say, "Hey, I'm right," because when I read you the entire paragraph, you might feel a little different. I got that book on my shelf. Yeah. You're quoting from Feynman's book and you're saying it's not Feynman. Good move, Globus.
Dude, it's a citation by Feynman. He's talking about quantum mechanics. So I didn't say it wasn't.
I know he is QED.
So I'm not saying that he's doing
failed to show whether light was a particle or a wave. That doesn't debunk the entirety of the subject.
He's telling you what he's giving you the reasons as to why the laws of motion of Newton were not correct. They're not compatible.
I read the whole book. Why he believed they're not comparable, and they leave wanting for a better explanation. He didn't say throw them out.
Well, he said they're not right, so what does that mean?
When it pertains to
keep them because
the propagation of light.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know enough about it to debate it, but I mean that's as far as I've understood it. But,
right. Well, this is all about quantum or particle attraction and Newtonian particle attraction. It has nothing to do with the absolute laws of motion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to tell me a body's never truly at rest because all things vibrate. I'm going to say prove it.
I'm not going to be telling you anything because, like I said, that's the limit of my understanding. Is that quantum mechanics basically came along and destroyed classical mechanics entirely.
Yeah, for people who believe we viewed the quantum realm. For those people, yes.
Yeah, like I said, it's nothing I really want to debate because it's.
But Feynman didn't start it out. He didn't say just throw all this crap out. He said we're wanting and needing for a better explanation of the propagation of light through fields and electromagnetism and how it's possible. Is it a wave or is it a photon? That's what he failed. That's where Newton failed. He can't prove it's either a wave or a photon.
Mm-hmm.
Then comes the dual split.
Yep. Cool.
I mean, I hear the arguments from people too. I had to write a paper on that to graduate. So, I mean, it's all opinion. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, nothing really, like you said, that we can empirically prove here. So, as far as I'm concerned, I could be wrong about that, but yeah.
So, and it still applies to universal gravitation because it's particle attraction. We're not talking about that with the first three laws of motion.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be specific about what it attacks, because Feynman was. He was very specific about what he was saying and what it was addressed to. Relativity left no answer for the propagation of light. That's why there's the argument of the etherical plane. Some say it's been destroyed by quantum mechanics. Some say quantum mechanics is bullshit. Demonstrate it.
Indeed.
So that's why the entire subject of gravity is a never-ending argument. You just falsify it and move on. Falsify the given cause and move on. Who cares about replacing it? I don't know why we sit here for hours trying to prove people density and buoyancy. Everybody knows Archimedes' principle, and it works. And you don't need to know a cause for it to work. It's applicable. We make boats float, don't we?
We do.
Planes fly. I'd just falsify that. They're the one that needs it to shape a sphere. I don't need it to shape a sphere or to govern a flat Earth.
See, Rakia has joined our chat. Morning, Rakia. Or not? It just dipped. So I sent Jedi a package. Supposedly he's going to get like a really nice microphone setup. But what happened was Amazon kind of screwed up the order. And so we're going to get, I think he's getting double of everything, but they're not taking it out of my account. For some reason, they put the money back into my account. So something's going wrong.
Well, I think
some kind of free prize giveaway or something.
Right. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think Amazon can spare it for you. So that's cool.
I think so.
That's good. So we're going to hear a new and improved Jedi. Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to be sounding like me, sort of.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be really scary. Gobers won't have a chance.
That's what I told him. They said the same thing.
Good. All right. Well, the rest of us can just retire then.
Yeah, he's gonna be a smooth operator in the future.
Yeah.
Nice.
Smooth operator.
So good times ahead. I'm really excited about it. Every time it gets brought up, I have this massive smile on my face. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah,
But at the moment, I've got 2 headsets.
Yeah, no, I told Jedi, I was like, man, for all the hard work you've put in here, man, I think all of us agree that I said it like this, man. It's on behalf of everybody here. It's not just me. It's just I gave it to him, but it's on behalf of everybody here in the Discord. We all appreciate Jedi, you know.
Yeah, I'm now flashing.
I tried to make him a mod his third week here. They were like, damn, Mike, slow down. Get a room. Like, Christ, all these idiots we're surrounded with. Why the hell isn't he gold yet? No offense to anybody. I wasn't specific about who I was calling an idiot. They may or may not still be here.
Yeah, congratulations, Jedi, on acquisition, or almost acquisition of your nice present from Miggy. And thanks, Miggy, for doing that for us all. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, huge respect, big thank you, massive smile on my face. Definitely turned red. So.
Fuck yeah.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mike's fine.
Not as good as my new one.
He's already starting.
Yeah, it's already starting. Yeah. Yeah, that amplifier is going to really make things. It's a game changer, man. I think.
Yeah, because we were in discussion with somebody else the other day, and it doesn't matter what microphone you get if you see your computer can't handle it, then it's going to sound as crap as everything else. You need that little piece of extra equipment, the amplifier, right?
That's correct.
Well, I've been on the server 1 year now, Boxing Day. Boxing Day was 1 year for me. Yes,
Happy
yes.
anniversary there, Jin.
Thank you. Yes. I almost didn't make it.
Here, let me lighten the mood. You know, Battle Mod's been banned like 3 times.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
That's true.
Fucking ace.
Oh, did you get? I missed that, Battlemon. I never saw you get banned. Ah, too bad.
Yeah, he got banned.
Yeah, thanks to Ace, I got senior mod. He kept banning me.
I got kicked out by a robot within minutes of arriving. Took me 2 years to get here. Minutes, I'm out. So I had to get back in there.
Yeah, I'm just not one to hold my tongue, bro. You know, I think we all know, you know. There's no filter here. I'm just going to say it. And it pisses people off. On the old server, there was moderator, senior moderator, lead mod, then admin. And the senior mod just kept banning me. Like Matrix Red Pill, he banned me once. Or whoever hacked him banned me. Discord banned me. Discord's banned 3 of my accounts for raiding servers. I took a note from the Glovers. I came back, I made 6 accounts. My raid accounts and then my mod account.
Holy shit, that's a big ass PDF you sent there, Battle Mod.
It is, bro. That's the book.
I was wondering what was taking so long to load.
By Richard Feynman.
Yeah, I'll save that.
It does good to. I mean, I try to tell most people. I like to read a thing at least twice before I have an opinion on it. You miss
have a quick
things the first
quiz.
time.
Yeah, you're right.
I've read the Bible probably more times than I can count in my life, and I always notice stuff every time. Every time I go through it now, I notice stuff I never noticed before.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of what he says is it makes sense, but as far as Newton's laws of motion, it would be universal gravitation that he would directly attack in quantum particle attraction, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But the laws of motion are simple, like a body at rest tends to stay at rest when a body met by a body of motion. So, I mean, the universal law doesn't apply to the first two, and the first two doesn't apply to the third one, and his is more an attack on the third one. Universal law of gravitation. It doesn't predict everything. It doesn't. Not everything is calculatable by it. It leaves us wanting and needing for a better explanation. It's basically its premise. So it's more that not that they're totally untrue, but they're too remedial, and we're more advanced at this time, so we should be able to take a better view of it. More in-depth stance, you know, to just say every particle is attracted to particles. Hell, at the time they were breaking particles down into subparticles, you know.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, interesting. I'll check it out.
Man, now I want to listen to that song. Smooth operator.
Yeah, that Smooth Operator. That's by Sade. She's Nigerian.
Yeah.
Sade. Brilliant. Diamond Life album. Diamond Life.
Jen be moving and grooving.
I remember Spike Lee said, "It's not Sade, it's Sadie." That was funny. That's Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Mary Mom's got that GNR song stuck in my head. Patience.
Yeah, I'm going to be listening to that one again. I liked it so much. It was like very calming and soothing. I really enjoyed it.
I like the introduction when he's whistling. Isn't that cool?
Yes. Ooh, Matt's whistling for me. Anybody else? No, maybe. Oh, it's Babylon. Who is it?
Yeah. It's really amazing the raw talent that's in the Flat Earth community. That raw talent is amazing, man. Honestly, can't believe the amount of guitar players there are. And named Dave as well. That name Dave is so popular in the Flat Earth community. Fantastic.
Yeah, you got a lot of people who have a musical ear here, which is nice.
I like that part where it says, "Was a time when I wasn't sure, but you set my mind at ease. There is no doubt you're in my heart now." Sad woman, take it slow and it'll work itself out fine. All we need is just a little patience.
Ooh, yeah, patience.
Yeah, I think I used to have more patience, but I'm getting it back. This Discord made me shut.
I don't have any patience at all now. No, you can dub me the walkout queen. But there was this guy here earlier. What was his name? Moose or something? Moose was his name. Yeah, he was parading his tautological arguments. So I just snapped it and said, I don't have the time to listen to your intellectual masturbation. And that's it. I left the chat.
I feel ya. I hear ya. Yeah, I left the chat. The last time I was in the live stream was like over a week ago. Yeah, because you come in a good mood like I am today, and then you leave angry. You're like, why did I go there? But we gotta figure out a way, Rio Ross, not to let them
Oh my
get
God,
to us.
I know. Well, I didn't want to be a bully, but I almost went in chat and sang and talked all over Quantum Eraser. It's just a fantasy. It's not the real thing.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality.
Open your eyes and see.
I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy.
Because it's
easy come, easy go.
Little high,
little low.
Whichever way.
Anywhere the wind blows doesn't really
matter to me.
To me.
Some talented guitarists, but no singers.
Mama just killed a man.
Put a gun against his head.
Pull the trigger, now he's
dead. Mama, I've got to go.
Gonna leave it all behind and say, whatever it is.
Face the truth.
That's it, yeah.
Mama!
No, that's too long. I'm going with Billy Joel. You know, I didn't want to do it, but I got too lonely. Then you have a picture of a globe model in the magazine.
Billy Joel, huh?
I like Billy Joel.
I just up and left. And I don't know how that argument finished. Couldn't have been good if he just kept going back and forth.
He was a hamster after all, Rio. I snatched his wig and I put him on mute. I'm the professional wig snatcher around here.
No, you're the professional globe scalper.
It's a globe scalper. People in my YouTube live stream are actually saying that, Real. They're agreeing with you that I'm a scalper. They're like, yeah, he's a scalper.
Mm.
It's a funny term though, snatching wigs.
It is funny, yeah. Does someone actually go around and do that? I guess people must sometimes do that because it's funny. I don't know. I've never actually seen anyone do it in real life.
We keep making fake accounts, fake names. That's why it's wigs.
Yeah, I think Mary Mom can snatch wigs too. She can snatch wigs.
Sing us a song, your piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody. And you got us feeling alright.
More Billy Joel.
Mm-hmm.
I met you. Oh, go ahead, son.
Better than Uptown Girl.
Yes, I remember when I was really disappointed when I was young and he left his wife and the mother of his children for Christy Brinkley, but whatever. Shouldn't be judging Mr. Joel.
Yeah, but that was wrong, though. Yeah, I agree with you there, man. I thought that was mad. Another guy that did that was from Genesis. What's his name? Genesis.
Phil Collins.
Yeah, he left his wife for a 16-year-old. Come on. That's terrible. Fuck me, I was
He
surprised.
said,
Yeah.
you can drag my name all over the place. Tell everyone I'm a down disgrace. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
What you say.
What song is that? A Billy Joel song? Is that his response to?
No, that's Phil. That's Phil Collins.
Oh, okay. No, I don't want to judge other people's lives. I just remember as a child being like, "What is this? How could Billy Joel do this?" But yeah. Anyway, yeah. I was just going to ask Rio Rojas. What? Rio Rojas. Have I talked to you before? Have I met you before?
I don't think so because I've been gone for about a year and a half on the Discord chat. And when I came back, I was like, where did everybody go? Turns out you transferred to 2.0.
Okay, so you were looking for the old server, and then somehow you ended up finding us here.
I am Helio. I said, Helio, where did you guys go? I said, oh, we have a new channel. So that's how I'm back here.
Oh, good. Oh, that's so great. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Maybe I joined not long after you left then, because I joined in July of last year. So.
Well, I'm mostly in the biblical chat.
Oh, okay.
Usually I will stop by the live stream, and then if there are lots of people in the biblical chat, I will head on there mostly. So maybe that's why we haven't really met.
Yeah.
But, well, to introduce myself, I became a flat earther. Like, that was the last thing I looked in the conspiracy ladder. But I became a truther in 2010 when I had an operation from a vaccine. That's what started it, So my mom made me take this vaccine called Gardasil. And then after a year...
Oh my gosh, that's the worst. Why anyone would give that to their child. I'm sorry. Now I'm judging your mother after I'm judging Billy Joel. But continue. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I said, I don't need one. I'm healthy. And then he said, just to protect against this. Okay, so I gave in to her. And then a year later, I was operated for endometriosis. And I almost lost my left ovary. So that's what started me on the journey.
I am so sad to hear that.
Thank you. And that's what started that. So I began looking into, could they be lying, So, and then I looked into vaccines. That was the first thing I looked into. And then GMOs, and then weather modification, and then the Federal Reserve, all that other stuff that you go through. And then the last thing I came through was the flat earth. You go like, the earth is flat. What?
Well done for all your research. Well done for sticking with it. Excellent.
Absolutely.
A little bit sad story, but that silver lining has come right through. Well
there you go, Jen. Yes, we'll focus on the silver lining. Good idea. And your mother, so they fool these mothers into thinking they're good parents if they do that.
Evil.
So, yeah,
evil.
It's not necessarily your mother's fault,
That's right. They take such a. I was just saying that. Just think, and that man was born from a woman. Those who are making these poisons, terrible, man.
Yeah, but that story it actually inspires me because just the other day, my older kids, I lined them up and was like, anybody tries to go at you with this new thing they're coming out with, you can use your high-pitched screaming voice that I always tell you not to do in the house. If somebody tries to come at you with the needle with this untested thing that they just rolled out, you feel free to scream and run from the room, you know what I mean? Like, if you're they kind of tell the kids can consent to abortion, can consent to this, that, the other thing, birth control, but then they're gonna just shoot them up here with, they don't get a say in it. You're old enough, you can just run out of the room, keep running. That's what I would do.
Way to go.
You're already assigned to 72 jabs. I mean, what's going on there? Terrible bloody country. Honestly.
But that's all. I know we're not supposed to talk about that stuff, but I just had to say
sorry,
that.
but
I
you know how
had
it
to
is. You
say
can't.
that. Yeah.
You can't. It's all happening on the flat. It's all happening on the flat Earth anyway.
But yeah, Rio Rojas, I'm glad you made it. It's interesting about flat Earth kind of being they so clearly, like, it's interesting to me how they target those, I call them like the semi-truth communities, like the 911 semi-truth community, all these other semi-truth where they give you half the truth, the half-truth communities. They target
That's
those
right. That's right.
with the anti-flat Earth stuff, the biggest. That's why you get people in here thinking they're so smart, about everything else, but just cannot understand the simple, most easiest to prove, obviously observable and provable truth that the globe model is a complete failure. Like, you get these so-called truthers in here that'll understand about so many things that you just listed, like chemtrails, all that stuff, but somebody in there who's a so-called leader in the half-truth movement told them, flat Earth psyop to try to make us look bad. And they just accepted that. That's the saddest thing. They're not real truth seekers then, right? Because you got to be ready for the whole truth and nothing but the truth, not just some movement that makes you feel good like you're doing something.
Yeah,
now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Those guys that claim that flat Earth is a psyop, I mean, obviously they went to Flat Earth Society and just stopped there.
Some of them, like what's that dude, the leader of Project Camelot, Bill Ryan? Yeah, that dude has an ongoing. He. There's no way that guy's doing it innocently. I bet some of them are, but some of them are purposely, because he goes into the supposed science. I mean, he's like a glober in this so-called truth community. Just leading people astray left and right. I hope those people are judged the harshest of all. That's just the worst.
You need to get me on his show and I'll assassinate him verbally.
I'll send you a link.
Send me a link, man. I'll tell you. I'll get on there and I'll bloody